263. Tonight, let the hunt commence. A thrilling exchange. Miller's voice resonates with inspiration as VG's top and jungle duo triumphantly executes a counterattack. The roar of applause within the arena reverberates, an unending cacophony of excitement. The streaming room is flooded with an enthusiastic crowd. What a slaughter, justice served. The lion dog versus the insect. In comparison, the marksman seems like a mere swine. The captain's marksman is truly exceptional, devoid of any unpleasant odors. Go. Big brother playing the marksman. I've already ordered delicious takeout, just waiting to feast while watching your match. The director promptly presents a replay of the battle. Gu Xing's steadfast presence protects Rumble from the marksman's basic attacks, a scene that is replayed in slow motion for emphasis. The skirmish in the top lane lasts a mere 10 seconds. Apart from the initial gank and a frantic flash to face each other, Ming's marksman fails to land any hits on the beleaguered Rumble. Gu Xing and Smeb's seamless cooperation allows every shot to strike the healthy lion dog instead. The audience, witnessing this spectacle once more, erupts into thunderous applause. Wah, in his excitement, delivers a whimsical analogy, asserting that VG's top and jungle play is akin to a duet. Their sheer individual prowess is evident, as they deftly toy with EDG's top and jungle. Miller's voice soars with fervor, highlighting why we considered VG's new lineup formidable prior to the spring tournament. Their combined strength is remarkably pronounced, especially in the LPL, where the top lane is often undervalued. Smeb and Gu Xing's partnership represents a pure dimensional assault. Once the replay concludes, the camera shifts to the VG players' bench. The two of them beam with similar radiant smiles, exchanging fist bumps in acknowledgement of each other's stellar performance during the brief interlude of pushing the top lane minions. Well played, Gu. Smeb's eyes crinkle with delight. The unflashed Rumble, initially destined for demise in this confrontation, was miraculously salvaged by their skilled maneuvering, with Song Jinghao even securing a kill on the marksman. One positive and one negative equate to a double benefit. A win-win. You're also fantastic. Gu Xing's voice booms with excitement, affirming that their synergy indeed leads to rampant slaughter. His joy, however, extends beyond this singular moment. Gu Xing senses a marked improvement in the rapport with his teammates since the inception of the season. This will be pivotal for VG's journey this year. As core players, he and Smeb must solidify their partnership to advance further together. Miller's gaze shifts to the other side. For EDG, this news is far from fortuitous. Their top and jungle duo has exhausted all their flashes in the skirmish, resulting in naught. Wawa concurs, stating that EDG has indeed suffered significant losses, resembling a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. Fortunately, the jungle camps have been preemptively cleared by the captain, allowing Mouse to teleport and secure the minion wave pushed to the tower, preventing VG from seizing further momentum. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that EDG has indeed incurred substantial losses. As Mouse ventures onto the lane, he must utilize an additional teleport to assist VG's jungle in pushing the wave, allowing Smeb to leisurely walk to the top lane, conserving his abilities. For the typically solitary and melancholic top laner, teleportation serves as the most effective means to engage in skirmishes throughout the rift. Mouse adopts a team-oriented playstyle as a tanky champion, relying on crowd control and the team's damage mitigation buffs to fulfill his role as a premier utility player. His contributions are contingent upon participation in team fights. Should he choose to neglect aiding his teammates, he must at least anchor his opponent in the lane, preventing them from offering assistance elsewhere. However, Mouse struggles to achieve this. What to do, Ming? He furrows his brow in distress, sensing that trouble looms. Could you lend a hand once more? At the very least, you ought to rectify the mess you've created. Ming shifts his focus to the top lane, momentarily hesitating. He perceives Gu Xing's determination to safeguard the top lane, ensuring that no one disrupts Smeb's development. Initially, he and Mouse could have attempted to eliminate the formidable Boppy with their burst damage. Yet, following the failure of their ambush, that strategy is no longer viable. If they attempt to engage the top lane again and Gu Xing counters, it could lead to utter disaster. I will prioritize the mid lane. You focus on your development. Clearlove7 resolves to look after himself first. The current iteration of Graves is indeed formidable, but it is merely an enhancement of his inherent attributes, with no adjustments to his numerical values. Should his development falter, he would become a liability in the mid-game, lacking both damage and durability. He cannot afford to neglect the jungle camps in the lower half of the map in pursuit of Boppy at the top lane. Mouse pouts in dissatisfaction. It is clear that Ming had initiated this endeavor, only to abandon him after securing a double kill. Yet, being of less influence within the team and possessing a docile temperament, he begrudgingly accepts the situation. Gu Xing is unaware of the precise discussions within the opposing team, but deduces that Ming is unlikely to return to the top lane. Jinghao, prepare yourself. I shall make another attempt. Gu Xing disregards the intricacies and, after assisting Smeb in pushing the wave, proceeds to clear the jungle in the lower half. Returning to base to acquire a green jungle item, boots, and a control ward. He then makes his way to the top lane. He has already inflicted a wound upon EDG. It is only logical to continue to tear it open. Upon hearing that Gu Xing intends to assist at the top lane, Smeb's spirits rise. You need only come. The kills are yours. Song Jinghao's expectations are modest. Securing an assist and a wave of minions would be a pleasant surprise. While relinquishing a kill is trivial, it is essential to reward his teammate for their efforts. Gu Xing glances at the positioning of the minion wave at the top lane. After Mouse completes his teleport to catch the wave, he still cannot alter the fact that the minions are pushing back towards VG's tower. At this moment, he is hurriedly managing the wave of cannon minions arriving at the top lane at 5 minutes and 47 seconds, striving to avoid lingering too long before VG's tower. Yet, Smeb is determined to thwart his plans. Song Jinghao positioned himself boldly at the forefront of the minion wave, leveraging his Q ability, Fiery Feast, which did not draw the minions aggro. If Mouse dared to approach, he would be met with a searing barrage of flames. In the current patch, Rumble's Q has a cooldown of merely 6 seconds at all levels. The tree was scorched for 2 seconds while clearing the minions, causing a significant drop in his health. Before he could secure 2 more minions, Rumble's flamethrower was ready once again. Mouse was tormented, caught in a dilemma about whether to clear the minions. Should he insist on finishing them off, he would either perish or emerge severely wounded, necessitating a return to base for supplies. Without teleportation, he would have to walk back to lane. However, the minion wave was firmly pinned before the tower by Rumble, and without clearing it, he would miss out on minions for the next 2 to 3 minutes. After pondering for a moment, Mouse decided to grit his teeth and advance. This hesitation, however, proved fateful. Gu Xing arrived swiftly. Brother Xing's Li Xin charged from the river towards the top lane, flanking Smeb's Rumble and cornering the tree in between. The commentator, Dowa, empathized with Mouse's perspective, feeling a pang of despair. This was surely a death sentence. The distance to EDG's tower was insurmountable for Mouse, who could not fly there even with wings, especially considering he was controlling the cumbersome tree. Despair filled his heart as he relinquished all hope of survival and raised his hand to eliminate the VG minions in front of the enemy tower. Gu Xing, noticing that the tree had ceased resistance, aimed to dispatch him swiftly before returning to his own agenda. But Smeb suddenly shouted, "No Q! No Q!" This was clearly a panicked exclamation, likely a momentary lapse in his command of Chinese. Gu Xing quickly grasped his intent. He was instructed not to use his Q ability. Understanding Smeb's suggestion, he opted to whittle down the tree's health with basic attacks. Fortunately, Gu Xing had sufficient equipment, otherwise, the blade in Li Xin's hand would have likely dulled from the effort. Song Jinghao also refrained from using his flamethrower, instead employing his electric harpoon and shattered shield to elevate his temperature to red hot, then used his drill to pierce the tree. What was happening? Dowa, bewildered by the situation, continued to exclaim in shock as VG's top jungle aimed to whittle down the tree with basic attacks. Miller, quicker to react, recognized the strategy. It was about the minion wave. VG's top jungle did not wish to disturb the EDG minions before the tower. Both Rumble and Li Xin's Q abilities dealt area damage. Whether intentional or not, Mouse nestled himself among the EDG minions. If VG's top jungle focused solely on hastening the kill, they would inevitably diminish the surrounding minions' health. However, relying solely on basic attacks to damage the tree would not present such concerns. Observing his teammates yielding the kill to him, Gu Xing graciously accepted without hesitation, swiftly sending the tree back to the fountain for healing. Smeb, gazing at the intact enemy minion wave, couldn't help but chuckle in delight. Gu Xing, can you block for me? He timely requested assistance from his teammate. Having just secured the kill, Gu Xing, pleased with his fortune, readily obliged. He positioned himself outside the VG tower, drawing the aggro of EDG's minions, thereby firmly securing the minion wave outside the tower's range. When the next wave of minions arrived, Gu Xing finally departed, relying on War Roar to heal the 50 damage taken in the first 15 seconds. He had hardly lost any health and remained in a robust condition. However, Mouse was on the verge of collapse. It dawned on him that VG's jungle and top lane had ulterior motives, as he screamed hoarsely without teleporting, forced to walk back to the lane after respawning. While the minion exchange was still positioned before VG's top tower, Smeb's strategy was undeniably insidious. He had discerned Mouse's intention to swiftly push the wave to the tower early on. Seeing the opponent still preoccupied with the minions before his demise only solidified his plan. Did he think that merely clearing VG's minions would allow the wave to surge unimpeded into the tower? How naive. His maneuver aimed to completely stall EDG's minions. As long as the minion exchange did not reach the defensive tower, VG's minion wave would inevitably suffer grievously in battle. The loss of VG's minions equated to a significant blow to the tank. Mouse's eyes glazed over. He had not anticipated that Smeb would resort to such tactics. You are despicable. Mouse conservatively estimated that this death would cost him 2 full waves. Watching VG's minions deplete in combat, his heart bled. Nevertheless, EDG swiftly retaliated in the mid lane, and Miller followed the camera to another battlefield, where Scout, having reached level 6, engaged Kuro with the assistance of the jungler. EDG's mid-jungle duo seized the opportunity when Kuro's flash was still on cooldown. The rookie's Orianna had reached level 6, effortlessly pulling the immobile Rise back with R command, Shockwave. Kuro was bombarded with a flurry of skills, and as he turned around to cast EW to immobilize the attackers, he triggered a rune explosion for acceleration. Still hoping to escape, Miller's tone grew increasingly monotone. The moment EDG's mid-jungle duo targeted Rise, Kuro's fate was sealed. Scout flashed in, guiding the puppet to precisely pierce through Rise's form, depleting his health bar entirely. A few scattered EDG supporters in the audience, witnessing the jungler finally reclaiming the game, felt a slight sense of relief, emitting faint, solitary cheers to rally for their team. Rather than feeling enraged by the gank, Kuro cheerfully signaled to his teammates. Come on, let's feast. Though this death seemed to cost him a wave of minions, Kuro regarded it as a mere transfer payment. Were it not for League of Legends lacking a friendly fire mechanic, Kuro would have gladly prompted Gu Xing to eliminate him for economic gain. Now was the perfect opportunity. With his gank leading to his demise, the minion wave advancing towards the mid-tower could be entirely claimed by the jungler. Gu Xing felt quite accustomed to this, quickly hurrying to the mid lane and collecting the entire wave under the tower. Wait for me to hit level 6, and I'll gank mid. Having reaped the benefits, he naturally remembered to acknowledge the wellspring of his fortune. Satisfied with the promise, Kuro grinned. Let us slay together. Li Ruixing's command of Chinese had improved, though his accent remained peculiar. Gu Xing was bewildered as to how he had managed to transform a casual remark into something so absurd. Fortunately, much like last year's amusing quips from Zhu Xingbin, as long as he could comprehend, there were no barriers to communication. After clearing the mid-lane minion wave, he returned to seize the F6, successfully reaching level 6. There was no other choice. Gu Xing had mixed in 2 waves of mid-lane minions and had also gained experience from the top lane, alongside securing a few kills, allowing his level to match that of the mid-top laners. Upon returning to base, he first crafted the warrior jungle item and then acquired a red crystal to enhance his combat prowess. Ensuring that everything was foolproof, Gu Xing finally revealed his menacing fangs to the junior in the mid lane. Ruixing, take a look at my position, he called out to his mid laner. When he saw Scout standing in the mid lane, casually last-hitting minions, he immediately raised his voice. Now's the time. Unleash your ultimate. Gu Xing simultaneously activated his ultimate ability, Hunting Rhythm. Amidst the rapid thumping of his anxious heart, Rengar gradually concealed himself within the air. 2 seconds later, he would fully assume his camouflage form and launch a lethal strike on his prey. Kuro noticed Gu Xing lurking within the confines of VG's mid-tower and instantly understood the situation. He maneuvered Rise to take a couple of steps back, brandished his runebook, and forcefully struck the ground to summon a cerulean teleportation circle, or winding path. The destination of the teleportation was right beside Scout's Orianna. The junior instinctively began to retreat upon seeing Rise's ultimate. However, he remained relatively calm. After all, Kuro's flash was still on cooldown for several more seconds. As long as he maintained his distance before the teleportation took effect, he would be safe. The formation time for Winding Path was a full 2 seconds. Scout had no mobility, yet he could easily cover 700 to 800 yards on foot, distancing himself from Rise's EW range. His composed thoughts persisted until Kuro appeared behind him via the teleportation circle, shattering his calmness instantaneously. For from the Winding Path emerged not only Rise. A golden lion's eye suddenly illuminated above the Junior's head, and the edges of his monitor darkened ominously. The entire canyon within Scout's view had transformed into a foreboding abyss. All of this signified that he had entered the hunting range of Rengar's ultimate. The Junior, aware that only he was the sole EDG member near the mid lane, hastily called for assistance. Ming Kai, hurry. But before his words could fully escape his lips, the lion dog lunged at him from above. Scout's arm flailed, nearly sending his mouse flying. At that moment, he could not conceal his astonishment. Upon activating his ability, Rengar could detect all enemies within a 2,000-yard radius. Similarly, the foes detected would have the golden lion's eye emblem hovering above their heads. Yet, the golden lion's eye above the Junior's Oriana had only flickered for an instant before Rengar struck. Logically, Rengar's leap range should not have extended this far. There was only one possibility. Gu Xing had simultaneously activated his ultimate, becoming another passenger of the Winding Path, moving throughout the shadows of his vision until he found the perfect opportunity to flicker forward and deliver a crushing blow. Scout realized this too late, but it was of no avail. The blade wielded by Lionel has already carved into the mechanical body of the clockwork, leaving behind profound wounds. This is a remarkable synergy emerging from the VG jungle and mid lane. The excitement within the doll is uncontrollable as they exuberantly exclaim. Rise utilizes his ultimate to teleport the lion dog forward, leaving Scout with no time to respond. Gu Xing's movements are exceptionally swift, denying the EDG players any chance to support the mid lane, unleashing all 3 of his QWE skills. Coupled with the initial leap from his ultimate, he successfully stacks 4 layers of brutality. The Junior player senses impending doom, twisting his body in an attempt to evade the impending skills. Alas, his hurried repositioning appears utterly ineffectual in Gu Xing's eyes. Lasso strike. The lion dog throws forth a lasso, successfully ensnaring the clockwork's body, binding her in place for a full 175 seconds. Kuro's Rise advances, following up with a rune confinement to maintain control, executing a seamless combo that culminates in an explosive surge of damage, claiming the clockwork's life. The Junior player, devoid of flash and ultimate, possesses no means of escape. He gazes at the black and white screen, furrowing his brow in distress. Had Gu Xing opted to activate his ultimate from afar, he would have had approximately 4 to 5 seconds to react, relying on the doll's acceleration to ensure the opponent could not reach him. However, the synergy from VG's jungle and mid lane is lethal. A single combination is all it takes to secure a kill. Through his headset, the Junior player can hear the raucous cheers from the audience. With a resigned expression, he bites his lip, allowing the slightly tardy Clearlove 7 to come and assist with the wave. Ming Kai appears rather pleased, although he adopts a more passive approach. He cannot help but feel a twinge of envy at Gu Xing's brazen manipulation of the mid-lane minions. Now, it is finally his turn to clear the lane. Upon seeing the gunner appear in the mid lane, Gu Xing's mind sparks with inspiration. Rise, let us head down to the bottom lane. He not only desires Kuro's company, but also calls upon allies for reinforcement. Smeb, can you join us? Song Jinghao, having just finished managing the minion wave, feels invigorated and plans to exert some influence over other areas of the canyon. No problem, I can come right away. Gu Xing, pleased by his top laner's swift response, moves quickly, guiding Rise through the EDG's bottom jungle. A brief communication reveals that the opponents are retreating, likely having spotted them in the jungle. Gu Xing remains unfazed. Last season, it might have been possible for the EDG duo to escape. However, this year, new flora has emerged in the jungle. In the EDG's bottom jungle, between the red buff and the dragon pit, lies an explosive berry. Gu Xing and Kuro, utilizing the berry's bouncing effect, traverse over the wall. Arriving at the grass beside the EDG's bottom tower, a ward is placed, revealing the flickering essence of a teleport. Miller's voice booms with fervor, proclaiming that VG will not play a 4-2 strategy this time. They intend to have all 5 members converge on the bottom lane. EDG lacks any means to impede this. Mouse's teleport is still on cooldown, and the junior player has yet to respawn, leaving the duo to rely solely on themselves. The director finally shifts the camera's focus to the bottom lane, where previously, their 4-player exploits had received scant coverage. The frequency of confrontations is rather insufficient. The VG duo is acutely aware that their mission is to survive until the critical team fight, hence their playstyle is particularly cautious. Conversely, EDG's Jack and Xiao Duan, with their formidable lane presence as Jin and Nami, possess exceptional landing skills, making it relatively easy for them to maintain their lane. Both teams engage in minimal trades. And with the ADCs not missing any cannon minions, the director naturally refrains from showcasing the action. This marks the first instance in the match where the director grants such an extensive focus on the bot lane. Although the EDG duo has ascended to level 6, their retreat has been entirely blocked, and VG is merely awaiting Smeb's arrival to launch their offensive. Miller understands that the moment Rumble's teleport concludes is precisely when the battle will ignite, and he holds his breath in anticipation of the towering presence of Poppy. He is acutely aware that VG's strategy involves an overwhelming 5-man engagement, which transcends merely eliminating the EDG duo. The subsequent momentum generated is of paramount importance. Upon landing, Rumble unleashes his Flame Spitter, enveloping the enemy duo in flames while also cutting off their retreat. The pace of commentary quickens as Miko's Tom Kinch flashes out of the fiery zone, swallowing Varus to facilitate his escape. However, the slow effect from Rumble's ultimate severely hampers the mobility of the terrain. The hefty catfish struggles to move. At this critical juncture, Jack's deadly flourish is unleashed, immobilizing Miko in the midst of his precarious positioning. Observing this, Iboi hastily extricates himself from Tom Kinch's mouth, employing a healing spell to signify his intent to flee alone. A wave of EDG minions arrives just in time, with Xing Gu using the minions as a springboard to stack his brutal value while inching closer to Varus. The pace of commentary intensifies, evolving into a rapid-fire delivery akin to a Gatling gun. Iboi swiftly casts his ultimate, Corrupting Chain, successfully ensnaring the lion dog. Yet Jack also possesses his ultimate. Jin's sniper rifle encompasses Varus within its range, and the super bullet strikes with remarkable precision, forcing Iboi to use his flash at the first shot. The subsequent shot applies a substantial slow effect. Gu Xing accumulates brutal value on Miko's Tom, and with a lasso, he compels Varus to reposition, while Kuro's Rise arrives to further immobilize him. The EDG duo, confronted with the harsh reality, resigns to their fate, allowing their opponents to claim the kills. Ultimately, VG's mid and top players each secure a kill. With the collective strength of 5, the EDG duo stands no chance of escape. Taking a deep breath, Wawa continues to exclaim loudly, indicating that this wave not only results in kills, but also aims to demolish the next turret. Additionally, a soiled dragon awaits, enabling VG to seize all resources in the lower quadrant. The audience's excitement is palpable, with many casual viewers suddenly finding themselves fans of VG today. Witnessing their fluid offensive play inevitably brings joy. Of course, what delights the casual viewers most is the disarray exhibited by EDG. While Ming Kai is occupied with the mid-lane minions, the lower turret has already succumbed to the enemy's onslaught. This will significantly impact their development and vision control in the lower area. In a scenario where a disadvantaged Graves finds himself unable to exert influence in vision control, how might he contend with the relentless pressure of a Rengar in the jungle? The thought alone sends a chill down Ming Kai's spine, as his heart plummets into an unfathomable abyss. Meanwhile, the VG player bench is filled with laughter and merriment. Am I not doing well? Gu Xing's voice rings out, vibrant and clear. All the kills and tower defenses were for you. We asked for nothing in return. Having transitioned from mid to bot lane, he is adorned with assists. Yet the bounty, divided among many, is meager. Even the first blood tower merely yielded him a fraction of the spoils. Compared to the earlier treatment of securing kills through minion waves, Gu Xing has indeed made considerable sacrifices. This is primarily because he understands that in this version, Rengar cannot single-handedly carry the game. Despite the presence of Warrior's Howl, the 7-3 version's Rengar no longer enjoys immunity from crowd control, which signifies that entering a fight and then attempting to retreat unscathed is unrealistic. Most of the time, he can only secure a quick kill. No matter how fed he becomes, he must prioritize sharing the wealth with his teammates. Smeb's support during this exchange has been notably fruitful, resulting in an immediate gain of 1,000 gold, and he cannot help but chuckle. Gu Xing, your playstyle is excessively selfless. Compared to you, Wang, who is practically a lone wolf. Song Jinghao has rapidly acquired a repertoire of common Chinese insults, mastering them with impressive agility, even inventing combinations. Old Gu is too much of a team player. I'm genuinely distraught, Jack mutters, glancing discontentedly at his 002 stats. However, when Yuanba notices the total kill participation rate of 71 in the upper right corner, his frown quickly lifts. As long as we can coast along. Who needs a bicycle? Gu Xing returns to base to craft Mercury treads and another Caulfield's Warhammer, officially commencing the rotation phase. Although he has not accrued significant gold from the previous team fight, his passive stacks are undeniably growing. Currently, Gu Xing has successfully eliminated each of EDG's 5 champions at least once, fully stacking his loot to 5 layers. The spoils of Rengar will bestow him a substantial AD bonus, and in this version, 5 layers of loot equate to an impressive 1530 attack power. With his equipment, Gu Xing's attack power nears 150, yielding a remarkable bonus of 60 attack power, equivalent to a 1.5 blade of the Ruined King. It can only be described as utterly terrifying. Seizing his advantage, he decisively ventures into the jungle to hunt down the jungler. Ming has been doing his utmost to evade detection, yet he cannot escape the relentless pursuit of Rengar once he unleashes his ultimate. At the 13-minute mark, he is apprehended at his own red buff camp by Gu Xing. With a flourish, Gu Xing activates his ultimate and leaps in, landing a basic attack followed by a Q. Oh my, the damage is simply explosive. Amidst Miller's thunderous roars, Gu Xing effortlessly cleaves away half of Graves' health. The jungler attempts to escape with a well-timed flash, showcasing his remarkable evasion skills akin to a seasoned player. However, Gu Xing smirks. Oh, you think you can flee? He follows Graves into the brush opposite the red buff, utilizing his passive to pounce upon the jungler, swiftly dispatching him with 2 precise strikes. Dansha. The exhilarated shout of the commentator reverberates throughout every corner of the venue. It is evident that EDG's jungle is on the verge of complete collapse. In the jungle of the lower realm, all camps have fallen into the grasp of Gu Xing, granting him a substantial lead of 2 levels over the Graves. In this version dominated by fierce jungle play, such a level of advantage is indeed insurmountable. Ming, with his head cradled in his hands, finds his thoughts muddled. Mouse, sharing a similar sentiment, is now struggling in the bottom lane against Smeb. He had anticipated that Ming would assist him after securing the red buff, believing that a single kill on Rumble could salvage his plight. Alas, as soon as Ming entered his jungle, within mere seconds, he succumbed to the merciless blades of the lion dog. The entire EDG's lower jungle has crumbled, dragging Mouse down with it. He cowers in the safety of the second tower's brush, too fearful to approach the minions for experience. As the match nears the 14-minute mark, Mouse has only secured a meager 77 last hits, a figure that would be deemed inadequate even in a gold-tier ranked match. He has farmed all the minions within his reach. Yet the remaining ones that elude him are the result of Smeb's masterful lane control. Observing Song Jinghao, who adeptly positions Rumble to intercept the EDG minion wave and draw their aggro, Dada cannot help but express admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, Smeb's lane management is simply phenomenal." Initially, Mouse felt a pang of regret watching the minions fall in vain, but he has since become numb to the situation. With no minions to farm and no jungle assistance, venturing out is tantamount to certain death. He watches helplessly as the minion wave clashes ahead, witnessing one VG minion after another perish in battle. After retreating to the brush for 10 minutes, Smeb has effectively neutralized the inner turmoil of the minion wave. As Gu Xing observes that, even at the 22-minute mark, their top laner remains preoccupied with lane control in the bottom lane. He can hardly bear to watch any longer. Jinghao, come quickly to join the team. Let us finish this. To be fair, Smeb is indeed merciless in his pursuit of victory, particularly skilled at manipulating the minion waves. When he gains an advantage, it often means the opponent must endure a lifetime beneath their tower. This was true for Let Me before, and now it holds for Mouse as well. Smeb, though only leading by a mere 100 minions, expresses a slight disappointment. However, with the team leader calling for action, there is no reason to delay further. He promptly completes his Zhonya's hourglass and joins the main force in the battle for Baron Nashor. VG makes a decisive move to secure the dragon, wielding the power of an earth dragon for a swift kill. Miller glances at the statistics panel. At this point, the economic disparity has surpassed 10,000 gold. To be candid, at the 22-minute mark, a 10,000 gold deficit resembles a match against bots. EDG opts to concede, hoping to fortify their high ground and engage in a war of attrition. Yet, with each carry lagging behind a significant item, even EDG's formidable team fighting prowess cannot withstand such an exaggerated equipment disadvantage. From the side, Xing Gu initiates his ultimate, leaping into the fray to draw enemy fire, while Smeb unleashes his ultimate from atop the high ground. Dada shouts in anticipation as the fiery projectiles rain down upon the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the members of EDG find themselves scorched and on the brink of defeat. The outrageous damage from our constant temperature incineration instantly ignited the atmosphere of the arena. Nami and Jin's dual ultimates blocked the path, leaving EDG trapped in a dilemma amidst Rumble's ultimate. Kuros Rise relentlessly dealt damage from the flank, immobilizing the Treant attempting to escape the fiery barrage. Stay still. Mouse, on the verge of tears, found himself as the front line of the team, enduring the most control until his demise, never straying from Rumble's ultimate. The Trent's body became ashen, succumbing to the fiery onslaught from the towering Poppy. Scout unleashed a commendable ultimate, yet his poor development meant that the team lacked sufficient follow-up damage. Eboi exerted every effort in his output, but even as he drew the bowstring of Varus to its limit, he barely managed to reduce the half-tank Rek'Sai to low health. In return, Rek'Sai utilized W, Roar of War, along with Nami's healing, restoring her health to half. The factory director's Graves played a game of scraping alongside, landing 2 shots that barely grazed Kuros Rise, who, shielded by the Seraph's embrace, stood firm in confrontation. No elaborate team-fighting maneuvers were necessary. VG, leveraging their economic advantage, effortlessly wiped out EDG. At 26 minutes and 43 seconds into the match, Gu Xing delivered the final blow, demolishing the enemy's nexus. Tomorrow's update remains at 10 o'clock. A side FPX can win this. 8,200 words, 1242W. Remember the website. 264. An unexpected choice. 1-0. Miller proclaimed loudly, as VG triumphantly secured the first victory in this confrontation. The cheers from the audience resonated, mingling with the relentless clashing of support sticks that reverberated throughout the venue. Whether seasoned fans or temporary supporters donning VC colors, all were visibly elated, showering VG with applause. Dawa, observing nearby, remarked that VG's early advantages were undeniably significant, and EDG's team composition lacked any capacity for counterattack. Before the match, he had assumed VG had opted for a composition lacking initiation potential, intending to replicate previous strategies of gradually dismantling the enemy formation before delivering a lethal strike. Little did he anticipate that the eventual path to victory would be so straightforward. Gu Xing's Rek'Sai, equipped and robust, leaped into the fray, forcibly initiating the team fight. No matter how formidable the team composition, it struggled against a staggering economic deficit of 10,000 gold. Dawa had seen it clearly. With a single ultimate from Rumble, in an instant, Ebois Varus lost 13 health. Had it not been for Tom Kinch's vigilant protection, Varus might have met the same fiery fate as the Treant. Smeb's Rumble was ferocious, eliciting astonishment from Miller, who noted that despite a month in the LPL without being utilized, today's debut was extraordinary. This truly marked a rare instance of Rumble's dominance in our league. The LPL, unlike its neighbor LCK, is not brimming with talents adept at wielding towering Poppy. Since the establishment of the entire league, the most impressive performance of LPL's Rumble can be attributed to PDD's remarkable 5-man barbecue at the All-Star match. Similarly, the unforgettable moments of another top-tier Poppy user, Marin, linger in memory, yet, akin to his team LGD, even his highlights are often in reverse. Upon arriving in the domestic scene, Marth faced rigorous training, ultimately leading him to shy away from playing Rumble, wary of encountering the lavish treatment of a 5-man gank in the top lane. Consequently, it is widely believed that the number of top laners proficient in Rumble within the LPL is scant. This scarcity is not only due to the limited number of players adept at the character, but also thanks to the jungle players like Gu Xing. This group, upon witnessing an opposing top laner select Rumble, displays an eager glint in their eyes, akin to having never seen a kill before, and rushes towards the top lane, initiating a frenzy of training. With Marin's dismal precedent in mind, the audience initially harbored little hope for Smeb's rumble in this match. However, to everyone's astonishment, Song Jinghao managed to carry the game. It must be said that Smeb's understanding of minion waves when playing rumble is profound, as noted by the commentator. His tone filled with admiration. Whenever the camera shifted to the top lane confrontation, I observed him expertly manipulating the wave, leaving Mouse hesitant to approach for farm. The challenge of rumble in professional play lies in achieving a stable transition into the teamfight phase. Smeb skillfully navigated the minion waves, diligently avoiding combat while stalling the development of his opponent. By mid-game, his combat prowess was sufficient to sustain himself in a 1 versus 2 scenario. No one from EDG dared to challenge rumble. At this juncture, one must commend Gu Xing. Miller cast a glance at the VG player bench where Gu Xing was celebrating victory with his teammates, as he provided excellent protection for Smeb, particularly during that pivotal counter gank in the top lane, which solidified their early advantage. Smeb shared this sentiment, acknowledging that his successful development and performance as rumble this game was, in part, due to Gu Xing's contributions. Upon removing his headset and rising, he affectionately brushed his hand over Gu Xing's head in a gesture of camaraderie. Both towering figures in the esports realm, standing over 1.8 meters tall with robust physiques and bright, cheerful smiles, they complemented each other well. The cameraman did not miss this rare moment, swiftly adjusting the lens to capture it. "How about this blue treasure?" Smeb asked, walking off stage with an air of confidence. Seeking praise from Gu Xing. "Who is stronger, you or Long Go?" He referred to his teammate as Zhu Xiaolong, albeit with a slightly awkward pronunciation. After pondering for a moment, Gu Xing diplomatically remarked, "You are both strong. Your styles are simply different." Indeed, the styles diverge significantly. Long Ji's playstyle with Jace and Rumble shares a similar essence, seeking peaceful development during the landing phase when the jungler is absent, and refraining from split pushing in mid-game, consistently participating in team fights to assist his team. In contrast, Smeb embodies pure aggression, rarely joining team fights until absolutely necessary, focusing instead on maintaining pressure in the side lane. As long as he secures a singular advantage, he relentlessly torments his opponent to the brink of despair. However, Song Jinghao was quite displeased with this response. "Gushi, I praised you by saying Long Hu is a basket, and you just retort that Wobi Long Hua is stronger. What's that all about?" Gu Xing offered an awkward yet polite smile. "If you step on Little Peanut, he will surely be enraged. Besides, he isn't even in the LPL. How could he come over to settle the score through the internet? Furthermore, you called Little Peanut a basket, and he might just think you're complimenting him and give you a thumbs up in return." Zhu Xiaolong, however, is a different matter. He is right there in the backstage lounge. "If I offend Brother Long, how can I escape? Tonight's fried rice might just have an extra ingredient added." As if summoned by the mention of his name, Zhu Xiaolong approached with a beaming smile, ready to embrace each of them. "You guys are amazing. Brother Long, your enthusiastic praise for your teammates is truly delightful." This lineup managed to execute a crushing team fight. It genuinely left me astounded. Upon seeing Zhu Xiaolong, Smeb's expression transformed instantly as he donned a smile. When you are here, VG performs much stronger. I must continue to strive for greatness and achieve new heights." He assembled a few phrases with his rather limited Chinese vocabulary. Gu Xing rolled his eyes. "You make it sound like you're so capable when you see Brother Long. Aren't you just engaging in mutual flattery?" After Jack returned to the lounge, he stretched lazily, sprawling across the esports chair. "This game was too easy. I just stayed back and shot a few rounds to secure the win." He mimicked the gun gesture with his fingers, adopting a rebellious demeanor reminiscent of Chow Yun-Fat. "We also had an easy game. It was quite comfortable." Kuro, content, rested his hands behind his head. "You two are something else," Jinwen teased. "Look at EDG with their dual carries controlling the match. We are just a pair of mixed players, aren't we? Look at the output. We truly dealt significant damage." Jack boldly pointed at the television screen. Gu Xing was receiving compliments from his coaches when he glanced at the live match broadcast. Indeed, it was as said. Kuro was the type who thrived on minimal resources. Last summer, even when he was with the Tigers, he managed to achieve top-tier output without economic advantages. Jack was the quintessential damage dealer. It was unclear when he managed to accumulate damage, but by the end, his output was never low. The first game was a prime example. The dual carries from VG quietly dealt around 15,000 damage each, surpassing Gu Xing's Lee Sin. Of course, the most impressive was Smeb. Rumble, with his ultimate, was indeed a damage dealer extraordinaire, and this match saw Song Jinghao suppress Mouse thoroughly, achieving an astounding output of 22,777. The damage from the opposing tree was laughable, and Jack burst into laughter. Gu Xing was also taken aback. Smeb's damage histogram was a towering pillar, while Mouse's output histogram was almost comically short. The comparison between the two was particularly amusing. The tree's total damage of 2,800 had Duan Delion chuckling. How could it be lower than mine? He managed to achieve an astonishing output of nearly 7,000 damage while playing Nami, more than double that of Mouse. The subsequent MVP selection results released by the officials left many astonished. Smeb's average damage per minute stood at 876, with a significant economic lead of 6,349 and a last-hitting deficit of 101. Such remarkable statistics rendered Song Jinghao and his formidable champion, Poppy, immensely intimidating. The MVP for the first game was essentially a choice between Gu Xing and Smeb. The officials traditionally prioritize data in their MVP evaluations. Although Gu Xing delivered a flawless performance throughout the match, showcasing impressive plays and ambushes, he simply could not compete with Song Jinghao's exceptional statistics. Viewers in the live chat erupted with excitement upon witnessing this moment. Mouse, are you a god? Playing a top laner with the second lowest damage in the entire match. Truly impressive. If it weren't for the soft support being banned, Miko would have had to resort to picking Tahm Kench for protection. And I reckon Mouse would have delivered the lowest output. Since Smeb joined the LPL, he has been mercilessly targeting this group of blue-collar top laners. First let me. Now Mouse. His statistics keep soaring. Come on, Clearlove7 set up a double kill rhythm for the top lane. Then let the tree loose and still has the audacity to speak. The data may hide the culprits, but the discerning know who bears the greatest blame. A meat-eating jungler version of Sejuani that one will never understand. If it weren't for Mouse being even worse, this match would have seen Xing Gu tearing him apart. My assessment is, good grief. VG continued to crush them mercilessly. Mouse slowly diverted his gaze from the television screen in the EDG lounge. At the moment of losing the match, he likely had a rough estimate of his damage output. The only long-range skill that a tree can utilize to deal damage is casting E to drop saplings. Currently, our Vengeance Vortex merely reduces damage in a surrounding area. Unless engaging in a frontal team fight, the damage output remains unimpressive. Throughout the match, Mouse only participated in one team fight, so a low output was to be expected. However, what concerned Mouse more than the statistics was his performance on the stage. He was consistently pressured by Smeb, who controlled the minion waves and denied him farm. By the 26-minute mark, he had only acquired a major item and a handful of minor ones, rendering him as fragile as paper in team fights. Yet, upon reflecting on the match, Mouse began to sense something was amiss. What could he improve upon to prevent a recurrence of such a match? Nothing at all. Unless he could rein in the erratic Ming, preventing this graze from coming to the top lane and feeding double kills. Otherwise, as long as he fell behind in the top lane, Gu Xing would push forward and ambush him again, leaving him perpetually unable to face Bin Huan. Mouse realized he seemingly did nothing wrong, and yet found himself in this predicament. He scanned the room. Most of his teammates were staring at the ground, fidgeting with their fingers as they listened to Nof emphasize the issues to address in the next match. Mouse turned to Ming and quietly inquired, seeking clarity. Why did you abandon me after leading me to feed a double kill? You need to assist me in the top lane so we can establish a front line for the team fights. In the initial match, EDG's composition necessitated that the formidable tree stood resolutely at the forefront, absorbing damage. Despite Miko selecting what appeared to be a robust Tahm Kench, TNI was compelled to remain by the side of the Varus for protection. The moment Gu Xing's Lee Sin leapt into action, he had to swiftly shield the ADC. Strictly speaking, the only frontline presence for EDG was the team's spirit, the tree. Unfortunately, he was left to fend for himself, and after the lane transition period began, Ming had not laid eyes on Mouse again. I, too, wished to intervene, but there was simply no feasible way. The coach shrugged, acknowledging that any attempt could lead to disaster. As a jungler, he understood the principle of aiding the strong rather than the weak. Attempting to gank a rumble while at a significant disadvantage could yield dire consequences. With the situation laid bare, Mouse found himself at a loss for words. When the staff knocked and entered to remind them to prepare for the next match, No finally shifted the topic, urging the players to ready themselves for the upcoming game. As Mao stood, his demeanor appeared somewhat dazed, his head spinning, and his steps unsteady. A younger teammate quickly lent him support, inquiring with concern, "Be careful. What's going on with you?" "I'm fine." Mouse waved his hand dismissively, assuring that he was not seriously harmed, even retorting, "You'd be bewildered too if you were stuck with a minion wave for 10 minutes. Abu, arms crossed, walked at the rear, his brow furrowed, harboring pessimism regarding the team's performance in this spring season. What on earth was Riot Games thinking? How long would this tank jungler meta persist? Abu knew Ming well, understanding that he struggled with the tank jungler playstyle, only truly thriving in a resource-rich environment. However, allowing the substitute jungler, Iloli, to take the stage would essentially spell the end for their chances this spring. While the young prince might shine in a ranked match with some flashy plays, in a competitive setting, his skill ceiling was limited, making it improbable for him to lead the team far. His only hope lay in Riot swiftly changing the meta, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the resource-friendly version, which would be the moment for EDG to soar. During the brief intermission, the Higher brothers appeared before the camera, brimming with energy. Welcome back to the 2017 LPL Spring Split live broadcast. The upcoming match features VG against EDG in the second game. Dola began by reading the sponsor's promotional lines, before deftly steering the conversation back on track. EDG's immediate priority was to address the jungle and top lane dynamics. He eloquently expressed his views, noting the formidable synergy between Smeb and Xing Gu, a duo whose strength is indeed formidable, making it difficult to find a counterpart globally that can surpass their prowess. Rather than contemplating how to outmatch VG's jungle and top lane, EDG ought to strategize on how to curtail VG's effectiveness, preventing the duo from reaching their full potential. Dola's innovative solution received enthusiastic agreement from Miller. Indeed, if EDG could secure some early advantages for the coach, complemented by the high damage output of the double carries in team fights, their chances of victory might significantly improve. Nof shared this sentiment. He recognized the reality that his jungle and top lane were inferior to VG's. Planning to avoid the enemy's primary offensive points and provide Ming with champions capable of making an impact early on. Determined, Nof listened intently as the voice announced the impending commencement of the referee's ban phase, brimming with confidence to test a new strategy. Smeb deftly moved the mouse, and the ban panel appeared before the spectators. In this match, Vici Gaming, positioned in the blue side, initiated by banning LeBlanc, while EDG promptly restricted Echo. With both teams' initial bans lacking any suspense, Dahl's gaze was fixed on the remaining ban slots, given the plethora of substitutes for currently dominant champions. The flexibility in the ban phase was considerably greater than in version 7. 1. The anticipation lay in how both sides would proceed with their selections. Redmi opted to continue banning Syndra, targeting Scout, the sole point of contention for EDG. This was a mid-lane heavy meta, and the rookie possessed commendable landing prowess. Redmi was unwilling to allow Scout to exert his influence freely on the lane. EDG responded by banning Smeb's recently impressive Rumble. Dahl chuckled, as expected. They were determined to prevent Smeb from gaining a solo lane advantage. Scrutinized the ban panel, attempting to predict the opponent's next move. They prepared to ban Jace, thus allowing the blue side to secure Varus. Duke, impeccably dressed, clutched a notebook, following the strategic thought process of their head coach, surmising that the opposition would lock in Rek'Sai and Lee Sin. Yet, Redmi hesitated, contemplating whether to ban the current top support, Rek'Sai. Should he proceed with this course of action, the opposing team might feel compelled to ban Rek'Sai to counter Varus, thereby allowing Smeb's Jace to remain available. However, selecting Jace from Piltover's 2nd Battalion necessitated suitable synergy with the jungler and overall team composition, which felt precarious. Moreover, another concern arose due to the nerfs Jace received in version 7. 3. The passive damage increase of his hammer form, the reduced damage of Q, challenging strike, and the increased mana cost of his E skill significantly impacted top Jace, while his strength remained evident. Whether he could be constructed as the team's absolute core was indeed questionable. Jace, what do you think about picking Varus? Are you confident? Redmi inquired, tilting his head towards the ADC. Yu Wenba initially intended to coast through the game, but was taken aback by the surprise from the coach. No problem, he declared, puffing out his chest and speaking loudly. Leave it to me. Gu Xing glanced at mid laner Jack. Seriously? I noticed you haven't played Varus recently. Does my Varus still need practice? Yu Wenba asserted confidently. When I pull it out, it's a guaranteed win. Redmi recalled that Jack's Varus indeed had merit. Faced with the instability of Jace on one hand and the undeniable strength of Varus on the other, the answer was clear. Ultimately, he adhered to the original plan and banned Orianna. Under normal circumstances, Orianna's strength in the current mid-lane environment could only be deemed mediocre, despite not facing direct nerfs. She did not share the same fate as champions like Victor or Cassiopeia, who were indirectly affected by the rework of the Ice Staff during the S6 World Championship. However, in a meta that emphasized landing, Orianna was destined to be less formidable. The reason for her being banned is the Rengar. Due to the overwhelming strength of Rengar, any character that synergizes well with him naturally becomes a popular choice. Among them, the Clockwork Lion Dog is the most renowned partner, as he can leap into the crowd with his ultimate, often allowing the puppet to instantly ensnare several enemies. Knowing that he must first secure Varus for the blue side, Homie had to release the Lion Dog for the opposing team. He also did not want Kuro to select a mid laner like Clockwork, which has mediocre landing strength and lacks support capabilities in the jungle, so he decided to ban it outright. Just as Homie anticipated, Nof wasted no time in banning Jace, along with the previously banned Camille and Rumble, thus prohibiting the three most carry-capable top laners of the current patch. VG secured Varus first, while EDG acquired the Grasshopper and Lion Dog jungle support combination. Upon seeing this, Wawa's eyes sparkled. This was the first time the director had used Rengar this season, and it was uncertain how he would perform. Ming twisted his neck, displaying a look of reluctance. He had suffered greatly in the previous game and was determined to make amends in this one. Homie had already envisioned the potential drafting strategy that EDG might employ, so he was not surprised, as usual, providing heroes for the players while reminding them of key points during the match. Kuro continued with Rise, which was no issue, as he was currently one of the strongest mid laners. Miller couldn't help but chuckle as he saw the next character light up in VG's selection box. Shingo had secured Graves. Teaching on both sides? Wawa exclaimed, utterly exhilarated. Did Shingo intend to give the director a lesson? His comment immediately added a hint of tension to the match. The audience was instantly electrified, waving flags and cheering fervently for VG. In reality, Gu Xing had no such intention. In the current patch, Graves and the Lion Dog are evenly matched. However, their tactical focuses and strength curves differ. It is widely believed that the former leans towards stable development and attempts to seize the game through output during team fights, while the latter is stronger in seizing opportunities during the landing phase. Unless a particular character is banned, professional players usually consider substitutes like Kha'Zix. Since the director had already secured the Lion Dog, Gu Xing could not possibly ignore Graves in favor of something like Kha'Zix. EDG selected Ashe next to avoid missing out on a suitable marksman. In the second round of bans, Nof decided to focus on support, subsequently banning Karma and Lulu. Consequently, the only strong support VG could secure was Zyra. Should they select her, her strength would certainly not compare to EDG's Grasshopper. Moreover, when it comes to team fights, she would provide no synergy with the double carry Graves. Lacking tankiness and crowd control, she even lacks the most basic movement speed manipulation skills. Among the characters VG selected, all required teammates to create opportunities for output. If they chose Zyra, VG would face an issue of excessive output points, with a dire lack of defensive and control capabilities. Nof aimed to place VG in a dilemma. In the pursuit of selecting Janna to bolster lane strength, the ability to engage in team battles is inevitably compromised. Conversely, neglecting Janna would substantially diminish lane capabilities. The team, Redmi, strategically disperses their ban slots in the second round, opting for champions that effectively counter Rise, such as the mid laner Cassiopeia and the top laner Shun, who synergizes well with Lee Sin for engagements. EDG, in their fourth pick, promptly secures Poppy. Receiving an approving nod from Miller, the hammer form of the champion proves exceptionally effective against Lee Sin, adeptly thwarting enemy incursions. Their strategy of seizing opportunities rather than banning poses no issues whatsoever. Redmi approaches Smeb and suggests, for this match, how about you endure a bit and choose Alistar? Without hesitation, Smeb responds, just pick it. I'm definitely stronger than the opponent. He has been hailed as a versatile warrior in his prime. Excelling from the trio of sisters to the trio of phantoms, mastering everything from dazzling solo duels on the side lanes to being a robust backbone for the team. After considerable contemplation, Redmi ultimately decides to forego Janna's lane prowess, opting instead for a more team-oriented approach by granting a solid frontline champion, Braum, to their ADC. EDG's position is assigned to a junior player, yet all formidable mid-lane options are exhausted, leaving the choice shrouded in uncertainty, with Doim still building suspense. However, EDG swiftly locks in their pick, Aurelion Sol. Amidst Doim's astonished exclamations, the magnificent Azure Dragon manifests before the crowd. Scout is indeed bold with his selection. Miller gasps softly, noting that the opposing Kuro is renowned for his mastery of Aurelion Sol, comparable to Hui. A small contingent of EDG fans within the venue expresses their elation, enthusiastically waving their pre-match support items, creating a rustling sound in the air. Li Ruixing raises his gaze, perceiving the enemy's choice of Dragon King as a provocation. What does this mean? He takes a sip of his iced Americano, contemplating, "You think you can face me? Huh, just wait, young man." Kuro, filled with indignation, plans to teach the junior player that not every contender can wield Aurelion Sol effectively. Frankly, I have never witnessed a mid-laner from the SKT lineage proficient in Aurelion Sol, as Gu Xing meticulously cites examples, stating that Faker and Hui's performances with the champion have been rather mediocre. Li Jixuan silently approaches from behind, reaching out to grasp the nape of Gu Xing's neck. To be fair, that's the case. Gu Xing attempts to protest. "Have you forgotten that we banned Aurelion Sol in every match against our ex? Scout may merely be capable of using the champion, but cannot be considered a master, otherwise. Last year, during the quarterfinals, he wouldn't have been forced to hastily select Sona after Kuro secured Aurelion Sol twice, granting him match point." Redmi intervenes to halt the playful banter between their jungler and mid laner, urging everyone to play normally without undue tension. Kuro nods in agreement, adding that the current iteration of Aurelion Sol is not as formidable. He reassures his teammates to remain composed. The nerfs to Fleet Footwork and Ice Staff are a grievous blow to Aurelion Sol. Previously, the champion relied on the slowing effect of Ice Staff, combined with his Fleet Footwork for acceleration, enabling him to kite foes continuously. Now, with the significant reduction in the efficacy of these crucial items, Aurelion Sol's potency has undoubtedly waned. Let us coordinate our efforts and suppress Aurelion Sol effectively. Seizing the moment while Li Jixuan was still present, he spoke in a rapid stream of Korean, prompting the assistant coach to provide simultaneous translation in order to convey his thoughts with utmost urgency, particularly concerning the third level. He emphasized that as long as they could effectively counter the Dragon King's swift maneuvers enabled by his E ability, the subsequent phases would be remarkably stable. Gu Xing, having never partnered with the Dragon King in a professional arena, was uncertain about how to respond. Naturally, he paid close attention to the advice offered by Kuro, the Dragon King specialist. The heroes were exchanged, and the lineups were officially confirmed. The blue side, VG, comprised of top lane Trant, jungle Graves, mid lane Rise, and bot lane Varus with Braum. The red side, EDG, featured top lane Poppy, jungle Rek'Sai, mid lane Dragon King, and bot lane Ashe with Thresh. This match marked the first instance this year where VG opted for a team fighting composition, as Miller humorously remarked, noting that they either avoided engaging in a team fight strategy altogether or, if selected, executed it with a balanced approach that maximized their margin for error. With a dual carry jungle providing 3 damage points, complemented by 2 frontline champions for durability, one could assert that their team fighting potential was indeed explosive. Dawa cast a glance toward the opposite side, observing that EDG had diverged from their previous teamfight strategy, instead opting to leverage the exceptional roaming capabilities of Rek'Sai and Dragon King to ambush on the flanks. The contrasting strategies of both teams represented a complete reversal from the last match. Miller assessed that with EDG possessing a formidable mid-jungle duo early on, they would undoubtedly exert considerable pressure on the enemy jungle, needing to endure until approximately the 15 to 20-minute mark, when the transition phase would settle, thus becoming the moment for VG's team fighting composition to retaliate. It remained uncertain whether Gu Xing would showcase the correct playstyle for Graves this match. Inside the venue, VG supporters were numerous and fervent, their pre-match cheers overwhelming their opponents. As the cacophony of excitement crescendoed, the rift descended with a resounding thud. Gu Xing adjusted himself to an optimal state, marking the signal at the blue buff in EDG's lower jungle. "Follow my lead. Let us invade," he urged. With two marksmen present, they inherently held an advantage in early skirmishes primarily reliant on basic attacks. Furthermore, they had Braum, arguably the strongest support for level 1 engagements. There was no reason to refrain from invading. Gu Xing's focus was sharply directed at the lower quadrant of EDG's territory, forcing Ming into the upper jungle, thus neutralizing Rek'Sai's ability to exert pressure on the bot lane before reaching level 4. It is worth noting that VG had strategically assigned Smeb to play top lane Triant, indicating a tactical inclination toward the lower side. As long as Jax Varus performed reliably, VG's team-fighting damage output would be solid. Gu Xing, emulating this approach, began the game with a red ward, hoping for a stroke of luck. Should he successfully scout out vision, the mid and top lanes could gain an advantageous start. Unfortunately, EDG proved to be astute, choosing not to place wards in the river. Miko's Thresh, relying on his passive shield, was unperturbed by the potential flash engage from VG and stood in the lower river as a human ward. Only when VG's 5-man unit began to converge on EDG's jungle did Miko decide to retreat. Aware of their disadvantage, EDG had no intention of initiating a level 1 team fight, opting instead to vacate the lower jungle, allowing Gu Xing to seize control of that territory. If the Dragon King focuses on clearing minions, the non-cannon wave will take 8 seconds, while with a cannon wave it will take 14 seconds. Be sure to prepare in advance, Kuro reminded them. Without the translation from the Marquis, he could only articulate in Chinese. The grammar was somewhat peculiar, yet Gu Xing managed to comprehend the meaning. However, he remained uncertain how the Dragon King would orchestrate the rhythm in the early stages. Ming Kai's Shi Tzu had been compelled to jungle in the upper half. So what could the Dragon King achieve on his own? Gu Xing was not negligent, but as he cleared the jungle, he scanned the map and could not fathom where the Dragon King could roam at level 3. He successfully maintained his passive and cleared the EDG's lower jungle camps without taking any damage, reaching level 3. At this moment, the time was 2 minutes and 40 seconds. The third wave of cannon minions in the mid lane had only just met 3 seconds ago. "The Dragon King is pushing the lane quickly," Kuro shouted. "I can't stop him. You all be careful." Gu Xing deliberately adjusted his jungle route to blue buff, 3 wolves, and magic toad. By finishing off the toad, he could use his quick draw to regain his passive and return to the river, maintaining his passive through auto-attacking the river crab. If EDG's Dragon King aimed for the bottom lane, the fully stacked passive of the gunner could halt the junior player in the river. If the opponent had no intentions of heading to the bottom lane, Gu Xing could continue to farm in his own lower jungle area while maintaining his passive. His strategy was astutely calculated. No one could find fault with it. After pushing the lane, the Dragon King was moving down. Kuro's rise had yet to reach level 3, and his blue mana was insufficient to support rapid lane pushing, leaving him helpless as he watched the Dragon King depart from the mid lane. Gu Xing lay in wait in the river bush. Upon seeing Sol appear before him, he immediately unleashed a smoke bomb. He canceled the skill's recovery with an auto attack, then followed up with a QE slide to deliver another auto attack. At the moment of the thunderous explosion, the fragile Dragon King, equipped only with a corrupting potion, lost 13 health points instantly. However, the junior player remained unfazed, enduring the gunner's return damage and retaliating with Stellar Surge, stunning Gu Xing. The next moment, a Shi Tzu suddenly leaped from the bush near EDG's direction, pouncing upon the gunner. Gu Xing was left in utter confusion. How did Ming Kai get there? Upon noticing the Shi Tzu was only level 2, he realized he had been ambushed by EDG. Clearlove 7 had not been idle in the jungle. After clearing just 2 camps, he moved towards the mid lane, leveraging the Dragon King's early push to force a mid-jungle synergy. The Shi Tzu's A and Q tore through the air, inflicting a wound upon the gunner. EDG's mid-jungle successfully caught Gu Xing, but with nearly 100 points of dual resistance from his full passive, the durable gunner would not fall easily. The commentator was still shouting excitedly. Even though Ming Kai unleashed a thunderous attack, Gu Xing's health remained robust. He was not overly anxious, still calling for his bottom lane teammates to assist. "I can't get through. They have blocked the entrance." Duan Deliang brought unfortunate news. Eboe's Frost Archer, relying on W, volley, and auto attacks to apply slow, relentlessly hindered the VG duo's attempt to support. Conservatively estimating, it would take Duan Deliang 7 or 8 seconds to reach Gu Xing. Despite Gu Xing's considerable bulk, He could not withstand the relentless assault from EDG's mid-jungle duo for an extended duration. Initially, he had no intention of fleeing, though the lion dog was formidable at level 2. It only possessed a dual skill leap passive, which meant it could accumulate a mere 3 stacks of ferocity in a short span, failing to trigger any reward mechanism to either secure a kill or unleash burst damage. Gu Xing considered himself unfazed, yet he found himself unable to hold his ground. The lion dog's Q, Ruthless, had a rapid cooldown, and by the time his opponent stacked the final layer of passive, it would likely be too late to escape. Gritting his teeth, Gu Xing flashed over the wall towards his red zone, preserving his own state. After Gu Xing expended his flash, EDG had no intention of pursuing further. Watching the retreating figure of the level 2 lion dog, Gu Xing felt a gnawing resentment. Ah, so you enjoy playing against the grain, do you, Ming? Just you wait. I shall demonstrate the prowess of misfortune in this match. Apologies for the delay. Tomorrow's update will still be at 10 p.m. Off topic, this year's best lineup selection for Ben has certainly been a roller coaster ride, hasn't it? 8,600 words, 28 million views. Is this truly your escape route? On the commentary stage, Miller continued to assess the recent cooperation between EDG's mid and jungle. To be candid, EDG seemed not to have profited as much as anticipated. Adjusting his glasses, he noted that the coach had opted to clear the blue buff and magic toad in VG's upper jungle to arrive at the river a step ahead, neglecting a pack of 3 wolves. While he managed to force Gu Xing to expend a flash, his own development would inevitably be affected. Even though Gu Xing currently lacked a flash, the level 2 lion dog dared not invade VG's lower jungle to counter the level 3 misfortune. This meant Ming could return to his upper jungle to continue his development, with a total of merely 5 camps in the first round. Thus, Gu Xing lost 2 camps in the exchange. Ultimately, it depended on whether EDG could capitalize on Gu Xing's lack of a flash during this period. If not, merely forcing a flash would leave EDG at a slight disadvantage. Gu Xing returned to his usual jungle clearing, finishing off all 3 camps in the lower jungle. Due to the earlier skirmish delaying time, the match had now approached the 340 mark. Just as he contemplated returning to base for equipment, he heard Kuro calling for him. Gu Xing, hurry and eat Ben's essence. Coming right up, Gu Xing, delighted, strode towards the mid lane with his shotgun in hand. At this moment, the preceding wave of cannon minions was converging at 407. Without the robust cannon minion, one would expect Kuro to push the lane swiftly. However, he was hindered by Ryze's early blue mana shortage. Furthermore, facing the Dragon King, merely using auto attacks to farm would allow Soul to roam freely, which Kuro certainly wished to avoid. By the 5th wave of minions, his mana had finally run dry. Reluctantly, he called for the jungler to assist in the lane. Gu Xing, indifferent to the circumstances, relied on Misfortune's high wave clear efficiency, utilizing Q dead end, coupled with 2 auto attacks to swiftly clear the wave. What a remarkable display! Miller exclaimed in admiration, as Gu Xing consumed a total of 4 minions in that wave. The playful banter continued, with the suggestion that since 4 soldiers had already been consumed, why not indulge in a few more? It seemed Kuro would be unperturbed by this. As 5 was simply untenable, Kuro needed to reserve 2 soldiers' worth of resources to summon an additional true sight, lest he fall prey to Ming grasp. With even distributing 4 blows to the jungler being the utmost limit, Gu Xing's appearance in the mid lane to clear minions drew a frown from the team's captain. Despite having recognized in the previous game the extent of VG's mid laner's audacity in yielding the lane to the jungler, witnessing the gunner's unscrupulous maneuvers within the first 4 minutes was still a significant shock to Ming's psyche. However, Clearlove 7, momentarily dazed, swiftly regained his composure. Having completed his own camp, he seized the opportunity presented by Gu Xing's presence in the mid lane, maneuvering his Lee Sin through the lower jungle towards the bot lane. The broadcast switched to VG's perspective, where the path of the Lee Sin remained shrouded in the dense fog of war. Gu Xing's last appearance in EDG's lower jungle had occurred 70 seconds prior, and he bore no vision wards to establish sight in the enemy territory. Ming rapid traversal through the jungle suggested a keen awareness of the absence of VG's vision nearby. Did the captain intend to ambush the bottom lane? Miller quickly noted Ming movements, his brow furrowing in suspicion. However, the EDG duo lacked the synergy to aid him effectively. The combination of Ashe and Gragas in the lower lane was devoid of crowd control until they reached level 6, relying solely on Ash's arrows for a slowing effect. It was indeed a challenge for Lee Sin to secure a catch on the opponents. Yet, Ming pressed on, confident that the VG duo shared his complacency in this overly secure developmental environment, which could lead them to be caught off guard. At that moment, Eboi stacked his passive on the minions, and AQ launched an arrow that ensnared Varus. The unusual advance of the Frost Archer raised alarm bells for the VG duo. Duan Deliong S. Brown raised his shield with W, stand behind me, to stand before Jack, blocking all of Ash's arrows and ensuring Varus could retreat safely. Miko's Gragas unleashed Q, body slam, attempting to silence both enemies. The fact that TNI had consistently maintained a top-tier level in the league since his debut was no mere coincidence. He was well aware that Duan Deliong would certainly assist in shielding the ADC from the slowing arrows. Thus, he deliberately awaited the opponent's use of W, stand behind me, to position himself near Varus before casting the silence. Moreover, the timing of this skill was crucial, occurring just before Ming made his appearance. Had Miko waited until Lee Sin revealed himself to cast the silence, the VG duo would likely have swiftly used their summoner spells to evade. However, the current circumstances left Jack and Duan in a state of indecision. They were entirely unaware of Ming Kai's presence in the bot lane, merely sensing something amiss. Surely, the Frost Archer advancing so boldly would not compel them to expend their flash recklessly? Both players were known for their skill conservation, adhering to the principle of only using abilities when absolutely necessary, and thus chose to endure the silence without flashing away. In the next instant, Lee Sin sprang forth from the brush closest to EDG. The silence of the grasshopper proved effective, leaving the VG duo unable to utilize their skills to escape. The doll exclaimed in shock, while the factory director swiftly filled his brutality gauge. As the silence dissipated, Jack hurriedly used his flash to flee, while Xiao Duan, realizing he could not escape, bravely chose to remain and sacrifice himself for his teammates. Upon seeing that Brown had stayed behind, the factory director decided against pursuing further and instead targeted the unsuspecting Xiao Duan. The lasso ensnared Brown in place, as Eboi unleashed a torrent of arrows, effortlessly claiming the life of Duanda. Witnessing their team secure first blood, the EDG members erupted in triumphant cheers, creating a raucous atmosphere despite the sparse crowd in the venue. Jack rushed to a safe position, anxiously awaiting the minion wave, muttering to himself in relief. Going for the bottom lane like that? Impressive, Ming Kai? Xiao Duan felt a pang of guilt for underestimating the lion dog's ability to circle around and ambush him. He had assumed Ming Kai would return to base after clearing the upper jungle. Little did he know that Ming Kai would double back to the bottom lane. Gu Xing, having cleared the mid lane minions, returned to finish off the three wolves. Initially surprised to see the enemy lion dog eliminate his support, he quickly began to devise a counter-strategy. Glancing at mid lane, he noticed that the Dragon King had not retreated with Kuro after pushing the cannon minions, likely due to being a few gold short and consuming his corruption potion to clear the minion wave before returning to base. A brilliant idea struck Gu Xing. This was the perfect opportunity. I won't return to base just yet. I'll go straight for the dragon. He raced towards the dragon pit at the bottom of the map, intent on prolonging the game. The dragon had already respawned at the 2.5-minute mark, revealing a fire elemental dragon. Securing the 8 ADAP bonus would provide VG with the means to extend their lead. Can you handle it, old Gu? Jack, receiving the pushed cannon wave under the tower, noted that the enemy bottom lane should be returning to base, so he hesitated to probe forward. Gu Xing assessed his health against that of the dragon, feeling confident that the risk was minimal, it would merely take some time. And he decided Jack should safely finish off the tower minions before returning to base, advising him to avoid alarming the enemy. Jack readily agreed, maintaining an air of normalcy without revealing any information. The doll was exuberant, as EDG remained oblivious to Gu Xing's scheme of stealing the dragon. At the 4-minute mark, vision control was scarce among the players, with few placing wards near the dragon. Gu Xing boldly initiated his dragon heist within EDG's blind spot. As the bottom lane returned to base, the Dragon King had just replenished his resources, with the 4 members of EDG miles away from the dragon pit. Miller's eyes sparkled with excitement. Gu Xing had perfectly timed his move with no one to interrupt him. Eboi fired his hawk spirit, as the drone soared across the sky towards VG's upper jungle. Initially, EDG believed Gu Xing had returned to base after clearing mid lane. thinking it was the right moment for their frost archer to scout for the whereabouts of the enemy graves. However, the drone revealed that the newly respawned frog queen was still safe and sound in the camp. Moreover, there was no sign of Gu Xing nearby. Realizing the enemy's actions were entirely different from their assumptions, EDG finally grasped the situation. After much contemplation, Ming pinpointed the likely location of the enemy. The dragon. The enemy graves is stealing the dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling scream echoed through the headset, marking the demise of the little dragon. Well, this loss mitigation is quite impressive, Miko remarked in admiration. Ming pressed his lips together. The enhancement that the fire dragon provided for late-game team composition spoke for itself. Its economic value far surpassed the first blood he helped Eboi secure. He had come to appreciate Gu Xing's strategic foresight and loss mitigation skills. Even as Ming continued to pursue enemies across the 3 lanes, the opposing team still possessed various abilities to recover from the setbacks. Given this, the most prudent course of action was to directly confront the graves. If he could eliminate Gu Xing, what means would he have left to mitigate losses? Resolute, Ming decided to farm in his lower jungle, awaiting an opportunity. Meanwhile, Gu Xing was in high spirits. After securing a fire dragon, he felt no immediate concern about Ming invading his jungle due to their initial jungle swap, which had resulted in misaligned paths for both junglers. They were now completely separated on the map. As long as he placed vision wards at the river choke point, he could effectively guard against Ming advances. This stable situation persisted until the 6-minute and 50-second mark. The rift resembled still waters, with all lanes focused on farming and rarely engaging in skirmishes. The VG players exhibited slightly superior landing skills, leading to a marginal reduction in the economic gap between the 2 teams. The commentators, observing from a godlike perspective, noted that if both teams continued in this manner, they would soon return to an equal footing. Was EDG still holding back? Doim found it perplexing. The rookie's Aurelian soul had hardly left lane to roam, and if this continued, it would undoubtedly favor VG. After clearing the jungle camps and assisting the bot lane with pushing, Ming was on the brink of reaching level 6. He chose to huddle in his own bird camp, inching ever so slightly to soak up experience from the mid-lane minions. The upgrade shimmered, and the lion dog acquired his ultimate. Clearlove7's lips curled into a smile. "Look at me," he shouted, decisively activating his hunting rhythm to enter a disguised state. He then swiftly darted across the river towards VG's upper jungle. Ming understood that he and Graves had been consistently farming in misaligned paths. He had intentionally refrained from correcting this, aiming to lower Gu Xing's guard. The veteran was quite adept at this strategy. The same approach had worked when he eliminated Duan Delion. Cunning as he was, he often struck when his opponents least expected it. Ming was now certain that Gu Xing was in VG's blue buff area. In the mid lane power struggle, Rise desperately needed the blue buff to withstand the pressure from Aurelian Soul's wave pushing. Thus, Clearlove was confident that Gu Xing would promptly deliver the blue buff to Kuro as soon as it respawned. As anticipated, Ming utilized the disguise effect of hunting rhythm to bypass the VG's upper river crab altar, and upon entering the jungle, he detected Gu Xing positioned between the 3 wolves and the blue buff. The rookie was quick to follow, activating Q, Star Surge, and accelerating towards the enemy's upper jungle with the speed boost from E Starstream. EDG's mid and jungle duo aimed to invade and capture Gu Xing, but it seemed a challenging endeavor. Doim leaned forward, resting his hands on the commentary desk, eager to discern whether Graves' flash had been executed effectively. The setup of the live broadcast is rather extraordinary, with the television screen positioned at a considerable distance from the commentator. Unless one possesses extraordinary vision, it is quite challenging to notice all the intricate details. Fortunately, the director reacts swiftly, magnifying the status bar of Graves, allowing the audience to anticipate the cooldown of his abilities. The flash was not executed perfectly. There remains a 7-second gap. Ming calculates with precision, aware that this is his final opportunity, should he fail to eliminate Gu Xing. The effort to force the opponent's flash by sacrificing jungle monsters and coordinating with his junior would be rendered futile. The lion dog advances rapidly, closing in on Graves with determination, its blades glinting ominously and a murderous intent evident in its gaze. The moment Gu Xing sees the golden lion eyes appear above him, he realizes he has been targeted. Upon hearing Kuro report that the Dragon King has departed from mid lane and is hastening towards the top, he begins to discern the enemy's strategy. First, he glances at the cooldown of Flash, while simultaneously observing the distribution of personnel and minion waves on the minimap. Come. Gu Xing initiates a call for assistance, signaling that he can stall until his allies arrive. With a barrage of requests for help, he urges VG's mid and top to come to his aid. Without a second thought, the two turn and rush towards the jungle to protect their jungler. Gu Xing first retreats to the narrow passage between his three wolves and the top lane. Then, he sees the lion dog pounce, launching a lasso to slow him down. Without hesitation, Gu Xing activates his E ability, swiftly vaulting over the wall to the three wolves' camp. The Dragon King pushes forward with his massive spiral ball, creating a visually stunning effect. He successfully detonates it, stunning Gu Xing. Immediately following, he unleashes his R ability, Starfall, to deal damage, aiming to eliminate Gu Xing in conjunction with the jungler. However, Ming notices a slight complication. Since Gu Xing has retreated to the three wolves' camp, there are no bushes nearby. To follow up with his damage, he must flash over the wall. Gritting his teeth, Ming decisively uses his flash to position himself before Graves, executing Q, Ruthless, to stack his ferocity to 4 layers. A charming smile curves Gu Xing's lips. In the current version, the Dragon King's Q ability, Star Surge, no matter how large the accumulated sphere, has a fixed stun duration of only 1 second. Even without tenacity, he has already recovered from the stun. His fingers dance across the starry keycaps. Lightning strikes the Shadow Wolf as Gu Xing utilizes his smite to regain a portion of his health. Subsequently, Graves raises his shotgun and fires our ultimate explosive shell towards the EDG mid-jungle. Gu Xing boasts a superior number of jungle creeps and minions compared to Ming, naturally having reached level 6. The ultimate explosive shell possesses a recoil effect. Leveraging this force, he once again traverses the wall, returning to the initial point where the lion dog had leapt. Now, the EDG mid-jungle finds themselves entirely on the opposite side of the wall from Gu Xing. My goodness! The commentator exclaims the catchphrase remembered by his colleagues. His eyes wide as he gazes at the screen, watching as Gu Xing deftly maneuvers along the jungle wall, playing his opponents like puppets. With the jungler having already used his flash, the only one capable of inflicting damage on Graves now is the Dragon King. Miller's voice was urgent, for he had already unleashed all his damaging skills. Relying solely on W's astral surge output, it was exceedingly difficult to eliminate Xing. Unexpectedly, Ming found Gu Xing remarkably composed, skillfully maneuvering himself against the wall with ER's 2-phase displacement. Just as he filled his fury gauge, he found himself incapable of delivering his damage to the opponent, resorting instead to tossing out a fortified lasso over the wall. The skill was executed with remarkable precision, yet Gu Xing's slight sidestep failed to evade it, leaving him immobilized. The gunner deployed a smoke grenade, obscuring the Dragon King's vision. Miller noted this detail, realizing that he could not gain sight of Xing on the other side of the wall. For the Dragon King to land a basic attack on Gu Xing, he would have to step outside the smoke's confines. The junior player, eyeing the gunner's health dwindling to below 14, resolutely decided to flash forward in an attempt to secure the kill. VG's mid and top laners hastened to converge, directing their efforts toward the lion dog. Smeb's tree was merciless, flashing forward to ensnare Ming with W. Kuro's Rise unleashed a sequence of QEWQ follow-up basic attacks, severely wounding him. Upon witnessing the mid and top laners unite, Wallow was finally triggered by ancient memories. Double Mage Tank, he exclaimed, as the combination chosen by VG bore a striking resemblance to the formidable dual Mage Tank mid from the S4 World Championship. Back then, benefiting from the environment and equipment, the partnership of Tree and Rise was unstoppable, indeed the epitome of version T0. In the only game Samsung White lost in the finals, they had allowed the Royal Club's dual Mage Tank to emerge. Considering the strength disparity between the two teams at that time, it becomes evident just how powerful Tree and Rise were. However, all the characters that needed nerfing had already been subjected to the designer's axe. Rise had undergone 2 reworks, and aside from sharing a name, bore little resemblance to the former Thunder Lord. Yet, the mere assembly of these two heroes rekindled countless memories in the hearts of the audience. The factory manager's skills were all on cooldown, and he was utterly unable to withstand the damage from VG's mid and top. Amid Wawa's cries, the lion dog's health was finally depleted by Rise's last overloaded shot. Poppy arrived belatedly, seemingly unable to contribute anything significant. Mouse felt disheartened. He had been rushing to the battlefield with utmost speed. Yet, this was indeed VG's territory. His pace inevitably lagged behind Smeb's by a moment. Just a mere 3 or 4 seconds of difference was sufficient to tilt the scales of battle. "Has the Dragon King not yet slain Xing Gu?" Miller exclaimed, observing the bloodied gunner still entangled with the Dragon King by the wall. Gu Xing was exceedingly astute. Positioning himself neatly within the protective circle of the trees, vengeance vortex. The tree's formation radiated from its center, granting all allies within the circle damage reduction effects. Though separated by a wall, Gu Xing remained at the vortex's edge, benefiting from the damage reduction buff. After the Dragon King had unleashed his abilities, his damage was inherently low. The gunner also benefited from a layer of pure manliness that bolstered his resistances, allowing Gu Xing to withstand the onslaught without immediate demise. Frustrated, the Dragon King was determined to eliminate Xing Gu for his own satisfaction. However, just as Wawa finished this declaration, a flash of golden light appeared. Flash. He was so exhilarated that his face flushed and his neck thickened. Brother Xing's flash was ready. Originally, EDG's mid-jungle duo planned to strike, just as Gu Xing's flash was cooling down with 7 seconds left, believing that they could undoubtedly eliminate the gangplank within that time frame. To their astonishment, Gu Xing managed to stall for so long. His flash had previously been utilized to leap over a wall, and now he could only watch helplessly as gangplank retreated with composure. How could Brother Xing let him escape? Miller was incredulous. Gangplank had less than 100 health points remaining. The audience erupted in a cacophony, filling every corner of the venue. VG fans could scarcely believe their eyes. As ardent supporters of the team, they had little hope for Gangplank's survival when they saw EDG's mid-jungle duo charging in. Yet, Gu Xing, audacious and skilled, miraculously turned the tide. The situation now appeared grim. Kuro had triggered Wind Rider and relentlessly pursued him. A shout from Wawa drew the audience's attention back to the rift. The strength of Dragon King Poppy was evidently inferior to that of Rise and Alistar. Mouse quickly swung his hammer, attempting to knock every opponent away. Smeb's Alistar unleashed all available abilities while Kuro flashed to evade Poppy's ultimate. Miller had held on until now, articulately commentating without pause, but he was nearing his limit, his voice wavering slightly. He was determined to slay the Dragon King. Rise, renowned for his sustained combat prowess, was among the most formidable traditional mages. In a final attempt to dodge the incoming abilities, he turned. Unfortunately, Kuro offered no opportunity, landing a basic attack followed by spell surge, sending him back to the fountain. A 0-for-2 exchange, Wawa exclaimed with vigor, noting that EDG's mid-jungle maneuver yielded no gains, while VG capitalized on their audacity to turn the tables. Miller caught his breath and continued with a smile, stating that Brother Xing's flash, used less than 3 minutes ago, had become bait, luring EDG's mid-jungle duo into a trap, ultimately costing them 2 lives. The director promptly showcased a replay of the team fight. In this play, Brother Xing first ED over the wall, using his smite to regain a sliver of health before RNG back, skillfully separating EDG's mid-jungle duo, who had no means to traverse the wall, and forcing out 2 flashes in succession. Gangplank's movements were presented in slow motion. Every spectator could scrutinize Graves' actions during his escape, even in slow motion. His maneuvers were remarkably fluid, and his thinking was exceptionally clear. Was this the prowess of a genius? Miller expressed high praise, his admiration evident as he reflected on the quick calculation of an escape route and the anticipation of his opponent's reactions. The arena erupted in cheers. A small group of fans clasped their hands atop their heads, their eyes glazed as they gazed at the large screen. How could a seemingly doomed gangplank pull off such a miraculous escape? The live chat was even more exaggerated, with the barrage of comments flooding the screen. Is this Brother Xing's escape route? Truly the protege of the factory's top master, this escape ability is unparalleled globally. The situation unfolded like a theatrical performance, with the EDG mid-jungle duo in a state of palpable urgency. It was utterly absurd that all abilities were expended, yet they could not eliminate the unscathed Graves, who subsequently showcased a remarkable display of skill. Where was Mouse? What was he doing? Why was his support perpetually lagging behind? Could the blame for the mishap be placed on the shoulders of the Poppy? After all, she could not take flight, and expecting her to arrive first in a skirmish within the VG jungle was unrealistic. Nice. A flush of exhilaration painted Li Rui's face a vivid crimson. His escape was nothing short of spectacular. Gu Xing lingered before the high ground, hastily sipping a cold cola to calm his racing heart. He could feel it thumping vigorously in his chest. Initially, he had not anticipated surviving the encounter. In the heat of the moment, the damage was nearly impossible to gauge accurately. Gu Xing relied purely on instinct, feeling compelled to make a bold attempt, even if he were to fall. Trading himself for 2 enemy champions while forcing a multitude of flashes from his opponents would not be in vain. However, the fact that he escaped with but a sliver of health was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome. Of course, one must consider the caliber of his fellow players. Gu Xing, regaining his composure, began to boast, "I'm not exaggerating. Clear Love would never have imagined I could evade him like that." Indeed, Ming was taken aback. He had assumed it would be an easy capture, merely a question of who would claim the kill. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, both he and his ally perished, while Gu Xing, who was presumed doomed, managed to survive. Ming replayed Gu Xing's escape route in his mind. As he leaped in, Gu Xing ED over the wall, creating distance, and when he flashed forward just as his brutality meter was maxed out, Gu Xing RD back. Clear Love was nearly driven to apoplexy from frustration. "Steady now," Miko interjected, frowning. "Ming focus on farming for a while. Perhaps the bot lane will present an opportunity." He noted his experience level, 5 at 77. Once he reached level 6, the grasshopper would have a chance to execute a flash or for a decisive kill. Ming understood that without his flash or ultimate, proactive engagement was a daunting prospect. Continuing to farm was his only viable option. Gu Xing surmised that the enemy's rhythm had been momentarily disrupted by his extraordinary escape. EDG would need to recuperate for the time being, and he was determined not to allow them to regain their footing. Striking while the iron was hot was imperative. With 2 assists under his belt, Gu Xing procured the Caulfield's Warhammer and made his way to the mid lane. The Dragon King's wave clear ability was formidable in the early to mid-game. However, pushing lanes inevitably required crossing the midline. Without a flash, Xian was particularly vulnerable to ganks. Rise activated his ultimate, warping behind the Dragon King and effectively trapping him in a bind, rendering him unable to maneuver. Miller, sensing the situation, quickened his pace. As Gu Xing made a bold entrance into the mid lane, the rookie's Stellar Stream was still on cooldown. Upon noticing Graves approaching with a smoke screen to slow him down, he realized escape was futile. Xian unleashed his abilities to clear the mid-lane minions, preventing any threat to the tower. Rise, leveraging his ultimate, appeared behind him, locking him in place with EW. Gu Xing executed a simple yet effective AQE combination, successfully claiming the kill as the gunpowder recoil settled. After clearing the minion wave, the VG mid-jungle duo swiftly headed towards the bot lane. With Miller acutely aware of their next move, they were intent on accelerating the pace of the game. Gu Xing was acutely aware that upon Miko reaching level 6, their duo was likely to lose a significant member. Thus, he resolved to strike preemptively before the opponent ascended to that level. Following the chaotic skirmish in the mid and jungle lanes, Mouse had already expended his teleport, which was still on cooldown. Witnessing this, Wawa mentally sentenced EDG's duo to doom, pondering how Smeb had once again gained an advantage with a teleport. A quintessential skill for a top-tier top laner is the management of minion waves. Essentially, this lane revolves around the manipulation of these waves. A formidable top laner can leverage minion waves to crush a weaker opponent, rendering them utterly unable to sustain themselves. Smeb honed his skills during the era of lane swaps, where Marin exhibited unparalleled wave management. In the S5 World Championship, Song Jinghao struggled against Mada 2, but the remaining top laners were essentially his playthings. After enduring a brutal defeat, Smeb gleaned considerable insights, ensuring that he prioritized wave management during every support. In contrast, Mouse, who transitioned from support to top lane, appeared as naive as a blank canvas before him. Now, Smeb successfully utilized his lead in teleportation to join his teammates and launch an offensive against EDG's bottom lane. With the tree teleporting in, VG initiated their second 5-man assault on EDG, leaving them with no escape. Jack deliberately withheld his skills to secure kills, achieving a double kill that left Wenba beaming with delight. VG then sought to group up and dismantle EDG's bottom tower, thereby entering the transition phase. As the bottom turret crumbled, an ominous premonition surfaced in the minds of EDG's 5 players. The rhythm of the game, chaotic and disjointed, was firmly under VG's control. Viper's Lucian was relentless, dispatching foes with remarkable efficiency. VG's strategy of targeting mid lane followed by a coordinated push on the bottom lane had proven effective in the first game. Observing the absence of explosive confrontations in the canyon, Wawa engaged in lighthearted banter, noting that this tactic had indeed become a reliable, if unpredictable, method. Miller concurred with his partner's assessment. The five-man push effectively mobilized the skills and lane advantages accrued in the early game, converting them into economic benefits at the bottom lane. Even with prior warnings, EDG found themselves devoid of solutions. He focused intently on the screen, awaiting the moment EDG could reclaim the tempo. Miko's minion wave, poised to elevate him to level 6, seemed to present an opportunity. Malzahar, having been forced to farm under tower, missed a substantial number of minions, but finally reached level 6 upon transitioning to the top lane. Eager to reclaim lost ground, Miko was brimming with excitement. Ming arrived at the top lane simultaneously, finishing off the red buff and positioning himself to ambush, waiting for Malzahar to unleash his ultimate before revealing himself. Previously silent, Eboi unleashed an eagle spirit. The drone soared into the shadowy realm shrouded in the fog of war. As the eagle spirit ventured into the river, it discovered Graves engaged in a swift crab hunt. Witnessing the eagle spirit fly by, Graves intentionally illuminated the silver VG emblem above him, as if to taunt. Alarmed, Ming quickly signaled for retreat. Without him saying a word, Miko had already relinquished the intention to act. The Marksman now held a record of 104, with fewer kills to his name, however, bolstered by team economy. He had managed to procure a warrior-esque jungle item. His combat prowess was quite formidable. At present, should a 3v3 engagement occur, EDG's chances of victory appeared rather slim. As he retreated, Ming felt a slight sense of relief, grateful that he had spotted Gu Xing's presence. Had he engaged directly, a counterattack could have resulted in utter devastation. After finishing off the river crab, Gu Xing placed the vision granted by the green jungle item in the upper half of the map. As he returned to base, he switched screens to observe his teammates, assessing any unusual movements within the canyon while contemplating how the opponents might respond to Mingkai's thoughts. Once the Lion Dog's ultimate ability was ready, he might venture to the top lane, potentially accompanied by the Dragon King. In summary, the crux of EDG's strategy this match centered around the duo. Their top, mid, and jungle champions exhibited relatively average team fight damage capabilities, barring an exceptionally favorable scenario. The Dragon King's damage output would not be significantly high. The primary damage would need to be supplemented by Eboi, necessitating the nurturing of Frost Archer. Moreover, the Grasshopper's critical control ability, Flash R, had yet to be utilized. It appeared Mingkai would continue to direct his focus towards the top lane. If the Lion Dog had his ultimate available to coordinate with the Grasshopper, the difficulty of a gank would diminish considerably. Furthermore, the ability to disguise and approach would facilitate bypassing vision barriers, achieving an element of surprise. Gu Xing discerned EDG's forthcoming offensive strategy, yet he sensed it would be challenging to defend against. The intensity of EDG's ultimates was undeniably high. While several key summoner spells for VG had already been expended in previous skirmishes, rendering effective defensive counterplay quite difficult. I'll head to the lower half to mitigate losses. You two should exercise caution, Gu Xing stated, opting not to protect the duo any longer. After replenishing his equipment, he made his way directly to the mid lane. Jack sensed the underlying message from his jungler. The duo was to be strategically abandoned. Although he felt a sense of displeasure, he found little justification to argue against it. Forcing Gu Xing into a defensive position would only drag another down with him. Yu Wenbao recalled his earlier exploits in the bottom lane, where he had managed to secure 2 kills, which alleviated his spirits somewhat. Alright, I'll try to survive a bit longer with Lao Duan to buy you some time. He refrained from referring to Duan Deliang as bro, as Jack himself had remarked that those he called bro typically possessed mediocre skills. Duan Deliang was also perplexed by this peculiar hierarchy of address, but was relieved that his opponent referred to Gu Xing in the same manner. The title was not unpleasant and was entirely acceptable. If a multitude approaches, Jack, don't even think about escaping. Just clear the minion wave. That will suffice as your task, Xiao Duan advised his teammate, stressing that the turret should ideally remain intact, lest the opponents gain momentum in their push. The composition chosen by EDG for this match was fundamentally centered on picking off champions in the side lanes. Should the side turret be demolished, The subsequent development space for VG's split-pushing champions would be severely curtailed. Yu Wenbao nodded in agreement, assuring, "Rest easy, my friend, I know what to do." Listening to his teammates' discussions over voice chat, Gu Xing arrived at the mid lane to assist in wave clearing. He was indeed willing to sacrifice his own duo to achieve the goal of avoiding confrontation. However, this does not imply that Gu Xing will allow EDG to roam freely in the top lane. He will assist in pushing the wave in the mid lane, exerting pressure on the enemy's minion line to render the rookie helpless. The primary reason for this, of course, is his need to farm. A well-managed minion line is essential. Isn't it? Gu Xing should feast upon the minions, and Kuro, witnessing the Graves monopolizing his minions, beams with delight, eagerly anticipating the moment he carries the game. Gu Xing has become increasingly adept at manipulating minions. Graves, being a champion with ease of wave clear, can effortlessly secure 3 ranged minions with a single Q auto attack. The remaining minions are left for Kuro's rise, whose wave clear, though not as rapid as that of the Dragon King, is still quite competent, easily handling 3 melee minions. Consequently, VG's mid-jungle duo successfully maintains control over the mid lane. Brother Xing's last hitting is rather astonishing. The analyst, Mila, gasps at the statistics, noting that in just 12 minutes, his minion count has surged to 96, nearly rivaling that of a solo lane. The jungle minion count continues to be calculated based on individual entities. Following the updates in Season 7, a group of split stone beetles counts as 10 minion hits, effectively inflating the jungler's last hit statistics. Yet even so, 96 minions at the 12-minute mark is truly remarkable. It is worth noting that his counterpart, Ming has only managed a meager 53 minions, creating a staggering disparity of 43 minions. With the mid lane locked down, the jungler, forced by circumstance, must assist the rookie in managing the minion wave. Mila observes the movements of the Lee Sin. Ming genuinely wishes to avoid this. As a support jungler, the last thing he desires is to interfere with the minion line of his lane partner. Even if he refrains from taking minions entirely, he still needs experience. However, if he does not intervene, Scout will never have the opportunity to leave the mid lane first. Learning from the previous unsuccessful attempt to capture Gu Xing in the jungle, the jungler seeks to strike again under foolproof conditions. Otherwise, he cannot withstand another failure. Thus, he must bring the Dragon King along to the top lane. Reluctantly, Ming concedes and aids in clearing the minions. With every minion he shares, his sense of guilt deepens. He hopes to quickly seize the wave and then roam. Yet, controlling Lee Sin, he is a melee champion. Under the pressure of VG's double-range champions, daring to approach for wave clear would render him a target for damage. As the mid-lane minion situation stagnates, Ming grows increasingly anxious. Spending such a long time in the mid lane has cost Scout a significant amount of experience. The clock strikes 13 minutes and 7 seconds. He seizes the opportunity when Gu Xing ventures to the bottom to farm stone beetles, taking considerable time to return to the mid lane. The jungler boldly withstands Rise's damage and pushes the cannon minion wave towards the tower. He then rushes towards the top lane with the Dragon King in tow. VG's mid-jungle duo is slightly slower in wave clearing. EDG prepares to exploit the timing advantage against the opposing duo. Mila, having finished speaking, continues to monitor Gu Xing's movements, only to discover that Graves has no intention of heading up, but rather shifts towards the enemy's bottom jungle. Gu Xing does not plan to rescue his teammates. He seeks to exchange resources. Gu Xing, after all, cannot catch up with EDG's mid-jungle duo. The speed at which the Lion Dog and the Dragon King traversed the terrain was nothing short of astonishing. By the time he set out on his journey, the flowers would have withered, leaving only the grim task of collecting the fallen for the duo. Furthermore, Gu Xingwan's late arrival to the mid lane to clear the wave of cannon minions was a deliberate strategy. He was acutely aware that EDG possessed a multitude of ultimate abilities, which would inevitably provide them with opportunities to seize control of the game. Should the match drag on excessively, the opposing team would maintain the upper hand, potentially concocting some unforeseen tricks. Gu Xing had already devised a contingency plan, allowing EDG to pursue the top lane. As long as the enemy expended all their significant abilities, the ensuing cooldown period would once again fall under Gu Xing's dominion. The broadcast shifted to the upper river. The Dragon King propelled himself towards the top lane with his ultimate ability, while the Lion Dog activated his own ultimate, Hunting Rhythm. To hasten his journey, Eboi's magical crystal arrow baited out Brahm's defensive shield, followed by Miko flashing in to secure a stunning blow against the retreating Jax. The grip of death firmly restrained Varus. Although Duan Delion quickly recovered from his stun and shattered Malzahar's passive shield with a basic attack, subsequently using Glacial Fissure to launch him away and interrupt the enemy's pressure. That brief moment of suppression was sufficient to ensnare Yuwenba. EDG's mid-jungle duo rushed in, forcing Varus to turn back and clear the minion wave. Heeding Duan Delion's prior advice, Yuwenba, noticing the enemy mid-jungle duo advancing towards him without any intention of retreating, turned to unleash arrows upon the minions. After applying the decaying passive, he finished with AQ ability, Piercing Arrow, dealing maximum damage. Meanwhile, Xiao Duan forcefully struck the cannon minion, utilizing the effect of the relic shield to secure the kill. Eboi achieved a double kill. Yet it seemed that EDG could not capitalize on further gains, as the minion wave had been entirely cleared by the VG duo. As Wawa spoke, the broadcast shifted its focus to Gu Xing. The gunner was stealthily ambushing the dragon in the lower half of the map. Miller remarked, although it was merely a wind dragon, its value was not as high as anticipated. However, there were still jungle monsters in EDG's lower jungle for Xing Gu to harvest abundantly. The shotgun rounds effortlessly cleared the enemy camp. Gu Xing then proceeded to the bottom lane to harass Mouse, teaming up with Song Jinghao to initiate a tower dive. This forced Mouse to use his ultimate, Judgment of the Guardian, to fend them off. While airborne, Gu Xing could hardly suppress his grin. With EDG's offensive concluding, only the Dragon King's ultimate remained among their 5 heroes. For the next 2 minutes, the enemy would find themselves devoid of any rhythm. Miller furrowed his brow, sensing that EDG's expenditure of numerous ultimates to eliminate the VG duo might not yield substantial rewards. Ming shared this sentiment. Initially, he had intended to eliminate the enemies and then dismantle VG's top tower to propel their push. However, having been held in the mid lane by Gu Xing for 2 grueling minutes, the team had grown anxious as they struggled to break the stalemate, leading them to act prematurely without adequately managing the minion wave. Now, they could only claim 2 kills. To be fair, the kills secured by EDG's mid-jungle duo were somewhat meager, and Wawa candidly remarked that without a rhythm, mere kills would not translate into significant economic gains. Jax, in an exuberantly juvenile manner, shouted out, "Now it's VG's turn. Charge forth, old Gu." Gu Xing would undoubtedly seize this fortuitous opportunity. This time, he chose not to return to the mid lane to clear minions. Instead, after updating his equipment, he advanced directly along the minion wave towards the top lane. The speed boost provided by the Wind Dragon allowed Gu Xing to arrive ahead of time as he concealed himself in the brush near EDG's top turret, waiting for the enemy to appear. Meanwhile, Miko first ventured to the triangular brush and other locations to place wards before joining Eboi to continue their ascent to the top lane. Miller held his breath, intently watching as the EDG duo approached the brush where Gu Xing lay in wait. The noise within the venue gradually crescendoed. Finally, as Gu Xing unleashed a smoke bomb, the clamor reached its zenith. Brother Xing slid forward, and behind him, Duke Wang stepped up to join his jungler. At the same time, they closed in on the EDG duo. Cue Winter's Bite. Previously, Gu Xing's smoke bomb had shattered the passive shield of the grasshopper. Now, the ice block cast by Brown struck Malzahar with pinpoint accuracy, leaving him with no room to maneuver. Jack's ultimate ensnared Miko in place, and Miller mentally declared the grasshopper's demise, while the ice champion hastily distanced himself from his support. Eboi simply wished for the grasshopper to perish far away to avoid the corrupting chains from reaching him. Aware of his impending doom, TNI hastily unleashed his skills upon the minion wave, attempting to replicate the clearing actions of the VG duo during their earlier demise. Although he possessed Infernal Mirage, a skill capable of infecting minions, as a support, his equipment and level were woefully inadequate. Ultimately, the Infernal Mirage, combined with his other minor skills, managed to slay only 2 minions. The remaining minion wave surged forward, breaching EDG's top turret. Eboi's method of clearing minions was limited to W Rain of Arrows, posing minimal threat to the overall health of the wave. Compared to Jax Varus, he was significantly outclassed. Eboi could only watch helplessly as the minions advanced, forced to retreat into the brush near the second top turret to avoid being tower dived. After securing the kill, Brother Xing had no intention of retreating. He aimed to collaborate with his duo to dismantle the turret. The VG bot lane duo, boasting 2 marksmen, pushed the turret with impressive speed, particularly Jack, who maximized the potential of his passive, Vengeance, occasionally slaying enemy minions to boost his attack speed. In the span of a cannon minion wave, EDG's top turret crumbled. The broadcast shifted to the mid lane. The novice intended to utilize his ultimate in conjunction with the factory director's efforts to elevate the volume, believing EDG could retaliate in mid lane. However, as the Dragon King unleashed our Starfall, slowing down Rise, Ming revealed himself, yet had no opportunity to cast any skills. Kuro swiftly activated his freshly regained flash, dashing into the protective range of his turret without a backward glance. How composed, Miller marveled, noting how Kuro played with the poise of a noble, acting as yet another defensive structure in the mid lane, granting the enemy no chances whatsoever. Whispers of discussion arose within the venue. Many VG fans were taken aback by Kuro's steadiness. In truth, Li Ruixing's playstyle diverged entirely from Easy Hun's. His apparent stability stemmed from his strong tactical execution. Kuro was acutely aware that his jungler was engaged in activities on the top lane. Thus he knew he must not expose any weaknesses while in the mid lane. When Ming initiated a gank, Kuro swiftly utilized his flash to evade the impending danger. Watching Kuro calmly farm under the tower, the jungler, with a gnawing frustration, found himself powerless against him. With all their ultimates on cooldown, EDG's mid-jungle duo was utterly incapable of executing a tower dive to eliminate Rise. The disparity in operational prowess between the two teams was striking as Miller, resting his chin on his hand, articulated his observations. Each time EDG launched an assault, they merely secured a few kills. Their offensive, though seemingly robust, had yielded no neutral resources. In contrast, VG's Xing adeptly avoided confrontation to secure resource exchanges, and once they held the advantage, they often initiated a push for towers. After reflecting on his partner's words, Wawa also perceived that the two teams were operating on entirely different levels. It was perplexing, under normal circumstances. EDG's operational tempo would not be deemed lacking, leaving him bewildered. There was a widespread consensus that EDG represented the pinnacle of Korean-style operational teams domestically. Yet, to witness them being outmaneuvered by VG was certainly at odds with the audience's long-standing impressions of them. In truth, the situation was rather straightforward. The strength of a team's operations is intrinsically linked to its overall capabilities. Setting aside individual player prowess, EDG exhibited commendable operational discipline. However, on the battlefield, one cannot simply adhere to prearranged strategies, as the situation evolves incessantly, making it impossible to follow their plans to the letter. Currently, none of EDG's 5 players matched the dominance of VG's lineup, leading to frequent mistakes spurred by factors such as landing. Their proud operational philosophy found little utility when faced with absolute individual strength. The previous year's quarterfinal match against ROX serves as a testament to this. When there is a disparity in player capabilities, no amount of operational strategy can compensate. Moreover, VG's operational execution was not lacking. While they may not rival teams like SKT, they undoubtedly operated at a world-class level. It was entirely reasonable for them to subdue EDG. After securing the top tower, Gu Xing returned to clear his upper jungle, intending to return to base to replenish his items, when he was suddenly alerted by a triumphant announcement from the bottom lane. "Dansha!" Smeb exclaimed, commanding the Treant to ensnare Poppy. After activating his ultimate, Vengeance Vortex, he charged forward, landing 2 consecutive attacks, ultimately depleting Mouse's health bar with a final Q. The audience erupted in ecstatic cheers. "How about that? Am I impressive, or what?" Song Jinghao immediately sought to take credit. Gu Xing was taken aback. How had the Treant managed to single-handedly eliminate Poppy? In his view, 2 legendary top laners were destined for a matchup that would never yield a kill. He hardly bothered to switch screens. Who would have thought Smeb could achieve such a remarkable solo kill? The other 3 teammates were equally astonished, showering him with accolades. In response to his jungler's bewilderment, Song Jinghao struggled to explain in imperfect Chinese. Finally, Gu Xing grasped the situation. Smeb had exploited Poppy's lack of healing, persistently inviting Mouse to trade blows. Leveraging his passive essence drain to restore his health, he gradually established a health advantage, ultimately pushing the minion wave forward. If Mouse were to return to base and then walk back out, he would inevitably lose a significant number of minions. Conversely, If he opted for a teleport to replenish the lane, he would risk Smeb exploiting the teleport discrepancy, potentially triggering a series of adverse reactions. Ultimately, he resolved to remain under the tower with low health to farm minions, only to be seized by Song Jinghao, who capitalized on the opportunity to dive the tower and secure a solo kill. Gazing at the monochrome screen, Mouse felt his sanity slipping away. He never anticipated that playing as Poppy would lead to such humiliation. Goodness, this Poppy player is being excessively greedy. Gu Xing shook his head repeatedly. However, there was little to be done. Smeb was quite proud, as few could withstand their pressure. Let's swap lanes. Gu Xing signaled for the duo to head to the mid lane to develop. Rue, you should stack a wave in the top lane for now, and then we'll transition to push down the mid tower. Previously, while they destroyed the tower, they had intentionally waited for the EDG tower to clear the minion wave before demolishing it, thereby creating a favorable pushback. Now, Kuro had arrived in the top lane and could stockpile minions as per his commander's instructions, with Gu Xing providing cover from behind. During this time, Ming Kai's Lee Sin attempted to sneak in for a pick, activating R, challenging smite, to evade VG's vision. He utilized his instincts to detect the presence of graves behind Rise. Upon realizing this, Ming Kai immediately retreated along the same path. The Lee Sin, claws raised, ultimately had to concede to the situation, scuttling back to safety. This scene elicited laughter from the audience, with waves of subdued chuckles resonating throughout the venue. That's quite a loss for the factory director, Miller couldn't help but comment, as Lee Sin wasted an ultimate with no opportunity to engage for nearly the next 2 minutes. A Lee Sin without an advantage, having lost his ultimate, was akin to a sickly cat. Initially, Ming Kai could have coordinated a powerful ultimate with Miko to strike against the VG duo. Unfortunately, after expending his ultimate, he found himself incapable of supporting his teammates. EDG's rhythm was frequently interrupted, and if this continued, they would soon find themselves facing VG's team composition at its peak. Dahl expressed skepticism regarding EDG's prospects, noting their current economic deficit of 3,500, primarily due to the disparity in defensive towers and kills. Additionally, they were down 2 dragons, which was critical for an early game composition, indicating that they had failed to meet their expected performance. Kuro amassed 2 cannon minions and pushed the wave forward. A dozen minions surged towards EDG's second tower. The rookie S-Dragon Knight was forced to defend the line in front of the tower. Upon observing the opponent S-Dragon Knight's movements, Kuro promptly activated R, Realm Warp. The teleportation circle transported him and Gu Xing closer to the mid lane. VG intended to leverage the cannon minion wave to threaten the enemy's mid-tower. Miller elaborated on the skirmishes within the canyon, as 4 members clustered together, with Duke Wong S. Brown leading the charge, absorbing all incoming damage with his sturdy shield. Gu Xing was unyielding, tossing out R Mega Inferno Bomb to forcefully inflict damage. Miko's health bar plummeted by 30% in an instant. Jack's piercing arrow further diminished the grasshopper's health, leaving Miko with no choice but to return to base. Otherwise, another couple of area damage hits would put his life in peril. The retreat from the fields left EDG severely lacking in numbers at the front line. Considering the defensive presence of Ming Kai, they are left with merely 2 formidable champions beneath the tower. In the face of VG's 4-man siege, they appear utterly powerless. Mouse's Poppy attempts to advance towards the mid lane, yet is intercepted mid-journey by Smeb. The defensive strength of EDG's mid lane proves insufficient, ultimately resulting in the destruction of their defensive tower. As the match reaches the 18-minute mark, all of EDG's outer towers have fallen, leaving them with no choice but to fortify their position beneath the tower and gradually establish vision control. Once Tian Ye's flash cooldown is complete, he dashes forward again, using our grasp of the undying to immobilize Jack. The subsequent arrival of the rookie pushes forward with a spiraling sphere and secures the kill. However, this does not yield any tangible resource advantage. Rather, it enables Gu Xing to stealthily claim the 3rd dragon. VG has now gathered the elemental powers of fire, wind, and earth in the form of an ocean dragon, showcasing Gu Xing's astounding resource controllability. Miller expresses his admiration, noting that with the black cleaver now in hand, the gangplank is nearing the completion of a green fork, while the factory manager only possesses a collection of scattered items aside from his warrior jungle knife, widening the economic disparity between the two. Gu Xing's last hits have surged ahead to 77, boasting a 2-level advantage over his counterpart. Ming Kai's expression darkens. The opposing gangplank seems to disregard the notion of being an outsider, consistently pressuring the lanes and dealing damage whenever he shows his face. Utilizing Q desperate plea, followed by auto attacks. With nothing else to do, he relentlessly pushes the lanes, naturally gaining an edge in both level and equipment. The viewers in the live stream are thoroughly entertained. Is Brother Xing channeling Zhang Jiawen today? He plays as if he is my sibling. It's just a bit of lane pressure, don't make a fuss. I've said I'm Ronaldo, are you not Erlong? Brother Xing is no longer that good jungler from last year who never touched the minions. Now he merely brushes them when he sees them. I want to laugh. Gangplank players are all like this. What does it have to do with Brother Xing? The godfather of the underworld, let us have some flight attendant trap BGM. And the vibe will be just right. Gu Xing hums a tune from Alan Tam's Love Trap, his Cantonese notably lacking, likely incomprehensible to those from Guangdong. However, the essence remains, and that suffices. In a skirmish within the jungle, he encounters a solitary Eboi at the enemy's red buff camp and, without hesitation, leaps in with an AQE. The explosive shot rebounds off the wall, instantly reducing the Frost Archer's health to half. Eboi is startled and attempts to trap Gu Xing with a crystal arrow. Just as the arrow is released from the bow, a golden flash blinds the eyes. The gangplank swiftly dodges the arrow with a well-timed flash. Miller exclaims, Brother Xing's auto attack triggers the thunder, followed swiftly by a smoke bomb. Realizing his ultimate did not stun the gangplank, Eboi hastily uses his flash to leap over the wall in an attempt to escape. Gu Xing scoffs coldly. Run. Just run farther. He raises his shotgun and fires his ultimate from behind the wall. Ultimate explosive shell. After unleashing his ultimate, Gu Xing immediately turns away. A true man never looks back at the explosion. The overwhelming power of the explosive shell engulfs the Frost Archer, instantly depleting his health bar. This spectacle ignites the atmosphere in the venue, with supporters fervently waving flags and cheering. Let us take the Baron. Gu Xing reloads his magazine, directing his teammates to rush towards the recently respawned Nashor. With the Earth Dragon in hand and the formidable Varus, whose percentage damage is exceedingly high, VG effortlessly secures the Baron. The remaining 4 members of EDG seem reluctant to gather and contest the Dragon Pit, leaving Miller perplexed. Granting VG, with their robust team-fighting composition, the opportunity to claim Baron raises questions about EDG's strategy. Meanwhile, TNI glanced at Eboi beside him, having sensed the potential presence of adversaries in the jungle. He cautioned his teammates to wait until he placed vision before attempting to seize the red buff. Unexpectedly, Eboi disregarded the advice, believing that securing the red buff would be a trivial matter. Consequently, he was captured by Gu Xing on the spot. With their marksman lost, EDG had no chance against VG and were left with no choice but to wait for Eboi's revival, conceding the Baron to their opponents. As Nashor's voice echoed in despair, a deep purple buff enveloped VG's 5 champions. Upon returning to base, Xing directly transformed his green fork into its complete form, boasting a level 14 Graves with 180 CS at the 24-minute mark. How could EDG hope to withstand him? Doimb exclaimed loudly as VG grouped up to push mid, completely uninterested in giving EDG any opportunity to catch a lone champion on the sidelines. Confident in their Baron buff, they pressed forward. EDG contemplated relinquishing a lane to gain some breathing room for development. However, Gu Xing was determined not to allow the opposition to continue farming safely. Commanding Kuro to unleash his ultimate, the 5 champions utilized the teleportation portal to arrive at the top lane, continuing their assault on the second inhibitor. Ming wished to concede. He believed that as long as not all 3 inhibitors fell, the situation would remain manageable. Having 2 additional super minion waves would allow for more growth. Yet, Eboi, in a moment of confusion, stepped forward slightly to cast W, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, in an attempt to harass the enemy. Retreat. TNI and Miko shouted, akin to a concerned mother. If not for the rules of the match preventing interference with a teammate's equipment, he would have dragged Eboi's mouse backward. After releasing the ice arrow, Eboi attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Jack seized the opportunity, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he flashed forward. Look at me, he shouted, launching our corrupting chains towards the center of EDG's formation, aimed at the Frost Archer. With no flash available, Eboi's quick reflexes proved futile. Mere positioning could not evade Varus's ultimate. The corrupting chains struck true, ensnaring the Frost Archer in place. Miko responded swiftly, using our Death's Hand to suppress the advancing Varus, allowing his teammates to focus fire on the foe. However, as a mere support, he lacked any protective abilities for his allies. He could only watch helplessly as Smeb flashed forward, binding the Frost Archer with W, then using Q, Arcane Barrage, to slam her into VG's ranks. Mouse's Poppy activated her ultimate, attempting to disrupt VG's formation, but the damage from Gu Xing had already erupted. The output from the 3-item Graves was nothing short of terrifying. The final explosive shot triggered Thunderlord's Decree, and in conjunction with his teammates, the damage was sufficient to obliterate the Frost Archer's health bar. Eboi was eliminated in an instant. The doll incessantly waved its arms, expressing the fervor dwelling within. EDG lacked a primary source of damage, and the remaining players were no match for VG. Mingkai's Rek'Sai sought to engage Gu Xing, attempting an assassination. Gu Xing fortified himself, amassing nearly 200 points of resistances. Not to mention the Green Fork, a formidable dueling artifact, capable of mitigating the damage from Rengar's ultimate by 12. The freshly crafted Black Cleaver had Rek'Sai's attacks feel akin to mere tickles. Gu Xing retaliated with 2 shots and a Q ability, forcing Mingkai to activate W, War Roar, to regain health. Graves advanced with a deft step, claiming Rek'Sai with another shot. Kuro and Xiao Duan were dispatched by Poppy's ultimate, while Jack retreated to the fountain, overwhelmed by Malzahar's relentless pressure. VG was left with only Gu Xing and Smeb on the front lines, but that was more than enough to obliterate EDG. The Treant stood resolutely at the forefront, while Gu Xing's Graves unleashed a torrent of damage from the rear. Miko's Tristana met her demise at the hands of Graves. Miller's voice quickened to a crescendo as he announced a triple kill. Could a pentakill be on the horizon? EDG's surviving Poppy and Dragon King found themselves utterly powerless against the fully stacked passive of Graves. Gu Xing executed fluid basic attacks. His gun barrel pressed against Dragon King's visage. After the Treant ensnared soul once more, the junior was reduced to a mere target. 2 shots dispatched him. The arena resonated with the announcer's voice, yet this cold, unfeeling tone could not quell the fervent atmosphere within the audience. A quadruple kill. The doll expressed a twinge of regret upon seeing Poppy retreat to the fountain. Was this the end? But soon after, he witnessed the reassembled VG charging towards the fountain. The Treant led the charge, ensnaring Poppy and delivering a powerful blow that sent her reeling. Rise immobilized Mouse with his EW, while Braum applied his passive to the enemy. VG was determined to grant Gu Xing a pentakill, even within the fountain. Miller's voice soared as Graves executed a slick EQ maneuver into the fountain, successfully claiming Poppy's life. A pentakill. The audience fervently strained their vocal cords, calling out for Gu Xing's ID. Shortly thereafter, an announcement of Poppy's triple kill echoed. The 3 teammates holding the fountain fell one by one, leaving only Gu Xing, who, bolstered by the Baron buff, unleashed shot after shot upon EDG's Nexus. Having watched the playoffs, an update will follow later, tomorrow at 10 o'clock. WBG truly made me laugh, haha. 8,200 words, 14. 83 million. The chapter concludes. 267, a historic engagement. Congratulations to VG for sweeping EDG with a 2-0 victory. Miller's voice rang out clearly. They have officially surpassed their rivals, leading the entire league. Whether VG's diehard fans or casual supporters, all were thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. Enthusiastic supporters in the stands exuberantly displayed their excitement, wielding their light sticks with greater fervor than ever before. Gu Xing's final performance as Graves was of textbook caliber, as the doll remarked, emphasizing his focus on farming during the early to mid-game, only to emerge in team fights to dominate the contest. As he spoke, a hint of laughter began to surface. He nearly hinted that Gu Xing's dirty plays bore the flair of Zhang Jiaowen. The broadcast camera shifted to the VG players' bench. Kuro rose with a beaming smile, embracing his jungle partner, exclaiming, "What a remarkable play! A pentakill." Gu Xing was so overjoyed he couldn't contain his delight, attributing credit to his teammates, insisting, "It was truly the 3 of you who made significant contributions. You all drew the enemy in while I secured the 5 kills. What a thrill." This marked his first pentakill of the season, and to claim he was not exhilarated would be an understatement. "I told you to let Gu Xing have the resources. Just wait for the jungle to carry us." Kuro's heart soared, feeling that the minions he had sacrificed during the landing phase were indeed worth it. Li Ruihong was a quintessential team player, often yielding minion waves to his more formidable teammates in ranked matches. In professional play, this tendency was even more pronounced, as winning took precedence above all else. Most players shared this mindset, prioritizing the competitive experience over enjoyment. However, there were exceptions. The VG players, embodying the role of supportive teammates, faced no such dilemmas. Am I not worthy? Jack sought to claim credit, stating, "Wasn't it my pivotal moment that led to the victory over the Frost Archer?" Duan Deliang interjected, "It wasn't your skill that shone through. Rather, the opposing Frost Archer made an egregious error, positioning themselves recklessly at the forefront." Hearing this, Yu Wenba was infuriated, ready to retaliate against Duan with a sharp rebuke. The 5 players organized their uniforms, playfully bantering as they crossed the stage toward their opponent's side. The camera shifted to the EDG team, where Mouse appeared visibly frustrated. His performance stagnant at 3-2-0. A Poppy who contributed little throughout the match, he was outmatched mid-game by the tree, yet ended up with 3 kills due to VG's collective push that allowed Gu Xing to secure a pentakill. Had viewers focused solely on his statistics, they might have assumed Mouse was merely a liability, burdened by 4 underperforming teammates. However, Mouse understood the discomfort his team faced mid-game, as VG dictated the tempo, leaving him to shoulder the blame for his landing disadvantage. Consequently, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame upon reviewing his own performance. Iboi opened the post-match statistics panel, seemingly uncovering some amusing tidbit, his lips curling into a slight smile while casting a sidelong glance at his jungle partner's reaction. Despite the loss, his expression betrayed little disappointment. Miko, removing his headphones, shot a piercing glare at Iboi. The team had indeed faced challenges in the early to mid-game. Iboi had been soloed by Gu Xing while attempting to secure the red buff, and later, his lack of flash and overly aggressive positioning led to his demise at the hands of Jack's well-timed engagement. He had inadvertently accelerated EDG's swift downfall. In a moment of genuine frustration, Miko felt his teeth grind. The younger player next to Iboi shot him a sidelong glance as well, humorously wedging himself between the ADC and support, their simultaneous sideways glances creating a comical scene. The cameraman did not miss this moment, capturing it for posterity. Ming Kai's expression darkened, revealing signs of frustration. If Gu Xing had dominated the first game through sheer mechanics, in the second game, he had achieved an unequivocal victory through superior strategic execution. Throughout the entire match, Ming Kai failed to secure any neutral resources or contribute to the tower-pushing rhythm, resulting in a dismal tally of 0 dragons and 0 towers. This left him, who prides himself on his map control prowess, exceedingly infuriated. His once celebrated resource management skills were utterly overshadowed by Gu Xing, leaving him feeling enraged. Observing the performance of EDG, Wawa muttered under his breath, "It must be said that EDG exhibited considerable flaws in both their operational strategies and tactical execution today. However, since it is merely a regular season match, they still have the opportunity to make adjustments." Miller glanced at Iboi, who was shaking hands with the VG players. This period marks a challenging transition for EDG, as the team welcomes new members, inevitably incurring some learning costs and experiencing growing pains. Iboi possesses commendable individual skills, yet the crux lies in his ability to harmonize with the team's operational rhythm and style of play. He contemplated the issues from EDG's perspective, devising strategies on how the team might navigate through these difficulties. Although EDG recently stirred up a controversy following the Blitzkrieg in Poland, Miller, as an LPL commentator, refrained from expressing a strong opinion. Prior to the match, Jean Ba had emphasized a cool-headed approach to the Blitzkrieg situation, since the officials did not issue any statements. It did not impede the audience's interest in this highly anticipated regular season match. The LPL quietly benefits from the traffic, making it a lucrative endeavor. During their handshake, Gu Xing playfully patted Ming Kai on the shoulder. "Have you learned our graves yet?" He grinned mischievously, adding, "You must play dirty. Otherwise, how can you master the stinky gunner?" Ming Kai pursed his lips, glaring at him with his uniquely vacant gaze. The factory manager disagreed with the notion that the gunner must always play dirty. However, he could not deny that for a player like Gu Xing, the ability to play the gunner in a less than clean manner is indeed terrifying. In the current version, the matchup between Lee Sin and the gunner hinges on who can gain an advantage in levels and equipment, as that team will dominate the opponent. With the respawn interval for jungle monsters increased to 150 seconds, resources in the jungle are limited. Under normal circumstances, everyone would be able to consume their fill. While the factory manager refrained from playing dirty, Gu Xing would finish clearing the jungle and assist in pushing lanes. Consequently, although the jungle was not contested, the gap between the two teams silently widened. Ming found himself questioning his existence. Could it be that his style of nurturing support jungler truly does not fit the current era? For an entire year, Riot's versions have revolved around aggressive junglers, leaving him with no viable options. Was the designer Li Zhagan a deity of misfortune? As these thoughts crossed Ming Kai's mind, he could not help but feel despondent. In the backstage lounge, Abu noticed Clearlove's expression and could not help but sigh deeply. He felt immense regret, wishing he had bundled Gu Xing and Jack together to join EDG. If the jungler had alternated with the factory manager last summer and stepped up this year, and if the Marksman had taken over Mr. Dai's mantle after Death's departure, wouldn't EDG then dominate the LPL? The crux of the matter lies in Abu's failure to recruit these two players. Instead, after being placed in VG, they soared to new heights, becoming a formidable presence in the region and severing EDG's fortunes. However, he soon reconsidered. Unless one is reborn with the ability to see beyond the ordinary, it seems utterly impossible to gather sufficient resources to entice VG's current marksman and jungler to one side before the summer of last year. Fortunately, IG's misfortune surpasses that, as Su Xiaoluo inadvertently allowed two prized players to slip away. Truly, a remarkable talent. As Abu contemplated this, a sense of equilibrium settled within him. He redirected his gaze to the television screen, his mind still pondering how to address the team upon their return to the locker room. On the broadcast, Gu Xing and Ming brushed past each other, with Gu Xing delivering a playful punch to Miko's chest before exchanging pleasantries and bowing in gratitude alongside his teammates at center stage. The VG supporters below erupted in excitement, waving their pre-match support items received from the club staff. Gu Xing beamed a bright smile at the fans, waving in greeting before returning to his seat, passing his peripherals to Jack while he, as usual, awaited the post-match interview at the backstage passage. The television screen displayed the post-match damage statistics, and Ming Kai's output numbers elicited a laugh from Gu Xing 37-57. Such damage is undoubtedly inadequate for a champion like Rek'Sai. Yet, upon reflection, it seems somewhat reasonable for Ming Kai. Gu Xing's own damage was not particularly high, totaling only 20,230 points, primarily due to his early game avoidance of team fights to gather resources. His output was largely bolstered by a 5-kill spree in the final team engagement. Despite this, the MVP award was rightfully bestowed upon Gu Xing. There was no escaping the fact that VG's lineup in the second match had predetermined Gu Xing and Jack as the absolute core. Yu Wenbo performed admirably in this round. However, the ADC role lacks significant rhythm to drive the game forward. In contrast, Gu Xing's 5 kills, coupled with his impressive resource exchange skills, particularly in the jungle against Eboi, who transformed an advantage into victory, warranted the MVP recognition. Gu Xing's statistical performance was also commendable, boasting a 923 participation rate and a 6,100 economic lead in his matchup, for exceptionally remarkable figures. Just as Gu Xing was admiring his new version's promotional image, his old acquaintance Rin Dong jogged over, exchanging greetings and offering congratulations on the victory, before handing Gu Xing a card with interview questions. Once confirmed, he led the way to the stage to bask in the audience's applause once more. Following the customary self-introduction segment, Rin Dong turned to Gu Xing, posing a fundamental question: how did winning this match make him feel? Without hesitation, Gu Xing replied that EDG is a team of formidable strength, and winning against them certainly brings happiness, along with a sense of relief for not disappointing the expectations of many. A few temporary VC members in the audience chuckled, sensing that Gu Xing's words carried deeper meaning, and they found amusement in it. Winning against EDG greatly solidifies our ranking within the group, Gu Xing continued, which is quite significant for our playoff prospects. Just as he was about to suggest that this regular season victory could be pivotal for the World Championship results, he finally paused. Rin Dong smiled as he posed the second question. During an interview earlier this year, Xing Gu expressed his desire to break the kill record for junglers when facing EDG. Unfortunately, he was unable to fulfill this aspiration in both matches today. Do you feel a tinge of regret now? Gu Xing answered candidly, admitting that he indeed felt a sense of disappointment, as he had hoped to set a new record in the third game. But alas, the opportunity eluded him. Laughter erupted from the audience. Fortunately, the 5 kills served as a consolation, Gu Xing remarked with a smile, expressing gratitude towards his teammates for their support, without whom achieving this feat would have been impossible. He also hoped for another chance to break the kill record when they next faced EDG, vowing that he would seize it then. His words were delivered lightly, yet imbued with confidence. The barrage of comments in the live stream was fervent and enthusiastic. As he glanced at his notes, Rendong asked the final question. The regular season is nearing its midpoint. Could you share Gu Xing's goals for this spring split? A modest goal would be to finish first in the regular season, Gu Xing replied, not overreaching, but instead focusing on the present. I believe we won't lose another game moving forward. The supporters in the venue erupted into deafening cheers, a wave of exuberance sweeping through the crowd at his declaration. Not lose a single game. Rendong chuckled, sensing the confidence radiating from Gu Xing and VG. He sincerely wished them the best in achieving their aspirations, feeling as if he were becoming an ardent fan of VG himself. After passing the microphone back, Gu Xing returned to the lounge. The first order of business was to respond to congratulatory messages from friends and family on WeChat, followed by a quick dash to the restroom to bask in the moment. Thanks to the rapid triumph over Poland, the forums were ablaze with excitement, rivaling that of the playoffs. The praise posts were numerous, and Gu Xing reclined in his esports chair, relishing the accolades. How do you evaluate Xing Gu's dominance with Rek'Sai over Graves? The contrasting performances are striking. My assessment can be summed up in one word: impressive. Can't win against the champions? No problem, right, you little pests? Well done, Xing Gu. That final 5-kill wave was exhilarating, especially that righteous execution. After inheriting the title of the best Rek'Sai, will he now aim for the title of the best Liu Bei? Countless netizens vented their emotions in the forums. They had held back their enthusiasm since the new year, and witnessing VG's sweeping victory over EDG revitalized them. Gu Xing noticed that discussions were also focused on the rivalry between the two emerging ADCs. Eboi's water bottle at a discount? Pre-match, he was touted to be on par with Dai, only to be torn apart by Jack. Gue Jiao devoted all his energy to nurturing the ADC, and then Eboi gifted victory away with 2 misplays. This level of incompetence I can't accept. Just look at Jack AI. I can only say there's a clear gap among the new shooters. Help him, he 1T carry. Don't help him, he LL definitely blow it. 2017 marked the peak of activity in the forums, and VG's championship victory last year brought back a wave of players who had abandoned the game post S5 World Championship. Various factors combined have kept the excitement of the esports scene at a consistently high level, with posts flooding in that seemed endless. Gu Xing was enjoying the moment when Lu Wenjun approached him. Brother Xing, I need your assistance with something this evening. What is the matter? Please elaborate. Gu Xing, perplexed, listened as Lu Wenjun no longer concealed the matter. We need you and Jack to shoot a video, which we will subsequently post on our club's account. Gu Xing straightened, his expression one of confusion. Hadn't it been previously decided to record an episode detailing the workflow on game days? Why the sudden change? Just a few days ago, the introductory video of the VG base had been released, garnering an impressive view count of 1 million. VG had successfully captured the attention of the audience, a feat seldom achieved with videos showcasing esports club facilities, especially with Gu Xing's involvement, which effortlessly propelled the view count to new heights. Previously, it was mentioned that once the likes reached 30,000, they would film the team's game day processes, a detail Gu Xing remembered distinctly. Now, the like count had long surpassed that threshold. The workflow had been filmed and was awaiting editing for release. Today's video shoot was meant to prepare some additional content. Jin Wenhao explained, as we approach the latter part of the season, the training department must focus on playoff preparations. We cannot continue to pull players away from practice to shoot videos. Hence, we should seize the opportunity to film while training is less intense. The operations team, having tasted the sweetness of a popular team, naturally aimed to capitalize on Gu Xing's presence. Gu Xing sighed in exasperation. The VG training department had just enjoyed a hot pot meal near Songjiang University town, waiting in line for over half an hour. Upon returning to the base, he was greeted by the lingering scent of spices and felt the need to shower before joining Jack at the long table in the third-floor studio. As the staff set up the camera, they signaled to the 2 players, who nodded in unison, and the recording officially commenced. This episode features a simple Q&A segment. Just answer normally. There's no need to feel nervous, the staff assured. Jack chuckled, Do you think my buddy and old Gu are the types to get anxious? He spoke while shaking his leg, his hair still damp from the shower, occasionally ruffling it with his hand. Gu Xing nodded in agreement, but then raised a question. By the way, are you not concerned about the Disney legal department regarding the name Meow Meow House for the new show? The mention of that term immediately evoked thoughts of Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Gu Xing's apprehension seemed justified. The operations colleague, visibly sweating, replied, "No problem at all. You can rest assured." Fearing Gu Xing would pose another outlandish question, he swiftly redirected the discussion. Let us start with a question for both of you. If you had the chance to choose again, which position in the rift would you prefer? Gu Xing pondered for a moment. ADC, I suppose. The staff probed further, and why is that? Because if you have hands, you can play ADC? Gu Xing replied with a radiant smile. Yu Wenbao looked at him incredulously. Old Gu, what do you mean by that? Let me revise my answer. Gu Xing responded quickly. Playing ADC allows for personal growth. Jack appeared confused, resembling a certain Shiba Inu meme. Because the bot lane requires synergy with the support, finding a truly compatible partner can be quite challenging. Most of the time, it requires adjustment. Even in professional matches, it's no different than a marriage. One often encounters numerous vexing situations. Gu Xing articulated his reasoning, noting that ADCs often find it challenging to lead the pace of the game. At times, even when the farming goes smoothly, teammates may falter, leading to frustrating defeats. Thus, the role of ADC, which cannot dictate the early game and must endure the dissonance with the support's differing strategies, becomes an exquisite choice for cultivating one's character. He paused momentarily to glance at Jack. I have observed that the temperaments of most renowned ADCs tend to be quite amiable. Could it be a result of their accumulated experiences? Yu Wenbao initially nodded in earnest agreement, citing Bang's commendable disposition, which exudes warmth, and suggesting that Piglet and BB are likely similar, as he had heard from the enigmatic imp midway through. Jack realized that there might be exceptions. The two exchanged glances, attempting to communicate silently. The atmosphere grew awkward in an instant. The exception, of course, is the infamous Xian Gao. Gu Xing quickly identified another alternative, mentioning that Hong Mi has a notoriously bad temper. In truth, it was unnecessary for Hong Mi to elaborate. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge about the League of Legends esports scene would be aware. The incident of smashing the base was not unprecedented. Gu Xing had heard tales of the infamous reputation of Xian Gao long before entering the professional league. According to Ding Jun, the damage caused by Xian Gao's fury in smashing the VG base during S5 amounted to 6 figures. Upon hearing Gu Xing steer the conversation towards VG's illustrious member, Jack seized the opportunity, teasingly asking, Aren't you afraid Xian Gao might come after you? Gu Xing confidently retorted, No worries, while we may lack Chris. We have Hong Mi. The impact is identical. He shouted outside, Hong Mi, close the door. Xian Gao can't come in. The cameraman found it amusing. How about that? Our team initiation skills are commendable, right? Gu Xing proudly thumped his chest, asserting himself as a top-tier team initiator in League of Legends history. He then reminded the staff, If there's anything inappropriate in my rhythm, make sure to cut it all out during the video editing. It must not be released. The operations staff struggled to suppress their laughter. After nodding in agreement, he turned to Yu Wenbao. What about you, Jackalove? What position do you wish to play? Jack hesitated slightly. Support, I suppose. I believe I have a knack for it. Perhaps one day, I might truly channel my talent into the support role. Gu Xing conceded this point. Yu Wenbao possesses a remarkable skill in support, often outclassing numerous professional counterparts in ranked matches. This might be an unfulfilled special talent. Next, the operations team handed over an A4 sheet. If you could choose to permanently lose a particular skill in exchange for money, which option on this list would you prefer? Gu Xing glanced at it, deeming it a rather straightforward, relatable question. Receive 300,000, but never eat chili again? He pointed to this option. I wouldn't even need 300,000. Just give me $3, and I'd gladly trade it for a bottle of ice-cold Coca-Cola, provided it's Coca-Cola, not Pepsi. He could not tolerate chili. The culinary traditions from his hometown of Zhenhai typically avoid spicy ingredients, focusing instead on savory and salty flavors. Consequently, Gu Xing tends to steer clear of spicy dishes when dining out. TSK, Jack scoffed at him. Look at you. What is that saying again? Coward. There exists one option that one can never choose. Seafood. Surely, you would opt for this, wouldn't you? Gu Xing felt that the question posed by the operations team left no alternative for the two. Yu Wenbao nodded affirmatively. asserting that he had no choice but to select it, even without any monetary incentive. Do you enjoy instant noodles? Gu Xing inquired abruptly. Jack, momentarily taken aback, pondered the question. Who would desire instant noodles when hot dishes were available? Soon, he exchanged a glance with Gu Xing, inexplicably unable to suppress a chuckle. The operations personnel were left bewildered, unable to comprehend the source of their amusement. After spending half an hour recording the video, Gu Xing returned to the training room downstairs, politely declining the iced Americano offered by Kuro. I can't drink that. It will keep me awake at night. Yuwenba plopped down in his seat, agilely using his toes to press the power button, reminiscent of a Shiba Inu lifting its hind leg. Old Gu, do you eat oilcakes? He busily extracted a food bag. On the way back from dinner, Jack had made another trip to the shop selling savory pancakes, purchasing a heap of various oil cakes, claiming they would serve as a midnight snack. Hold on, why are you taking advantage of me? Gu Xing retorted, displeased as he forked a piece of pancake into his mouth. After finishing the match against EDG, there were no training tasks, so he decided to go live. Instantly, a flood of viewers filled the streaming room, overwhelming the chat with an abundance of messages. The playoffs may be a bit delayed, but updates will resume tomorrow at 10. RNG is ready to sell tickets. The atmosphere indeed felt rather ominous. 6K characters, 43 million views. A bit lacking, primarily due to watching a playoff match. The chapter concludes, what a splendid endeavor. Goodness, so many people? Even though Gu Xing had gradually acclimated to his burgeoning popularity, he was still astonished by the tidal wave of viewers in the streaming room. A glance at the chat revealed a stream of humorous comments that left him both amused and bewildered. We fans come to congratulate. Today's victory was splendid. Brother Xing is indeed the benefactor of Chinese esports. Fantastic. Today was exhilarating. Secured a pinnacle while riding on Ming Kai's shoulders. Let 4,396 once again experience the terror of being dominated by Xiao Huaxing. By the way, should misfortune really leech off her teammates? Brother Xing, could you enlighten me? I just started a ranked match, and the mid laner told me to go AFK. Woe is me. Last year, Brother Xing did not leech. But this year he has become quite the leech. It's unpredictable. All I can say is, those who understand, understand. Those who don't, well. Only a few scattered netizens discussed the match content, while the majority continued to engage in discussions about the Flash Blitz Poland incident. Some even changed their Douyu IDs to mock EDG while sending gifts. Gu Xing, wishing to avoid being drawn into the fray, reluctantly shifted the topic. By the way, have you all watched the VG-based video I posted a couple of days ago? He logged into the Korean server and started queuing, casually chatting with the audience. The Summoner Trophy is quite splendid, isn't it? I reckon our team's replica trophy should arrive next month. I will unveil it during a live stream for you all. His current score on the Korean server has surged to 693 victory points, placing him 7th in the entire server, resulting in relatively longer queue times. With nothing else to occupy his time, he could only engage with the barrage of comments. Gu Xing came across a rather intriguing comment and repeated it. Why is it that the video only features the Dragon Ball team uniform gifted by Xiao Huaxing? Is an imp with G2? Could it be that the absence of a team uniform indicates a severed relationship? Jack laughed heartily, stuffing a piece of oily pancake into his mouth. I must clarify that severed relationships typically involve the jungler and mid laner. How could there be a feud between the jungler and ADC? Gu Xing responded with a smile. I originally desired that G2 team uniform from Imp, but Zhu Qingbin insisted on personally handing it to me at the MSI in Brazil while also teaching VG a lesson. Currently, VG has been cruising smoothly in the LPL, boasting an impeccable record, having only lost a few insignificant matches. However, compared to G2, they still appear somewhat inferior. Although the illustrious teams in the esports realm often yield disappointing outcomes, G2 seems to be an exception at this time. Due to the European region not celebrating the Spring Festival, they have already completed half of their regular season. Thus far, they have not lost a single game. After the conclusion of the S5 season, FNC entered a prolonged slump, whereas G2, leveraging their financial prowess, has assembled the strongest local mid and jungler in Europe, complemented by a dual Korean bot lane, thereby dominating the entire league. Support player Madlife has exhibited a noticeable decline in performance. However, his strategic acumen allows him to overpower numerous European supports, combined with Imp's still formidable skills, creating an extraordinarily high overall strength. One might even assert that their chances of clinching the championship are nearly at 100, making their participation in the MSI in Brazil a near certainty. Zhu Chengbin exuberantly proclaimed that he would meet in Brazil to present Gu Xing with the signed team uniform. What if VG cannot make it to Brazil? Gu Xing chuckled at the comment's inquiry, responding, then according to Imp's own words, "We are unworthy of receiving the G2 team uniform. I am not deserving." At that moment, the client notified him that he had queued with 9 other players, prompting Gu Xing to switch back to prepare for the ban pick phase. At first glance, he recognized familiar faces in the team, mid laner Xie and top laner 957. The 2 Wii players had presumably just concluded their evening training session and were now queuing together to continue as teammates in the Korean server. "Why is it that Xie is here?" Jack exclaimed, eyes wide. For heaven's sake, he was reluctant to join the group just a few days ago. The unattainable always stirs restlessly, at least it does for Jack. He had repeatedly sought to invite Xie into the Seven Wolves group, even willing to sacrifice an Annie skin for this endeavor. Yet, Xie persistently refused. The more the other party resisted, the more excited Jack became, reaching a level of obsession. Recently, emboldened by VG's championship victory, Jack had attempted to persuade Xie to join the group, citing the presence of many LPL professionals as a networking opportunity, only to be met with a merciless rejection. Now, the Seven Wolves group has become almost entirely disconnected from Ionia. Yet Jack's fixation on inviting Xie remains an unyielding obsession for Yuanba. Gu Xing casually muted the Shih Tzu dog and noticed 957 communicating in the chat channel. Currently, players in the Korean server are unable to type in Chinese characters directly, and domestic players can only converse using pinyin. He pieced together the long string of letters that 957 had sent and finally comprehended the message. "Brother Xing, come play more, and I'll feed you some minions." Upon reading this, Gu Xing surmised that 957 had taken a moment to watch tonight's match. His Graves had created an extraordinarily exaggerated positional advantage with an impeccable ability to manipulate minions. Just as he was about to type a response, he heard clumsy Chinese being spoken from behind. "Is Xiao Guli queued with 957? Gu Xing recognized the voice as that of his coach, Hongmi, and promptly replied without turning, continuing to tap away at the keyboard to respond to 957. Hongmi stood still, preparing to supervise the players' ranked matches. He had a keen interest in 957. During last winter's transfer period, we had also extended an olive branch to him, which piqued Hongmi's interest. Ultimately, it was the financial allure of VG's Ding Jun that swayed him to stay and strive for another year. However, during those days of indecision, Hongmi had researched 957 and found him to be a reliable and steady top laner, performing admirably on the stage while possessing a gentlemanly demeanor off it. Perfectly aligning with Hongmi's definition of a top laner, he could fulfill the role of a blue-collar worker, yet also excel in carry-type roles. The top laners he had coached over the years were generally of a similar mold, following the template of Looper. Long Gu was one such example, and so was 957. What stood out was their versatility, coupled with a temperament that must be amiable, as they could not be the type to crumble under pressure. At this moment, seeing Gu Xing matched against the opposing team, Hongmi made a point to observe closely. His mannerisms, however, were rather unrefined. Occasionally, he would reach into his pants to adjust himself and then sniff his hand afterward. He also contemplated seeking out Yuanba to snag a couple of savory pancakes. Jack was left bewildered, realizing that Gu was live streaming and the camera was indeed on. Hongmi could only understand a portion of the Chinese spoken and was perplexed by Yuanba's exclamations. It was only when Ho Yi nearby could no longer tolerate the situation that he whispered a translation in Korean. At this revelation, Hongmi was taken aback. He hadn't even seen the live stream of Xiao Gu and felt somewhat embarrassed, initially wanting to cover his mouth and sneak away. However, upon realizing the awkwardness of the situation, he quickly withdrew his hand and scurried out of the camera's view. Gu Xing stifled a laugh, unsure of what to say. He switched screens to check the comments. As expected, the chat was in a frenzy. "Is Hongmi Li at the Ganshimo? This really cracks me up. Usually, he's all suited up on stage. But who knew he was this kind of person? What do LPL coaches do after the matches? See you, brothers, in the forum. Waiting for the gifts." As Gu Xing read through the endless barrage of comments, he shook his head and selected a mantis before entering the game. When he reached the loading screen, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Not only did his own team consist of several professional players, but so did the opposing team. Such matchups were commonplace in the ranks of the Korean server. Yet, a few of the IDs on the opposing side were particularly notable. The top lane is manned by the seasoned veteran the Shy, a familiar face from the battles waged in Ionia, while the jungle is occupied by Ming, who has just transitioned his talents from ADC to the wild. The bot lane features the renowned father and son duo, Meiqi and Xiaokai Yushan, thanks to Gu Xing's long-standing efforts. This group finds themselves comfortably ensconced in his friends list, easily recognizable after prolonged encounters. Once the game commences, Kid engages in conversation with Gu Xing via the public chat. Their banter revolves around dining and menu selections, as they discuss the latest culinary establishments that have recently opened in the bustling Shanghai market. Meanwhile, Gu Xing contemplates strategic approaches for the match. Let us focus on the top lane, he decides resolutely, recalling 957's assurance that if he heads up, the minion wave will be theirs to claim. Such faith deserves to be honored. With determination fueled by the allure of a successful gank, Gu Xing waits to reach level 3 before making his move. 957, having selected Nar, accumulates rage to transform, stunning the Shy with his W ability, Boulder Smash. Gu Xing swiftly follows up with a combination of damage and Thunderlord's Decree, severely depleting the Shy's health. He then executes a flash to intercept the Shy's escape, effectively disrupting the enemy's mobility despite suffering a stun himself. Ultimately, Gu Xing secures the kill with his AQ combo. Jack twists open a bottle of ice-cold cola, gulping it down while he praises Gu, exclaiming, "As expected of you, Gu. The Shy is merely average." No sooner had he spoken than the Shy teleports to the mid lane to unleash his wrath. Unbeknownst to Shiyi, who is pushing the lane, a shadow blade appears from the side, rendering any attempt to flee futile. After being struck by the shadow blade, Song Jinhao's Oriana easily collects the kill. Gu Xing promptly retaliates in the jungle, encountering the opposing jungler and unleashing a flurry of attacks that successfully forces the enemy's flash. Shiyi, controlling Syndra, reaches level 6 and finds Ming in the jungle, executing a potent combo that culminates in her ultimate, Energy Surge, to secure the kill. Ming, undeterred, leads Meiqi in a 3-for-1 ambush against 957, creating chaos in the upper half of the canyon. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in the bot lane remains tranquil, with all four champions steadily farming, eliciting admiration from any onlookers. Even exchanging blows becomes a rare occurrence. Observing the escalating kill count, Xiaokai Yushin cannot help but voice his thoughts. They're having such a blast up there. Kid, feeling restless and eager for action, yearns to join the fray. Yet, as an ADC, crossing half the canyon to participate in skirmishes seems impractical, necessitating that he spectates while last hitting minions. Suddenly, he realizes that his teammates in the top lane appear to be exhibiting an overwhelming strength. What is going on? Xiaokai furrows his brow, pondering the Shy's prowess. Previously, Kid had heard tales of the legendary The Shy, a master of Riven and Nidalee, dominating the Korean server's ranks. However, in this match, he finds himself up against 957. As the S7 season unfolds, 957's tactical acumen has reached new heights, seemingly standing on the precipice of greatness. Coupled with Shiyi and Gu Xing, the intensity of this match far surpasses that of a typical ranked game. In a surprising turn of events, the Shy managed to recover from an early bloodshed, showcasing his exceptional skills through a series of fierce confrontations, leaving Kid utterly astonished. The young prodigy pondered for a moment before finding the perfect angle to praise, "Rookie, you are truly remarkable. Even with 2 random players, you can contend fiercely against 3 opponents." Sitting beside him, Song Jinghao could only listen in silence to the peculiar compliments, eventually breaking his silence. To be fair, the top lane performance is quite commendable. The execution is indeed impressive. With the Elder's praise resonating, Kid felt reassured in his judgment. Does the Shy have a team? Perhaps we should bring him to IG for a trial? The young prodigy was becoming increasingly captivated by the idea. Cuz, after revealing his true form, had experienced a slight downturn, yet his post-New Year performance had been relatively stable, not as dominating as many had boasted. However, in the LPL arena, he certainly did not falter. At the very least, he would not be a burden to his team. It was likely that opponents would no longer ban Rek'Sai against him. To be fair, he was still a promising player. The young prodigy sensed he had the potential to recruit a significant talent and plan meticulously. During a pivotal mid-game team fight, his resolve to recruit the Shy was further cemented. With the assistance of the Hextech ultimatum, the champion Echo executed an impressive maneuver, soaring through the air for over 1,500 yards, ultimately collaborating with the team to eliminate his opponent in an astonishing display. The rift was filled with question marks, having been released only 3 months prior. The myriad of combinations had yet to be fully explored, yet the Shy's execution was nothing short of breathtaking. Wow, what an impressive Echo! The young prodigy exclaimed fervently. Gu Xing utilized his evolved W ability to slow the enemy, creating an escape route for his teammates. Seizing the moment while the opponents were preoccupied in the middle lane, he stealthily maneuvered into the enemy jungle, lurking by the red buff camp. Would Kid come? Gu Xing wore a mischievous grin while chatting with Jack. Yu Wenba was left speechless. The area Gu Xing occupied was the red side, and beside the red buff camp lay one of the young prodigy's most notorious past blunders involving a bush ambush. I feel like he might have learned from his mistakes and won't come alone, Jack remarked. Bringing a support is the bare minimum, right? His voice trailed off abruptly. To everyone's astonishment, the young prodigy's Varus appeared alone within vision, launching an arrow towards the red buff. Gu Xing activated his ultimate, slipping into the void and approaching Kid with lethal intent. Due to game mechanics, the presence of jungle monsters did not prevent the assassin from triggering his isolation ability. Upon seeing the assassin materialize beside him, the young prodigy was taken aback. His team had just pushed mid lane, and it seemed to be a slight advantage. How could Gu Xing, whose mid laner had just been eliminated, dare to confront him alone? Kid was utterly perplexed, never anticipating such audacity from the opposing player. Aren't you afraid of my teammates? But the young prodigy realized he had no allies nearby. An assassin, well-farmed and opportunistic, posed a grave threat to a solitary ADC in the mid-game. The outcome was swift and lethal. Gu Xing gracefully accepted the head of Virus, subsequently claiming the red buff and signaling directly at the Baron pit. 957's Nar skillfully managed his rage, lying in wait within the river's brush. As the opposing team gathered to approach the Nasher, he leaped forth, flashing his ultimate to slam 3 enemies against the wall. Gu Xing seized the moment to cast W, slowing their opponents, while Shiye's Syndra followed up with her ultimate, showering stars and maximizing crowd control duration. Without a shadow of a doubt, it resulted in a flawless 0-for-4 team wipe of the adversaries. Gu Xing's face blossomed with joy, securing the victory. The viewers in the live stream erupted with exhilaration. I witnessed this scene during the S5 World Championship. The iconic moment of the child god is being replayed. Is Kid really daring enough to show up? Brother Xing is truly cunning, circling the canyon to ambush from the brush. The Baron became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Gu Xing led his teammates to effortlessly demolish the enemy base. The child god pounded his computer desk, his chubby face flushed with indignation. Gu Xing, you are so despicable. Why hide in the brush? He exclaimed loudly, unable to bear the sight of their favorable situation slipping away. In his desperation, the child god sought any target to shift his focus, shouting, "What kind of shabby desk is this? Xiao Luo, come replace it." Kid, undeterred, continued searching for the Shy, hoping to drag the opponent into a duo queue under the pretense of climbing ranks together, while simultaneously fostering camaraderie in hopes of later recruiting them to IG. Unbeknownst to Gu Xing, the happenings within the IG base were of no concern to him. He recognized the Shy's exceptional talent, yet VGP was focused on nurturing local youth, deeming foreign imports unnecessary, thus refraining from any recruitment intentions. After concluding the livestream, VGP continued their journey in the inter-team competitions, having already triumphed over Group B leaders EDG. The training department members anticipated a series of exceptionally easy matches ahead. However, OMG swiftly delivered a sobering lesson. Mid laner I, a recent prodigy, was particularly renowned for his ability to secure solo kills. He ranked prominently on the solo kill leaderboard. Kuro, in this confrontation, opted for a more conservative approach with Rise, effectively facilitating the pace through the side lanes. Yet I consistently outperformed Kuro, widening the developmental gap between them in the mid lane. The ever-capable Sima Lao Ze also exhibited commendable performance, delivering substantial damage in team fights. With solid contributions, they managed to secure a narrow victory over VGP. However, in the subsequent 2 games, VGP unleashed their full potential. Smeb brought out Fiora, executing a flurry of solo kills against the Tree of the Frozen Sunset, dominating the top lane. Ultimately, he teleported from behind, executing a devastating 4-hit combo on Sima Laoze. In the third match, Kuro unleashed his signature champion, the Dragon King, establishing an exaggerated jungle advantage for Gu Xing early on. Even while playing Lee Sin, Gu Xing led his opponent by 70 to 80 minions in the mid-game. In the later stages of team fights, he showed no mercy, targeting Sima Laoze with his spinning kick. The poor rogue bore the marks of Gu Xing's shoes on his back. Meanwhile, Jack and Xiao Duan excelled in the bot lane, even achieving a kill in lane. VG successfully maintained their winning streak by achieving a remarkable comeback. In the third intergroup confrontation, VG faced off against GT, with members of the second team present to scout potential opponents they might encounter in the promotion and relegation matches. If necessary, they planned to ban the opposing Fiora. Prior to the match, Gu Xing advised the second team, asserting that as long as Jin Gong could not make an impact, victory would be within their grasp. As he prepared to take the stage, he instructed Gao Tianliang to observe his strategies for dealing with Jin Gong. Gu Xing unleashed his Lee Sin, focusing relentlessly on the top lane, subjecting Jin Gong to relentless torment. At one point, Jin Gong felt as though he was contending against the opposing duo in the top lane. Smeb, currently exhibiting slightly superior prowess, began to dominate with the assistance of the jungler. Gu Xing managed to gank Jin Gong 5 times within the first 10 minutes. By the 25th minute, Smeb, enjoying a 3-level advantage, executed another solo kill, earning Jin Gong the dubious honor of a super ghost achievement. Jin Gong, with a ferocious visage, stared blankly at the screen, beginning to question his purpose in life. GT relied heavily on the presence of their top laner, Jin Gong. Despite having a top-tier player, they still found themselves languishing at the bottom of the B group due to the subpar performance of the remaining 4 teammates. It is evident how inadequate the rest of the team truly was. Without breaking a sweat, VG swiftly dismantled GT's nexus in under an hour across both games. Your strategy is indeed quite effective, Gao Tianliang exclaimed, eager to adopt Gu Xing's approach, envisioning a training regimen for Jin Gong. Zoom, reminiscent of Spike from Tom and Jerry, cast a loving yet expectant glance at Gao Tianliang. You come here, if you manage to take down Jin Gong once, I'll reward you with a wave of minions. Zhang Xingran encouraged, patting the frail jungler's shoulder, igniting a spark of excitement in Gao Tianliang's eyes. Observing the enthusiasm of the second team players, Gu Xing felt compelled to issue a warning. When you train in the top lane, be mindful of your intensity, don't go too hard. A gentle reminder is in order, or else Jin Gong might return to exact his vengeance on you, and you'll truly understand what it means to face a fierce opponent. During the post-match handshake, Gu Xing sensed a fiery wrath in Jin Gong's gaze, as if he wished to incinerate him to ashes in retribution. Gao Tianliang, however, paid little heed to Gu Xing's caution, eagerly anticipating the promotion and relegation matches. Dreaming of besting the Korean top laner with the dense black hair and helmet, VG's remarkable journey of consecutive victories continued. By the time the 6th week's finale arrived, they were set to confront the most formidable opponent remaining in Group B. As customary, the VG coaching staff convened to clarify the version updates before the match. In the 6th week, we will be utilizing version 7.4. To be candid, the updates are not extensive. We will discuss them in terms of heroes, equipment, and talents. Lord Ho assisted in activating the projector and distributing the compiled materials. Firstly, regarding heroes, both Ryze and Makai, the formidable tank duo, have faced nerfs, primarily due to numerical adjustments. Notably, Makai's Q ability now consumes more mana, and Sapling's Throne will no longer deal damage upon landing. Quite frankly, these are significant reductions. Smeb nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that such modifications would render Makai nearly unplayable. In the current version, Makai thrives due to his low-cost skills and unique healing capabilities that the other 2 demigods lack, coupled with his overall functionality, which is superior. Thus, he has frequently graced the stage. This alteration indeed poses a significant challenge for Makai. The primary adjustment to Ryze concerns his Q, overload, and the damage amplification for his spreading Q, which I perceive as a minor nerf that does not fundamentally undermine his formidable status. After acclimatizing to the coach's rhythm, the Marquis has gradually taken on the responsibility of providing explanations. He is inherently a player who relishes delving into the nuances of the meta, allowing him to showcase his expertise at this opportune moment. After all, Ryze's presence in this version is fundamentally attributed to his relentless trading in lane. complemented by his mid-game split-pushing and roaming capabilities, which distinguish him from other mid-laners. With his shield and movement speed, refreshed by the dual runes, Ryze gains a significant advantage over many mid-laners lacking healing abilities. The Realm Warp, collective teleportation further imbues him with endless possibilities in the competitive arena. A champion with formidable trading capabilities who can also roam in this lane-centric mid-lane meta makes Ryze's dominance entirely foreseeable. Therefore, I believe that as long as Ryze's mechanics remain unchanged and his statistics are not reduced to an abysmal state, he will continue to be a prominent contender on the battlefield, the Marquis emphasized. Additionally, in version 74, several overpowered champions, including Varus, experienced no modifications. Gu Xing indicated his understanding, deducing that with the absence of Makai in the top lane and a slight reduction in Ryze's strength in the mid lane, the balance is adjusted. Furthermore, regarding equipment, Li Jixuan continued, the primary focus has been on the nerf to penetration items. He displayed the version change chart. Since the introduction of the delayed burst concept, assassins have been undergoing various modifications, as designers evidently seek to establish balance within the rift through their own methods. Instead of nerfing the heroes, they have directly targeted the equipment, starting with armor penetration items. Having spent over a year in China, Li Jixuan effortlessly employs various idioms. The armor penetration of Yumu's Ghostblade has been reduced by 5 points, while the Caulfield's Warhammer in the Black Cleaver recipe has been transformed into a burning gem, thereby diminishing the offensive attributes provided to assassins and instead enhancing their health. Jack scoffed, expressing his disbelief that the designers continuously make erratic alterations. He wondered if they would revert the skills of these assassins to their original forms once they realized the absurdity of the delayed burst concept. His discontent with the delayed burst was palpable. The designers purportedly aimed to enhance the gameplay experience for squishy backliners, ensuring that AD carries would no longer suffer the agony of instant demise upon encountering an opponent. However, after the changes, those assassins became both tanky and damaging, clearly surpassing the intended power level. They are incapable of eliminating an AD carry in a single engagement, yet facing these assassins feels akin to mere scratching. More often than not, before the opponent's health can even be reduced to half, the AD carry has already perished. Yu Wenbo felt that the designers must have lost their senses. The Lord spoke with a gentle smile, continuing to elaborate. The reduction in armor penetration had a direct impact, particularly affecting Jace and Kha'Zix. Both champions had previously relied on the combination of Duskblade and Black Cleaver, which played a crucial role in their mid-game poke and harassment strategies. Lee Sin seemed to have narrowly escaped this adjustment. In the current patch, Rengar's deviation from utilizing Duskblade, combined with the changes to Black Cleaver, has indeed increased his durability, allowing him to engage without the fear of instant demise, and to sustain himself in duels through enhanced health. Lastly, regarding runes, Easyhoon retrieved the final slide, revealing that the duration of Warrior's Zeal has been extended from 6 to 8 seconds, marking a significant enhancement for attack speed-focused marksman. Jack finally perked up, sitting upright to listen intently. Furthermore, the trigger threshold for Bloodlust of the Warlord against enemy champions has been reduced from 20 to 15, indicating a potential shift in the bot lane dynamics. Does this imply that they wish to emphasize the landing phase? Duan Deliang pondered aloud, sensing a reluctance to allow everyone to adopt Bloodlust, as controlling the lane would enable one to push the opponent back home. It became clear that the emphasis was on sustaining lane presence, as the prevailing strategy involved maintaining pressure without returning to base for 6 or 7 minutes. This bodes well for us, Jack exclaimed with delight, reassuringly patting Duan's shoulder. As for the changes to these two runes, they seemingly highlight the importance of trading blows in lane. Champions like Tristana and Zyra are poised to become more formidable. However, observing the Korean server's ranked matches, it was evident that Lulu's pick and win rates were unexpectedly rising. With her shields and crowd control, she provides a safety net for ADCs, acting as a significant amplifier for attack speed-reliant marksmen. Yet, he refrained from drawing any definitive conclusions. The effectiveness of Lulu in competitive play remains uncertain, warranting further exploration in tomorrow's practice session, where they could experiment with their lineup. Redmi had long anticipated Lulu's versatility since patch 73, and now finally had the opportunity to showcase her potential. On a side note, it's amusing how both triumphs and failures can stem from the same source. Karsa's sudden intervention brought a smile to my face. On the day of the match, Gu Xing arrived at the venue and immediately wandered into the corridor to mingle with other players. With LPL's weekend featuring 3 matches in a day, VG was slated for the final spotlight, which provided ample opportunity for him to bond with players from other teams. The first 2 matches of the day featured NB and QG, prompting Gu Xing to wrap his arms around the similarly sized Lin Weixiang and delve into gossip. Have Doimb and Swift crossed paths yet? He inquired. The previous year's LPL season was marked by the notorious split between QG's mid and jungle, leading to a minute-long BO5 and Doimb's subsequent control of the secondary league, events that have had a direct or indirect impact on the entire S6 regional landscape. Lin Weixiang chuckled foolishly. Earlier, I witnessed him and Doimb crossing paths in the restroom. Swift, halfway through pulling up his pants, dashed out, claiming he wouldn't share a confined space with Doimb until the latter finished. Lu Qingsong licked his lips, laughing joyfully. Is that true? Is it really that exaggerated? Are they truly incompatible? Gu Xing became increasingly intrigued, imagining the scenario. When the bonds of camaraderie severed, he had yet to embark on his professional journey. During the summer competition, Doimb had already taken charge of the LSBL, and Gu Xing's relationship with the two was not particularly close, leaving him with an understanding of the situation akin to that of casual observers on online forums. I never lie, all right? Lin Weixiang insisted, patting his chest as a guarantee, though his expression during the gesture bore a hint of foolishness. Just as Gu Xing wished to delve deeper into the gossip, he spotted Doimb and World 6. The duo from QG, approaching from the end of the corridor. Brother Xing, I missed you. World 6 greeted him with his signature toothy grin, his features as refined as ever. Oh, is this World 6? Gu Xing teased with a smile, noting the noticeable changes after weeks apart. After receiving a couple of playful jabs from World 6, he promptly inquired, Are you confident about making it to the playoffs? Before World 6 could respond, the lanky Doimb, standing tall, interjected, Absolutely. He then patted World 6 on the shoulder, as if bestowing strength upon his jungler. I will lead you to the playoffs, I promise. Doimb gave a quick glance at the duo of Xiang and Song. With NB and QG placed in the same group for the spring season, their competition for playoff spots was inevitable. Moreover, with Swift on the roster, Doimb's initial impression of Xiang and Song was unlikely to be particularly favorable. You all must work hard. It appears there is a decent chance, Gu Xing encouraged World 6. At the onset of the regular season, many believed Group A to be overwhelmingly powerful. However, halfway through the schedule, it became evident that the situation was not as intimidating as perceived. While certainly stronger than the weaker teams in Group B, there was no absolute advantage. The primary issue stemmed from IG and Snake showing signs of faltering. The former had been rendered ineffective after Gu Xing cured cause of his internet addiction, leading all teams to recognize the young prodigy as merely a paper tiger. The previously essential ban on Rek'Sai was lifted, allowing teams to focus on countering the usual threats posed by IG, significantly relieving their pressure. Meanwhile, Snake struggled with insufficient strength in the bot lane. With Crystal taking his talent to the support role, Oak, recruited by Ren Xuan, proved to be a monumental disappointment. Within the LPL, he could compete with IG's former ADC, Yu Huang, for the title of least effective Korean import in history. Softman Saint were left to drag the entire team forward, clearly feeling overwhelmed. If QG could seize this opportunity, they might indeed break into the playoffs. Just as World 6 agreed, Lin Weixiang, still wearing a silly grin, called out to him. Who has your support today? Are you still playing combinations? The concept of bot lane combinations, first employed during S5 Starry Light, has endured through the years. Last year, IG explored this strategy, and this year, QG is also making an attempt. They possess 3 supports and 3 ADCs. May I inquire how many distinct bottom lane duos can be arranged? The entire team comprises 11 players. So there is no need to call for anyone on the football field. They truly form a cohesive unit. Yesterday, the coach mentioned trying out Ahri for the upcoming match against OMG, seemingly with an earnest demeanor, yet a sly smile crept upon his lips. Ahri is either the queen of healing in the canyon or the ID of QG's support. Although not particularly renowned, today QG faces the formidable enemy, OMG, which promises to be quite entertaining, especially since the opposing ADC is Sima Lauza. During Ahri's time with Wii, his frequent returns to base with his girlfriend and lackadaisical training attitude led to a public spat on Weibo with his teammate Sima Lauza. As they clashed today, it is hard to deny the lingering animosity. Gu Xing isn't particularly intrigued by such drama. He is more curious about the significant rifts that marked QG's past. However, Doim stands nearby, and Gu Xing feels it inappropriate to indulge in gossip in front of him. Just then, Jin Wenhe calls him over, mentioning that the esports media, Toin, has a brief video interview, requesting Gu Xing to accompany him. After bidding farewell to his 4 companions, he approaches Jin Wenhe, only to see his team leader sneakily drawing closer. How is Doim as a person? Gu Xing ponders for a moment before responding. Most of the time, he is quite reserved, unlike the exuberant version seen during live streams. Aside from Doim's playoff commitment to the world sister during their first meeting, he spends the rest of the time quietly listening to their conversation, rarely offering his own opinions. Gu Xing finds this rather surprising. However, the gossip fades from his mind soon enough. The matters of severed ties ultimately do not concern him. His relationship with Kuro is solid enough to jest freely, and he has no need to seek wisdom or learn lessons. The Tuin video interview is brief. The reporter hands him a list of questions, encouraging him to prepare his answers before filming. The questions are quite straightforward, primarily centered around the competition. When asked about his feelings on leading the points table, Gu Xing responds with careful precision. He feels quite good, but it is not overwhelming excitement, considering the team has had winning streaks before. Several players on his team have previously achieved commendable regular season records, so the primary focus remains on the playoffs. He pauses for a moment, then chuckles, stating, in other words, "We are already studying our playoff opponents." The reporters are momentarily taken aback, stifling their laughter. Once they regain composure, they pose the next question. A few days ago, Faker mentioned in an interview that they aim to exact revenge on VG at this year's MSI in Brazil. Virtue, do you have any response? Gu Xing shrugs. Let them reach MSI first. I see that SKT's spring ranking isn't particularly high. It would be quite awkward if they don't meet us. He recalls that Dragon Ball is currently riding a wave of momentum, leaving the question of whether SKT can secure the spring championship hanging in the air. Upon returning to the lounge after the interview, Gu Xing noticed Smeb reclining leisurely on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. "What are you looking at, my boy?" he inquired as he plopped down beside Song Jinghao. A couple of days ago, the surfing aficionado Jack had whimsically infiltrated Smeb's fan group and discovered the amusing nicknames the supporters had for their top laner, promptly disseminating the term Maibwa throughout the VG training department. Smeb rubbed the back of his hands, a bashful smile adorning his face. "Please don't call me that. It's quite embarrassing." "Oh, you could just call me that too, buddy," Jack said with a cheeky grin. "It's just that you really can't find a nickname like this. It's unavoidable. Just like how some call him Jackie Love or Q-Laden Dance, derived from his ID's phonetics. Fans generally refer to him as Turtle or Big Head, due to his early debut. The fans he amassed during his streaming days hadn't had the chance to boast about him on various forums before Jack made his professional entrance, resulting in him never acquiring the Water Army AD title. Wenba currently revels in his confidence. Smeb parted his lips, momentarily at a loss for words to counter. Gu Xing, ever the instigator, chimed in, "Jinghao, you should call him Bobo Milk Tea. I saw a troll on the esports forum with that ID, pretending to be Jack's diehard fan while actually inciting hatred. He had stumbled upon it while browsing the forum. Although the imitation was rather crude and easily identifiable as that of a hater, the most classic post was one that pondered whether Jackie Love could currently replace Uzi as the world's #1 ADC. Gu Xing, for a moment, was unsure which faction the troll belonged to. "What's an imitation?" Smeb asked, perplexed. "Is it a nickname for lamb skewers?" Gu Xing meticulously explained, even enlisting Ho Yi for translation. Song Jinghao suddenly enlightened, turning to Jack and starting to shout. Wenba had not anticipated such a tactic, feeling utterly disgusted. "You wait, little trolls. Tonight, I'll make sure they see some color." After voicing his threats, he covered his ears and fled outside to find some peace. Smeb, satisfied, took a sip of cola and tilted his phone towards Gu Xing. "I was just watching the LCK match, Dragon Ball versus SKT. Gu Xing peered closely. He observed Khan unleashing a relentless assault on Huni with his top lane Jace, boasting a lead of nearly double in minion kills just 15 minutes into the match. "Wow!" Gu Xing exclaimed enthusiastically. "Dragon Ball is really something. Let us go." He had just heard Faker's bravado and couldn't wait for Peanut to deliver a dose of reality to the opponents. The 3 from the 96 line were currently in stellar form. Lee Sang-hyuk was exerting full effort to establish dominance in his lane. while the Wolfbang duo was on the verge of overwhelming Xianyuan and Ming, leaving them gasping for breath. However, the issue lay in the fact that Huni in the top lane was utterly inept. After the patch 7. For update, Jace underwent several adjustments in hero values and armor penetration items. Logically, his effectiveness had diminished considerably compared to before, leading SKT to refrain from banning him. Yet, Khan managed to carry the game with Jace, despite the nerfs to both the Black Cleaver and the Yumu's Ghostblade. The mid-game prowess of Lieutenant Colonel Pierrot of Piltover remains formidable. The Dragon Pearl maintains vision over the Barren Pit, allowing Jace to unleash his long-range artillery. A single enhanced shot can diminish Wolf's health by half as he approaches to establish vision, after effectively lowering the enemy's health. It is only natural for the Dragon Pearl to initiate the Baron, leveraging Jace's overwhelming firepower to secure victory. Smeb's brow furrows as he contemplates the strength comparison. Gu Xing is curious. Khan's mastery of Jace is indeed commendable, and in Gu Xing's eyes, he ranks among the world's elite. It's hard to say. Song Jinghao neither excessively praises his opponent nor belittles himself, maintaining an even stance before the match. This notion of an even matchup is a phrase he learned from Yu Wenbo, who shares a good rapport with Jack, often repeating this catchphrase. In the subsequent game, Dragon Pearl faces the repercussions of Li Xianghe's rise. Faker's proficiency with the blue-skinned, bald champion is remarkable, complemented by his exceptional game sense, allowing him to maximize Rise's ultimate ability. After a stalemate lasting 30 minutes, SKT manages to seize the Baron through a clever collective teleportation, establishing an advantage that leads them to victory. In the decisive game, Peanut steps up, showcasing his signature Elise, roaming freely in Blank's jungle. Within a mere 15 minutes, he secures 5 kills, subsequently crafting the Book of the Dead, turning SKT's jungle upside down. With a score of 2-1, Dragon Pearl triumphs in the spotlight matchup, maintaining their position at the top. Feeling relaxed, Gu Xing stretches and exhales contentedly. SKT at a discount? If they cannot even defeat Dragon Pearl, how can they discuss the mid-season invitational? He barely has time to express his thoughts before receiving a notification from the staff to prepare for the stage. Jack finally returns after a brief respite. Upon spotting Shiyi in the waiting corridor, he cannot help but mutter, "Su Hanwei, wait for me. Today you must learn the consequences of not joining the 7 Wolves." Last year during the summer split, it was Gu Xing who intervened with Wei, while Jack, guarding the water cooler, was unable to participate. This time, Yu Wenbo has come personally, vowing to punish Shiyi. As Gu Xing steps onto the stage, he notices a considerable number of Wei fans present today, primarily due to Wei's recent impressive performance. They currently share the top spot in Group B alongside EDG. The reconstruction of the Wei 20 era is undoubtedly successful. Retaining the original roster ensures a certain level of synergy, and the players' skills have become increasingly refined, making their improved results compared to last year quite reasonable. The commentator Ziyuan also observes a significant presence of Wei supporters clad in red and white jerseys, mentioning it in passing. This is one of the few fan bases that can compete with VG supporters. As soon as Ziyuan finishes his statement, the broadcast cuts to the online voting support rates for both teams. VG leads significantly with 777 votes. Were it not for the high popularity of previous generation members, we might not even have this level of support. The usually articulate Ziyuan finds himself momentarily speechless. His partner quickly interjects, "VG is indeed the champion team. Their popularity is exceptional. Let us now examine the key statistics of both teams for our audience." The broadcast director swiftly presented the matchup information for the junglers from both teams. The damage per minute of Xing Gu astonishingly reached 443, which was indeed quite remarkable. Ziyuan gasped in amazement, while on the other side, Candy was just shy of hitting 300. This was certainly credited to his selection of several jungle-centric champions, as he explained. With champions like Nidalee, Kiana, and Graves, his foundational damage was maximized, thereby boosting this statistic. However, in terms of KDA, average ambushes per game, average vision score, an economic advantage in the first 15 minutes, Xing Gu also maintained a leading edge. The hexagonal chart provided by the director showcased his dominance, nearly filling the entire diagram. The roaring cheers from the audience reverberated throughout the venue. Truly, this was the epitome of a hexagonal jungler. Ziyuan expressed his admiration, asserting that Xing Ji's performance this season has undeniably placed him in the top tier. He jokingly remarked that since entering the LPL, Xing has consistently delivered impressive performances, often exhibiting carry-level prowess. Meanwhile, WE's undeniable core player, the Big Brother, is also in exceptional form. Even in the previous match against EDG, where they faced a regrettable defeat, his performance remained commendable. The director showcased Mystic's highlights and statistical performance in this spring split. It can only be said that his gameplay is indeed quite dazzling. His style revolves around a solid early game development, waiting for the mid-game to find optimal positions for team fights, seizing opportunities to unleash devastating damage. When Mystic is unleashed, he can produce terrifying output. Yet, the bullet comments in the live broadcast seemed less focused on this aspect. Big Brother versus Second Brother. Who will prevail? I support Xing. You can't go wrong with his face. Have you seen the picture of the Big Brother lighting a cigarette? Xing doesn't lose, right? Wasn't he handsome in last year's awards ceremony suit? Enough already. Are we watching the match or holding a boy band audition? Sweat and beans. Just as the chat channel buzzed with excitement, the large screen suddenly displayed the band selection panel. The BP phase commenced. Ziyuan perked up, articulating rapidly, stating that we was on the blue side for this round, beginning by banning LeBlanc. Jin Yin was responsible for providing commentary, noting that with the implementation of version 74, the strength of Echo appears to have declined, not as overpowered as in previous versions. Currently, the true monsters are LeBlanc and Varus. Echo has been subjected to numerous nerfs and can no longer withstand the scrutiny. Meanwhile, neither LeBlanc nor Varus has faced any recent nerfs, particularly the latter. With the enhancement of fervor for warfare, attack speed marksmen have become increasingly formidable, inadvertently buffing Varus. Originally ranking among the bottom tier of super champions in version 71, he has managed to survive the designer's scrutiny. With no options left for Redmi, they promptly banished Varus. On the opposite side, the slender figure of Baiwe, resembling a delicate young man, had already formulated a strategic BP plan for the first game, adhering strictly to the outlined strategy by banning Graves. The male champion, Gangplank, undoubtedly earns respect, as affirmed by Ziyuan's nod. The extended respawn time of jungle camps seems to have diminished the significance of jungle carries. However, it currently appears that as long as Kuro can provide a certain wave of minions for the jungler, Gangplank can leverage a snowball effect to amplify his positional advantage and ultimately secure victory. Redmi has opted to ban the enemy's formidable ADC, Ashe, striving to deny them a potent marksman capable of wreaking havoc in the late game. WE's final ban in the first round targets Lee Sin. This certainly took many by surprise. Are they attempting to eliminate all viable jungle options in the current meta? Presently, Lee Sin and Gangplank stand as dual titans, overshadowing the effectiveness of other junglers. It seems they are intent on curtailing Gangplank's influence in the jungle, as Ziyuan explains that we is striving to diminish jungle strength, thereby limiting the control of the remaining champions in the overall game. Gu Xing couldn't help but chuckle upon witnessing the opposing team's ban phase. Redmi shook his head repeatedly, believing that the ban on junglers was not a prudent choice. Gu Xing's champion pool is not easily constrained, as numerous teams have previously learned this lesson the hard way. Redmi proceeded with his strategy, banning Karma. We swiftly locked in Rise, securing Kuro's most proficient support-oriented mid laner. At this point, Redmi finally erupted into laughter. VG selected Lulu, currently the T1 support of the meta, which posed no issues. Initially, Ziyuan spoke with a composed tone. However, upon seeing VG's second choice, he exclaimed in astonishment, Zyra? They intend to play Zyra mid. Remember reacted swiftly, seeming to find this strategy plausible, leaving we with scant options for support. The current top-tier supports are indeed Lulu, Zyra, and Karma, with 2 being claimed and 1 banned. WE's choices are dwindling. Baiseiyu was left perplexed, unable to comprehend what Redmi was scheming. The players in the team voice chat were equally bewildered, engaging in animated discussions. Surely, they wouldn't shift Zyra to mid, would they? Candy furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. In this current meta, Zyra mid might not be entirely unfeasible after a moment's hesitation from Shiyi. The nerf to Ice Staff does indeed affect Zyra mid, yet the champion itself remains unweakened, with even stronger landing capabilities. Shiyi felt that Kuro might genuinely consider this option. The combination of pressure from Rise paired with Gu Xing's jungler could easily establish a rhythm. Let us secure Nami and Jace, otherwise, we might miss out on a support in the second round. Yuya was compelled to revise his strategy. Initially, he intended for Candy to snag a jungler first. However, Redmi's sudden shift in strategy had disrupted his plans. Yuya gently squeezed Candy's shoulder, signaling him to remain composed. "I'll lock him in," Candy asserted with determination. "The rest is in your capable hands, right?" She immediately replied, "As long as you can restrict virtue, I guarantee I'll carry." VG's third hero selection revealed a most unexpected champion. Qiyana, remember, was nearly taken aback, as VG was poised to unveil a clear jungle core. The moment the Eternal Hunters appeared, the venue erupted with a chorus of astonished cheers. Gu Xing's signature champion, the unparalleled Qiyana. The director is about to present a statistical insight. Since Brother Xing first stepped onto the professional arena, he has utilized Qiyana in 11 matches, achieving an astonishing win rate of 100. Remarkably, Ziyuan's voice has soared an octave, with an average damage output reaching an impressive 700 points, while his economic advantage is an outrageous 5,500. Isn't that simply extraordinary? I could hardly close my mouth in disbelief. Over at Wii, panic has set in. Yuya glances at his notebook, feeling utterly at a loss. He had initially contemplated banning Qiyana in the second round of the pick and ban phase, showing respect for Gu Xing's exceptional skills. Little did he expect VG's unconventional strategy to be so audacious. The combination of Lulu and the agile champion was already quite unsettling. But to reveal Qiyana in a tanky version as the third pick, such an unpredictable strategy caught Yuya off guard. The subsequent picks from VG were equally lethal. They began by banning Lee Sin, and after Yuya prohibited Shun, they also eliminated Elise. Now, the jungler truly had no champions left to select. I recall shouting from the commentary booth, questioning what role Candy would choose to confront Brother Xing's Qiyana. After much contemplation, Yuya resolved to ban Kog'Maw. With the resurgence of Kog'Maw's offensive prowess thanks to Lulu's exceptional support, he had recently topped the hero popularity charts in Korean ranked matches. He dared not allow Kog'Maw to fall into VG's hands. Otherwise, Kog'Maw could provide additional AP damage, creating an immensely durable backline alongside Qiyana, a veritable nightmare for any team composition in team fights. VG secured Smeb with the top lane champion Poppy, a solid choice to defend against 957's Qiyana while also bolstering their tankiness. Yuya turned to Candy. How about picking Gragas? Since the cooldown reduction for E in last year's patch, Gragas had fallen into obscurity. In a tank-heavy jungle meta, he was seldom chosen. However, in version 73, Gragas received a base armor increase, and the healing from his passive, Happy Hour, was improved. Nowadays, some players have started opting for Gragas in the top lane, and he is barely a viable choice in the jungle. To be fair, Yuya was reluctant to let Candy have such a champion. Yet, he found himself with no alternatives. VG's unconventional draft had thoroughly disrupted his pre-match arrangements, leaving him feeling dizzy. Yuya's draft was certainly not poor, but he always seemed to exhibit a peculiar lack of adaptability. At this moment, Gragas was the best option. Selecting Kha'Zix would result in insufficient burst damage without evolving his Q, coupled with the nerfs to armor penetration items, making him a potential plaything for Qiyana. Candy was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, nodding in resignation. "I'll focus on exploding Qiyana with my ultimate. As soon as they activate the Spirit of the Lamb, I'll blow him away. You all just focus on the damage." Candy was orchestrating the strategy. Meanwhile, Uncle picked Ezreal to synergize with Nami, enhancing their lane strength. What would VG select as their final pick for the ADC? "It's locked in," I remember shouting in excitement. VG's bot lane is going for a fast push. But who would be playing mid, the agile champion or Lulu? Ziyuan also raised his voice. VG is still indecisive. The director's camera panned to the VG player bench. 5 individuals, accompanied by the head and assistant coach, wore radiant smiles upon their faces. Let us keep swapping heroes. It's utterly infuriating the opposition. Jack's voice boomed, almost loud enough for the Wii players to hear. With 3 positions confirmed, only the mid and support roles were left to interchange. One moment, it was the mid lane champion Zed, and the next it was Lulu. Each swap elicited a chorus of gasps from the audience and a surge in the live chat. It wasn't until the referee reminded them to finalize their champion selections that VG completed their last hero exchange, officially solidifying their lineup. In the blue corner, we fielded top lane Camille, jungle Gragas, mid lane Ryze, and bottom lane Ezreal with Nami. In the red corner, VG countered with top lane Poppy, jungle Kiana, mid lane Lulu, and bottom lane Caitlyn with Zed. Ultimately, the mid lane Lulu was entrusted to Kuro. Frankly, this champion had not graced the mid lane in quite some time. Ziyuan was filled with anticipation, eager to see what tactical strategies VG would unveil today. Xia took a deep breath, adjusted his runes and talents, and prepared to enter the match. Stay calm and composed, White Crescent reassured before departing, emphasizing that as long as they maintained a steady mindset and showcased their true abilities, all would be well. Yet, despite his words, anxiety gnawed at him internally. As he removed his headset to greet Hongmi, his steps felt somewhat unsteady. The mischievous grin on Hongmi's face further convinced White Crescent that his opponent was harboring some secret strategies. A chilling sensation coursed through him, spreading throughout his body. "You're not going to make it, are you?" Hongmi remarked in his halting Chinese, teasingly suggesting that a slight change in formations would leave White Crescent dazed. They had previously been colleagues, and their camaraderie was evident in the banter that flowed freely. White Crescent remained silent, biting his lip. The camera zoomed in on the coach's hands before transitioning into the Summoner's Rift. Off topic, today's BO5 match was truly exhilarating. I expected a disaster, but to my surprise, it was an absolute delight. As Gu Xing exited, he marked the minimap. Stand in defensive positions. The opponents are unlikely to engage, at most. They place a ward to monitor my jungle movements. He succinctly directed his teammates. To be fair, we as composition had greater initiative in level 1 skirmishes. The combination of Camille, Gragas, and Ryze in top, mid, and jungle positions offered a plethora of crowd control, capable of incapacitating the enemy and swiftly diminishing their ranks. However, VG's counterattack potential was equally formidable. Boasting 2 marksmen, augmented by the presence of the purple-skinned garlic Lulu, they possessed ample firepower for sustained combat at level 1. Should we forcefully group for an invasion, while they might secure an early kill with their chain of controls, they risked being relentlessly pursued and battered by VG during the ensuing cooldowns. Thus, Gu Xing believed the opposition would refrain from causing trouble in their own jungle. A handful of players venturing in to place wards would be the extent of their aggression. From his godlike perspective, Ziyuan had a clearer and more intuitive view of both teams' initial positioning. Both sides seemingly have no intentions of engaging in a level 1 team clash. However, the duo from WE's jungle is advancing towards VG's upper jungle, evidently aiming to establish vision and monitor the path taken by the opposing jungle. Candy, with a rotund figure, leads the way while 957's Kled serves as a protective escort. Kuro, stationed in the river connecting to his own upper jungle, hesitates to advance and is forced to retreat, ceding the critical choke point to the adversary. Gu Xing and Smeb find themselves at a loss as well. The Wii jungle duo exhibits remarkable agility, complemented by their control abilities, making it impossible for the few of them to thwart the enemy's incursion into their jungle. Nonetheless, the advantage of their initial defensive positioning becomes apparent. Kuro, stationed beside his own bird camp, watches helplessly as the opposing jungle infiltrates, failing to place vision near the F6 and retreating from the jungle. In the area where WE's jungle operates, there are only 2 viable options for vision, F6 or the red zone. By the process of elimination, the answer becomes evident. The enemy has placed vision behind the wall at the red buff. Li Ruixing promptly alerts his teammates. Having been in the country for 3 months, Kuro's proficiency in expressing himself in Chinese has significantly improved, allowing him to convey his thoughts to his teammates with clarity. Gu Xing, aware of the enemy's vision placement, now clearly understands their jungle path. He initiates his route directly from the red buff, where we has placed their vision. This strategy ensures that the opponents only ascertain his starting point, while the subsequent route remains entirely concealed. As both sides retreat to their secure positions, no further conflict erupts, and they begin to discuss their team compositions. It must be said that the strategies employed by both teams in this match do not align with the more familiar systems of the first half of the season. He speaks candidly, noting that we originally intended to wait for their dual carries to gain momentum in the mid to late game, relying on team fights for victory. Instead, this match has transformed into a 1-3-1 split push, leveraging Kled and Ryze to apply pressure in the side lanes. VG mirrors this approach, with Jack selecting Caitlyn. It is evident that their focus shifts towards the lower half of the map. Smeb's Poppy is relegated to merely absorbing pressure and farming in the top lane. which starkly contrasts their usual upper mid-jungle strategy. Ziyuan concurs, observing that although the changes in patch 74 may seem minimal, the nerf to armor penetration items gives Jace an almost diminished presence, while the enhancements to ADCs have significantly elevated their status in late-game team fights. In this ebb and flow, the influence of the map's upper half indeed pales in comparison to the early season, making VG's adaptations inevitable. Amidst their conversation, Gu Xing has completed the red buff and reaches level 2. He disregards the F6 and heads straight towards the lower jungle to swiftly achieve level 3. This is indeed a standard approach for Qiyana, reaching level 3 around the 2-minute 30-second mark before attempting to secure the river crab's mark. If he can delay the enemy jungler long enough, with the insight provided by his rune, Qiyana can secure her second smite by 2 minutes and 47 seconds. Utilizing the damage from her E ability to enhance her kill threshold on the river crab, thereby successfully claiming the mark, Ziyuan clearly demonstrates a deep understanding of Qiyana's gameplay, articulating his insights with precision. However, Wei is equally aware of this strategy. The marks of Qianzhu's jungle creatures are primarily located along the river and even within the Wei jungle area. Gu Xing seeks to contest these, necessitating the protection of lane control in the early game. In the bottom lane, VG boasts a formidable combination of Caitlyn and Zyra, effortlessly dominating lane control. Following the buffs, the purple-skinned Garlic's passive, Pix, has seen a significant increase in damage, and the cooldown of Q, Shining Spear, has been reduced by 10 points across all levels, thereby enhancing its already formidable landing prowess. Xiye's Rise struggles to gain lane dominance in the early phases. As for the top lane, although 57 has acquired Camille, her landing capabilities have been considerably weakened after several nerfs, particularly when facing Poppy. The reason why the hammer-shaped misfortune can be regarded as one of the top 3 champions in the top lane is due to her remarkable early-game landing strength. Characters with particularly potent mechanics, like the aforementioned, often possess control abilities and team attributes that overshadow their growth potential compared to warriors in the mid to late game. To balance these champions, designers typically endow them with exceptionally strong base stats. For instance, the tree's extraordinary regeneration ability and initial attack speed, or Nautilus's formidable wave clear and poke potential with E, or Poppy's passive and high skill damage. Most champions struggle to contest against this group of formidable entities in the early game. Furthermore, the operator is none other than the elite top laner Smeb. While 57 is indeed strong, she finds it challenging to gain much advantage before her equipment levels rise. Currently, Wei finds itself at a significant disadvantage in terms of lane control, particularly in the bottom lane, with a slight disadvantage in the top lane. Candy understands that successfully defending the mark is nearly an insurmountable task. He opts for an alternative approach, directly engaging the characters on the lane. At the 2.5-minute mark, Qianzhu's first mark appears on the lower river crab. Remember is filled with joy, as this is undoubtedly good news for Gu Xing. Gu Xing moves from top to bottom, reaching level 3 just in time to descend to the lower part of the map. Moreover, VG's control in the mid and bottom lanes is exceedingly stable. With proper coordination, Candy has no chance of snatching the river crab from Gu Xing. However, before he can celebrate, he notices something amiss with Candy's movements. Is the Gragas really heading towards the mid lane? He is astonished. The camera shifts to Candy. The plump Gragas, having finished with the red buff, reaches level 3 and waddles towards the mid lane. It seems Candy truly has an opportunity to ambush mid. As Kuro has not taken cleanse, Ziyuan's voice quickens, realizing that a battle is about to erupt. Lulu, the mid laner, typically takes teleport unless faced with overwhelming hard crowd control, using it to support her teammates. This inadvertently makes her a target for Candy. Candy is quite cunning, launching his ambush from below the mid lane. He knows Kuro must position himself downward to assist Gu Xing in securing the river crab's mark. Consequently, Lulu is effectively walking into danger. Kuro's position is exceedingly precarious, as Gu Xing is currently battling the swift crab, making timely support difficult. Shi detonates 2 layers of runes with a double EQ, dealing area damage to the minion wave while gaining explosive movement speed. He does not rush forward immediately. Instead, he circles behind to disorient his opponent, causing Kuro to lower his guard. As the opponent sought to strike decisively, Xie resolutely blinked forward. The moment E, spell surge, latched onto Lulu, Kuro sensed the lethal intent emanating from the adversary and promptly activated his own flash. Yet, it was a moment too late. Utilizing the fleeting seconds of his movement speed, Rise advanced, ensnaring Lulu in place with Rune Prison. Candy swiftly maneuvered in from the side, employing his flash to stun Lulu, preparing to unleash a lethal blow. Xia successfully triggered the tempestuous surge of Storm Rider, enhancing his movement speed once more. Kuro found himself isolated and unable to escape the impending doom. Candy ultimately relented, granting the first blood bounty to the mid laner Rise. The audience erupted with deafening cheers from Wii fans. The synergy between WE's mid and jungle was undeniably decisive, as they expended both flashes without affording Kuro any opportunity for counterplay. Ziyuan could not help but express his admiration. They managed to push the cannon minion wave towards the tower, while Xie returned to base to purchase the tear of the goddess, maintaining an incredibly smooth rhythm. He noted the only shortcoming was that Xing still secured the mark and Kuro had teleportation available, meaning this cannon wave would not incur substantial losses. In the VG team voice chat, Kuro, who had just given away first blood, remained remarkably composed. The opponent's double flash aggression left him with no capacity for resistance. Anyone in his position would have met the same fate, thus he felt no regret. "Come and eat the delicious dish," Kuro exclaimed. With his resurrection coupled with the teleportation cooldown, he would miss out on a cannon minion and a melee minion. Naturally, he had to initiate a transfer of resources, allowing the minions to be claimed by Qiyana. Were it not for the overwhelming number of minions and the fact that using teleportation would not hinder the rhythm, Kuro would gladly have sacrificed them all for the jungler. After securing the river crab, Gu Xing wasted no time rushing to the mid lane, allowing the turret to assault the minion wave while he merely claimed the last hits, amassing a few dozen gold and a wealth of experience before retreating to continue farming the jungle. "I don't have flash. The mid lane might not fare well," he succinctly conveyed to Xiaogu. The disparity in first blood gold and experience would inevitably influence the control of the lane. Originally, Lulu could exert relentless pressure during the landing phase, but now she was, at best, merely even on the line. Gu Xing responded promptly, clearing the 3 wolves and the F6 camp. Under normal circumstances, one would need to clear all 6 camps in the first round to reach level 4. However, Gu Xing's foray into the mid-lane minion experience accelerated his progress. After 5 camps, he reached level 4, and his first course of action was to rush mid to assist in pushing the wave. Since Kuro's Lulu could no longer maintain control over the mid lane, Gu Xing arrived to provide a modicum of assistance. "Are you starting again, Xingge?" Ziyuan shouted animatedly, drawing closer to his senior. "You're being a bit unscrupulous." Gu Xing's basic attack combined with Q, piercing arrow directly sullied half a wave of minions. Kuro remained unfazed. Having chosen Lulu, could he truly rely solely on himself to carry? In the realm of League of Legends, it is an undeniable truth that whoever consumes shall indeed carry. This peculiar minion supply dynamic between VG's mid and jungle had been in effect for some time. Nonetheless, many teams still struggled to adapt, as it proved to be exceedingly unconventional. In the current landscape of competitive gaming, the notion of a mid laner generously allocating resources to the jungler is often regarded by many coaching staffs as sheer folly. Yet, VG's approach not only proves effective, but flourishes splendidly. Initially, Gu Xing struggled to adapt, requiring a period of adjustment to align himself with Kuro's selfless spirit. What of the other teams? Shi found himself momentarily stunned, belatedly signaling the jungler to assist him in pushing the minion wave. However, Candy, engrossed in farming the armored beetle, arrived at mid lane a fraction too late. VG's mid-jungle duo had already pushed the wave of minions before the cannon to WE's inner tower. As the match reached the 4-minute mark, the wolf spirit activated its hunting mode. Candy had previously secured the river crab, aiming to artificially restrict the control of marks within WE's avian camp. With their mid-jungle synergy, they hoped to maintain their hold on the marks. Yet, the advancing minion wave towards WE's tower ensnared Shi beneath it, preventing him from providing immediate support. It was merely a matter of 3 or 4 seconds delay. By the time Rise cleared the minions beneath the tower, Gu Xing had already taken down half of the F6 camp and proceeded to claim the large bird with his smite. The VG supporters in the audience were jubilant, for they sensed that VG's familiar jungle-centric rhythm was set to take flight once more. The second layer of marks was secured. Ziyuan felt a twinge of unease. It appeared that Brother Xing's Qiyana was gaining momentum, having acquired 2 layers of marks shortly after the 4-minute mark. Candy would soon find himself in a precarious position in the jungle, aware of the dire consequences should Gu Xing continue to thrive unchecked. Candy recalled the pre-match directive from Bai Yuehua to lock down Gu Xing. Without hesitation, he returned to base, purchasing a green jungle knife and boots, and charged into the enemy jungle. Drawing from the prior strategic arrangements, he deduced Gu Xing's jungle route from subtle clues, enabling him to estimate the respawn timings of various jungle camps. Candy first rushed to VG's lower jungle, positioning a ward between the enemy's blue buff and the magic toad camp. Having noted that Gu Xing had previously cleared the lower swift crab, which had now vanished, his movements went undetected by VG. Concealed in the shadows near the river, he awaited the inevitable. As anticipated, Gu Xing's first respawn would be the magic toad, and Candy timed his arrival perfectly to intercept its clearing. Yet, halfway through the skirmish, Candy emerged. With a preemptive smite, he aimed to snatch the magic toad from Gu Xing's grasp. Understanding Candy's intentions, Gu Xing recalled that he had used his smite to capture a mark at the enemy F6, and now his ability was on cooldown. Helpless, he could only watch as the barrel rolled toward him, with Candy successfully using his smite to claim the toad. Attempting to retaliate and show Candy a thing or two, Gu Xing found himself thwarted as Candy executed a backward retreat while landing a Q barrel roll, effectively slowing him down. With Qiyana's red buff long gone, the mere slow from E harrowing crescent was insufficient to contain Candy. VG's bot lane duo approached to assist, but alas, neither possessed reliable crowd control, and they could only watch as Candy made his escape. Resigned, Gu Xing turned to support Jack in pushing the wave, planning to revisit the Shadow Wolves after the 3 wolves respawned. During this period, Candy was far from idle. He ventured to the mid lane to assist Xia in managing the minion waves, maintaining a pristine record by not disturbing a single minion, merely grazing a bit of experience. As Gu Xing finished clearing the 3 wolves and proceeded to the upper jungle to eliminate his own feathered beasts, Candy, controlling the barrel, reappeared like a specter. Having just aided Xia in stabilizing the mid lane, the tides had turned, leaving Kuro unable to provide support to Gu Xing. Candy's Q ability, Rolling Barrel, was deftly tossed beneath the feathered beasts, leveraging the damage enhancement from the fermentation of beer, and he brazenly snatched 4 small creatures right from Gu Xing's grasp. Had it not been for Gu Xing's quick reflexes, he might have lost even the remaining small beast. The Wii fans rejoiced, delighting in the dismal state of Qiyana. Frequently disrupted by the barrel, their hearts felt an immediate sense of relief. Fortunately, it was not 5. 5 would have truly been untenable. Gu Xing muttered to himself, seething with rage. Candy's actions were clearly an attempt to serve as a living ward, locking down his position while persistently striking to claim jungle monsters. How infuriating! Gu Xing resolved to teach his opponent a lesson. At 5 minutes and 48 seconds, the river crab respawned 3 minutes after being slain. Qiyana's additional wolf spirit mark was placed upon it, as the VG duo pushed the minion wave forward to assist in securing the swift crab. Gu Xing hurried to the scene. Jack was already firing at the river crab with his sniper rifle, while Duan Deliang stood guard, ready to unleash his minions should we dare to contest. Gu Xing approached and executed a smite to claim the river crab, acquiring his 3rd mark. Zhe Yuan compared the data panels and concluded that Candy's previous invasions to steal jungle monsters were not particularly beneficial. The barrel had neglected his own jungle, and his CS count was even falling behind Qiyana's. However, he had his own interpretation. I believe Candy's intent was not to enhance his own growth. Rather, his ultimate goal was to hinder Gu Xing's rapid development, interrupting jungle monsters to cut off Qiyana's economy, while using his body as a ward to obscure Qiyana's movements, preventing her from acquiring resources through gank. It must be said that Candy's strategy was indeed successful. He managed to instill a sense of annoyance in Gu Xing. Aside from the marks he could not control, Candy had exerted all efforts to restrict Gu Xing. Yet, the situation was far from over. Having gained an advantage, he sought to escalate the matter further. The entire process of Gu Xing claiming the river crab mark was under Candy's watchful eyes. Aware that Qiyana's smite was once again on cooldown, Candy concocted a devious plan. With his own smite still available, he aimed to exploit the timing difference of the summoner spell to snatch Gu Xing's 2nd red buff. Without the red buff, Qiyana's gank potential and combat capabilities would be further diminished. Candy wasted no time. He returned to clear his lower jungle, calculated the timing, and crossed the upper river to prepare for an incursion into VG's upper jungle. Gu Xing's movements seemed somewhat suspicious, prompting Zhe Yuan to take notice. The director's camera had already shifted focus. The time was now 6 minutes and 50 seconds. Gu Xing's red buff was on the verge of respawning. He did not content himself with waiting idly by the camp for the wild monsters to respawn. Instead, he dashed to the side, shooting an arrow to eliminate the nearby explosive fruit. Subsequently, he planted a vision ward at the location of the fruit. With that task accomplished, just as the red buff appeared, Gu Xing turned around and began to farm the jungle. If placing the ward was to guard against the barrel's attempt to steal the monsters, then what was the purpose of eliminating the explosive fruit? Was it to deter the beer man? Zhe Yuan speculated. Candy had already arrived. In the frame, the beer man swayed left and right, maneuvering his rotund body along the wall that connected the barren pit to VG's jungle. He first placed a ward over the wall into the red camp. Upon seeing that Xianzhu was clearing the red buff, his eyes lit up, ready to seize the opportunity to steal it, relying on his smite. Suddenly, the director switched the screen. Amidst the audience's murmurs of confusion, the camera panned to VG's fountain. The previously returned Poppy stood motionless at home, almost akin to being idle. At this moment, Zhe Yuan finally comprehended VG's entire strategy. He immediately exclaimed, "Smeb, with his teleport ready, can flank Candy if he dares to invade the jungle," allowing Poppy to teleport to the ward placed by Xing, creating a pincer attack. However, Zhe Yuan had the advantage of a god's eye view. Only through the director's camera work could he discern Gu Xing's intentions. Meanwhile, Candy remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding trap. As the match approached the 7-minute mark, the power of the top lane Phantom diminished, and 957 could maintain a stable line. In the mid lane, Shi had secured first blood, gaining a slight advantage over Kuro. The minion waves in the top and mid lanes supported his potential invasion. Candy was entirely oblivious to the tightening net. At this moment, he was still reveling in dreams, imagining what he would do after stealing the red buff. Perhaps flaunting his dog tag? He plunged into the brush beside VG's red buff camp. Gu Xing, utilizing the vision from the ward, observed this scene and felt that his fishing strategy had reached its zenith. Now was the time. My blood, teleport. Gu Xing signaled fervently at the previously placed ward. Smeb, already prepared, completed his item build and executed his teleport. The crimson light of his spell shone brightly. It was only then that Candy realized something was amiss. An ambush. He immediately turned to flee, attempting to signal his teammates. Yet, Gu Xing had no intention of letting him escape. Leaping forward, he cast fearsome presence, slowing him down. The arrows flew relentlessly into the barrel's body. In less than 7 minutes, Xianzhu had already accumulated 3 stacks of marks. His damage was undoubtedly sufficient. Candy adjusted his position, diving into the dragon pit and retaliating with his rolling barrel to slow them down. He remembered to activate his Gatling gun mode, spewing forth words as he did. Xing leaped down into the dragon pit with his dance of arrows, continuing to apply pressure. The repercussions of his earlier jungle stalking began to manifest. Candy had yet to reach level 6. His voice was filled with urgency, and his flash was barely off cooldown. The 5-second teleport channel concluded. The fully equipped Poppy appeared above the barren pit. Spotting the retreating barrel not far away, Song Jinghao scoffed. Humph, trying to escape? Smeb, without a moment's hesitation, executed a flash over the wall, activated W, determined style, for acceleration, and delivered a wall slam that left his opponent dazed against the wall of the dragon pit. Meanwhile, Kuro in the mid lane skillfully detained Xie, utilizing the slow effect of his radiant spear to ensnare Rise, preventing him from swiftly departing the mid lane to assist Ziyuan, who attentively monitored the remaining heroes across the top and middle lanes. 957 arrived late. By the time he reached the scene, Candy was already in a precarious state. Smeb had no intention of letting Candy escape. The moment Candy regained consciousness from the stun, Smeb followed up with guarded judgment, charging and launching him skyward with a decisive blow. The relentless control rendered Candy utterly helpless, as if trapped in an icy abyss. He was immobilized throughout, unable to resist. Observing the dire situation, 57 recognized that his comrade was beyond saving. So he used his hook to reposition himself along the wall and returned to the top lane to continue farming. Xing delivered the final arrow, claiming the life of the barrel. The thunderous applause from VG's supporters instantly engulfed the entire venue. The hunting effect of the sheep's spirit ensnared the soul of the barrel. transforming it into an additional layer of passive for itself. For layers of passive, Ziyuan, in a state of ecstatic fervor, shouted with unrestrained joy, while Xing simultaneously doubled his kill count, effectively compensating for the early game disadvantage of having his jungle stolen. Gu Xing, overwhelmed with excitement, felt a sense of relief wash over him, dispelling the earlier frustrations. Woohoo! He was filled with exuberance, thinking, do I want to howl with joy over a discounted water bottle? Gu Xing had been plotting a grand strategy for the past minute. When he claimed the river crab's mark, he deliberately used his smite. This was to let Candy know he had no smite available, offering him a chance to contest the red buff. He meticulously orchestrated this ruse, intending to lure Candy into a trap for the kill. Gu Xing signaled directly into the enemy jungle, declaring his intent to invade, warning Maibua not to let Xingsu come after him. Earlier, when the barrel attempted to counter jungle, it had revealed its last hit count. Gu Xing calculated that We's upper jungle had yet to respawn. This time, he aimed to reap substantial rewards. At 11 seconds, the wolf spirit activated its hunting once again. Under the layer of marks, its prey was the 4 groups of non-buff monsters in the enemy jungle. The Wii lower jungle was entirely cleared. Thus, the choice lay between the magic swamp frog and the shadow wolf. As the mark appeared atop the magic swamp frog, Gu Xing revealed a bright smile. The 5th layer was secured. Next, he intended to make Candy experience true suffering. As a side note, today was busy with a conference, resulting in fewer updates. JD seems to be truly formidable, appearing on a different level than LNG with 300 words, 17. 48,271. A twist of fate in the counter-sneak plan. Candy's demise this time incurred significant losses. Ziyuan was still assessing the gains and losses for both sides. Not only did he fail to counter Xing's jungle monsters, but he also relinquished his entire upper half of the jungle, including the recently respawned blue buff. In contrast, Xing reaped abundant rewards, not only in monster yield but also acquiring 2 layers of marks, as his 5 layers of passive soared to prominence. Throughout the encounter, Qianjua's mark capture faced minimal interference from Wei. Gu Xing was thoroughly familiar with the intricacies of the game, skillfully calculating the respawn zones of the marks. Each time, he adeptly assisted his online teammates in managing the minion waves, leveraging the advantages of lane control to secure his passive abilities. Acquiring 2 additional layers of marks now undoubtedly signified an exceptional lead in development. The chatroom was inundated with a torrent of comments. What a kill. Candy, you seem to relish tailing Qianju like a stalker, don't you? Keep it up if you can. He has no flash and dares to play like this. He must have never faced a proper beating. Smeb can easily put him in his place with a teleport. How is brother Xing still playing with 5 layers of marks? I feel it's already over. D is truly outrageous, neglecting his own jungle to annoy others. Karma is coming for him. Ha ha ha. Irritated and impatient, Candy gulped down a large sip of ice-cold drink, attempting to force himself to calm down. His efforts to steal the jungle had resulted in a net loss. The benefits he earned from 2 successful jungle steals early on had now evaporated. Moreover, having neglected his own camp for an extended period, he was only at level 5. The same as his support, with inadequate equipment and abysmal combat prowess. More critically, he had squandered the blue buff. This was originally intended for Xie, allowing Rise to dominate the mid lane and consequently control the jungle, preventing Qianju from encroaching on the marks. However, without the blue buff, Rise was no match for Lulu in terms of wave control, even as Xie exhausted his resources to clear the minion waves. The remaining blue mana would not permit him to roam for support. Just as Candy found himself at a loss, 957 spoke up at the perfect moment. Jinjia, come help me. This wave is easy to catch without flash. The top laner's comment sparked a solution in Candy's mind. He immediately began devising a plan. Intending to head to the bottom area post-respawn, clearing the freshly spawned red buff and the sharp-beaked bird while foregoing the relatively challenging stone beetle, thus saving time to venture towards the top lane. Candy was exceptionally shrewd. He recognized that there might be wards previously placed by Gu Xing in the upper jungle. So he opted to traverse along the wall of the top lane, moving with the minion waves and remaining within VG's blind spots. Filled with anticipation, he was on the verge of leveling up to 6, with his flash already ready, significantly increasing his chances of a successful gank. Gu Xing had made his way to the lower jungle and was preparing to summon Kuro for the blue buff, clearly not returning to the top lane in the immediate future. Candy timed his move perfectly. when he saw Lulu leave the mid lane and head downwards. He understood Kuro was going for the blue, and Gu Xing would undoubtedly assist in lowering the health of the jungle monsters. This indicated that VG's upper jungle was left with only Poppy alone. 957 first attacked a minion with a basic strike, helping the concealed Candy reach level 6. And then he activated his ultimate. With Ziyuan's resonant voice, the steel shadow leapt into action. R. Hextech Ultimatum ensnared Poppy firmly within the confines of the formation. While the hammer form's W, steadfast presence, could interrupt dashes, the steel shadow, while casting the ultimate, would leap into the air, becoming untargetable and unable to be blocked by Poppy. Smeb, unperturbed, sought to counterattack, unleashing his passive shield just as Candy's Gragas emerged from the brush, aiming to stun Poppy. Song Jinghao's reflexes were astonishing. The moment the barrel's rotund figure breached the foliage, he activated W, steadfast presence. Gragas's displacement was abruptly interrupted, propelling him into the air. Such exquisite maneuvering by Smeb. Ziyuan marveled, yet Gragas's other abilities remained at his disposal. He initiated with Q to slow Poppy, followed by R, explosive cask, in an attempt to launch her back. Smeb, calm under pressure, executed a minor displacement with E, sidestepping with precision. This brief movement altered the trajectory of Gragas's ultimate, preventing Poppy from being thrust into his embrace and instead propelling her sideways, away from the Wii jungle's vicinity. Although she could not escape the confines of the Hextech ultimatum, she managed to create enough distance to hinder the enemy's immediate retaliation. Brilliant. Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with admiration as he lauded Smeb's remarkable execution. Once the enemy had exhausted their crowd control abilities, Poppy began to swing her mighty hammer, activating our Keeper's Verdict. She intended to send the Wii junglers flying. If she could displace Echo from the Hextech ultimatum, the area of effect would surely dissipate, allowing Poppy to escape with ease. In a critical moment, Candy's Gragas took a step back, creating distance between himself and Poppy, thus granting him ample reaction time. As Poppy's hammer descended, he deftly utilized his freshly regained flash to evade the strike. A well-timed arcane shift. Candy, having matured from the rashness of Season 6, had now become a cornerstone of domestic junglers, his prowess rivaling that of the esteemed Clearlove. His reflexes were equally commendable. After dodging the hammer, he remained close to Poppy, ready to continue his assault. Meanwhile, 957, with no intention of evasion, was taken aback, exclaiming, "My goodness!" In the rift, just as Poppy's colossal hammer was about to strike Echo, he unexpectedly extended his hookshot towards the wall. Unable to evade Poppy's ultimate, he was launched into the air. Yet the hookshot latched onto the wall. The next scene ignited a wave of excitement among the spectators. Rather than being sent flying, Echo was mysteriously pulled back, yanked to the wall. Control negated. Ziyuan could hardly contain his volume, exclaiming, "What a play from 957. Echo's E-hookshot consists of 3 segments: the initial throw, the pull towards the wall, and the final wall bounce. The latter 2 segments can be interrupted by hard crowd control, but during the first phase, any controlling abilities do not impede progress. 957 expertly capitalized on this mechanic, deploying his hookshot just before Poppy's hammer could send him flying, successfully evading the enemy's ultimate with a forced displacement. Echo had only been released for 3 months. Many of its mechanics were known only to seasoned players, leaving others still in the dark. In this context, the exquisite skills displayed by 957 were indeed astonishing. As Poppy's resolute demeanor came to an end, she was rendered unconscious by a kick from Qingsuing, leaving her no choice but to stagger towards the tower. However, the output from Wii's top and jungle was not insignificant. Smeb, in a desperate bid, managed to return to the tower in a critically injured state. Before he could react further, he was dazzled by a flash of golden light as Qingsuing approached. An immediate pull occurred. The seamless and fluid sequence of attacks swiftly depleted Poppy's health bar. Song Jinghao was deeply impressed, noting the remarkable prowess of Qingsuing. Today, he had brought his finest form to contend with Wii. Such meticulous preparation was likely due to Wii previously dismantling the Tiger team with the adept guidance of Aluka and his Shaun. Initially, both Smeb and the jungler Hajin had laughed heartily upon seeing Shaun, but little did they expect to be defeated within half an hour. Learning from past missteps, Song Jinghao held a healthy respect for Wii. Encountering them again, he was determined not to repeat his previous mistakes. Particularly, The strength of We's top and jungle, especially 957, had truly opened his eyes. Smeb had once believed that Long Gu represented the pinnacle of domestic top laners, but he was astonished to find that 957 was equally formidable. Nevertheless, he consoled himself, for Gu Xing had already assisted Kuro in securing the blue buff and was now advancing towards the river, reassuring his teammates that with a couple of ultimates and flashes, they would undoubtedly come out ahead. Smeb had executed his maneuvers to perfection, had it not been for We's jungler and top having more skills at their disposal. He might have indeed escaped. When Gu Xing noticed Candy engaging the top laner, he was not one to stand idly by. He resolved to target We's south bot lane. Rui Xing, remember to follow me after you push the wave, Gu Xing urged, skillfully guiding Qianzhu from the dragon pit into We's bot jungle with a leap from Rain of Arrows. There, he found a blast cone. Without hesitation, he utilized the cone to vault over the wall, landing seamlessly in the brush behind We's second tower, cleverly evading the vision set by Wei in the triangular brush of the bot lane. By the time the enemy bot duo realized what was happening, they had already lost their chance to escape. Gu Xing marked Nami as his target and proceeded to place a ward between the first and second towers of We's bot lane. In the next moment, a teleportation shimmer illuminated above, sealing off the retreat for We's duo. The director shifted the camera to the mid lane for clarity. After pushing the minion wave, Kuro retreated to a safe position, utilizing his teleport to assist the bot lane. Shi aimed to interrupt the enemy's teleportation, and Ziyuan quickened his speech. Yet he could not locate Lulu's position. Kuro was aware that Shi possessed Rune Prison. Should he be discovered, the interruption would be effortlessly executed. Thus, Li Rui Xing retreated significantly, opting to hide before his own second tower before executing the teleport, ensuring that Shi could not reach him in time to disrupt it. No one could aid We's bot duo. They faced a dire situation, overwhelmed 4 against 2, with no hope of survival. In his mind, Gu Xing had already pronounced a death sentence upon the two. Yet, he was not finished. Just wait a moment, I'll mark the target. He had already applied the passive from the Spirit of the Lamb on Nami, and it would take 10 seconds to activate. Thus, he remained patient, biding his time before striking. The Wei duo was in a state of utter desperation. From beginning to end, Candy had not lent a hand, and VG's bottom lane prowess was formidable across the entire league. Consequently, they were perpetually pressured under the tower. Moreover, they were facing an Ezreal and Nami combination, which inherently possessed a lackluster wave clear capability. Now, as they watched the opposing Caitlyn and Rek'Sai amass a substantial wave of minions at their turret, they found themselves utterly defenseless. The big brother was still attempting to harass Qiyana, striving to forge a path from behind, but Kuro provided a shield to Xinggu, enabling Qiyana to withstand the damage. Xinggu was resolute in his determination to secure the mark. It was only when the sheep's spirit icon appeared above Nami's head that Gu Xing decided to strike. Xinggu initiated the assault under the turret, unleashing a barrage of attacks enhanced by Lulu's whimsy, leaving Ziyuan in awe at Qiyana's explosive damage. Gu Xing claimed the kill and transitioned to farm the jungle, boasting impressive equipment and levels. He was now equipped with a blood razor and had accumulated 5 marks, allowing his every basic attack to siphon a significant amount of health. The big brother, despondent, understood that even if he expended both summoner spells, escape would be futile, so he opted to preserve them for another occasion. Gu Xing tanked the turret throughout the engagement, eliminating the opponent before activating his sheep's spirit's blessing to shield himself from the turret's onslaught. The VG supporters in the venue erupted into a thunderous cheer as they witnessed their team regain the advantage. With a double kill secured, Qiyana reached her 6th mark. A glance at the mini-map allowed for a fleeting sigh of relief for Wei. Fortunately, the wolf spirit had targeted the Rift Herald in the upper half of the map, or else Xinggu would have claimed yet another mark. Once Qiyana's passive reached 57 stacks, the wolf spirit would only select the enemy double buffs, Dragon and Rift Herald. One double buff was countered by Gu Xing, while the other was consumed by Candy, narrowing the targets down to the Dragon and the Herald. Gu Xing's luck was somewhat lacking this time, as the marks spawned in the opposite direction, preventing him from reaping further benefits. However, 2 kills were sufficient for Gu Xing to expand his lead. The VG4 aimed to demolish We's next turret, intending to initiate a lane transition. After a moment of contemplation, Jack finally spoke up. "Old Gu, could you hurry and secure the dragon? We need to save some time." or else the transition will be delayed. The first dragon of the match was of the earth element, undoubtedly a valuable prize. After dispatching the enemy bottom lane, Gu Xing could not afford to let this crucial earth dragon slip away. It was imperative that he claimed it. Initially, he had intended to secure the bounty from the first blood turret before contesting the dragon. Jack's sudden insistence on directly taking the dragon inevitably caused Gu Xing to ponder. Before he could voice his thoughts, Kuro interjected unexpectedly. "Jack, are you trying to hog all the glory? Wow, you can understand that?" Wenbo exclaimed in surprise. He saw that the team held the advantage and did not mind lightening the mood with some banter. "Xing, your Chinese progress is quite remarkable." "Not at all. Compared to Ji Sun Gu, I still have a long way to go," Kuro replied humbly. Ji Sun is undeniably a linguistic prodigy. Within merely 6 months of arriving in the country, he has mastered the intricacies of the game Three Kingdoms Kill. Wenbo speaks with fervor. Yet when compared to other Korean players, his progress is remarkable, especially when juxtaposed with those who have been here for years and still struggle with basic Mandarin. A muffled chuckle resonates in the background. "Do not divert the topic." Gu Xing quickly responds, realizing he has yet to answer Xing's question. Wenbo, showing signs of impatience, exclaims, "Oh come on, it's just a first blood tower. You're being rather stingy, Gu. I've already given you 2 kills. And you're still not satisfied?" Gu Xing's previous demeanor was quite the opposite. He would have eagerly bestowed the entire bounty of the first blood tower upon you, expecting nothing in return. Now, he has transformed into a frugal player, wanting not just the kills, but also the tower. Upon hearing Wenbo's words, Gu Xing experiences a moment of self-reflection, acknowledging that perhaps he has been a bit excessive lately. Recognizing his fault, he rushes to the dragon pit, effortlessly claiming the earth dragon with minimal effort due to his passive abilities. Meanwhile, Zhe Yuan keeps an eye on the minimap. After pushing the mid-lane minion wave, Shi, with the last remnants of his blue mana, dashes to the top lane to assist the jungle and top lane in pushing the tower. In terms of pushing speed, the 3 of them are ultimately no match for the 4 members of VG's mid, bottom, and jungle, rendering their chances of securing the first blood tower non-existent. Realizing the futility of claiming the first blood tower, Candy wisely retreats beyond the tower's range, opting instead to gather the Rift Herald from the barren pit. He allocates the economic advantage of the first tower to the top and mid players who are in dire need of gold. Acquiring the Herald is imperative for Candy's strategy. Though it may seem somewhat inconsequential, its value is undeniable, especially with the Wolf Spirit market carries. If Candy fails to eliminate it when the lane swap commences, VG's duo will inevitably assist Gu Xing in securing the Herald. D, in an effort to disrupt Qianju's rhythm, must strike down the Herald without delay. Otherwise, if Gu Xing acquires another layer of passive, he might as well forfeit the game. As both teams initiate the lane swap phase, Xinggu accompanies the duo to the top lane, aiming to provide continued support, allowing Miss Caitlyn to maintain the tower pushing momentum. It is evident that Jack's development has surpassed the timeline, enabling Caitlyn to thrive, which is certainly not advantageous for Wii. The Caitlyn push strategy is designed to exploit her range advantage for early game progression. After swiftly toppling the enemy's defenses, they can then exert pressure through vision control, seizing neutral resources, consistently stealing the opponent's jungle camps, and steadily expanding their economic lead to ultimately secure victory. Although Jack currently has only 2 assists, demolishing the first blood tower in under 10 minutes is an undeniable boon for Caitlyn. In reality, the bounty for the first blood tower was reduced in patch 74. The previously shared 125 gold among the team was slashed, while the local bounty increased from 275 to 300, resulting in an overall decrease of 100 gold. This alteration proves to be unfriendly to the Caitlyn push strategy. Just as Zhe Yuan begins to speak, the broadcast shifts its focus back to Gu Xing Qianju, having returned to base to purchase attack speed boots and a short sword. Now lurks in the brush closest to We's tower after clearing the upper jungle. Is Xinggu contemplating another ambush on Wi's duo? As the moment unfolded, the excitement surged within the arena. Duke Wang's swift movements and formidable abilities remained intact, granting the Grasshopper undeniable initiative. The minion wave was advancing towards VG's side, and Ziyuan provided crucial support. Should the elder brother falter, he might indeed face dire consequences. Naturally, Mystic remained vigilant. As one of the representative players of the Korean ADC style, he consistently adhered to the principle of steady development. Any slight disturbance would not escape the elder brother's keen perception. At this moment, Mystic sensed an unease creeping in. He cast his Q, Mystic Shot, into the brush where Gu Xing was concealed, eager to ascertain whether anyone lurked within. The elder brother, with profound cunning, deliberately executed his move just as he was prepared to secure a last hit, transforming his ordinary attack into a Q aimed at the nearby thicket. This move was crafted to catch the enemy off guard. Initially, Gu Xing did not anticipate such a tactic from the elder brother. However, his response was remarkably swift. As the viscous white fluid threatened to splatter onto Qianjua's visage, Gu Xing adeptly maneuvered the lamb to leap backward with agility, narrowly evading the mystic shot with a dance of arrows. This moment elicited a wave of gasps from the audience below. What astonishing reflexes from Xing. Ziyuan marveled, astonished that the elder brother had failed to land his cue. Jack momentarily stood in shock. Though he possessed formidable strength, ranking among the top newcomers in LPL in recent years, he lacked the necessary experience. Yu Wenba had not anticipated that the elder brother would employ a feigned basic attack to deceive him, then utilize Q, Mystic Shot, to probe the brush. He was equally astonished that Gu Xing could evade such a critical strike. He pondered internally. Had it been him, he surely would have been struck by that Q, right? This fleeting moment of distraction caused Jack's misfortune to halt in her tracks. Ironically, this alleviated Mystic's suspicions. The elder brother assumed Jack's momentary daze resulted from his seemingly absurd feigned basic attack and probing Q. Noticing his Q skill had missed, Mystic felt no doubt and advanced, preparing to push the minion wave forward. He understood that even in Qianjua's absence, he and his support, Nami, would not stand a chance against the enemy duo. To ensure safety, the elder brother summoned the jungler for reinforcement, aiding them in pushing the minion wave forward. After being taken down by Smeb's timely teleportation and subsequent control, Candy promptly adjusted his role to that of a facilitator for his teammates. Entertaining thoughts of early game dominance was entirely unrealistic. Merely avoiding being farmed by Gu Xing in the jungle was a success in itself. Candy, now focused on assisting his duo in distress, rushed to their aid. The barrel was advancing, and to Ziyuan's astonishment, Xing was preparing to counterattack. What an incredible awareness and strategic vision. To be fair, Gu Xing had not planned so far ahead. His sole intent was to ambush the Wii duo. He never expected such fortune to arise. Resolutely, Gu Xing refused to concede defeat. As Candy arrived at the top lane, he shouted a command, ready to freeze the enemy in their tracks. Duan Dilian's grasshopper immediately summoned a swarm of insects, securing the barrel in place with his ultimate ability, Grip of the Underworld. Gu Xing emerged from the underbrush, unleashing a relentless barrage of arrows upon the beer man. Meanwhile, Zero's Nami, aging and less responsive than in her prime, was caught off guard by the unexpected emergence of Qian Ju from the foliage. Despite Mystic's earlier attempt to engage, there was no one present. In a moment of distraction, Zero hastily shattered the grasshopper's passive shield and cast Roar of the Riptide in an attempt to interrupt the grip of the underworld and dissuade the enemy. But it was too late. Jack had already set a trap beneath the barrel, and even as the grasshopper was launched into the air, Candy remained ensnared. Just before being swept away by the tidal wave, the AD carry fired a shot that found its mark, successfully diminishing Candy's health. Gu Xing followed up with his damage, ultimately slaying the beer man. The next target was none other than Nami. Qian Ju activated Fearsome Presence, rapidly executing 3 cycles of damage, and despite Zero's flash, death was inevitable. A loud cheer erupted. Only the agile Easy managed to evade VG's encirclement. Zero exchanged 2 for 1, allowing VG to push down WE's outer turret, and the AD carry officially took flight. Ziyuan couldn't help but commend Gu Xing for his brilliant counterattack, remarking that his awareness belied his status as a mere rookie with only 1 year in professional play. His style resembled that of seasoned veterans like Quan Chong and Benji. After all, he was the first ever FMVP jungler in history, undoubtedly possessing remarkable skill. It was evident that he was a versatile jungler, adept in both execution and strategy. Currently, we relied heavily on Ryze and Camille for split pushing, while the jungle was effectively severed from connection. After returning to base to replenish his gear, Jack, accompanied by Duan Deliang, charged straight to the mid lane. Within a mere 15 minutes, he had acquired a pair of swift shoes, flaunting an exceptionally luxurious build, thanks to his development exceeding the timeline. Yu Wenba firmly suppressed his opponent, controlling the mid lane's authority. He refrained from roaming, opting instead to assist Duan in warding the bushes on either side of the mid lane, focusing intently on pushing the lane, occasionally taking the opportunity to chip away at the turret when the cannon minions arrived. Gu Xing timed his movements to counter We's blue buff in the upper jungle. He currently possessed 6 stacks of the rune. The red buff, Dragon, and Herald had all been claimed. Only We's blue buff remained. Gu Xing understood that the moment the jungle creatures reset, the wolf spirit would target it as prey. Thus, he arrived ahead of time. The upper jungle of Wei was engulfed in darkness, entirely devoured by Gu Xing's vision. The director deliberately shifted to We's perspective, magnifying the mini-map to reveal that the upper jungle was completely shrouded in the fog of war. This was due to Gu Xing's excellent infiltration. He had anticipated that the blue buff would be a hunting ground for the wolf spirit, and had strategically enveloped the area in his control. Furthermore, Candy had not made an effort to place wards. We's composition was designed for a 1-3-1 split push, yet disparities existed among the split pushers. With limited vision, Candy had to prioritize protecting Camille, the undeniable core of We's strategy in this match. Thus, he invested a considerable portion of his vision in the lower quadrant to ensure that 957 could farm undisturbed. Naturally, he had no extra energy to devote to the upper quadrant. However, Candy inexplicably sought to venture into the upper jungle, aiming to secure the blue buff for Xie. He was well aware of the wolf spirit mark and was unwilling to relinquish the blue buff so easily. Bringing Xie to his own jungle, he fell into Gu Xing's ambush. Brother Xing activated the wolf spirit frenzy, leaping out from the brush near the blue buff, seemingly intent on a 1 versus 2 confrontation. Ziyuan, witnessing Qianju's solo leap towards the opponent, could hardly conceal his astonishment. However, the damage dealt by Brother Xing was astonishingly high. Candy could barely withstand it. With 6 stacks of passive, every basic attack dealt an additional 75 physical damage based on the enemy's current health. In a swift flurry, 3 arrows were unleashed, effortlessly reducing Candy's health by 13 points. The barrel, accompanied by the onion chicken, counterattacked, while Rise began to unleash spells towards Qianju. Their damage output was not to be underestimated. As Gu Xing reduced Candy's health to the brink, his own life was also nearing its end. Yet, the weakness of the Wei mid-jungle duo lay in their insufficient burst damage. He could accurately calculate his output, just as he was about to perish. Gu Xing activated his now-ready ultimate, Sheep Spirit's Revival. The power of the land's blessing spared him from death. Candy's eyes sparkled at this moment. Now was the time. Without hesitation, he hurled his ultimate, explosive barrel. The hops rolled wildly, accompanied by the fragrance of brewing beer, exploding towards Qianju. The radius of the Sheep Spirit's Revival was 545 units, whereas the Beer Man's ultimate could blast enemies away to a distance of 900 units. This meant that, should the ultimate connect, Qianju would be propelled beyond the range of the Sheep Spirit's blessing. At that moment, deprived of protection, Gu Xing would become easy prey, vulnerable to their whims. However, just as the ultimate was about to eject Qianju from the area of effect, a hand wielding a staff suddenly emerged from the upper river. A purple-skinned garlic had arrived. Kuro had come to the rescue. Amidst the shouts of his allies, Lulu flashed forward, casting E-Help Pix to shield Qianju. With Lulu's considerable ability power and the recently acquired Holy Grail, the E-skill not only provided a shield for Gu Xing, but also triggered the Holy Grail's passive to heal. In the blink of an eye, Qianju was revitalized. Brother Xing danced back into the domain of the Sheep Spirit's Revival, turning his attention to diminishing Rise's health. Xie felt a sense of dread. He observed closely, noting that Kuro held onto his polymorph without casting it. Clearly, he aimed to wait until the blessing duration of the Sheep Spirit's Revival had concluded before using polymorph to neutralize his combat effectiveness. Retreating was imperative. Xie recognized that in the current 2v2 skirmish, he was certainly no match for VG. He turned to flee. However, Lulu's Sparkling Lance, with its slowing effect, ensnared him. As the Sheep Spirit's Revival came to an end, all 4 participants within the domain simultaneously received a health boost. Immediately thereafter, Gu Xing's body swelled with vigor. Lulu cast R Wild Growth. With a dual enhancement to his health, Gu Xing was fully revitalized. It was now Brother Xing's turn to pursue. The Wei mid-jungle duo would not let a single opponent escape. Zhe Yuan's voice resonated with fervor, while Qianzhu unleashed arrows that fell like raindrops. Despite Rise's reputation as a spell machine gun, he could not compete with Qianzhu's sustained output as a high attack speed marksman. Moreover, Candy's barrel had already exhausted all its skills, rendering him a mere oversized melee combatant. Under Qianzhu's divine prowess, the two had no means of resistance, consumed only by the desperate need to escape. Lulu's transformation into a sheep was bestowed upon Xie, while Gu Xing seized the opportunity to claim the lives of his foes with 3 swift arrows. Candy attempted to flee, but Qianzhu's next cue, Dance of Arrows, was already primed, leaping forward to vanquish the barrel-wielding foe. Once again, it was a flawless exchange of 0 for 2. We's mid and jungle faltered, and they were left to hand over the blue buffs marked to Brother Xing. Zhe Yuan, expending every ounce of strength, exclaimed, "With 7 stacks of marks, I cannot fathom how we will manage." A side note, there remains one more team fight to discuss. It is not that the pacing is sluggish. Rather, yesterday's brevity resulted in this chapter being incomplete. I shall endeavor to write more tomorrow. 7,600 words, 24 million views. 272. Is this even a teaching moment? Ultimately, it was Kuro's pivotal support that made all the difference. I recall my voice becoming animated with excitement as he dashed from the top lane to provide a shield for Brother Xing, successfully preserving Qianzhu's life. Behind the scenes, Swine swiftly directed the broadcast to replay the recent mid-jungle skirmish, even enhancing it with 3D visual effects. The diminutive body of the pixie sorceress swayed as she hurriedly scampered, her short legs working tirelessly to rescue Qianzhu from peril. The VG supporters in attendance beamed with joy. Lulu's demeanor exuded a touch of protective charm akin to that of a devoted daughter. Zhe Yuan chimed in, praising Lulu's formidable shielding capabilities. However, in this match, Kuro seemed disinclined to adhere to a purely supportive role. He had retrieved components for the Lich Bane, hinting at a desire to infuse some offensive power. Given that VG had not secured the spell-damaging misfortune, both marksmen in their composition dealt purely AD damage. Kuro must supplement some magic damage. Otherwise, Candy's beer man, clad in armor, would serve as a steadfast frontline. Presently, Xie was also experiencing a minor collapse, having failed to secure a single blue buff, likely to be perpetually pressured by Lulu. It is essential to remain impartial at this juncture. We's only hope lay with 957's Camille. 957 faced immense pressure. He had yet to embark on a serious split push, yet his teammates continued to falter. Having just acquired Ninja Tabi, Tiamat, and Trinity Force, his equipment could only be described as mediocre, merely progressing along the timeline. Furthermore, 957 found himself at a disadvantage against Smeb in their matchup. The root of the issue lay in Smeb's formidable landing prowess. Song Jinghao exploited Camille's average sustain, repeatedly engaging with his passive shield to chip away at 957's health, preventing him from pushing freely toward the tower. Remarkably, VG's next tower still boasted 70 health. Typically composed, 957, seeing no advantage gained and witnessing his teammates fall one after another, could not help but feel a surge of urgency, leading to a somewhat reckless approach. Smeb remained remarkably composed, acknowledging that the advantage lay with him. He was in no rush. With a leisurely manner, he articulated his current situation, signaling to others not to interfere, as his opponents were currently at a loss against him. However, Song Jinghao's voice abruptly halted. Just as he intended to advance and pressure 957 further, he unexpectedly spotted a beer man emerge from the bushes behind VG's next tower. Smeb was taken aback by Candy's sudden appearance from the rear. His focus had been entirely on his lane and conversing with teammates, causing a brief delay in his reaction. By the time he considered evading, it was already too late. As before, We's top and jungle duo were willing to invest heavily in taking him down. With both summoner spells expended, their sole aim was to claim the life of Bobby. "What the hell?" Smeb exclaimed, articulating his frustration. "Is it really necessary to target me so relentlessly? Are we still playing?" Candy was determined to help 957 gain an advantage, which was understandable, as this was the last hope for the entire team. Zhe Yuan noted that even as the Shadow Blade secured another kill, his brows remained furrowed. 957 stayed behind to push down VG's bottom tower. Yet We's mid tower was also in dire straits. The negative repercussions of Xie's earlier demise were becoming evident. He lacked the blue buff and had completely lost control of the top lane. Kuro, having pushed out the wave, sought out the jungler. Gu Xing, empowered by Lulu SW, inspiration, appeared in the mid lane, where he effortlessly dealt a substantial amount of damage to Zero's Nami, reducing her health by more than half. With Zero having previously used his flash, he was utterly defenseless against the advancing Qianju. Even remaining under the tower offered him no escape from death. Gu Xing's final arrow claimed his life, granting him yet another kill. The unfortunate situation forced the big brother to retreat before the mid-tier tower, allowing Jace's Caitlyn to systematically dismantle the first tower. At this juncture, all of WE's outer towers had fallen, and the economic gap widened to 5k. It all hinged on 957. If we failed to leverage their split push to secure an advantage, this match would become exceedingly challenging, as he candidly remarked. Smeb shared this sentiment, bracing himself for the opponent's split push strategy. However, after 2 minutes had passed, Song Jinghao expressed his discontent. This split push is utterly pathetic. His command of Chinese was still developing, preventing him from articulating his thoughts precisely, leading to somewhat extreme phrasing. Gu Xing glanced over, and indeed, it was as he suspected. 957 had successfully taken down VG's next tower, and, having secured 2 kills, should have enjoyed the advantage in the side lane. Yet, progress remained stunted. VG's bottom tier 2 tower stood unscathed. Following Smeb's reminder, Gu Xing made a point to pay close attention to WE's minion wave management. To him, it could only be described as crude. The adjustments to minion waves in version 71 made it significantly easier to stack minions, which was a major boon for the advantageous split pusher. We was certainly employing this strategy. 957 first eliminated the ranged minions, allowing the tanky melee minions to absorb damage at the wave transition point, gradually amassing the minion wave. In this manner, the Shadow Blade would slowly push forward, and by the time they reached VG's bottom tier 2 tower, a substantial wave of minions would converge. At that moment, 957 could capitalize on Smeb's time spent clearing minions beneath the tower to chip away at its health. Judging solely from the lower lane, 957's approach was entirely justifiable. It was revealed that Smeb employed a similar strategy while playing Jace. However, one must recognize that the rift encompasses more than just the bottom lane. As the game transitioned into the mid-game phase, the synergy among the 3 lanes became paramount, each reliant upon the others. Each time we allowed 957 to hoard minions in the bottom lane, they neglected the control of the mid lane. Consequently, while Camille slowly pushed the lane, VG maintained dominance in the mid lane. Gu Xing merely had to feign a presence in the mid lane, revealing his position, and then signal his descent to the bottom, leaving 957 hesitant to split push. Despite Camille's bounty, she appeared as fragile as paper against the fully stacked passive of Kiana. 957, fearing another death that could obliterate his team's hopes of a comeback, stood by the river, paralyzed by indecision. As the mid-lane minions fell and his teammates timidly defended near the second turret, unwilling to cross the river for a push, the amassed wave of minions advanced unimpeded to Smeb's tower, ultimately serving as sustenance for Poppy's growth. Smeb expertly froze the wave, delighting in securing last hits for his development, while 957 stood idly by the river, utterly ineffective. WE's split-pushing strategy proved to be a mere facade. Kuro chuckled at the sight. Gu Xing, witnessing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had presumed we to be exceedingly confident, boldly selecting Camille for a split-pushing strategy against Smeb. 9 out of 10? Oh please. He cleared his throat to correct his top laner, advising him that when critiquing others, one should refrain from using the term trash, as it can be quite damaging to one's self-esteem. Smeb, comfortably securing last hits, was undisturbed, even finding leisure to converse with his teammates. How should one articulate this? Gu Xing offered, you could say it's a bit green. Smeb looked perplexed, his expression akin to a puzzled emoji, wondering what that meant. How to explain? Gu Xing sought to patiently elucidate, only to realize he found it challenging to convey the concept of green in League of Legends to Song Jinghao. Just use it as you wish. Specifics elude me. I can only say that those who understand will know. Smeb appeared to grasp the essence, understanding that WE's operations had a touch of green, which seemed acceptable. Laughter erupted within VG's voice chat. Jack playfully teased that Gu Xing had a firm grasp of emotional intelligence, yet acknowledged that the enemy team's minion management was indeed lacking. They had borrowed ROX's split-pushing system, which had seen significant usage by Smeb in the first half of the season, yielding fruitful results, and tormenting numerous blue-collar top laners, including Let Me. You Win Ba, as a participant in the system, naturally comprehended the essence of split pushing. It hinges on the interaction between the three lanes. The foundation of lane operations during the landing phase lies in the synergy between lanes and jungle, while the interlane coordination becomes increasingly vital as the game progresses. When a top laner splits push in the bottom lane, maintaining control of the mid lane is crucial, allowing teammates the freedom to create distractions for the enemy and establish vision to monitor their movements. In professional play, relying solely on pushing one lane for split pushing is, without a doubt, a fantasy. Regardless of the 41-point split push or the 131 side lane strategy, the central team composition remains of utmost importance. In the eyes of VG, who excel in operational strategies, WE side lane split push appears merely as clumsy antics, devoid of any real threat. This has little to do with 957. In the current environment of the LPL, few teams grasp the fundamental operational concepts, let alone the intricacies of side lane split pushing. In a region where blue-collar top laners dominate, what is the point of attempting a side lane push? Engage in team fights instead. Currently, WE's head coach, Baisei Yuya, possesses commendable skills among domestic coaches. However, he lacks insights into side lane operations. After all, coaching lacks a definitive textbook, and what they impart to players is merely their accumulated experiences. During the previous match against IG, Baisei Yuya attempted a split push with Qiyana, and 957 nearly succumbed to the pressure from Zhao, as he expertly maneuvered and controlled the game, ultimately leading to an effortless victory. This experience led him to mistakenly believe that a side lane push could merely involve some pulling and stretching, allowing 957 to effectively advance, which prompted him to experiment with Qiyana once more today. However, the outcome was starkly different from his expectations. There exists a noticeable disparity among LPL teams. VG's operational capabilities far exceed those of IG. Without support from his teammates, 957 stood no chance of taking down VG's bottom lane turret. From the perspective of commentators and viewers alike, many fail to comprehend the complexities involved in side lane solo plays. They merely recognize that Qiyana is unable to destroy the turret, leading to a complete deadlock. 957's split push performance was less than stellar. Upon realizing the situation was amiss, he hastily changed the subject. We understood that prolonging the match would lead to their demise, especially with the impending appearance of the Baron, which would force them into a team fight. VG evidently employed a powerful team fight composition, and it was entirely foreseeable that they would leverage key neutral resources to initiate a skirmish. Gu Xing, unwilling to prolong the confrontation, directed his teammates to push the minion waves in the mid and top lanes at the 22-minute mark, and then made his way directly to the Baron pit. We recognized that stalling would only lead to certain death, thus they were compelled to respond. However, Jex Caitlyn had positioned an array of traps along the river, obstructing their path to the Baron pit. The broadcast shifted its focus to the Baron pit. Gu Xing's Qiyana, with her percentage-based damage, rapidly engaged the Baron under the attack speed enhancement from Lulu, as 957 teleported in to provide assistance. Shiye's Rise activated his Realm Warp to scout the situation within the Baron pit. The big brother bent down to draw his bow, unleashing Precision Strike to sweep across the Baron pit, diminishing the health of two VG members. Kundi dove into the teleportation portal of Realm Warp to enter the Baron pit. Kundi had no other choice. VG was taking the Baron far too swiftly, leaving them no option to secure a team wipe against their opponents. Forced into a corner, Kundi decided to enter the pit to see if he could perhaps steal the Baron, using his body to delay the enemies within the pit until his 4 teammates arrived, which might offer a slim chance of turning the tide. He understood that the Grasshopper had an ultimate ability, and the suppression effect of the Grip of Death would prevent him from using his smite. Thus, he communicated in advance, instructing Zero's Nami to cast Tidal Wave. Should the opponents attempt to suppress him, Nami's knockup could disrupt their plans. With a courageous resolve to fight to the death, Candy entered the Dragon Pit. As he anticipated, Duan Deliong did not employ the grip of the underworld in the face of the impending Nami tsunami. Instead, he invoked the power of the Sheep Spirit, bestowing a blessing upon the Dragon Pit that spared all creatures within from suffering, including Baron Nashor. Xiong Ji's ultimate ability thwarted Candy's chance to secure the dragon. Zhe Yuan's voice rang out with fervor, Even the most skilled dragon stealers would find themselves impotent against Qianju's ultimate. Yet, this was precisely what Candy had hoped for. During the 4 seconds of the sheep's spirit's grace, he could not seize the dragon, but he would not perish either. By stalling for those 4 seconds, his 4 remaining teammates could arrive at the forefront, creating an optimal environment for team combat. Gu Xing's 4 arrows combined with Caitlyn's headshots successfully reduced Gragas's health to the threshold of the sheep's spirit's protection. At this moment, everything within the dragon pit seemed to freeze. On the blessed ground, no matter how fiercely they fought, no one would fall. A simple plea to cease hostilities was all that was needed to ease the tensions between the two sides. Both teams found themselves enveloped in an eerie calm. Meanwhile, in the river, the Wii players were still hastily making their way, stepping on traps as they went, while Jack prepared to unleash a critical headshot. Candy seized the opportunity, timing his throw of R, explosive barrel, perfectly at the tail end of the sheep's spirit's blessing. His ultimate was cast from an astute angle, aiming to blast Caitlyn out of the dragon pit and push Gu Xing to the outer edge. This would prevent Qianju from dealing damage to the Wii players immediately. If his teammates could eliminate Caitlyn first and then deal with Qianju, We's chances of victory would not be negligible. However, Jack was quick to react. After landing his headshot, he immediately retreated with his E skill, evading the barrel's explosive blast and instead finding a safe position to unleash a relentless onslaught. Zhe Yuan's speech was already rapid, yet it still failed to capture every intricate detail of the battlefield. Just as the beer man unleashed his ultimate, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared. Smeb had charged into the fray. His tone was rife with astonishment. The venue erupted in a chorus of gasps. Some spectators discerned that Smeb had clearly used flash to adjust his position, allowing the barrel-S explosion to propel him out of the dragon pit and directly in front of the 4 Wii members. Heroic charge. The river was not spacious, and Smeb's sudden appearance as Poppy took everyone by surprise. Amid the chaotic battlefield, Zero was caught off guard and slammed against the wall, falling into a state of stun. Our judgment of the Guardian. Utilizing the wall slam, Smeb successfully positioned himself before the enemy's mid and support. His charged ultimate sent both foes soaring into the air. My goodness. Smeb's control was impeccable. Zhe Yuan's impassioned cries ignited the atmosphere, akin to a match striking fire, instantly electrifying the audience. In the urgent moment, Smeb managed to call out "Look at me" twice during his hurried escape. The average person would not have comprehended Smeb's intentions immediately, yet Kuro could. He partnered with Song Jinghao for 2 years, and during that time, the Tiger team shared a bond so close that they felt as if they were inseparable. The moment Li Ruihong witnessed Poppy's sudden flash and wall slam, he immediately understood his teammates' intentions. Without hesitation, Kuro flashed away from the barren pit. "Quick, grow larger." Lulu's adorably clumsy command echoed throughout the canyon. Poppy, being of Yordle descent, suddenly expanded her form, sending the freshly landed support from Wii soaring into the air once again. Duan Deliong, lurking nearby, cunningly cast Q Void Call. The silence effect followed up with control, rendering the two unable to even flash away. VG's frontline held steadfast, while Xing Gu and Jack unleashed a torrent of damage from behind. Candy's barrel had perished within a second after the sheep's spirit's respite had ended. Now, VG's 2 marksmen concealed themselves behind Poppy, recklessly pouring out their damage. Silenced, both Xia and Zero failed to escape, meeting their demise on the spot. The cheers within the venue soared to new heights. 957, controlling the Camille, aimed to eliminate another key opponent, yet Duan Wanya still possessed his ultimate. As Camille leaped into the fray, Duan Deliong decisively unleashed our grip of death, immobilizing the enemy in place. Gu Xing, ever considerate, displayed a barrage of damage to 957, who had been overlooked throughout the match. Kiana, with only 5 arrows, swiftly dispatched the nearly full health Camille in mere 3 seconds. A flawless 0 for 4. Remember to raise your voice in exuberance, for VG's team composition thrived in this skirmish, with a robust frontline and explosive damage output from the backline, leaving Wii in dire straits. Smeb's utterly bewildering entrance sealed the fate of this match. Ziyuan still finds it hard to believe, marveling at the sheer creativity displayed. Song Jinghao proved with Poppy that he is among the elite top laners, capable of both offense and defense. Despite Candy's relentless targeting in the early and mid-game, he remained impactful in team fights. Gu Xing, turning back, secured the Baron with a few arrows and, alongside his teammates, executed a push down the mid lane. We was left with only their ADC, Ezreal, who had developed poorly, barely managing to complete the Iceborne Gauntlet and Manamune, dealing damage akin to mere scratches against Poppy. With Nami, the first to revive, still 25 seconds away, VG sought to conclude the match with momentum. Smeb, fortified by Lulu's shield, stood firm at the forefront, absorbing damage from both Ezreal and the turret, as steadfast as a mountain, providing ample space for his teammates to unleash their output. VG pressed forward, conquering every obstacle in their path. Nami's revival proved ineffective in halting their advance. Thanks to Gu Xing's several waves of support, the threat posed by We's duo had all but vanished. By the time Xia and Candy resurrected, VG had already breached the enemy's nexus. With effortless precision, Gu Xing's arrows obliterated the enemy base. The camera zoomed in on the audience, where a wave of fervent cheers erupted, the cacophony created by VG's supporters never ceasing. Congratulations to VG for securing the first victory with a score of 1-0. Zhe Yuan's voice rang out clearly as they exhibited an extraordinary synergy in team battles during the first match, demonstrating a noticeable improvement in their communication skills compared to the beginning of the season. However, We's chosen split-pushing composition failed to deliver the anticipated results, managing to destroy only 2 of their opponent's defensive towers throughout the match. While analyzing the reasons behind the defeat, it is imperative for them to reflect carefully on whether they should abandon the split-pushing strategy altogether. The interconnectivity among the 3 lanes was rather poor, making it difficult for We to achieve their objectives even if they continued with the split-push system. Another critical point is the performance of Xing Gu, whose prowess with the champion Qianzhu remains unmatched at a 100 win rate, a testament to his remarkable ability to accumulate marks rapidly. In the mid-game, with 7 marks, Qianzhu becomes nearly invincible. Unless he is taken down with a series of hard crowd control, the percentage damage dealt by Qianzhu is insurmountable. It can be said that Xing Ji's mastery of Qianzhu is not merely boastful, it truly commands respect. The scene shifts to the Wii player's bench. As Candy removed his headset, he was met with the echoing commentary in the arena, revealing a look of dissatisfaction on his face. His initial strategy in the early game had been sound, securing first blood for the mid lane and subsequently tracking Gu Xing to steal a jungle monster with his smite, effectively locking down Qianzhu's movements and denying the enemy team a rhythm to follow. However, after being caught by Smeb's teleport and flash combo, he lost all control of the jungle, leaving him to suffer under Qianzhu's relentless onslaught, unable to retaliate. Candy truly grasped the meaning of a near miss, pondering whether a more cautious approach could have altered the outcome of the match. Alas, there are no what-ifs. With a deep sigh, he picked up a paper cup and followed his teammates back to the lounge. His comrade, Baisei Yuya, stood at the door, expressing contrition as the team returned, admitting, "I didn't quite understand the split-pushing strategy and chose a composition for you. I take the blame." His style is characterized by a strong rapport with the players, often fostering a good relationship with them. Seeing Baisei Yuya take responsibility for his mistake prompted Candy to reflect, realizing that his invasion of Qianzhu's red zone was indeed a grave error. In the lounge, the television screen displayed the MVP results from the previous match. Unsurprisingly, it was Gu Xing once again, boasting an impressive damage conversion rate of 2011, a total damage output of 22,080, a team damage percentage of 344, and an economic differential of 5,015. The screen showcased Gu Xing, clad in a sleek VG uniform, striking a pose reminiscent of a gunman with his fingers while flashing a charming smile, perfectly complementing the presence of the eternal hunters behind him. Candy could not deny the terrifying snowballing ability of the opposing team once they seized an opportunity, rendering him incapable of resistance, utterly overwhelmed. In the subsequent round, Baisei Yuya instinctively clicked the button on his pen, producing a series of sharp sounds as he outlined his plan. Shi raised a question regarding its feasibility, to which Baisei Yuya confidently assured, "It will definitely work. Trust me." As he ascended the stage once more, he imparted tactical insights intended for the upcoming match to his players. Once he was assured that his team had firmly grasped the strategies, he felt a sense of relief and turned his gaze towards the adjacent VG player area. Redmi was still engaging in light-hearted banter with Gu Xing and others, the atmosphere resonating with laughter and camaraderie. "Your Poppy was absolutely phenomenal, my boy. Jack exclaimed, sincerely giving a thumbs up. I never anticipated you could advance so boldly. Leveraging the ultimate of the barrel, he had effectively severed We's path to victory. Smeb's tactical approach to initiating team fights was somewhat whimsical. Isn't that just basic operation? Song Jinghao remarked with an air of smugness, though he continued to feign humility, attributing the success to the excellent collaboration with Rui Xing Kuro, savoring his iced Americano. Appeared quite content. Not at all. The key lies with Xiao Gu, he noted. I can just coast through the game comfortably. His fondness for VG was growing. From every perspective, the conditions were remarkably better than those of Korean clubs. More importantly, within the arena, having a jungler like Gu Xing made Kuro feel that he could simply clock in and win effortlessly. Where else could one find such a job? Gu Xing, recently crowned MVP, was still reveling in the joy of having earned a month's living expenses, his smile unwavering. How was it, Jack? Was it exhilarating to slay Xia in the last match? He inquired idly. Certainly not exhilarating. Yuan Ba shook his head vehemently. My friend only managed to take down their rise in that final team fight. There was hardly any game experience. Well, in the second match, I shall ensure your satisfaction. Gu Xing declared, brimming with confidence, as he promised to secure a kill against Xia before his ambitions could be fully articulated. He heard the referee urging Smeb to commence the second match promptly. With a resounding chime, the BP panel materialized before the spectators. The two commentators, having adjusted their focus, felt invigorated. The second round of BP commenced, with VG opting for the blue side. They swiftly banned LeBlanc. The first picks from both sides left little room for debate. The White Crescent had no alternative but to comply and ban Varus. VG's second ban targeted Ashe, aiming to prevent the formidable ADC from gaining early vision control and dominating the mid to late game. This was not unexpected. In contrast, we opted to ban the hot-handed Qiyana, who had been wielded effectively by Xing Gu in the previous match. Although Qiyana is not particularly strong in the current meta, it was predominantly Gu Xing who had harnessed her potential. The crux lay in her ability to carry the game solidly once acquired, which was indeed remarkable. The White Crescent, not one to act recklessly, decided to impose a ban following Gu Xing's formidable performance in the previous match. Redmi maintained his composure, clearly having anticipated this outcome. Knowing all too well the style of his former colleague, having suffered a setback, he would not allow Gu Xing's Qiyana to be unleashed again. He chose to ban the highly adept Shun, making it challenging for the opponent to support teammates through hero selection. We's final ban in the first round remained focused on Xing Gu, targeting the jungler's specialty, Graves. Ziyuan chuckled, noting that apart from the necessary ban of Varus, the other slots were entirely devoted to targeting Xing Gu, with all bans centered around jungle-centric champions. Only the most vulnerable version of the female leopard remains, designed to prevent Xing Gu from opting for a jungle core champion to snowball through the jungle. Hongmi hastens to stand behind Smeb. I'll secure Kane for you. Jinghao, you can split push. Upon hearing this, Song Jinghao's eyes widened in disbelief, urging haste. I'm locking it in right now. His prowess with tank champions is indeed formidable. However, few possess an innate fondness for being treated as a punching bag. Smeb would be eager to select Kane. The icon of short-haired Camille appeared in the champion selection box, and Song Jinghao joyfully locked it in. Wait for me, top lane. I'll teach you what split pushing is, he muttered in Korean. Meanwhile, Hongmi contemplated which champion to choose next to construct a split push strategy, only to be startled by the pics of the White Crescent Moon, Lulu and Gragas, still unable to conceal his astonishment. He noted that we had chosen to replicate VG's draft strategy from the previous game, first securing the flex positions of mid and support. Hongmi slightly parted his lips. Incredulous. I just developed this Lulu flex. It's barely been half an hour, and you're already using it? Are you really copying me? Recalled. Certain that the White Crescent Moon he had collaborated with during Season 5 was not adept at this tactic. It was precisely for this reason that he believed the opponent would not immediately select the flex strategy, which is why he had not taken precautions. Who would have thought we would directly imitate it? Jack, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, Is this what they call copying homework? Jack, you don't understand. This is called the Sharingan. Gu Xing, unfazed, continued to jest, Kakashi Hatake. The two Korean players, having watched Naruto, were eager to join the discussion. When Gu Xing began to explain how much damage a bag of rice could withstand, Hongmi could no longer hold back and playfully smacked his jungler on the head. Focus, Gu. Once Gu Xing covered his head and fell silent, he finally issued the command. Select Rek'Sai and Rise. We'll focus on top and mid. Let us avoid direct confrontations with the enemy and play for kiting. Lord Ho emphasized his words during the translation. The white crescent moon, however, remained steadfast in his approach, selecting Lulu and the formidable ADC, Kog'Maw. This seemed to indicate that Lulu would be played as a support, while Gragas would be assigned to Shiyi in the mid lane, as Zhe Yuan speculated. After all, the combination of Kog'Maw and Lulu is typically bound together. Separating them across different lanes may not yield optimal results. In the second round of bans, the White Crescent Moon targeted VG's duo, banning Jhin and Karma. Consequently, the options available for VG South bot lane became scarce. We clearly aim to engage in direct confrontations, focusing on the lower half of the map to nurture Kog'Maw and achieve victory through team fights. Hongmi banned Poppy and Makai, preventing 957 from comfortably farming in the top lane. Simultaneously, he sought to dismantle the opponent's team fight strategy, making it difficult for we to find reliable frontline champions. The strategies of both teams had completely reversed compared to the first game. Zhe Yuan gasped in admiration, noting that VG was now inclined towards split pushing, while we sought direct engagement. Previously, I had only heard of the teaching matches featuring hero swaps, but I was taken aback to discover the existence of instructional matches focusing on both offensive and defensive techniques. The venue buzzed with lively discussions, and the excitement in the event's live chat escalated dramatically. VG, have you begun again? Oh, how impressive. Is there truly such a method of instruction? Finally, Baisei has ceased his scientific endeavors. Thank heavens. I never anticipated him utilizing Qingsu to play on the side lane. Can we execute a split push? If not, they simply lack the capability. I doubt Smeb can surpass 957. Can Leg Brother borrow some of his predecessor Aruka's strength to crush Qingsu? Before Baisei could make his selection, his big brother preemptively chose a character, Xiao. At the moment the veteran made his appearance, the crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers and excitement. Countless Wii fans nostalgically recalled the exhilarating moments from the Akina mountain racing saga, particularly the glorious victory over the formidable Tiger team during the team's reconstruction phase. Big Brother chuckled with delight, reminiscing about the time he and she first stepped onto the international stage and triumphed over the reigning LCK champions, the Tiger Squad, marking a sweet moment in Mystic's Season 5 journey. Seeing Xiao now evoked a flood of cherished memories for him. However, he exclaimed, "No, don't do this," urging 957 to have Big Brother switch characters, as he didn't want to put his teammate at such a disadvantage. His emotional intelligence was commendable. Revealing Xiao before Smeb was akin to showcasing Zed before the legendary Yuluin, an act fraught with peril. As anticipated, the moment Smeb's previously jovial demeanor darkened, the tension in the air became palpable. You think you're clever, huh? Go ahead and pick. Let's see how this unfolds. Baisei quickly interjected, advocating for camaraderie among professional players who frequently encounter one another. There was no need to jeopardize team morale with Titan. Given that Xiao was not a viable pick in this version, 957's experience with him was also inferior to that of Aruka. To ensure stability, Baisei was determined to select a character that thrived in the current meta. Titan's ultimate ability was notably powerful, making him a formidable force in team fights. Upon seeing the opposing team ultimately change their hero, Smeb's expression lightened somewhat, but that did not quell the simmering anger within him. Xiao Gu, focus on ganking the top lane this match. I will annihilate them. Song Jinghao gritted his teeth. The second round of bans and picks was of little concern to him, allowing him to devote attention to calming his teammates' spirits. Rest assured, I will approach 957 with the same attitude I used against Marin. You will be satisfied. Redmi secured the bottom lane duo of Ezreal and Braum, emphasizing counterattacks and defensive lane presence. The tactical core revolved around Smeb's Qingsu, while the bottom lane naturally faced pressure. We ultimately rounded out their composition with a Lee Sin to bolster early game strength and initiation capabilities, an area in which Candy excelled. The compositions were finalized: blue side VG, top Qingsu, jungle Rek'Sai, mid Rise, bottom Ezreal and Braum. Red side Wii, top Titan, jungle Lee Sin, mid Kha'Zix, bottom Kog'Maw and Lulu. Ziyuan spoke eloquently, sharing insights on the unfolding match. We unveiled a pristine 4-Protect-1 system, placing their substantial bets on their formidable ally, anticipating that he would soar to greatness and carry them through the match. VG, on the other hand, skillfully balanced both split pushing and team fights, resulting in a complete tactical dissonance between the two sides. The outcome now hinged on how the two junglers would orchestrate the early game tempo. Amidst the fervent cheers and the electrifying atmosphere, the rift descended once more. In an aside, it seems LNG is poised to make significant strides this year, although the qualifiers appear rather precarious. With 8,700 words and 19.11 million in viewership, the allure of military training is undeniable. Gu Xing set aside his hand warmer and, with heated fingertips, grasped the mouse and keyboard. I'll initiate a scan. Let us directly invade their upper jungle. He methodically instructed. Jack, you head to the bottom lane first, place a defensive ward in the river, and then join us. The combination of VG's Camille, Lee Sin, and Rise in the upper and mid-jungle proved exceptionally potent in the early game, with control and damage capabilities on full display. Should they add Brown to their ranks, their strength would ascend to unprecedented heights. Gu Xing saw no reason to refrain from invading, particularly targeting the upper jungle. According to their pre-match strategy, he aimed to exert pressure on 957's Thresh. If he could force Candy out of the upper jungle, then for the first 4 minutes, the entire upper half of the rift would belong to Gu Xing. Jack, heeding his words, maneuvered his Ezreal to the lower river to establish vision before hastily regrouping with his teammates at the top of the map. Just as Gu Xing had anticipated, we dared not engage VG in a level 1 skirmish within the jungle. Should Brahm's Q, Winter's Bite, connect, it would be followed by an onslaught of control from Camille and her allies, making retreat nearly impossible. The apprehension towards VG's lineup dissuaded we from establishing defenses in the upper jungle. They merely placed a ward and allowed 957 to keep a wary eye, retreating swiftly upon confirming the enemy's incursion. The vision Jack had set in the lower river revealed Candy's movements as he switched to the lower jungle. The exchange of buffs at the start was not favorable for Wei. Ziyuan articulated his perspective. Before level 6, the only hard crowd control in We's composition resided within Thresh, and Candy was compelled to commence from the lower jungle, likely rendering early ganks unfeasible. Whether it was Xia's mid lane Gragas or the bottom lane's Kog'Maw and Lulu, their synergy with Lee Sin in the early game was virtually non-existent. While Lee Sin's combat prowess was undeniable, his ability to secure kills was heavily reliant on his teammates providing control. Initiating from the lower jungle diminished Candy's chances of making impactful plays to nearly zero. Candy was well aware of this reality. He resolved to farm and elevate his level before seizing opportunities, all while maintaining communication with 957. Be extremely cautious. Lee Sin may very well gank you after clearing his camps. Do not give him an opening. Candy understood VG's penchant for nurturing their top laner. Moreover, with Smeb opting for Camille, VG clearly intended to adopt a split-push strategy, compelling Gu Xing to invest greater effort in the top lane. 957 promptly acknowledged this, planning to play safely up to the tower to secure his development. The Titan's ability to thwart tower dives ranks among the finest in the entire league, brimming with control capabilities. Coupled with the courage of the Colossus that grants a protective shield, he remains unperturbed by ambushes. Gu Xing navigated seamlessly through the enemy's upper jungle, reaching level 3, and then made his way towards the top lane. The minion wave was precisely as 957 desired, firmly ensnared before the tower. Smeb, in his eagerness to secure level 2, inadvertently pushed the minions towards the enemy, consequently allowing 957 to seize control. As a spectral deity, Titan exhibits formidable prowess in the early game, with his surging tide, enabling swift wave clear and potent harass. However, prior to acquiring Tiamat, the Cleaver's wave-clearing capabilities were rather mediocre, relying predominantly on tactical sweep, and often necessitating basic attacks. This predicament rendered Song Jinghao unable to rapidly push the minions into We's tower while enduring Titan's relentless pressure. If this stalemate persisted, Song Jinghao would find himself in dire straits, perpetually wary of Titan's hook when positioned near the enemy tower, risking additional health loss if ensnared. Reluctantly, he summoned his jungler to assist with the wave push. Gu Xing expertly managed the situation, arriving at the top lane's cannon wave at 247 without claiming a single minion, relinquishing all to Smeb. The Lion Dog's wave-clearing prowess was evident, leaving 957 and his partner in the upper jungle with few options, ultimately conceding the minion wave to push into the tower while promptly recognizing the impending threat of the return wave. Titan's wave clear ability, though impressive, faltered against the siege minions. As the fourth wave of minions approached, 957 exerted every effort but failed to adequately address the minions beneath the tower. The minion wave converged within the tower's vicinity, establishing an irreversible push. Subsequently, the minions began inching towards VG's tower, compelling Titan to abandon the safety of the turret to secure minions. It seemed that Xing Gu might create a gank opportunity, and Zhe Yuan quickly caught on. If Gu Xing lay in wait within the brush near We's side, he could strike Titan as the minions pushed forth. 957, more astute than the two commentators, recognized the gravity of the situation earlier. Understanding that once the minions advanced to the tower, halting the return wave would be a formidable challenge. Can you lend me a hand, Rinjia? 957 marked the top lane minion positions twice. Candy found himself with no choice. If 957 ventured out to claim the return wave, the lion dog would surely spell his doom. Should he refrain from engaging the minions, the cleaver could maintain the freeze, gradually widening the economic and level disparity between the two top laners. We's strategy in this match hinged on safeguarding the top lane from being breached while striving to secure an advantage in the bottom lane, ultimately leading VG into team fights. The integrity of the top lane must not falter. Candy's blind monk had only recently reached level 3, having just cleared the river crab, and was poised to return to his lower jungle. To alleviate the pressure on the top lane, he opted to recall, purchase double boots, and head towards the top lane. In a swift yet cautious manner, he arrived at 957's side as the return wave crossed the river's midpoint. The two proceeded with utmost care to ensure the absence of the lion dog, for VG's upper jungle possessed superior combat prowess and skill compared to Wei. Should Gu Xing indeed be lurking nearby, they would be in grave peril. Upon discovering that the Rengar was not nearby, Candy assisted 957 in pushing the top lane minions forward. He then embarked on a lengthy journey back to the bottom half of the map to continue his development. Candy sacrificed a considerable amount of time to aid the top lane, alleviating some of the pressure on 957, remembering to maintain a godlike perspective to oversee the entire battlefield. Xing Gu continued to farm relentlessly, having cleared his upper jungle and returned to base to replenish his equipment after reaching level 4. Gu Xing even consumed a river crab, demonstrating his swift jungle clearing speed. One could only remark that the revised Rengar's efficiency in clearing the jungle was remarkably high. Instead of directly purchasing a green jungle knife upon his return, he sold his refillable potion to procure 2 long swords and a pair of boots. Rather than moving towards the lower jungle area, where the next round of camps would soon respawn, he chose to head towards the top lane. What was Xing Gu up to? Ziyuan noticed Rengar's unusual behavior. He had just cleared the upper jungle, and now there were no monsters left. He intended to ambush 957. Remember immediately grasped the truth behind this action, but then frowned, realizing that the minion wave did not support such a maneuver. When Candy came to assist with the minion wave, he had pushed the minions deep into VG's top tower, although there were no cannon minions. This was not something that Qiyana could swiftly deal with. VG's top lane was also about to experience a wave of counter-push. Currently, the minions were gathering together to advance towards We's top tower. With the arrival of the cannon minion wave at 4 minutes and 17 seconds, their momentum was unstoppable. 957 merely needed to remain under the tower to farm the minion wave, making it impossible for Rengar to execute a gank. However, when the broadcast camera focused on Gu Xing, Rengar was still striding confidently towards the top lane. Was Xing Gu contemplating a tower dive? Ziyuan proposed a bold hypothesis. Remember immediately check Titan's health. However, 957 still had 70 of his health remaining. There had been a few skirmishes in the top lane, primarily instigated by Smeb's Qiyana, who relied on her tactical sweep, to harass. Nevertheless, 957 did not suffer significantly, as his health was comparable to that of Qiyana. The well-conditioned Titan was firmly defending under the tower, and it seemed unlikely that he could be easily slain. Suddenly, the broadcast cut to the bottom half of the map. Candy was still farming, and his position had been discovered by VG. Remember observed clearly that there was a ward placed by Kuro in the feathered bird camp after pushing the lane. The moment Candy's movements were revealed, Gu Xing promptly maneuvered Rengar into the brush behind We's top tower. Just as Ziyuan had surmised, Gu Xing indeed intended to dive the tower. He recalled that the last time he saw Candy at the top lane, The latter had no green jungle knife in his inventory, indicating that he lacked sufficient wards to defend the top lane, as the wards for Lee Sin were quite scarce and needed to be preserved for survival or pursuit. Consequently, Gu Xing boldly crossed the river and concealed himself behind Titan. "My bow, remember, I will tank the tower first, and then you follow up." He conveyed his intentions clearly and succinctly. After hearing Song Jinghao's agreement, Gu Xing patiently awaited the minion wave's arrival. A whole wave of cannon minions, accompanied by several scattered minions, surged towards We's top tower. Gu Xing's field of vision detected yet another wave of Wei minions approaching the tower. Frost hands, frost hands. Oh whoa. The canine creature leaped forth from the thicket, pouncing upon the champion and successfully accumulating a layer of brutality. It swiftly maneuvered to the rear of 957 near the tower. With an execution of Q relentless fury, Rengar charged ahead, his claws striking true against the body of the Titan, while simultaneously absorbing the tower's aggro. Just as 957 was poised to secure a safe last hit on the tower, he was startled by the sudden emergence of the canine. A look of bewilderment filled his eyes. "VG, how dare you come here?" After a brief moment of distraction, 957 quickly regained his composure, retaliating with an auto attack that pinned the canine in place, followed by Q, clearing the path, to ensnare it and maintain control. In the interval of being immobilized, Gu Xing unleashed his E ability, achieving 3 layers of brutality. Unperturbed, he awakened from his stupor and delivered another auto attack, inflicting thunderous damage upon the Titan. The tower fired its second shot, reducing Gu Xing to a sliver of health. Amidst Zhe Yuan's fervent shouts, the canine unleashed War Roar, recovering nearly half of the damage taken over the past 15 seconds. With a swift movement, the health bar surged back to nearly half. Qing Ganjiang's hook collided with the wall, executing a wall jump to kick towards the Titan. 957 used his flash in a bid to evade the incoming control. Yet, in an instant, a radiant flash erupted, inciting gasps from the crowd. Smeb, having anticipated the Titan's flash, followed suit to stun him. Zhe Yuan's rapid speech echoed as Gu Xing executed his Q, relentless fury, piercing through 957's health bar before immediately flashing away from the tower's range. Song Jinghao displayed remarkable finesse, timing his AQ perfectly as the tower's attack retarget towards the minion, with the tower's cannon requiring a cooldown. Smeb cleverly utilized this moment to minimize his own health loss. As the Titan raised his anchor, poised to ensnare him, he activated W, tactical sweep. With a final auto attack, Qing Ganjiang unleashed a devastating blow, delivering true damage that vanquished the Titan, resulting in first blood. Smeb endured 2 cannon shots, but ultimately escaped with a sliver of health, leaving the audience in awe of VG's impeccable tower dive coordination. They had withstood the tower's damage, eliminating the Titan, who was already critically wounded. Zhe Yuan expressed disbelief at 957's significant health loss. The respawn timer was not short, and with an additional 45 seconds for teleportation. By the time 957 returned to the tower, the minions would be nearly obliterated. "Splendid," Gu Xing exclaimed. Smeb's joy was palpable. Their teamwork was exceptional. On the opposite side of the player bench, Candy bit his lip in disbelief. Gu Xing's counter-strategy was entirely unexpected. More importantly, they had achieved victory at the mere cost of a flash, successfully eliminating 957. While he could retaliate against VG's lower jungle, Gu Xing could just as easily invade We's upper jungle in exchange. The jungling routes for both teams remained identical to the first round. If this continued, Candy felt he would find no opportunity to act before reaching level 6. Gu Xing delightedly farmed the enemy's jungle, preparing for another assault on the top lane, where the minion wave was poised for a push. Just moments ago, when 957 was slain under the tower, a considerable wave of minions lingered unaddressed. Naturally, Binxian would redirect his efforts towards pushing back against VG. Observing that Titan still sought to farm, Gu Xing decisively abandoned a cherished group of F6 to hasten his arrival at the top lane. 957 was once again in grave danger. Gu Xing emerged from the triangular brush, ensnaring 957 with his E ability before advancing to obstruct his retreat to the tower. Candy was racing towards the scene. Yet 957 might not endure long enough for his teammate's arrival. Smeb maneuvered his Jace to hook onto the wall, but was struck down mid-air by 957's Titan Q during his second wall jump. Nevertheless, The combined damage from Gu Xing and Smeb was sufficient to eliminate this inadequately equipped titan. Candy attempted to assist in clearing the wave. Yet the speed of the blind monk's jungle pathing proved too sluggish. He was ultimately a step too late. Alternatively, one might say that Gu Xing arrived with remarkable speed, even forsaking a group of raptors. By the time Candy reached the top lane, 957's health had plummeted to a mere 13. The power dynamics in the jungle skirmish had become drastically imbalanced. Candy had no choice but to sacrifice 957. Jace claimed yet another kill. Ziyuan could hardly contain his excitement. VG's nurturing strategy was beginning to bear fruit. Smeb's legs trembled with anxiety. If this continued, he would soon complete Trinity Force in under 10 minutes. What chance would Titan have then? 957, with a troubled expression, scratched his head. He held a sliver of hope. Believing that Rek'Sai would not arrive at the top lane so swiftly, yearning to farm a couple more minions before Candy's support arrived. Yet, Gu Xing relinquished a group of jungle creatures and truly arrived ahead of time. Candy pursed his lips. With the top laner dead and no teleport available, he could only sorrowfully farm the minions, clearing the wave that had pushed back towards his tower. Witnessing the top lane's wounds being torn open, he felt increasingly restless. Should 957 continue to lane, it was destined to facilitate the growth of Jace into a formidable force. However, Candy understood that he must not act impulsively. Any hasty actions born from impatience would only reveal further vulnerabilities. He took a deep breath to recalibrate his mindset. His mind raced, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. And indeed, he found one. At the 7-minute mark, Xie's Thresh capitalized on a moment when Ryze was busy last-hitting minions, flashing forward without hesitation. His Death's Grasp anchored Kuro in place. Candy's blind monk arrived from behind, using West to close the gap to Thresh, and the sonic wave struck the immobilized Kuro, unleashing a flurry of abilities that reduced him to a sliver of health, ultimately allowing Xie to secure the kill. The Wii fans below exhaled in relief. They had finally rectified some of their disadvantages, granting Xie a crucial kill in the mid lane. Kuro maintained a composed demeanor. He had anticipated this. As long as Xie's flash and ultimate were executed simultaneously, he was destined to fall. After all, he couldn't possibly start the game with a Mercury Treads, could he? Ultimately, his death was merely a loss for himself. For Gu Xing, it was a minor gain, as he could once again return to the mid lane to farm. Gu Xing initially intended to persist with his strategy of harassing the top lane, fully intending to render 957 completely isolated. However, upon witnessing Xie's use of flash and ultimate, a new plan formed in his mind. As the match progressed to the 8-minute and 30-second mark, Gu Xing dashed into We's lower jungle, stealthily placing a ward over the wall near the blue buff camp before returning to base to acquire the warrior jungle knife. He then embarked on a long trek towards the river. Kuro had previously planted a true sight ward in the river's brush, confirming that there were no wards in the vicinity. Gu Xing moved unimpeded, crossing the river brush to take refuge in the grass just a wall away from We's blue area. He lay in wait, motionless, like a seasoned hunter. Meanwhile, Xing Guli, perplexed, questioned how one could capture the mid lane from such a position. He was not alone. His partner and many viewers were equally bewildered. The area where Gu Xing was concealed was still some distance from the mid lane and had not yet entered We's lower jungle, effectively placing him in a liminal space. What was the significance of his ambush? At precisely 9 minutes, activity finally stirred in We's blue area. The blue buff sprang to life once more. Simultaneously, the figure of the blind monk appeared in the blue zone, exposed within the vision of the ward Gu Xing had just placed. A faint smile crept onto Gu Xing's lips. Now was the moment. In a brief aside, this BO5 had reached its peak, albeit with a somewhat lackluster performance from the left-hand side. Nevertheless, RNG had to prepare for the bubble match. The audience, eager for the spectacle, was informed that there would be fewer updates today, with promises of more content to come tomorrow. As the blind monk, Candy, prepared to make a move on his blue buff, Gu Xing left his hiding spot and took a step closer to We's blue area. Suddenly, he leaped over the wall, pouncing onto the blue buff. This audacious act ignited a chorus of gasps from the crowd. My heavens, Ziyuan exclaimed, astonished. How could he possibly jump that far? He observed intently, noting that the brush where Gu Xing was concealed was quite distant from the blue buff, far beyond the range of the Rengar's passive leap. Yet, Gu Xing managed to land on the blue buff. Ziyuan had no time to ponder further. He fixated on the screen, unwilling to miss any detail unfolding in the canyon. The Rengar lunged forward with his Q ability, Savage, approaching Candy, unleashing his E and W abilities, triggering Thunderlord's Decree and reducing the blind monk's health. Candy, taken by surprise by the sudden appearance of Rengar at his blue buff, was momentarily flustered, unable to comprehend how Gu Xing had leaped over. However, he had little time left to think. Candy's warrior jungle knife had yet to be completed, while Gu Xing had already acquired a significant item, creating a substantial disparity in their combat power. Faced with no other option, Candy attempted to kick Gu Xing away, seeking an opportunity to escape. However, the blind monk had just activated his ultimate ability, Dragon's Rage. Rengar bellowed in fury, unleashing his W, War Roar. Gu Xing's ferocity had reached its peak, allowing him to break free from control. The Rengar endured a ferocious tail whip, barely moving an inch. Xing Ji's reflexes were astonishingly swift. Ziyuan gasped in amazement, recognizing that Candy was in dire straits. The broadcast shifted its focus to the mid and bottom lanes. Upon witnessing Gu Xing burst into their blue buff camp, Shi immediately went offline to venture into the jungle. However, even though he hurried to the battlefield, the cooldowns on his flash and ultimate rendered him unable to save his teammate. Meanwhile, Lulu in the bottom lane was hastily escorting Kog'Maw. But their movement speed was considerably sluggish, requiring at least 10 seconds to reach the jungle. Rengar's golden feline eyes gleamed with a fierce intent to kill. Raising his claws, he struck down, further diminishing the health of the blind monk. Candy, in a panic, attempted to escape, activating his W, defensive stance, to create distance. There was a bush beside the blue buff camp, and Gu Xing leapt forward once more. In the current version, junglers are generally not tanky and lack the chronoshift to provide additional health. This left Candy utterly unable to withstand Rengar's ferocious onslaught. In a moment of desperation, he used his flash, yet Gu Xing still had his ultimate at his disposal. Activating R, Primal Instinct, the rapid heartbeat of Rengar resonated like a drum in his ears. As the blind monk reached the vicinity of the grasshopper, Rengar pounced mercilessly. The final Q Savage Strike obliterated the blind monk's health bar. Dismayed, Shiyez Malzahar watched helplessly as the jungler perished before him, fury boiling within him. He unleashed all his skills upon Gu Xing's visage. Yet, the inherent flaws of the grasshopper were evident. Without our nether grasp, he lacked any means of detaining his opponent. Even with silence to prevent spells, Gu Xing merely needed to dash towards the mid lane to regroup with Kuro. Shi could only watch as Gu Xing escaped, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. Witnessing the jungler's demise while being powerless to intervene felt like an affront to him. His round face flushed with rage, he bit his nails in frustration, seeking release for his pent-up anger. Amidst the cheers, the director promptly replayed the moment the battle concluded. Ziyuan finally got to see how Gu Xing leapt from the brush near the river into the blue zone. Yet, he remained baffled. Is Rengar's passive truly that outrageous? He murmured. He was not alone. The live chat was inundated with a barrage of question marks. Gu Xing is the god among gods. Another solo kill. Isn't this cheating? That's at least an 800-yard distance. Can Rengar really jump that far? Don't deceive me. One can only say the designers are a bunch of geniuses for making Rengar this powerful. Remember Sai sparkled. Unlike Ziyuan, who played ADC, Remember often mingled in the jungle. Having played a few rounds with the reworked Rengar, he possessed a certain understanding of the hero's mechanics. Therefore, he recognized just how exaggerated this moment was. Previously, Rengar's passive jump distance was merely 600 yards, but after the rework, it had increased by an impressive 125 yards. With this extended range, many locations that were once unreachable through passive jumps could now be accessed effortlessly. The unique mechanism of the lion dog allows it to leap even after leaving the underbrush. Gu Xing skillfully capitalized on these aspects, successfully executing a long-range jump exceeding 800 yards. From a divine perspective, this spectacle was particularly astonishing. Jack, who was busy farming in the bottom lane, switched screens and witnessed the entire process of Gu Xing ambushing Candy, erupting into excitement. "Old Gu, you're something else. I had no idea the lion dog could leap from here." Kuro chimed in with enthusiastic praise. "In front of you, the opposing jungler is like a mere novice." Even the usually reserved Duan Delion joined in with a few comments. Song Jinghao, occupied with his lane in the top, missed Gu Xing's antics but was invigorated by the system announcement of the solo kill, enthusiastically shouting nice. Gu Xing humbly smiled. It's not a big deal. I merely borrowed this jump point. The recent adjustments to the Lion Dog's passive distance made it challenging for even jungle players to comprehend all the ambush-worthy jump locations. Fortunately, one of the original members of the Ionia 7 Wolves was a seasoned expert. With resources readily available, Gu Xing took the opportunity to seek guidance frequently. Despite his superior prowess as a top-tier professional jungler, his mastery of the Lion Dog could not compare to the expert who dedicatedly played a single hero. The seemingly outrageous leap from the brush was a technique he learned from his mentor. After a brief celebration, Gu Xing swiftly redirected his focus back to the match. Rue, let South push the lane and then head up. With their numerical advantage, he and Kuro easily pushed the mid-lane minions to the Xie Tower. Aiming for an opportunity to roam, Gu Xing set his sights on the top lane S957, whom he had previously trained twice. Kuro readily agreed, allowing Gu Xing to take 3 ranged minions before moving ahead. Upon entering the river, he activated his ultimate, Curved Leap. As Gu Xing arrived, they executed a coordinated escape to the Wei jungle near the red buff camp. There, they used an explosive fruit to leap over the wall, successfully positioning themselves in the brush behind Wei's first tower. Realizing someone was behind him, 957 found it too late to retreat. Zhe Yuan's voice boomed as Qiyana initiated the tower dive, using her hook to return to Titan. Titan attempted to counter with his anchor, Q, clearing the waters. But Rise SE and West immobilized him in place, rendering 957 utterly helpless. Gu Xing unleashed his full damage upon Titan without reservation. Smeb ultimately evaded the tower's aggro with his ultimate, Hexdeck Ultimatum, shouting, "Give me that kill." Gu Xing wrestled internally with his instincts, but ultimately restrained his eager claws. Conceding the kill to his top laner, Kuro admonished, "Song Jinghao, why can't you be more considerate? The sales consultant traveled a great distance and surely deserves some compensation for his efforts." To ensure that Smeb could comprehend, he deliberately spoke in Korean. Song Jinghao, now completely immersed in a frenzied state, yearned to claim the heads of all his opponents, wishing to make them experience the agony of facing Shaun in the preliminary rounds. Otherwise, who would dare to look down upon him in the future? How could he maintain his status as the leader? Nevertheless, it was indeed necessary to provide some recompense to his teammates, allowing Gu Xing to savor the sweetness of victory, ensuring his frequent presence in the top lane. The first blood turret, Smeb remarked, indicating the turret's health was at half, his tone exceedingly generous, suggesting everyone should share in it. In contrast to VG, who were already entangled in resource allocation dilemmas, we faced the pressing challenge of how to turn the tide. 957's refined and amiable visage was marred by dissatisfaction. After the enemy's initial successes, it was clear they intended to exploit him as a mere cash machine. Enduring repeated training sessions, his spirits were understandably low. With 3 kills, the first blood turret, and a significant lead in resources, Smeb's Camille had nearly a 2,000 gold advantage over him. Candy also appeared somewhat dazed. He had just been the victim of an outrageous solo kill by Gu Xing in the lower half of the map, and was now sprinting towards a state of confusion. His mind felt like a thick fog, utterly bewildered about how to execute his subsequent strategies. Players are not AI. Enduring 2 consecutive defeats inevitably breeds self-doubt and a cascade of negative emotions. Fortunately, Xie was capable of shouldering the burden. Let us shift our focus to the bottom lane, where they aim to exchange for the enemy's next turret while simultaneously securing a dragon. Wei's tactical strategy revolved around nurturing their top lane while maintaining the bottom. However, protecting the top lane had become untenable, leaving 957 to fend for himself. Thus, it was imperative to cultivate Mystic's powerful Kog'Maw, the absolute core of Wei's teamfighting composition. The disoriented Candy readily complied with Xie's directives, hastily following the mid laner as they moved downwards after finishing their wave. Yet, Wei's central and jungle movements were slightly delayed. The VG duo retreated to a safe position to recall, preparing to initiate a lane swap. Ziyuan's voice resonated clearly as he noted that their gain would merely be a turret, and thankfully, there was a dirt dragon. Otherwise, we would have faced catastrophic losses. Remembering to add that Jack's ultimate was directed towards the dragon pit, did he truly intend to steal it? His expression revealed confusion. Yet the disparity in health calculations seemed excessively erroneous. Candy had only just helped finish off the bottom turret. The Wii duo lingered in the bottom lane to clear the minion wave, without Kog'Maw and Lulu's damage. Relying solely on the central and jungle champions would not suffice to swiftly take down the Dirt Dragon. All this information was exposed within VG's vision. Consequently, Ziyuan was perplexed by Jack's actions. Logically, if Ezreal aimed to steal the Dirt Dragon, he would not cast his True Shot Barrage at this moment. The broadcast director cut to a golden crescent, focusing on Jack as he unleashed his shot towards the dragon pit. It swept over the Dirt Dragon's body, while simultaneously diminishing WE's central and jungle champions' health. The next moment, the scene shifted to the top lane. Wait. Ziyuan realized something was amiss. The VG duo had pushed down the turret, but had yet to withdraw. After clearing the minion waves, Qingtang and Lion Dog concealed themselves in the brush near WE's second tower, placing a true sight ward to ensure the absence of enemy vision. From his vantage point, Ziyuan finally comprehended VG's strategy. Jack was not aiming to secure the dragon. Rather, he sought to ascertain the positions of WE's mid and jungle. He could not help but raise his voice. With the jungle positions locked in, the bottom lane duo was glaringly exposed within the field of vision. Only 957 stood alone in WE's upper quadrant. Due to WE's delayed engagement in the bottom lane, when Titan respawned, the next tower remained unscathed. At this moment, Smeb had already pushed the top lane minion wave, leaving 957 with no justification to neglect defending the second tower while also collecting some minions. This was the precise timing that Gu Xing sought. He planned to ambush Titan once more. With bated breath, he watched as Titan approached the upper second tower. His heart racing. 957, run. The Wii fans below were equally anxious, their voices erupting in frantic screams, attempting to alert 957 to flee. Alas, the player could not hear the commentators or the audience's shouts. Upon reaching the tower, 957 immediately set to work clearing the minion wave, using his E-Surging Tide to finish off the low-health minions. Just as he unleashed his E ability, the system announcement echoed through the canyon, revealing WE's mid and jungle had secured the dragon. In the next heartbeat, the VG duo sprang into action from the brush. Gu Xing's Lion Dog leaped forward to tank the tower, ensnaring Titan with his lasso to slow him down. Smeb then hooked onto the wall adjacent to the brush, executing a wall jump to kick 957 backward. Titan attempted to interrupt with his Q, clearing the way. However, Gu Xing cunningly maintained his position in front of 957. Thus, even if Titan cast his hook, it would not connect with Qingtang. Once Qingtang stunned Titan with the wall jump, Gu Xing unleashed his Q ruthless, lunging forward to position himself behind 957. The positioning was absolutely brilliant. Ziyuan couldn't help but praise. Now, 957 found it nearly impossible to escape. The Lion Dog's maneuver to block Titan's retreat left 957 feeling despondent. He realized that surviving the onslaught from VG's jungle and top duo would be exceedingly difficult. After 3 consecutive deaths, Titan was left with nothing but cloth armor shoes, a red crystal, and the initially purchased corrupt potion. His equipment was woefully inadequate. Under the fierce assault of VG's duo, Titan felt as fragile as paper. Abandoning escape, 957 chose to clear the remaining minions at the second tower, which were once again claimed by Smeb. Remembering, he shook his head. Just over 10 minutes in, Qingtang had arrived at level 40. How would we respond? Ziyuan offered a fair assessment. The top lane matchup had become untenable, unless Smeb threw away a few waves. He would be free to dominate and output without restraint for the remainder of the game. Were it not for 957's usual self-restraint and the fact that this was a professional stage, he would have long lost composure. If other players were in his position, having been targeted multiple times in just 10 minutes, they might have already crumbled mentally and started to play recklessly, giving up on their teammates. At present, 957 is holding his breath, striving to develop cautiously and delay until the team fight phase, relying on the Titans' locking advantage to turn the tide in their favor. However, such a significant disadvantage cannot simply be navigated by his desire to stall. The situation is entirely dictated by Smeb. As the transition phase commences, the emergence of Trinity Force and Tiamat enables Smeb's Camille to instill genuine fear in 957. Smeb brings the minion wave to the front of the lower tower, brazenly attempting to tower dive and wear down his opponent. With basic attacks and Q, Precision Protocol, striking the Titan, he unleashes a burst of damage. When 957 retaliates with a basic attack followed by Q to pin Smeb under the tower, Smeb remains unfazed, countering with a tactical sweep. The triggered passive adaptive shield mitigates all magical damage from the Titan, leaving only the turret's output as a threat. Once liberated, Smeb first directs his E ability towards the outer wall. Before the hook can hit the wall, he executes another basic attack followed by a pull. The cooldown of Trinity Force has reset, and the true damage reduces the Titan's health to a mere half. 957, attempting to retaliate, finds Smeb already out of reach. Having deftly used the hook and wall jump to escape. Accompanying this spectacle is the thunderous applause from the audience. This exchange of blows is nothing short of poetic. Ziyuan expresses admiration, noting that Camille only endured 2 turret hits, sustaining a mere 14 health points in damage, while 957, relying on Giant's Courage shield, has lost a staggering half of his health. Should 957 remain under the tower, he risks facing a lethal tower dive when Camille's skills come off cooldown. Beads of sweat form on 957's brow, his tension palpable. Confronted by the relentless Smeb, he decides to retreat to the safety of the base to replenish his health, sacrificing a substantial wave of minions in the process. Can you apply some pressure mid? 957 finally exclaims, unable to contain his frustration. Don't let Camille play so recklessly. I had an advantage last game too, yet I couldn't act with such impunity. Why can Smeb? 957 feels a deep sense of frustration. Competition is merciless. We are trying our best, but the enemy rise is simply infuriating. Xia's tone is urgent. The previous exchange of towers has led to Smeb's Camille developing exceptionally well, transitioning directly into the final phase. Lulu, alongside the formidable Kog'Maw, occupies the mid lane, seeking to secure lane control for the advantageous duo, indirectly applying pressure to the bottom lane. They aim to replicate the strategy employed by VG in the previous match, preventing Song Jinghao from split pushing freely. However, the disparity in minion wave management is stark. Kuro, dominating the top lane, employs a combination of double E and Q overload to clear the minion wave effectively, then vanishes from the lane. Instead, he shifts the pressure onto the Wii duo in mid. Having previously witnessed the terror of the Lion Dog Rise combination, Wii is cautious. With the dual ultimates, they send the hunting Rengar straight into the fray. Thus, the big brother hesitates to push too far forward. Fearing an ambush from Kuro and Gu Xing, Xia, however, is eager to push the tower, yet he too is apprehensive. The previous tower of our team has been obliterated. Should Xia delve too deeply into the enemy territory to threaten the outer tower, Gu Xing may utilize his ultimate ability to confront him. At that moment, Malzahar's diminutive legs would lead only to demise. VG maneuvers through the top lane, leveraging the mid lane stalemate to bolster Smeb's solo push in the bottom lane. The advantageous duo from Wii is utterly incapable of expanding their lead to other lanes, rendering them hesitant and fearful. This exemplifies the disparity in operational strategy. It is imperative to monitor the movements of the Lee Sin. After a period of despondency, Candy gradually regains his composure, now actively contemplating strategies. As long as he can ascertain the position of the enemy jungler, he dares to set the pace. It sounds simple, yet upon closer examination, it becomes evident that WE's composition struggles to achieve this. The Titan in the bottom lane speaks for itself. The minion wave cannot even advance. And 957 dares not enter the jungle, for being caught by the echo would spell certain doom. The jungler Candy finds himself in a similar predicament. Gu Xing's single kill at WE's blue buff dramatically alters the dynamics of the jungle. He too hesitates to enter the jungle, for the threat posed by Lee Sin is overwhelmingly intimidating. Xia's vision in the top lane is limited, and being positioned on the side lane makes it inconvenient to place wards effectively. The remaining duo, with Lulu as a fragile support, cannot place wards independently. Her vulnerability often leads to her untimely demise while warding. They must accompany the Aphelios, as their target is conspicuously prominent. Gu Xing can evade potential ward placements to ensure he remains undetected. Finding Lee Sin in the jungle emerges as an urgent conundrum for Wii. With the mid and top lanes locked in stalemate, Xinggu cautiously lurks in the jungle, while Smeb thrives in his solo endeavors in the bottom lane. Accompanied by Ziyuan's resounding commentary, WE's next tower collapses with a thunderous crash. They must endure, for no one can contain the echo. A furrowed brow is a testament to the situation. At this juncture, a comparison to the previous match reveals an unmistakable operational gap between the two teams. We's split push is ineffective. In contrast, VG is on the verge of allowing Smeb to dominate a single lane entirely. We appears to be losing patience. As Candy heads to the top lane to join Xie in an attempt to confront Kuro, Kuro has become the unfortunate target. After 3 months in the LPL, he is perceived as an easy target, frequently ambushed by others. This perception stems from Kuro's excessive self-sacrifice, often yielding minion waves to the jungler during the landing phase and unconditionally supporting teammates, which typically results in him falling behind in equipment. Furthermore, there is the ingrained impression that top laner Smeb and jungler Gu Xing possess formidable individual prowess. The bottom lane comprises 2 players, and given the current meta, where soft supports prevail, with limited crowd control abilities, it becomes theoretically challenging to secure a catch. In contrast, mid laner Kuro appears to be the more accessible target. Xie dashes forward, utilizing his Rift Walk to immobilize Rise, while Candy sneaks in from the side, executing a fluid combination that eliminates Kuro. Initially, this seems like promising news. However, We's fans are far from amused. Observing from the spectator's perspective, they possess more information than the players on the field. As the blind monk revealed himself in the top lane, the lion dog had already unleashed his ultimate ability. However, Gu Xing's target this time was not the bottom lane, but rather the mid lane. The golden lion's mark hovered above the heads of the Wii duo. Zero hurriedly pulled back with his big mouth. But fearing that the opponent might strike, he was compelled to retain his creative ideas. Consequently, Lulu and Big Mouth, with their short legs, were unable to escape swiftly. Gu Xing, utilizing his acceleration, swiftly closed the distance and pounced upon Big Mouth. He began to quicken his speech. And as Zero activated his ultimate when the lion dog leapt onto the big man's face, Gu Xing placed a ward behind him, signaling the start of a teleportation. It was Smeb's Camille. VG aimed to execute a 4-man ambush against 2, just as 957 returned to the front of the second tower. He had yet to secure any last hits when he noticed his mid-lane teammates in peril. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned his teleport for assistance. However, in the next moment, Camille cancelled her teleport. Now it was 957's turn to face a dilemma. Should he descend? If he went to the mid lane, the second tower was destined to be demolished by Smeb. Camille's tower diving capabilities could not rival the trio of Mant and Xin, but they were certainly formidable. If he chose not to go, his teammates might indeed perish. 957 temporarily refrained from canceling his teleport, with a lengthy 45-second channeling time. He wished to observe the unfolding circumstances further. Duke Wong's brown flashed forward, using stand behind me, to reach the lion dog, directly slamming his basic attack onto Big Mouth. Mystic flashed backward, yet, unable to evade the basic attack, Braum's passive still lingered upon him. Zero cast polymorph. But Gu Xing's ferocity from his came into play once more, instantly dispelling the control and continuing his assault. After unleashing his ferocity, he received an additional movement speed boost. Gu Xing relentlessly pursued, ultimately flashing in for a strike that fully stacked Braum's passive, stunning Big Mouth in place. Duke Wong's ultimate added further control, propelling the big man into the air. Zero realized that the pet was unlikely to escape death and could only flee for his life, flashing over the wall into his own feathered camp. Despite Big Mouth being shielded by Lulu's protective barrier, he could not withstand the lion dog's damage. Just as Gu Xing prepared to claim the kill, a golden crescent suddenly shot forth from behind. A precise barrage. Ezreal's ultimate obliterated Big Mouth's health. What the hell? Gu Xing instinctively exclaimed, turning to Yu Wenba with an expression of discontent. What are you doing? I just wanted to snag an assist. Jack, feeling wronged, protested. I really didn't mean to steal that kill. In most situations, his gameplay was quite selfless. Aware of the pressure he was under, Yu Wenba was not the type to claim kills. Gu Xing also understood that Jack likely did not act with malice. He could only console himself that an extra assist could maximize team economy. However, the moment he shot a sideways glance at Kuro while eyeing Jack was captured by the camera, and the director even replayed it, eliciting laughter from the audience. Ultimately, 957 decided against teleporting down, continuing to guard the bottom tower against Smeb, while VG's jungle prepared to dismantle WE's mid tower. Should the Titan descend and join forces with a Lulu lacking significant mobility, it would be impossible to defend the mid-turret. In light of this, it would be more prudent to make a trade, allowing WE's mid-jungle duo to demolish VG's top turret. However, such an exchange would be detrimental for We. One must lament the loss, as the value of the mid-turret is undeniably greater than that of the side turret, and it would come at the cost of the team's core champion, the ADC. In their perspective, eliminating Kuro is a trivial matter, as Ryze is not the focal point of VG's strategy. Yet, if the ADC's development falters, WE's collective strength will significantly diminish. Furthermore, Ziyuan expressed his viewpoint that 957 has already utilized his teleport. Thus, for the ensuing minutes, he would be confined to the bot lane, accompanying Smeb in his split-pushing endeavors. Until his teleport is available again, Titan lacks the capacity to assist his teammates. Should he dare to walk to the battlefield, Smeb could effortlessly take down his high ground. VG has executed a commendable strategy. Ziyuan felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. Gu Xing's maneuver was indeed ruthless, and with Xia having already expended his flash and ultimate, We lacks the initiation from both Titan and the Grasshopper, rendering them incapable of applying pressure on VG in a frontal confrontation. This embodies Gu Xing's true intent. He is doing everything in his power to create space for the Steel Shadow's split push. The forthcoming moments are poised to be the most excruciating for We. Aside, this match has about half a chapter remaining. Primarily, I didn't watch enough of yesterday's game. Otherwise, I would have completed this match today. 7,100 words, 2028 W. I will regain my momentum and aim for a 10,000-word update tomorrow. 275. It's all yours to seize. My bow. Just keep split pushing and do not engage in team fights. Gu Xing returns to base to acquire the necessary components for the Black Cleaver, continuously strategizing for his teammates, while the opponents cannot counter him. Now, 957 is utterly collapsing. We can hardly eliminate the Steel Shadow with just 2 players. At best, they can only defend. Furthermore, having lost Titan's teleport and Xia's flash and ultimate, we currently lacks any means to compel Smeb to return for a team fight. Rest assured, Song Jinghao has assured me he will not engage in team fights. Whoever participates in the fight is a fool. Smeb, having played professionally for several years, possesses great experience in competitions. He is acutely aware that VG cannot afford to team fight in this match. The strongest points of development for the entire team are himself and Gu Xing. Both require entry to engage in team fights. However, WE's support has a control chain that severely counters them. If one factors in the Grasshopper's ultimate, WE's frontline is replete with means to prevent entry. The bloated Steel Shadow is not particularly sturdy, facing WE's successive control and the ADC's percentage damage. The likelihood of withstanding such an assault is nearly non-existent. Smeb sees through this. Engaging in a team fight would certainly lead to his demise. Thus he intends to pursue the path of split, pushing relentlessly. Yet, We is growing increasingly anxious. How will they deal with the Steel Shadow? As the ADC falls to Gu Xing's ambush, the mid-turret is also destroyed, leading to the loss of mid-lane control. Although VG's top turret has also collapsed, they no longer need to rely on clearing the top lane before applying pressure in the mid lane to ensure successful split pushing in the bot lane. After Ezreal seized control of the mid lane, Smeb boldly split pushed in the bottom lane without restraint. Action was imperative, for else the Shadow Blade would demolish the second turret in the bottom lane. 957, overwhelmed by the relentless pressure, found his mind clouded, yet he contemplated strategies for his team. Perhaps they could group up, push mid, and attempt to force the enemy's mid-turret. If they could destroy VG's mid-turret, it would significantly alleviate the immense pressure exerted by the Shadow Blade in the bottom lane. With no other options available, Xia, whose ultimate was still on cooldown, pushed the top lane minions before hastily joining the mid lane, hoping to leverage their numerical advantage to compel VG to yield. The two commentators immediately noted WE's movements. Mystic, emboldened by Lulu SW, Whimsy, charged forward alone, intent on whittling down the enemy's health. Ziyuan, as always, spoke rapidly, aware that VG's jungler and support were without their summoner spells and ultimates, leaving him free to adopt an aggressive positioning. The Big Brother had been in a phase of rising form over the past 2 years, embodying the quintessential pathway of a Korean ADC, drawing ever closer to the benchmark of an all-around player like Bang. Unlike the unconventional and aggressive imp, Mystic was not timid. Like Bang, he would not hesitate to step up when the moment demanded it. With his bioarcane barrage activated, he unleashed a torrent of fire upon the enemies defending VG's mid-turret, aiming to diminish their health before threatening the turret itself. Duke, wielding Braum, positioned himself at the forefront, absorbing all of the damage intended for Mystic. This moment underscored the significance of the Redmi draft phase, as their composition was notably cohesive. They sacrificed Duan Delyon's landing prowess to select Braum, a protective support who effectively counters frontline teamfight strategies, alleviating a major headache for VG. As the duration of the shield ended, Jax Ezreal had nearly cleared the minions, and the siege cannon had been dispatched by Duke with his sacred shield. Furrowing his brow, we could only chip away at the turret's health. They were far from toppling VG's first turret. Kuro, opting not to defend mid, ventured alone to push the top lane minion wave, aiming to threaten WE's second turret. Li Ruixing, with remarkable insight, observed Xie's presence in mid and chose not to engage directly, instead redirecting to the top lane. He amassed a substantial slow-pushing wave, sending it toward the enemy's second turret, while constantly monitoring the situation in mid. Noticing that the enemy had no immediate intention to return, Kuro continued his advance, exuding an air of determination to penetrate the top lane. Xie, witnessing that his ultimate still had a 15-second cooldown, found himself in a dilemma. The enemy had evidently calculated the cooldown of his Realm Warp, emboldening them to merely place two defenders in mid. Unfortunately, he had no countermeasures. If he delayed for another 15 seconds, with Ryze's tower pushing speed, it was highly probable that he could significantly damage or even destroy the second turret. Should Xie retreat to defend the top lane, their collective plan to push mid would be thwarted. Not only that, but Wei is also unable to alleviate the predicament in the bottom lane. Don't leave, Candy resolutely declared, as he aimed to dismantle the opposing mid tower. He understood that the dynamics of the battlefield shift rapidly, and hesitation is to be avoided at all costs. Thus, he promptly made his decision. Ziyuan, observing that the four members of Wei remained steadfast before VG's mid tower, could not help but voice his doubts. Is this exchange truly beneficial for Wei? For individuals sharing a single lane, regardless of experience or economic standpoint, prolonging this engagement would lead to significant losses for Wei. However, Jide interjected to clarify that for them. This was a necessary strategy. Otherwise, they would never be able to dismantle VG's split-pushing tactics. The director's camera shifted to the upper and middle lanes, showcasing a flashy split screen. Kuro and Smeb were unleashing their prowess against the enemy turret. 957 struggled to thwart their advances, but to no avail. The Titan, typically lacking mid-game damage, was further hindered by 957's lower level. His anchor strikes against Qiyana felt akin to mere tickles. Most of the time, Smeb ignored him, focusing solely on pushing the enemy turret. With the assistance of VG's minions, he managed to significantly reduce the Titan's health. Growing increasingly frustrated, Smeb retaliated with a flurry of damage, effortlessly having 957's health with the true damage from Adaptive Shield and Precision Ritual. While the Titan's mechanics promised formidable capabilities in team fights, particularly with the threatening depth charge that posed a dilemma for all backline champions, he remained the weakest among the three mythical top laners. This was due to his role as a faux frontliner, possessing numerous crowd control abilities, yet lacking any form of healing or resistance enhancement. His only semblance of protection came from Titan's Wrath, a mere illusion of a shield. Compared to Poppy, who naturally possesses resistance, and Makai, with his infinite healing and damage reduction, the Titan's durability was nothing short of a disgrace among the legendary champions. Moreover, 957's poor development left him far from acquiring his first major item. He simply could not withstand Qiyana's exaggerated true damage. Forced to retreat once again to replenish, 957 surrendered the lower tower without contest. Through the director's split-screen maneuver, the progress of the demolitions in the mid and upper lanes became evident. Kuro, undeterred, capitalized on the unguarded defenses, maintaining a swift pace in his advance. With the recent season allowing mage characters to convert their ability power into damage against turrets, Ryze's speed in dismantling towers saw a significant enhancement. With no defense set in the upper lane, Kuro faced no resistance and effortlessly diminished the health of the upper second tower. The director refocused the camera on the mid lane. Xia's ultimate ability finally came off cooldown. Yet the VG duo dared not confront its brilliance head-on. retreating and conceding the mid-first tower to we. Sacrificing 2 inner towers, we finally breached VG's defensive stronghold. As the match neared the 20-minute mark, Smeb's advance came to a halt. He was wary of delving deeper following the destruction of the mid-tower. Ziyuan swiftly narrated the unfolding events, noting that Qiyana could venture into the enemy jungle. Song Jinghao set his sights on the camps in WE's lower jungle. He now pushes the minion wave towards the enemy's high ground, then swiftly turns to seek out jungle monsters. Kandi is utterly reluctant to defend. With the Trinity Force and the Kraken Slayer in hand, the Steel Shadow dispatches the blind monk as effortlessly as one might crush a fledgling chick. The loss of both side lanes by we has indirectly affected the team's vision control, allowing Gu Xing to place wards deep within the enemy jungle. He then begins to fish for opportunities. After completing his vision setup, he deliberately leaves the WE stone bug untouched to lure Kandi into farming. Having gone 3 long minutes without a jungle camp, Kandi's hunger drives him to rush over at the sight of any monsters. To his misfortune, he falls right into Gu Xing's trap. The lion dog lies in wait in the brush behind the ruins of We's first tower, and upon spotting Kandi, pounces ferociously. Gu Xing, now equipped with the Black Cleaver, capitalizes on the mid-game as everyone's armor stats rise, making percentage armor penetration increasingly valuable. The lion dog, utilizing the synergy of basic attacks and Q, Ruthless, quickly stacks the effects of the Black Cleaver on Kandi, relentlessly pursuing him with accelerated strikes. Kandi uses Flash to escape over the wall, but Gu Xing follows suit, using his W to cleanse the crowd control immediately after the opponent's dragon kick, unleashing a torrent of damage upon the blind monk. The jungle camps had long been cleared by VG, leaving the blind monk unable to use Sonic Wave to maneuver through walls, significantly diminishing his once proud agility. Amidst the deafening cheers from the audience, the lion dog's claws once again claimed the life of the blind monk. Another kill for the red sand. Gazing at the statistics panel, one cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy for Kandi. His struggles are palpable. This is his jungle, yet he finds himself unable to secure any camps. In the professional arena, as the game progresses into the mid-game, the red and blue buffs are invariably allocated to the team's carries. Thus, only 4 jungle camps remain. As the absolute core of the team, the big brother must also farm, and with no plans for pushing, he roams around the mid lane, claiming the 3 wolves and the sharp beak. Originally, Kandi could have farmed the stone bug and the magic toad to bolster his growth. However, now that VG has invaded, he cannot even defend these 2 camps. Kandi is forced into starvation. Ziyuan exclaims dramatically, he can only rely on the system's automatic gold generation to accumulate wealth, while also needing to purchase control wards to stabilize his team's vision. The automatic gold generation yields about 100 per minute, allowing him to buy roughly 4 control wards every 3 minutes. This means that if Kandi wishes to ensure map vision, he will have little to no gold left, making equipment upgrades a mere fantasy. He is already 2 levels behind Gu Xing, and if this continues, the gap in jungle resources will only widen. Kandi cannot hold on any longer. With the jungle being so ravaged, he lacks the funds to purchase defensive items and will soon be unable to engage in team fights. Charging in could lead to his instantaneous obliteration. He can only serve as a mere shield for his ADC, protecting him from harm. Suggesting a barren force to draw the opponents into battle, Kandi proposes a solution, asserting that they must at least make use of the Steel Shadow's teleport. He yearned to leverage his remaining vigor to render greater contributions to the team. The strategy was sound. In recent years, numerous LPL teams had employed the blue-collar tank top laners when contending against LCK's split pushing, orchestrating team fights by utilizing neutral resources to force confrontations, compelling the enemy's split pusher into the limelight, and subsequently resolving the conflict through frontal engagements. Nonetheless, the overall success rate remained rather dismal. Without hesitation, WE's quintet swiftly cleared the minion wave in the bot lane, ensuring that Camille could not capitalize on the opportunity to assault their high ground before venturing towards the barren pit. Kuro, with his astute intellect, had amassed a considerable slow-pushing wave in the top lane, gradually advancing toward WE's territory. Ziyuan, upon discerning the state of the minion waves, exclaimed loudly. The repercussions of Kandi's earlier demise in the upper quadrant due to an ambush by Gu Xing became apparent. We lacked the capacity to establish vision control near the top lane. This predicament rendered Xia hesitant to venture outside and clear the slow-pushing wave, fearing an ambush. Remaining within the high ground at the top lane while waiting for the minion wave to arrive would require at least half a minute, time we could ill afford. They had only just managed to cleanse the bot lane minion wave. Should they delay for 30 seconds, Smeb would push another wave to We's bottom high ground. At that juncture, should we attempt to engage with the Baron, Song Jinghao could strike unimpeded. If they summoned additional allies to address the top lane, the mid lane would inevitably be left vulnerable, allowing VG to seize the strategically advantageous mid lane, further complicating We's situation. Without hesitation, We's 5 members utilized their explosive plant to leap into the Baron pit, opting to focus their fire on the Baron rather than concerning themselves with the slow-pushing wave in the top lane. A sense of urgency gripped them as they realized the decisive moment was at hand. However, We's speed in taking the Baron was not swift. Despite the percentage damage from Kog'Maw, the damage output from the other 4 champions was woefully inadequate. Champions like Thresh, Lee Sin, Rek'Sai, and Lulu dealt damage akin to mere tickles against the Baron. The burden of damage rested solely on Kog'Maw, as the health of Baron Nashor dwindled slowly. Vigilantly scanning the status bar, the sole piece of good news for Wei was that Jack's Blade of the Ruined King was still a few stacks away from being fully charged. Yuanba, having endured pressure, was somewhat delayed in completing his item. This pivotal moment was seized by Wei. With Ezreal lacking Blade of the Ruined King, VG's strength in frontal team fights was undoubtedly diminished. They exploited this weakness to forcefully engage the Baron. VG had established vision control in the Baron pit, and the moment we utilized the explosive plant to enter, they were promptly alerted to the enemy's movements. Smeb, push down the lane. Jack, seize control of the mid lane. Ruehong, come join us. Gu Xing orchestrated everything with precision. Summoning Jack to the fight at this juncture was futile. He needed to have Blade of the Ruined King first. Utilizing the mid lane minion wave to quickly stack his Q, Mystic Shot, he also pushed the minions to the enemy's second turret, applying pressure on Wei. Once Kuro's rise arrived, Gu Xing activated his R hunting rhythm. The pulsating rhythm of his racing heart echoed in his ears as the canine champion assumed a camouflaged state. The vision within the dragon pit has been entirely cleared by Wei. Gu Xing, relying on the mechanics of his ultimate ability, can track the movements of enemy heroes. Keenly observing We's attempts to secure the Baron, Duan Gu, bring Rui Xing from the bottom lane towards the dragon pit. I will circle around and flank from above. Gu Xing formulated his strategy swiftly. At level 13, with a 2-level advantage on his ultimate, Rengar's hunting prowess allows him a staggering 22 seconds of enhanced movement. With an increase in speed, he can effortlessly maneuver around the dragon pit. Moreover, during his journey around the pit, he can leap over walls at any moment, attempting to snatch the dragon for himself. Gu Xing had no intention of engaging the enemy in a direct confrontation within the pit. His plan was to stall, to drag it out. He aimed to create ample pushing space for the top lane and Smeb in the bottom lane. As the golden lion's eye glimmered above, Candy felt a tightening in his chest. Gather quickly. Who has a control ward? Place one above the dragon pit. As we moved toward the Baron, they had previously utilized scans and control wards to clear VG's vision in the upper jungle. Now, only Zero possessed a control ward. Hearing the jungler's command, he hurried to set up vision above the dragon pit. The control ward would reveal Rengar's ultimate disguise, albeit fleetingly. The ward's vision range was merely 900 yards, far from sufficient to illuminate the entirety of the area above the dragon pit. When Rengar reached the flanks, we once again lost sight of him. Should we contest the smite? Xia inquired. Candy was about to grit his teeth and agree, but upon reflection, he realized the gravity of the situation. No. His level is far too high. After a prolonged period of enforced fasting, Candy found himself 3 levels behind Gu Xing. The disparity in smite damage between both junglers was significant. Although the pressure from the grasshopper could prevent Rengar from executing his smite, Rengar's burst damage was entirely capable of eliminating the Baron before the grasshopper could unleash his ultimate. Even if Candy, known as the Dragon's Child, dared not claim he could secure the Baron under such unfavorable circumstances, should they fail to control the dragon, they would inevitably face Smeb's invincible advance bolstered by the Baron buff. I shall seek out Rengar. In a flash, Xia could not afford to ponder any longer. The constant pressure from both side lanes had instilled a sense of unease within him. To avoid prolonged uncertainty, Xia resolved to hunt down Gu Xing. As long as he could prevent Rengar from entering the dragon pit, it would be deemed a success. Hold off for now. Wait until I spot their jungler before you engage the dragon. Xia noted that Nashor's health was still at 2,800 and hastily called for his teammates to cease their assault. Otherwise, if he did not locate Rengar first, the latter might leap into the pit and steal the dragon. However, as he circled to the side, he found no sign of Gu Xing. Where is he? Xia was left bewildered. The control ward revealed no trace of the lion dog. Yet, the golden lion's eye lingering above served as a reminder that Rengar was nearby. Gu Xing, you are not in the dragon pit. Where have you gone? Are we still engaging? 957 was anxious, wondering if they would have to wait for Rengar's ultimate to expire before attempting the dragon. The minion wave in the top lane had surged forward, rolling into a mass and beginning to batter the turret. In the mid lane, the minion wave was pushed by Jack, and Easy had stacked his mana item, reaching his pinnacle moment. In the bottom lane, Smeb, taking advantage of a wave of cannon minions, was dismantling the high ground tower. All three lanes found themselves in a dire situation, starkly revealing the operational disparity. Tom was running out for Wei. Where was Rise? Zero suddenly sensed something amiss. Just moments ago, their attention had been entirely focused on the engaged Rek'Sai. In the river, a brief glimpse showed that Braum was moving alongside Kuros Rise, the two having utilized a scan to clear a ward from the brush. Yet now, within We's vision, only Braum remained. Rise had vanished. Before the Wei team could react, the golden lion's gaze above them suddenly disappeared. What was happening? Candy's heart raced uneasily. Had the ultimate ability ended? He was uncertain when Gu Xing had activated his ultimate, thus could only speculate. Regardless, they needed to secure the dragon. Xia marked the Baron Nashor, with the golden lion's gaze gone. It could either mean the ultimate had concluded or that Rek'Sai was beyond their detection range. In any case, without a flash, Gu Xing could not leap into the Baron pit to contest it. Naturally, Candy and his comrades would not let such a golden opportunity pass. Hastily focusing their fire on the Baron. Rise. Rise. 957 spotted Kuros' position and widened his eyes, urgently warning his teammates to fall back. The director switched the camera to Kuros' location, at We's middle tier tower. Ziyuan leaned forward, his gaze locked tightly on the rift. VG's dual carries were bringing the minion wave as Rise unleashed his ultimate. The rune mage opened his spellbook and forcefully struck the ground. A brilliant blue teleportation circle materialized beneath him. The director shook the camera, revealing the landing point of the ultimate. It was indeed We's bottom high ground. Kuro sought to use his ultimate to reunite with his teammates. Ziyuan suddenly realized they did not intend to contest Wei at the Baron pit, but aimed to backdoor. Jack activated his precision barrage. Could he possibly still want to contest the dragon? Remembering to switch to Gatling gun mode, he spoke too soon, only to realize his error. It was not about stealing the dragon, but rather disrupting the opponent's recall. In the next heartbeat, as the yellow-haired archer loosed a golden crescent arrow, he, along with Rise and a multitude of minions, boarded the teleportation circle, arriving at We's bottom high ground to rendezvous with Qingxi. Meanwhile, the precision barrage soared through the skies, heading straight for the Baron pit. Candy had already secured the Baron with his smite, preparing to lead his teammates back to base. However, Easy's ultimate struck both the big brother and Xia, forcing their recalls to be interrupted. Duan Doyang's Braum was also moving forward, itching to create chaos. We's roles were clearly defined. Candy's Lee Sin sought out Duan Wangyao alone, while the remaining four hastily retreated to base. Ziyuan spoke fervently, unleashing firepower. But Xinggu was lurking behind for an ambush. The big brother was in the midst of channeling his recall when suddenly, a Rek'Sai sprang out from the brush behind him. He had even begun to switch screens to check the bottom high ground, not expecting Gu Xing to be so close. Holy crap, Mystic exclaimed, his Chinese remarkably fluent. Look at me, look at me. After witnessing Kuro unleash his ultimate ability and carry Jack to the bottom lane's high ground, the entire Wei team fell into disarray. It dawned upon them that VG had never intended to contest the Baron. With the initiation of his ultimate, the Rengar instilled a sense of dread in Wei, causing them to hesitate in their rush to secure the Baron. The time they squandered allowed Smeb to split push uncontested. Due to VG's advantageous minion wave in the top lane, we had not even established vision control. Observers with a divine perspective noted every detail. Just moments ago, Gu Xing had realized that the Rengar was approaching, prompting him to retreat through the triangular brush to the top lane. This maneuver positioned him in the small segment below the dragon pit to encircle the entirety of We's team. I'll control him. We must eliminate the Rengar swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, Xie deployed his grip of death to immobilize Gu Xing. Xiao Duan's Braum attempted to provide protection, but Candy's fierce dragon tail sent him flying. The big brother immediately unleashed damage, spewing forth a barrage of viscous attacks at the Rengar. Yet, the damage proved insufficient. The Rengar's levels and items were formidable, and Gu Xing, with his semi-tank build, possessed substantial durability. Initially, the designers had aimed to weaken Jace and certain assassins' damage output with a rework of the Black Cleaver. But the recipe had transformed from the Caulfield's Warhammer to the Burning Gem, inadvertently enhancing Rengar's resilience. Observing his health bar deplete, Gu Xing felt compelled to express his gratitude to the designers. Just a bit more control, don't let him activate W. Xie shouted fervently. Should the Rengar activate W, Warrior's Roar, he could recover 50 of the damage taken over the past 15 seconds. To slay Rengar, they needed a combination of control and damage to secure the kill. 957 planned to conserve his ultimate for defending the base, as otherwise, he would be unable to contain the Camille. Consequently, he hurled his anchor, attempting to stun his opponent once more. 0's Lulu also cast her polymorph, intending to stack control to suffocate Gu Xing. However, in a pivotal moment, a golden light flashed. The Braum, brandishing his door, flashed close to Gu Xing, using W, stand behind me, to position himself before the Rengar. Beautiful. Gu Xing could not contain his exhilaration, veins pulsating on his forehead. The audience erupted in a tidal wave of cheers, as if they could lift the very heavens. Lulu's polymorph had a projectile, and there was no need to elaborate on the Titan's hook. Both of their control abilities were thwarted by Braum's door. Gu Xing's fingers danced furiously over the keyboard. And as the suppression effect of the grip of death concluded, Rengar utilized Warrior's Roar to immediately regain a significant portion of health. The lasso struck the enemy, filling his brutality meter to the brim. W Warrior's Roar. Rengar bellowed, his entire being brimming with power. With both W abilities stacked, Gu Xing's health surged back to 60%. The revitalized Rengar re-entered the fray. Xiao Duan's timely shield was absolutely pivotal. Ziyuan's excitement overflowed as he declared, he has just saved Gu Xing. Now, the Rengar was wreaking havoc among Wei's formation, preventing his opponents from retreating. The director's flashy split-screen action replayed the moment in all its glory. The half-frame was directed towards Wei's high ground. The bottom lane crystal had already been destroyed. VG's dual carries and top laner, emboldened by the minion wave, commenced their assault on the enemy's front turret. Jack's Ezreal utilized W, Essence Flux, to amplify his teammates' attack speed, while Qiyana dismantled the turret with remarkable speed. It seemed too late. Only Kundi returned to the fountain alone, but what could a blind monk without his ultimate achieve? Ziyuan's excitement grew as Xing tangled with the enemy jungler outside the dragon pit. Gu Xing's strategy was crystal clear. In this team fight, we consisted merely of 4 ornaments and a single Kog'Maw. As long as Mystic did not retreat to base, we lacked damage. Thus, he relentlessly focused on Kog'Maw, denying the jungler any opportunity to escape back to base. 957 finally unleashed the saved ultimate onto Rek'Sai, yet it was too late. Gu Xing had evidently entered a state of combat prowess. We was disheartened, with some eager to return and defend their base, while others sought to vent their frustrations by eliminating Rek'Sai. Benefiting from the enemy's disjointed approach, Gu Xing bravely absorbed the Titan's ultimate, remaining with a mere 13 health. He retreated a couple of steps to create space, allowing Duan's Braum to engage and inflict damage. As the skill rotation neared completion, Gu Xing leapt back, his sights set on the jungler. Lulu's ultimate knocked Rek'Sai into the air, but the jungler was struck by the full force of Braum's passive, leaving him stunned. At that moment, Duan Diliang followed up with R, Glacial Prison, launching Kog'Maw into the air with his control. Gu Xing delivered a basic attack followed by Q, Ruthless Predator. We was currently scattered, with no one protecting Mystic. The fully stacked armor penetration on Kog'Maw could not withstand his high output. With one final leap, the immense damage finished him off. Could VG, with only 2 players, take down one? It was hard to believe. W's 2 front turrets had been destroyed, and Kundi had fallen. Kundi was left without even a second major item. Song Jinghao's Qiyana dispatched him as easily as if he were a mere toy, effortlessly executing a stylish pull that emptied the monk's health bar. There was no chance left. We secured the Baron, but could not return in time for support. Ziyuan's voice resonated powerfully as VG prepared to conclude the match. As WE's main crystal dwindled in health, the atmosphere surged with excitement. Xie utilized the enhanced recall, arriving at the fountain just in time. Yet the screen was drawn towards the base beyond his control. The blades of Qiyana shattered the last glimmer of hope for a comeback. WE's main crystal shattered into a cascade of fireworks. The spotlight flickered incessantly over the dome, ultimately converging on the VG player's bench. The victory emblem and the striking silver emblem of VG flashed before everyone's eyes. Congratulations to VG for their 2-0 triumph over WE. Ziyuan's tone was fervent as they showcased their unparalleled understanding of the split-push strategy in the second game. Leveraging Smeb's dominant split-pushing and the brilliant decision to trade Baron for the base in the final moments, VG seized victory without shedding a drop of blood. Never even engaging in a large-scale team fight, Song Jinghao removed his headset. Nice. He opened his arms and embraced Gu Xing, his excitement evident as he flushed with color, exclaiming, "Well played. Could you not be a bit more composed, like me?" Gu Xing finds himself at a loss. As it is merely a regular season match, there is no need for such fervor. I wonder who it was that nearly lost their voice shouting when they saw me flash and raise my shield. Duan Deliang mercilessly pointed out, "It wouldn't be you. Would it, Xiaogu?" Gu Xing offered an apologetic smile, expressing gratitude to Brother Duan for that last play. Otherwise, we surely would have fallen short and met our demise. Kuro approached, playfully ruffling Gu Xing's hair, his face aglow with joy. Winning by sneaking a base once is far more exhilarating than triumphing in 10 direct confrontations. This is the true allure of the game. The youthful Jack remains brimming with enthusiasm, his fair complexion radiant with delight as he leaps to give Gu Xing a high five, exclaiming incessantly, "How's your pressure resistance, buddy?" Without a doubt, top-notch. Gu Xing praised, perfectly accomplishing the task. If only his Q could be as precise as your headshots. He vividly recalled the moment he eliminated the enemy mid laner, a feat accomplished with Yuwenba's ultimate. Jack grinned like a Shiba Inu emoji, acknowledging that he hadn't specifically practiced Ezreal. Thus, a slightly lower skill hit rate was excusable. After all, Ezreal is currently his least proficient marksman. Nevertheless, Jack managed to win the match. Yuwenba was quite pleased with his ability to withstand pressure. The 5 players departed the player area, crossing the stage to shake hands with the WE team. Amidst the soaring cheers, Gu Xing could still hear the commentators discussing the match. In reviewing these 2 games, the primary difference lies in the operational capabilities. Ziyuan, still caught up in the excitement, spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. Observe how VG handled the minion waves despite being at a disadvantage in the duo lane. Smeb scarcely paused in his development, consistently seizing map resources. A stark contrast to WE's treatment of Qingsu in the first game. The camera then shifted to 957, nicknamed Leg Brother, who rested his hands behind his head, his eyes betraying a sense of helplessness as he gazed at the screen. Finally, 957 exhaled a heavy sigh, resigned to their fate. The team simply could not execute a split push. Previously, they had triumphed over IG through split pushing. But it now appeared that the disparity in raw strength was simply too vast. With only Director Song holding the fort, if they couldn't even best IG, what hope was there for contending for the LPL championship? Zero, biting his lip, leaned back in his chair, his expression heavy with self-reproach. All eyes in the audience were fixed on the junglers of both teams. Yet, as a participant in the match, Zero was acutely aware that he had been outplayed by Duan Deliang. The opponent consistently executed flawless maneuvers, particularly the final play where Brown flashed and raised his shield, thwarting his transformation spell, a pivotal contribution to VG's push against the Nexus. Although Duan's strategy was not particularly fluid, in the current meta, a support does not need to roam to set the tempo. Remaining in his comfort zone, Duan Deliang's sheer skill left Zero feeling overwhelmed. Zero had to concede that he had long since shed the luster of the S4 runner-up title. His skill level had declined with age, inevitably succumbing to the fate that befalls all seasoned players. As Zero gazed at the beaming expression of the other party, he rose, lost in contemplation. Should he withdraw from his career path, preserving the last remnants of his dignity? When the small dog conveyed greetings from Duan Deliang and extended his hand for a shake, his eyes squinted into mere slits. Zero adjusted his glasses, his expression one of disquiet. They were both designated canine consorts, merely differing in the timing of their ascent. Zero's Chinese was quite commendable. Upon receiving the message from the small dog, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, he had arrived first. Why did Yuzi need to rely on Duan Deliang to relay messages to him? Gu Xing's gaze was not fixated on Zero. He was unfamiliar with him, only aware that Zero was one of Yuzi's most favored initial canine consorts, renowned for his extraordinary prowess in earlier days. However, it seemed he too was unable to escape the fate of decline. The thought flitted through Gu Xing's mind as he caught sight of Shi Yi, who was grinning from ear to ear. "How is it, Boss Su? Did you enjoy yourself today?" Jack, emboldened by his position, draped an arm over Gu Xing's shoulders, exuding arrogance. "Did you see that? Who dared to oppose us? Not joining the Seven Wolves, is it? This is your fate." He then turned to his jungler, deliberately steering the conversation. "It's a pity you didn't get to annihilate the opposing jungler today. After all, you promised me, Gu. Let Shi Yi experience some pain. Next time for sure." Gu Xing casually quipped, "But being stolen from is akin to being annihilated, right?" His laughter was rather mischievous. Shi Yi, filled with displeasure, had to play along, retorting with bravado. "All right, you two just wait. Let us see if I can't take you down in the playoffs." After a brief exchange, they brushed past each other. The VG team arrived at the center of the stage, bowing to express their gratitude to the audience. At the RNG base in Shanghai, Xiang Guo was busy devouring a bowl of spicy fried rice noodles, capturing the celebratory demeanor of VG in his thoughts, his mouth continuing to chew unconsciously. "Lu Shiyu, what are you doing?" A familiar voice called out. The tactical-minded Xiao who plopped down beside Xiang Guo, his gaze incessantly darting toward the jungler's computer. "Watching the live match." Xiang Guo replied candidly. "It seems WE's performance is rather unstable." "That's quite normal, isn't it? Few teams can display their full strength against VG," Xiao asserted. Sharing his theory, VG has a remarkable ability to control the rhythm of the game, always dragging their opponents into familiar territory. Hasn't he been thoroughly crushed by Xinggu again, has he?" he inquired curiously. Xianggu chuckled. His emotional intelligence left much to be desired, rendering his feelings transparent, which made him appear quite innocent. Lu Shiyu had harbored resentment toward Kundi ever since he snatched 3 dragons from him in the semifinals, solidifying their rivalry. Xianggu wished for Kundi to suffer an even more disastrous defeat. In a sense, Gu Xing had aided him in avenging that slight. However, one must acknowledge that Kundi's early strategies in today's 2 matches were commendable, Xianggu mused, almost causing him to lose sight of Xinggu. It was just that he always fell short. What was that expression again? He struggled to recall a fitting term. Having attended university, let me interject it. A failure at the final hurdle? Ah, yes. Xianggu nodded repeatedly. In the first game, he was caught off guard by Smeb's teleport, leading to a retaliatory kill. However, in the second match, Xing Ji's Lee Sin deftly executed a flawless gank in the blue jungle, completely reversing the momentum of the game. Nonetheless, Kundi exhibited exceptional early game prowess in both matches, and Xianggu thought it might be beneficial to learn from him, as it could prove effective against Xinggu. Reflecting on Kundi's strategy, he deemed the first game to be the most successful. Faced with Gu Xing's signature niddly, Kundi managed to exert a small amount of pressure in the early stages. It is hard to find a player in any global league capable of achieving such a feat. Like a devoted shadow, he adhered closely to Xinggu, using his presence to irritate him while cleverly timing his smite to invade Xianggu's jungle. Xianggu murmured with growing intensity in his eyes, contemplating that if this issue could be resolved, it might turn out to be a brilliant strategy. He entered a trance-like state, speaking in a manner that left his teammates bewildered. An epiphany flickered through his mind like a shooting star, fleeting yet profound. Lu Shiyu sensed he was beginning to grasp something, though it remained vague. He took a bite of fried rice noodles, only to be choked by the spiciness, erupting into a fit of coughs. "Wow, Lu Shiyu, you're quite bold. Eating so many chilies. Aren't you worried about hemorrhoids?" Sure, Sun Ming glanced at the fiery fried rice noodles in Xianggu's takeaway box, shivering involuntarily. Xianggu's expression hardened. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. He inadvertently shifted in his seat, as if to verify something. Meanwhile, Gu Xing, still at the Zhengda Plaza, remained oblivious to Xianggu's thoughts. Today's post-match interview featured Smeb, who took to the stage with his part-time translator, Lord Chicken. Gu Xing returned to the lounge, sprawled comfortably on the sofa, and began to surf the internet, eager to see the fans' praise. As anticipated by Gu Xing, discussions surrounding the match flooded the forums, maintaining a high level of engagement. He found himself trapped in the restroom, overwhelmed by the incessant influx of new posts. My assessment is, it seems like meow. I've long been displeased with 60E. We still fall short. From player strength to operational level, the gap is all-encompassing. Especially in the jungle, Kandi attempted to play a starvation strategy in the first match, tailing Xing only for Xing to completely ravage his jungle in the second match. Aren't you fond of starvation? However, this is already the pinnacle of the LPL teams, where VG remains unyielding, illustrating their status as a T0 level team, with the others trailing behind. To speak frankly, we managed to hold their ground early on, engaging in a back-and-forth match, though they occasionally faltered. Weak teams are inherently weak. Even if they occasionally gain an advantage, they inevitably squander it in inexplicable ways, leaving spectators with a sense of heartache and suffocation. The forum brims with various sarcastic and direct remarks, causing Gu Xing to curl up on the sofa, chuckling heartily while tremblingly taking screenshots. Wenbo sprawls beside him, yawning widely and curiously inquiring about Gu Xing's amusement, asking if he has recalled something joyful. Gu Xing presents the screenshots of the forum remarks, revealing an individual criticizing him for playing Ezreal poorly, claiming he misses his Q more frequently than he hits the opposing team. At this point, he bursts into laughter, only to abruptly stop, casting a doubtful glance at Jack, suspecting it might have been Wenbo himself who posted it. Jack's smile resembles that of Draven, save for the absence of a thin mustache, and he responds, "Clever. Gu Xing, quick on the uptake." Wenbo continues to mutter about self-deprecating humor stemming from experience, acknowledging the inevitability of such occurrences. The television screen in the lounge continues to display the damage statistics. Gu Xing, upon noticing the output figures of 10 champions, is momentarily taken aback. He raises his phone to snap a photo and sends it off. Ming replies swiftly with a solitary question mark. Kuro, who had just returned from a cafe in Central Plaza with an iced Americano, nearly spills his drink upon seeing the damage panel. What on earth is that blind monk doing? He exclaims, slapping his thigh in disbelief. Candy's performance is familiar to the audience in the esports realm. With a damage output of 4,395, he is only marginally behind Ming from last year's World Championship quarterfinals. Kuro is well versed in the references, as this is the legacy left by ROX. Quick, refresh the forum. Jack's laughter is nearly uncontrollable. Isn't this a treasure trove of forum experiences? Gu Xing refreshes the thread twice, discovering an array of emerging discussion posts. I never expected 4395. Is the factory manager going to be vindicated again? Assistant Factory Manager Candy. To be fair, Candy's damage conversion rate surpasses that of 7Jiang. Indeed, as long as the funds are limited, the damage conversion can soar. It seems Candy has a rate of 777, which is exceptionally high for a jungler. In the subsequent MVP voting segment, the official recognition is awarded to Smeb, who delivered an outstanding performance. Throughout the match, Song Jinghao flawlessly executed his split-pushing tasks, single-handedly dominating lanes while collaborating with Gu Xing to leave 957 bewildered. He undoubtedly deserves the MVP accolade. During the post-match interview, Smeb, having just learned of his minor award, stands on stage with an uncontrollable smile, radiating sunshine. Shuang posed a routine inquiry regarding the feelings after winning against Wei. Song Jinghao's command of Chinese has improved remarkably. He can comprehend a multitude of words, though he struggles to articulate them. He rambled in Korean, prompting the translator to relay his words. Easyhoon, upon hearing Song's response, cast a surprised glance at him and, after a moment's contemplation, began to speak. Smeb expressed his delight, recalling how, during the pre-match draft of the second game, the opposing team revealed Shaun, which he perceived as a subtle provocation, igniting within him a desire to repay the adversary for the anguish endured 2 years prior. Ultimately, as fate would have it, he delivered an exceptional performance, securing victory and earning the MVP title as a testament to his prowess. The audience, in sheer excitement, waved their support items fervently. Shuang displayed an awkward yet polite smile, sensing that Song Jinghao's line of questioning was somewhat aggressive and sought to mitigate the tension. She then inquired about Smeb's perspective on their opponent, 957. Song Jinghao offered high praise, stating that prior to the match, he had heard 957 was among the top-tier solo laners in the LPL, presenting considerable challenges during the landing phase due to his formidable skills. However, It seemed we struggled to integrate their top laner with the team, highlighting the disparity between them. The top laner, due to the nature of his role, is often isolated, akin to a forsaken path. The white crescent moon evidently did not grasp how to seamlessly incorporate the top laner into the broader game context, resulting in 957 frequently being detached from the battlefield and unable to fully showcase his capabilities. In contrast, Smeb enjoyed the advantage of being the absolute focal point for VG's tactical designs, consistently providing protection for the top laner. The tactical standing of the two within their respective teams is not even remotely comparable. As the interview concluded, Smeb eagerly exclaimed his desire to go out for hot pot, a cuisine quite palatable to Koreans. How about gulaoguan? Jack suggested, expressing his curiosity as he had yet to experience it. What is that? Smeb inquired, furrowing his brow at the unfamiliar term. It was a hot pot chain known for its bullfrog delicacy. After a brief restroom visit, Gu Xing stood up, satisfied, and patted Song Jinghao on the shoulder. Smeb, momentarily silent, asked what bullfrog was. Gu Xing found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain. It was then that Jin Wen has stepped in to clarify to Song Jinghao what a bullfrog entailed. If it's not acceptable, we can opt for Haidaleo, Jin Wen added, recalling that Koreans generally do not consume bullfrogs. Absolutely. Smeb's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to try it. Kuro, too, was enthusiastic, having enjoyed the experience of tasting Chinese dishes, particularly the spicy tripe, on a previous outing with Gu Xing. The group then set off to satisfy their hunger, and upon returning to the base, Gu Xing had just started his live stream when he heard Song Jinghao still raving about the taste of bullfrog. The texture is incredibly tender. I can't believe there's such a delicious bullfrog, he exclaimed, already beginning to ramble. His voice resonated through the microphone into the live stream, prompting Gu Xing to facepalm as he observed a barrage of question marks flooding the chat. When can we go eat again? Smeb mused, still relishing the aftertaste. The queue stretched nearly 2 hours, and I had no desire to return. Gu Xing, while logging into the Korean server client, chuckled in response. The waiting time is longer than the meal itself. Who can endure that? Particularly at noon, he had refrained from filling his stomach to maintain his focus. With such an extensive wait, Gu Xing was surviving solely on bananas, nearly heading to Huahua Mountain to join the monkeys in their daily lives. To be frank, that hot pot base was exceedingly spicy. Duan Delion kept pouring Nongfu Spring into his mouth. Even now, my lips feel numb, as if devoid of sensation. I wanted to change my league ID, and Song Jinghao eagerly rushed to the store to purchase a name change card. How about using the pinyin for bullfrog? He proposed, attempting to input it, only to discover it was already taken. It remains a mystery who among the kindred spirits had registered that ID. Adding a dot was also futile. Eventually, Smeb decided to append 2 dots, Nyewa. Here I come. He danced with glee as he twisted open a bottle of pure draft beer, intending to celebrate with a splendid victory tonight. Gu Xing had just explained to the audience in the live stream why Smeb was incessantly mumbling about bullfrogs when they reached the 9th player in the match. Jack leaned over to peek at the screen, caught sight of the BP content, and immediately perked up upon comparing it with his own account. Old Gu, I'm right across from you. Gu Xing's reaction was rather indifferent, slouched against the ergonomic chair, too lazy to move. It was hardly a rarity for teammates to be matched together. There were not many super accounts in total, making it quite commonplace. Yuwenbao was still shouting, bro. I'm the jungler. Take it easy on me, old Gu. Gu Xing sat up, his eyes widening. You little rascal. Today, I must teach you a lesson. No. Jack regretted sharing that information with his jungler. Gu Xing adjusted his sitting posture, continuously asking, hurry up. What do you want to play? I'll go for Blind Monk and Liu Bei. Jack quickly changed his tune, or Graves. Graves is strong too. Back in his streaming days, he had often played to reach EDC. He frequently supplemented the jungler role, and coupled with his rapid hero practice speed, he could unleash numerous powerful characters from the jungle. Then let us go for a round with Nidalee. Gu Xing rubbed his hands in anticipation. Seeking novelty, he opted not for his usual iron-blooded hunter skin, but instead donned the snow festival attire. In the image, Nidalee appeared scantily clad, her athletic form on full display, accompanied by her leopard form. Gu Xing noticed that Smeb seemed to be drawn over by the clash between himself and Jack, wandering in the back with a bottle of wine. Do you know what this is? He pointed at the Snow Festival Nidalee on the loading screen. Smeb's voice boomed, cheese snow leopard. Song Jinghao's Mandarin was somewhat unrefined, lending it a certain innocent charm. Just as Gu Xing intended to correct him that it was actually a cougar, he saw that the game had finished loading. He hurriedly purchased his equipment and positioned himself. Xing, quickly help me check old Gu's jungle route. Jack still wanted to play tricks. Kuro had just returned to his seat, positioned perfectly between Yu Wenbo and Gu Xing as the mid laner. Once seated, Jack could no longer peek at the screen and had to rely on Xing for assistance. Kuro cast a sidelong glance at Gu Xing's monitor. Can you play seriously? Gu Xing replied with a hint of teasing. Xing observed that Gu Xing had initiated from the lower quadrant with the red buff and immediately turned to whisper to Jack about the situation. It was evident that Gu was starting with the blue buff in the upper quadrant. Yu Wenbo, without a hint of suspicion, promptly prepared to invade. He believed that his monk, in the early game, possessed a combat strength superior to that of the leopard woman. Typically, the leopard woman would clear 6 camps at the outset. He aimed to reach level 3 to counter jungle and invade. Confident that the blue-buffed leopard woman would pose no challenge to him, Jack was swiftly clearing his jungle. However, upon Yu Wenbo's arrival in the enemy jungle, he was met with nothing but desolate camps. What was going on? Jack's mind was filled with questions. Where was old Gu? He had anticipated delivering a significant blow to Gu Xing, only to find himself facing emptiness. The 3 onlookers exchanged glances, stifling their laughter. Homie, from the coaching bench, leaned in curiously to witness the unfolding events, having learned from a previous mishap during Gu Xing's livestream, where an ill-timed adjustment to his trajectory resulted in his own embarrassing gif circulating on Korean forums. He was now particularly cautious about his words and actions, fearing another blunder that might mar the team's reputation. Gu Xing continued to farm undisturbed, reaching level 4 and, confident in his rapid jungle clearing, initiated a counter-invasion, successfully ambushing Yu Wenbo in the enemy jungle. Take that! Gu Xing shouted as his javelin struck Jack's character. The snow leopard lunged forward, swiftly depleting the monk's health. Once transformed back into human form, Gu exploited the red buff to execute a series of punishing auto-attacks. As soon as Yu Wenbo used his flash, Gu promptly followed suit with an auto-attack, securing the kill. Oh, I won't be quiet about this, Jack exclaimed, preparing to retaliate. That failed invasion had cost him a significant amount of time, only to result in nothing. Yu Wenbo caught a glimpse of his teammates suppressing their laughter and could roughly deduce the mastermind behind his unsuccessful invasion. You really pulled that off, Xing. He gritted his teeth. Are you playing both sides as a double agent here? A May peak, is it? Jack grasped Kuro by the nape of his neck, shaking him vigorously, prompting Smeb to intervene, leading to a raucous scuffle among the group. Stop it. Don't fight anymore. Duan Deliong feigned a mediator's role from the sidelines. Gu Xing sensed that if this continued, tomorrow's marketing accounts would begin sensationalizing the narrative that VG players were engaging in a fierce brawl over a mere ranked match. He quickly directed the livestream camera upwards towards the ceiling and muted his microphone. The barrage of comments in the livestream, however, was relentless. Is Brother Xing now a battlefield reporter? Show us the battlefield. It's a pity Uzi isn't with VG. Otherwise, the outcome would be nearly guaranteed. What does pointing the camera at the ceiling mean? Is Brother Xing implying he is the pinnacle of jungle players? Is there even a need for implication? Isn't it a fact? The harmonious and jovial atmosphere persisted until the following afternoon. That day, the Korean server updated directly to version 75, and VG engaged in a training match against Longzhou. Surprisingly, their win rate was far from satisfactory. The mid laner on the opposing team is incredibly strong, Kuro remarked, massaging his neck, sore from the previous night's intense activity, still reflecting on the experience. In the realm of Dragon Ball, although BDD may be regarded as a novice, his prowess is indeed astonishing. His landing capabilities are exceptionally fierce, reminiscent of Faker's early days. Kuro has frequently found himself at a disadvantage against him. In a recent scrimmage, it was nearly impossible for Kuro to gain any advantage in the lane. However, Redmi remained unfazed. If BDD can hold his ground against Crown in the Korean League, one can only imagine the intensity involved. The 5 players engaged in hushed discussions. Last year's World Championship had established him as the epitome of a top-tier mid laner, with scarcely anyone able to suppress him. Yet, BDD managed to accomplish such a feat. Meanwhile, Peanut, under the protection of mid-lane dominance, continually disrupted the jungle of Gu Xing. The carnivorous jungle meta not only favored Gu Xing, but also brought benefits to Peanut. His creativity knows no bounds. he often conjures ingenious strategies that leave Gu Xing defenseless. With the defensive prowess of the two elders and Khan's exceptional landing skills, the entire team exhibits formidable strength. One might say that Dragon Ball is reminiscent of last year's RX. Song Jinghao expressed his thoughts, advocating for a focus on the upper quadrant, with the distinction that their mid-lane aggression would be significantly stronger rather than leaning towards functionality. To be frank, the strength of Dragon Ball is indeed quite extraordinary. Seemingly devoid of glaring weaknesses, Gu Xing, resting his chin in contemplation, expressed his thoughts. It is no wonder they dominate the LCK, as the Korean League has become a veritable garden for Dragon Ball. Thus far, they have engaged in 10 best-of-3 series, losing only 2 minor matches, sweeping the rest with a resounding 2-0. Teams like SKT, KT, and SSG appear utterly feeble in the face of Dragon Ball. Upon reflection, it is evident that SKT, Hyuni, Xiahe, and Klid cannot compare to Khan and Peanut's confrontational prowess. KT Smeb 2 is aging, while Fat General's recurring back injury hampers his performance, and Mada's skills in the bot lane have notably declined. SSG's On, the captain, is entirely unsuited for the carnivorous meta, and Crown in the mid lane is also subjected to BDD's pressure. The 3 top-tier teams, once brimming with expectations at the season's outset, now find themselves vanquished by Dragon Ball. In this meta that emphasizes synergy between the top, mid, and jungle roles, Dragon Ball stands as the unrivaled powerhouse of the LCK. The primary issue lies in the nerf to Rise. Redmi believes that his mid laner's subpar performance today is understandable, as Rise was the only champion capable of balancing lane control with roaming efficiency. Following the nerf, only mid laners emphasizing landing remain, making it quite normal for Li Ruihong to struggle with adaptation. In the recently updated 75 version of the Korean server, Rise's E ability, Spell Flux, has seen a significant increase in cooldown, directly impairing his wave-clearing ability. His strength has plummeted dramatically. Even if Kuro forcibly selects him, controlling mid-lane dominance becomes exceedingly challenging. It is clear that the designers aim for mid-laners to emphasize landing, which is not Li Ruihong's forte. To be fair, as a former World Championship runner-up, his landing ability is certainly commendable. The problem lies in Kuro's playstyle, which does not lean towards the landing phase, but rather favors a functional approach. This was evident in today's scrimmage against Dragon Ball, as Li Ruihong appeared somewhat out of his element, leading to him being pressured by BDD. To suddenly alter the gameplay strategy now would inevitably lead to a period of adjustment, causing fluctuations in one's own capabilities and subsequently affecting the team's dynamics. This is precisely what troubles Hongmi. He remains uncertain about the ultimate direction of the MSI version, yet feels a persistent sense of unease. Following their victory over Wii, VG has managed to confront all the formidable teams within the LPL. Hongmi possesses a general estimation of the strength of his rivals in the region. He believes that no team within the LPL can thwart VG. Given the current focus on a melee-centric version that has long plagued LPL teams with a blue-collar top lane and a 4-protect-1 strategy, adaptation appears unlikely. As Ming has stated, Hongmi is already conducting preliminary research on MSI opponents. However, the current circumstances are far from optimistic. The trajectory of the version fills him with apprehension. On a side note, today's workload has been overwhelming, leaving little time for breaks at the office, resulting in less frequent updates. Tomorrow, I aim for a substantial update of 10,000 words. Regarding the adaptation issues faced by mid laner Kuro, Hongmi has observed the team's training matches for 7 consecutive days without discovering a suitable countermeasure. Version 75 has been implemented on the client, but it will take another week before it graces the LPL professional stage. Consequently, he must rely on the analysis provided by the team concerning Korean server ranked matches and training data to assess the potential impacts of the upcoming version on the mid-lane food chain. With the nerfing of the sprint and the weakening of support characters like Rise and Talia, designers are compelling mid-laners to remain in lane. After reviewing the last match of the weekend, Hongmi shared his insights with the team members. There are 2 branches for a lane-dominating mid-laner. One is the power core approach popularized during the S6 World Championship, employing champions like Orianna to drag the game into the late stages and seize control once the items are fully developed. The other involves utilizing formidable champions like Syndra to attempt single-point breakthroughs and exert pressure on opponents in lane. Which branch do you feel more proficient in, Li Ruihong? He inquired, turning towards Kuro, who occupied the central position in the player's seating. The The former, Xing hesitated momentarily before responding. He is not the type of mid laner specializing in assassins or strong lane characters, and typically avoids explosive confrontations during the landing phase. The power core approach suits him better. This answer was anticipated by Hongmi. Choosing the power core strategy brings forth two immediate concerns. The first pertains to late-game combat capabilities. Hongmi candidly remarked, "In my view, Xing, your carry potential while playing a power core champion is not particularly outstanding." Kuro, called out by the head coach to acknowledge his weaknesses, did not feel offended. This was an internal meeting of the training department, focused on the future direction of their work, and thus, there was no room for concern over appearances. The aim was to address the challenges at hand. Xing is fully aware that his team fight output is indeed not the strongest. Even when he played late-game mages during his time with the Tigers, he was merely a secondary damage dealer, relying on Xing and Smeb to generate the bulk of the damage, unable to bear the primary burden alone. This is simply his personal style, which is difficult to alter. There exists a notable disparity when comparing with VG's former mid laner, Li Jixuan. After the Lords secured the yellow chicken, the entire team could brazenly prolong the game, assured of their output. Kuro, however, is unable to achieve this. To be fair, addressing this issue is not exceedingly challenging. Hongmi has conveyed his reflections from the past week to the players. Given the formidable output capabilities of the other players, we can make slight adjustments through the draft phase. Whether it be Smeb, Jack, or Gu Xing, each is a veritable powerhouse of damage. Although the frequency of explosive clashes in matches may not be high, the trio consistently ranks among the top in output. In a team like VG, there is little concern over damage deficiency. This group possesses an astute instinct for dealing damage, ensuring that someone will always rise to the occasion. The crux lies in the chain reaction prompted by the mid lane's choice of AP carry. Hongmi furrows his brow as he speaks of the disadvantages stemming from losing lane control, which results in a weakened jungle presence. AP carry champions typically exhibit quite average landing capabilities. After all, it is implausible for a champion to simultaneously excel in early lane control and late-game damage output. Such overpowered champions are generally relegated to the ban list and are rarely available for selection. Poor landing ability implies a struggle to secure lane control. The mid lane, being intricately linked to the jungle, suffers greatly from the loss of lane control, hampering Gu Xing's ability to perform freely. Had the jungle meta favored a passive approach, the negative impact of losing lane control on the jungle would be significantly minimized. With infrequent clashes, the disparity in support speed would not dictate the match's outcome. However, we currently find ourselves in a more aggressive meta, with champions like Rek'Sai, Graves, and others frequently engaged in fierce skirmishes in the jungle. At this juncture, the ability to arrive at mid lane before the opponent becomes exceedingly critical. Hongmi finds himself at an impasse, spending a week contemplating how to resolve this. If both teams were to utilize late-game AP carries in the 75 patch, it would be a different scenario. He pinches his brow, unable to ignore that some may opt for assassins or champions with strong lane presence. Hongmi is not overly concerned with rivals within the LPL, as the true elite laners in the region are few. Only Song Jinghao stands out, while Xia and Scout can only be considered half as formidable, thus posing minimal pressure on Kuro. The genuine challenge lies at MSI. At the mid-season invitational, the top mid laners from various regions will converge. The question of Kuro's performance against world-class players in a landing meta remains a significant uncertainty. Gu Xing offers his perspective. What about employing Lulu and Karma as before? These two champions can flexibly play mid and support, possessing exceptional lane control capabilities. They had previously utilized a similar strategy against Wei, with remarkable results, aligning well with Kuro's playstyle. It is indeed a viable option, Hongmi concedes, yet he fears that the introduction of the 75 patch may undermine the position of soft supports, indirectly affecting the strength of mid-support flex picks. He activates a projector, displaying two images to the players. The patch did not directly weaken the champion's strengths, but targeted summoner spells and keystone runes. One significant change was the nerfing of exhaust, which no longer reduces the enemy's attack speed and resistances. It is well known that primarily soft and protective supports utilize exhaust, making this nerf particularly impactful. Secondly, the changes to the foundational talents have transformed the original stalwart contract into the stonebound oath, now granting heroes an increase of 5 to their maximum health. Furthermore, the effect of impaired movement will now affix a mark on opponents, allowing allied characters to restore a portion of their health upon attacking. Redmi articulately expounded that this talent is evidently tailored for tank supports, effectively augmenting durability and functionality. Coupled with the prior version's reduction in First Blood Tower economy, it is difficult to dispute that Riot is indeed laying the groundwork for the emergence of tank supports. Upon reflection, it is evident that consumptive soft supports have dominated the professional arena for nearly a year, during which characters such as Sun Girl and Titan have seen minimal playtime. In adherence to the principle of enriching the diversity of competitive play, it is reasonable for Riot to diminish soft supports while bolstering tank supports. However, from a certain perspective, every adjustment seems to favor the tank archetype. The proud landing prowess of Xiao Duan can only truly flourish within the context of the soft support era. As the landscape shifts towards hard supports that primarily focus on roaming and dictating the tempo, his advantages may be severely diminished. The oscillation of soft supports in the mid and support roles will naturally be affected as well, leaving Redmi at a loss. Thus, we shall await the implementation of version 75 to initially assess the strength of soft supports and determine their viability, considering alternatives only if necessary. With no other options available, he must reluctantly experiment. It can only be said that the direction of the meta has diverged dramatically from Redmi's expectations, leading to a thoroughly dramatic turn of events. The LCK League has been the first to underscore the significance of tank supports, repositioning the highly functional Titan into the support role. This character is replete with crowd control, facilitating advantageous ganks during the landing phase, while soft supports in the bot lane have become exceedingly passive, vulnerable to control, and easily dispatched. Concurrently, the LCK has harnessed the durability of tank supports to enhance their vision control capabilities, compared to the relatively fragile soft supports. Tank supports are far more resilient even when acting independently, making it difficult for them to be eliminated and enabling them to maintain vision even in unfavorable situations. Lastly, tank supports serve the team at large. When equipped with a tank support, the inherent initiation capabilities can effectively counter split-pushing top laners. In a 4-to-1 split-push scenario, the greatest fear is that the advantageous position has not yet snowballed, and suddenly the frontline teammates are engaged. In the era of soft supports, top laners could freely exert influence in the side lanes, secure in the knowledge that the other 4 teammates could hold their ground regardless. Now, with the advent of tank supports, the pressure on split pushing has significantly intensified. Should a frontal team fight ensue, the top laner's teleportation requires a 45-second channeling time, rendering them unable to assist teammates in a timely manner. Korean teams are already adept at 4-to-1 split pushing, especially after Khan's emergence, which has cemented his reputation for exceptional aggression throughout the region. Other LCK teams are diligently studying how to counter Dragon Ball's deadly split push. The various enhancements to tank supports undoubtedly provide timely assistance, granting them the confidence to confront Khan. Initially, Redmi feared the worst. The implementation of the LCK version occurred earlier than that of the LPL, and the effectiveness of tank supports was indeed remarkable. Once this trend gains traction within the LPL, VG will face unprecedented pressure. Driven to desperation, Redmi found himself at a loss for a better solution and, with a heavy heart, continued to select soft supports for the landing phase. After the fervent strengthening of the gambling war, Jack is poised to take charge of the match. This could lead to a synergy involving champions such as Zhongfu, Sui, Lulu, and Karma, all of whom are versatile in their roles. However, the outcome has indeed shifted. Initially, LGD relied on Coach Dandy to integrate with the Korean scene, leading the charge with hard support. When faced with VG, they were swiftly defeated in 2 games, with Ayano Hayano ending up with a dismal record of 0 kills, 16 deaths, and 4 assists, averaging a truly abysmal performance. The selection of Titan saw them repeatedly lose their way mid-game, effectively becoming a mere cash cow for Gu Xing. On the night of the match's conclusion, the forums buzzed with excitement. What is Ayano Hayano doing? Is he the Grim Reaper? I suspect he has bought his way in. Upon careful counting, in the second game alone, Hayano's Titan gifted 22 stacks to Gu Xing's Spider, truly a brotherly gesture from the Good Hope Mountain. What about Gao Dui? We should lift him up with just a breath left. We can't withstand the Mage King's generosity any longer. Has this year completely descended into chaos? Gu and Xiao Wei are either leaving or just watching the water cooler, leaving only Hayano to roam the canyon as the Grim Reaper. Is this the end of the optimistic family? The discord between Gao Dui and the management remains unresolved. After being brought in as a savior at the end of last summer's competition, he continues to sit on the bench at the start of this year. Occasionally, when Gu Xing dines out, he encounters Wei Shun, who expressed that he is merely waiting for his contract to expire, planning to take his talents to other games and escape the hardships of LGD. While he does not fully comprehend the conflict between Wei Shun and the Team S higher-ups, Gu Xing sincerely wishes for his success from the perspective of a fellow player. In the 3 days following their match against LGD, VG proceeded to arrange training matches against other teams in the same league, such as EDG. To their surprise, the opponents had directly transitioned from hard support to soft support. Not only that, but they also reintroduced soft support into the LPL professional arena, causing the selection rate of hard supports like Titan to plummet. Is it really that outrageous? Gu Xing found it both amusing and perplexing. Did our significant victory truly alter their understanding of the meta? Xiao Duan also pondered, indeed. The disparity in strength between us and the optimistic team is not something the meta can bridge. I suspect that any abstract combination of robot and Vayne could secure a win. The once mighty optimistic team of 2015 now relies solely on the limited influence of support Ayano Hayano. The replacements are predominantly average players from the LPL, some even lacking skill. For VG to triumph over them requires minimal effort. It is essential to realize that we are not in an era where operational philosophies are widespread. In the S7 season, only a handful of teams within the LPL truly understood operations, inadvertently widening the gap between strong and weak teams. Although Dandy, the current head coach of the optimistic team, hails from Samsung White, he evidently lacks direction in his debut as a coach and struggles to instill his philosophy in the players. The visible gap between the two teams is apparent, and from VG players' perspective, it certainly cannot be attributed to the meta. Redmi finally grasped the situation. We may have underestimated VG's influence. Regardless of the lineup we employ now, there will always be imitators within the league. He fails to comprehend the profound despair that the latter half of the S5 season and the lead-up to the S6 World Championship signify for the LPL. As a Korean coach, Homie finds it challenging to empathize with such emotions. While all teams in the region grappled in darkness, struggling to accept reality, VG emerged with terrifying individual prowess and operational expertise to clinch the World Championship, fulfilling the long-cherished dreams of the LPL. For LPL teams, VG has now become synonymous with the epitome of strength within the region. Their tactical framework is met with mindless adulation from the other teams. Are our training teams superior to VG? Is Coach Homie as formidable as their coach? Certainly not. So why not trust VG's understanding of the meta? Even strategies like the 41-minute push, which are ill-suited for the LPL, have players like Baisei Yuya willing to embrace them. Not to mention the soft support system. To them, the currently surging VG represents the answer to the meta. What a disgrace for the LCK to still cling to traditional hard support in this day and age. If your understanding of the meta is so strong, why did the Korean region fail to win at last year's World Championship? LPL teams, harboring similar sentiments, witnessed VG employing soft support even after the 7.5 patch update and promptly discarded hard support, opting to follow their elder brother VG with Lulu and Karma from the previous meta. Winning the championship brings such delightful surprises? Gu Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement, proclaiming that they would be the local emperors of the LPL, capable of manipulating the meta at will. This championship was not won in vain, my brothers. The sudden joy enveloped the VG base in an atmosphere of elation. Indeed, Homie nodded in agreement with Gu Xing's perspective, yet to realize this condition, continuous victories are imperative. Should a series of consecutive defeats befall them, VG's prestige within the region would significantly diminish. Maintaining such an exaggerated pace and influence over the meta would then seem like a distant fantasy. The issue lies in the fact that it appears no team in the LPL can obstruct us, does it? Jack reclined in his chair, exposing a section of his round white belly, speaking with a tone of arrogance. The disparity in hard power among teams is starkly apparent. Therefore, we must not exhibit any semblance of complacency moving forward. Our focus must be on achieving a streak of victories in the regular season. Homie rallied them, emphasizing that only through a winning streak can all issues be concealed. I firmly believe that everyone can accomplish this. Our strength is beyond doubt. Homie's words rang with conviction, instilling boundless confidence in the VG players. Speaking of which, Is the LPL's adherence to the soft support meta not somewhat related to the circumstances of the training matches? Smeb interjected with a query. Indeed, Homie shares this belief. Currently, there are relatively few teams in the LPL and LCK willing to engage in scrims, making it challenging for everyone to communicate about the meta in a timely manner. Despite VG's championship victory, the comprehensive strength of the LCK remains overwhelmingly formidable. They are inherently somewhat exclusive, without Korean imports and with average strength. It becomes exceedingly difficult for LPL teams to arrange training matches with the Korean region. Presently, the teams capable of ensuring stable scrims are VG, EDG, RNG, and WE. The remaining 8 teams can only engage in training matches with their compatriots within the league. The competitive scene is generally quite insular, with each team adhering to their own interpretations as they battle on the field. Gu Xing, however, has proposed a novel understanding, which I believe is largely influenced by the regional style. Korean teams tend to favor solo plays, where a robust support capable of initiating fights can effectively counter opponents while also exerting pressure through vision. In contrast, the LPL almost entirely shuns this approach, favoring a homogeneous lineup of blue-collar top laners, where hard supports are relatively less valued. Hongmi, following his train of thought, pondered briefly before exclaiming, "Well said, Siegu. Your reasoning is indeed sound. Most domestic top laners play champions like Hwan Shun, while the popular picks in the Korean region include Jace and Renekton, which are seldom seen in the LPL aside from Smeb. Hwan Shun top laners inherently possess initiation capabilities, diminishing the need for hard supports to provide additional crowd control. Conversely, there is an increasing demand for soft supports within LPL teams. Currently, the teams are grappling with a severe case of ADC dependency, which is no mere exaggeration. Many teams firmly believe in the LPL's abundance of ADC talent. However, this sentiment can only be considered a self-soothing platitude, for during the peak years of OGN, every position, along with the coach, was prolific, and no strong team had a weak link to exploit. While the LPL may produce ADCs in abundance, it merely reflects a relatively superior talent pool compared to other roles. Nevertheless, this does not change the tendency of many teams to adopt a 4-protect-1 strategy during challenging times. ADCs have a considerable need for soft supports, as these utility champions can provide various buffs and create space for damage output, thus wielding control over the match and delivering explosive damage. Hence, it is understandable that soft supports are in high demand within the LPL. Following a tumultuous shift in the meta, VG has transitioned from despair to joy, with their entire roster training diligently. They understand that to prevent their opponents from uncovering any weaknesses, they must demonstrate their strength through an astonishing winning streak. After concluding the intergroup round-robin matches, VG returned to group with an impressive 11 consecutive victories. Moreover, recent events have brought double joy to VG. The custom Summoner's Trophy, tailored for the players, has finally crossed the ocean and arrived at the VG club. Each player received their own box, and they were cautioned not to fight over it. Jinwonha, brimming with excitement, entered carrying a silver-white box adorned with a deep blue satin ribbon, imprinted with the players' IDs. The players had just finished an evening training match and were preparing to enjoy a late-night snack. Upon hearing about the trophy, they immediately cast aside their hunger. Gu Xing located his designated box and promptly crouched down to unbox it. Upon opening it, he was nearly blinded by the dazzling sight within. A miniature silver summoner's trophy lay quietly inside. The edge of the base was engraved with Gu Xing's ID, as well as the inscription League of Legends World Championship 2016 champions. The trophy was not particularly heavy, a 14-inch replica that Gu Xing could easily lift with one hand. He lovingly traced his fingers over the engraved ID, filled with joy and contentment. The summoner's cup now firmly in hand, Gu Xing felt as though he had been transported back to the Staples Center in November of the previous year. Every moment of each kill haunted his thoughts, and the thrill of lifting the championship trophy before an audience of over 20,000 remains vividly etched in his memory, a moment he would never forget. Duan Deliang, with a gleaming trophy in hand, repeatedly polished it with a tissue, his face lit up with uncontainable joy. Zhu Xiaolong pulled out his own trophy, calling his newlywed wife to share the good news. Everyone has won, Jack exclaimed with a crooked grin, cradling the trophy in his arms, utterly astonished. At the time, Boss Ding had just clinched the championship and had not even considered the exorbitant price of a replica, as every member of the training department, from coaches to substitutes, had their share. Although Jack had not played a single match, he too was entitled to a trophy. Meanwhile, Smeb and Kuro looked on with envy, both yearning to hold the coveted Summoner's Cup. Unfortunately, they had fallen short in the past 2 seasons, finishing just shy of the championship title. Are you envious? Gu Xing chuckled, noticing the new mid laner nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. He triumphantly waved the trophy, remarking, "This is something money cannot buy, you know?" Smeb, torn between hesitation and desire, finally mustered the courage to ask, "Gu, may I touch your trophy?" Gu Xing widened his eyes in disbelief, casting a questioning glance at Song Jinghao. What is going on? Smeb thought, baffled by his jungler's reaction, wondering why they were speaking in such a roundabout manner. Yuenba, nearby, was nearly convulsing with laughter, on the verge of barking like a Shiba Inu. "Come on, hurry and take a look." Gu Xing quickly handed the trophy to Song Jinghao. Smeb, as if in possession of a rare treasure, carefully inspected every detail of the trophy alongside Kuro. Gu Xing then initiated a live stream, eager to showcase his late-night snack while boasting. "Good evening, dear viewers," he greeted, taking a bite of a grilled chicken leg burger. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the influx of viewers lamenting their own hard work in streaming, which left him feeling rather dissatisfied. Gu Xing's mind raced. "How do you all know I received the Summoner's Cup today?" The chat flooded with question marks. Just then, his teammates had already taken photos to commemorate the occasion. Gu Xing accepted the trophy handed to him, flaunting it before the camera. "What do you think? Never seen one before, right?" He deliberately showcased the ID engraved on the trophy, declaring, "Scorpion taking a dump. One of a kind. Handsome, handsome, handsome. The details on this replica are exquisite. Can you give away a trophy in the livestream? After all, the VG Club already has won. This personal version isn't of much use." As the viewers showered him with praise in the comments, Gu Xing's smile became nearly uncontainable. While giving away a trophy was out of the question, he planned to set up a small trophy display cabinet at home. It wouldn't do to fill the space solely with flower pots. He returned the trophy to its silver box, declaring, "This is the most prestigious honor. I shall first take a few bites of my meal and share an official video with you," coincidentally extending the duration of our live broadcast while indulging in a refreshing sip of Coca-Cola. Let us tune in to the recent Matchday documentary vlog released by VG Club just a couple of days ago. Following the new operational management at VG, the official account has witnessed a remarkable surge in followers, and the likes on their videos have consistently reached new heights. As Gu Xing watches the video while dining, he takes the opportunity to elucidate certain points for the audience. The match day primarily involves the meticulous preparations behind the scenes. He quickly finishes the remaining grilled dish, as the on-screen content is well known to those watching the live match. Thus, the video primarily focuses on other procedural aspects. There is nothing particularly extraordinary. After signing in, he must undergo makeup. Gu Xing notices the comments popping up in the video and responds to inquiries in real time. Some viewers even speculate that the lighting crew is solely responsible for creating a star out of Jack, but in all honesty, he is exceptionally fair-skinned, fairer than I am. Every morning, he rises looking like a steamed bun. Gu Xing speaks candidly. Yuenba has a slight touch of fair skin, but Gu Xing does not possess such complexion. In his youth, he often played outdoors, and in the end, he merely turned out to be cleaner than most, not reaching Jack's level of fairness. After makeup and security checks, once the equipment has been tested, it is time to adjust the devices on stage. Gu Xing is quite adept at this, to be frank. Since this year's transition to Vision Punch, the equipment and network reliability have significantly improved compared to previous times, with minimal interruptions. I am not hinting. This is a blatant indication, if you understand my meaning. He recalls the chaos within the LPL region during the Banana Project's hosting last year, where it was common for the duration of matches to be outlasted by pauses. Although there are still minor issues now, compared to last year's extraordinary BO10, Vision Punch has undoubtedly improved immensely. While adjusting the equipment, players often engage in solo matches, challenging each other to determine who is the strongest. Mikey, if he plays seriously, has the potential to win solo championships. Although he possesses considerable talent, he ultimately plays as a jungler, and his performance in single lanes is not particularly outstanding. Beside him, Song Jinghao munches on a Big Mac, mumbling indistinctly that winning a solo championship is of little consequence. Surely, no one truly cares about that, right? I want to focus on the upcoming Olo. He gazes at his teammates' summoners' trophies, and the flame of ambition is reignited during the winter transfer period. Smeb is currently fixated on securing a world championship. This is his sole objective since joining VG. When we take the stage for the match, the coach and team leader remain seated in the lounge, with a television allowing them to hear the communication from the players' seats. As the video reaches this point, the camera captures the backstage area featuring Hongmi. The head coach, dressed in a sharply tailored suit, sits upright in a chair, his hairstyle impeccably styled with hair gel, projecting an air of professionalism. At first glance, one might assume that Hongmi possesses a serious demeanor. However, upon reflection, one recalls his live stream antics, where he humorously engaged in unexpected behaviors. Just as Gu Xing is about to continue speaking, he senses a sudden wave of menace. "Gu, are you still at it?" Hongmi, with his broken Chinese and hands still reeking of spicy wings, makes a move to seize Gu Xing by the neck. Gu Xing reacted swiftly, first directing the camera toward the ceiling, subtly indicating that he was playing jungle on the top lane. Then, leaving his seat, he dashed forward with practiced agility, forcing Hongmi to abandon his ambush as he gasped for breath. Kuro sat there, laughing heartily, occasionally applauding Gu Xing's nimble movements. Observing Kuro's antics, Hongmi seized the opportunity to confront Li Ruixing, declaring, "If I can't catch Gu Xing, how could I possibly let you off the hook?" He approached with an imposing demeanor, smearing 2 streaks of oil across Kuro's face. The laughter and banter in the VG training room never ceased. 2 days later, they embarked on the final round of their internal league matches, with their first enemy being IG. Cuz was no longer the proud and confident player he had been at the start of the spring season. This time, Hongmi intentionally let Rek'Sai go. Yet the young player on the opposing side refrained from selecting him, obediently following Coach Maffa's orders to play Gragas, serving merely as a ganking tool. Gu Xing, however, was unfazed, showcasing his flamboyant style with a game of Spider Queen and another as Graves, asserting his dominance over the opposing team. Surprisingly, Cuz displayed no desire to resist. Previously, Cuz had often executed creative plays, making choices that elicited gasps from the audience. Now, he had succumbed to mediocrity, reducing himself to a formulaic jungle player devoid of any spark. Gu Xing spared no mercy. Against such a mindless opponent, he maximized his advantages, securing MVP in 2 consecutive games, leading IG to a trio of defeats. In the face of Doimb and the illustrious QG, it was Smeb and Jack who stepped up. The 2 executed lane kills, with Gu Xing hardly exerting himself, rendering the outcome of the match a foregone conclusion. Next to fall was NB. Xiangsong's duo boasted confidently before the match, proclaiming they would deliver a reality check to Jack. Yet, before the bottom lane could decide their fate, the mid lane crumbled first. Confronting the aging and listless opponent, Kuro struck heavily. In the first match, he wielded Syndra to secure a solo kill, and in the next, he showcased his signature Dragon King, roaming the battlefield. The listless player could only cling to his lane, witnessing his teammates being caught while he laughed and farmed. "Unfair," Lin Weixiang exclaimed, irritated during the post-match handshake. "How could your bottom lane have 4 people? I demand a rematch." Jack, basking in victory, embraced both Gu Xing and Kuro, his smile exuding arrogance. "Oh, a discount? VG is filled with my buddies. What do you have to contest against me?" Lu Qingsong gazed at the beaming Gu Xing, sighing inwardly. When he led the gluttonous team to demotion, he could still blame their poor performance on their lackadaisical training attitude. However, now he recognized the harsh reality. There are always greater talents beyond one's own. The LPL is teeming with formidable players. During his encounters with strong bottom lane duos in the top leagues, he seldom gained the upper hand. His experience was painfully lacking, often revealing his immaturity. Time and again, he faced setbacks against seasoned opponents. As Lu Qingsong looked back at Gu Xing, doubt filled his heart. How did this individual manage to achieve the title of world champion merely 6 months after debuting? Encouragingly, Gu Xing patted Lu Qingsong's back firmly as he departed, remarking on the evident progress he had made. Lu Qingsong, with a habitual lick of his lips, reflected on his first encounter with Gu Xing amidst the 7 wolves, where the latter was merely an obscure newcomer, only vaguely aware of what it meant to be a professional player. Lu Qingsong, somewhat of an insider, had often offered guidance. Little did he anticipate that Gu Xing would transform into the most prominent figure in the LPL region. The thought left Lu Qingsong feeling as though he were in a dream. The arena still resonated with the passionate commentary, celebrating VG's remarkable 13-game winning streak, which had equaled their own record from the previous summer's tournament. In their next match, they would face the formidable RNG, the last major hurdle in VG's regular season of this spring. As a side note, I have some drafts left, but as I have yet to finish the next phase of the BP, I will pause here. The official match commentary is indeed quite entertaining, seemingly designed to generate buzz and attract viewership. As the regular season progressed, March had reached its latter stages. Before heading out, Gu Xing glanced at the weather forecast and selected a light jacket from his wardrobe, applying some toner to his face before making his way downstairs. Jack was at the dining table, devouring meat buns with cheeks puffed out like a plump squirrel. "Good morning, old Gu. You seem quite spirited today. I'm counting on you to lead us to victory. Let's crush that hot pot." Jack, in remarkable form lately, teased, "If you don't step up, am I expected to carry you?" Gu Xing took a seat beside him and grabbed a bun to savor. The LPL style had been thoroughly influenced by VG. With the entire team embracing soft supports, Lulu and Karma had become all the rage. Consequently, Jack had recently showcased his talent in training matches. His greatest fear was being unexpectedly caught by an opponent's hard support, leading to an instant demise at the onset of team fights. Fortunately, hard supports were seldom seen in the league now, which diminished the avenues for initiating engagements. Jack could largely set aside concerns of an untimely death. As long as his team could seize the initiative or prolong the tug-of-war stage of the team fights, his output potential was nothing short of exceptional. Yuanba, with oil glistening on his lips, took a sip of soy milk and remarked, "What are you worried about? Today, you're up against Uzi. How effective can you be? No matter how stellar your form?" He held a deep admiration for Uzi. Setting aside psychological factors, Uzi's individual prowess among domestic ADCs was undeniably remarkable, consistently ranking at the forefront. Jack felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him at the thought of facing Uzi again. "Don't underestimate yourself," Gu Xing encouraged. "There's also schisming on their side. I'm sure you don't want to lose, right?" Taking a deep breath, Jack seemed to attempt to calm his inner turmoil with a heated exhale, only to be met with the lingering taste of greasy meat buns in his mouth. Once good brothers, it would be unrealistic to claim that the encounter with Xiaoming evoked no sense of competition. Hongmi, having awakened, descended with disheveled hair. Poking at his milk with a straw, mumbled incoherently about Jack's excellent condition, suggesting that they aligned their first match with a training bout. Attempting to dominate the lower half of the map, urging Gu to pay attention. Yuanba's face lit up with delight. During the spring season opener, they had previously clashed with RNG. At that time, Smeb was new to the team, and the bottom lane was not particularly strong, so Hongmi, embodying the spirit of nurturing newcomers, replicated a signature move of the Tigers to support him. Gu nearly caused Let Me to fall into despair. However, he did not focus on the bottom lane. In that match, the duo faced immense pressure with little opportunity to shine. Jack was exhilarated to learn that the team would center their strategy around him. In the past 2 weeks, after clarifying the soft support system, Hongmi, noticing Yuanba's excellent form, began diligently researching an offensive strategy centered on the bottom lane. This approach aligned perfectly with the overarching understanding of the LPL's current meta. After VG's unusual tactics, various coaching staffs began to ponder, why did VG abandon the recently buffed hard supports in favor of soft ones? They ultimately constructed a self-consistent theory. Firstly, with Jace and Camille experiencing successive nerfs, the solo lane strategy remained viable, yet lacked the potency it had at the beginning of the spring season. It is crucial to understand that tanky champions struggle against mindless split pushing, which can obliterate them in a solo lane. The gradual decline of solo laners undoubtedly provided fertile ground for the rise of the illusory god. Secondly, champions like Zyra and other poke-oriented soft supports were weakened, and mid-lane AP carries fell out of favor, as players gravitated towards powerful line-controlling mages. When these various factors coalesced, the overall damage of compositions under the influence of the meta could only be deemed mediocre. Consequently, the significance of the illusory god in the top lane became increasingly pronounced. If the illusory god were selected during the S6 World Championship, standing at the front line would prove untenable against the barrage of poke abilities that could whittle down tanks. However, the situation is now markedly different. The illusory god can serve as the front line for the team, creating space for damage dealers in the back line while providing some crowd control, rendering it the most critical shield for the composition. It is well known that the prevalence of the illusory god in the top lane signifies a strategic pivot of the team's tactical focus towards the lower half of the map. After all, Few junglers are inclined to assist in ganking the top lane as Poppy or Thresh. Furthermore, with the weakening of jungle-centric champions, both mid and top laners have seen diminished damage output. Team fights now rely heavily on ADCs for damage. As the coaching staffs of other LPL teams traced this logical chain, they found no discrepancies. Thus, the current trend has been to emphasize protective functions and supports, whose primary task is to create opportunities for ADCs to deal damage. Homie was pleasantly surprised by the imaginative insights of his colleagues. He had merely continued down the path of protective soft supports due to the team's difficulties adapting to a hard support system. To his astonishment, his fellow coaches had managed to articulate a coherent logic. Homie decided to embrace this newfound perspective, delving deeper into the research along the lines suggested by his colleagues, yielding excellent results thus far. Jack was still engaged in a hushed conversation with his jungler. "Old Gu, you should come and gank more. With our collaboration, we can easily take down Uzi." Naturally, Gu Xing had no reason to decline. "No problem. Today we'll make sure Uzi knows his place." After finishing the last bun, he washed it down with some soy milk, packed his bag, and set out for the venue. On the way, he took the time to browse through his phone for updates on the gaming community. Aside from the usual trolling and banter, there was a wealth of news to peruse. Gu Xing enjoyed the thrill of staying informed. The regular seasons of the major leagues were nearing their conclusion. In North America, TSM was leading the charge, with Beleaguered and Dardoch at the helm of this most influential and prestigious team, poised to secure a spot in this year's MSI. The Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan region remained dominated by the perennial favorites, Flash Wolves. With the support of Z and mid laner Maple, the Wolf King Karsa had established undeniable supremacy in the LMS League. Europe was no different. G2 stood out prominently, while the once mighty FNC crumbled in their presence. In the Korean League, Dragon Ball had already locked in first place with a remarkable 14 consecutive victories. Gu Xing had familiarized himself with the relatively straightforward playoff format of the LCK, where lower-ranked teams would sequentially challenge one another to determine the ultimate victor. This meant that the regular season champions would only need to win a single best-of-5 to clinch the spring championship. With Dragon Ball at the top, they were practically halfway to the mid-season invitational. Conversely, within the LPL, tumultuous waves of competition were ever present. In Group A, VG maintained their dominance, with little change among the top teams, though the race for playoff spots was fiercely contested. IG had suffered a disheartening 5-game losing streak in the latter half of the season. Internal issues were clearly at play. After Cuz lost confidence, ZZ1Tai seemed to have adopted a more nonchalant attitude. Gu Xing understood the underlying reasons well, having heard whispers from the young prodigy, Yiyun. ZZ1Tai had initially wished to transition from top lane back to mid lane. Had it not been for the management's grandiose promises of world championship aspirations with the arrival of Cuz and Baolon, ZZ1Tai would have already made his exit. Now, with IG's poor performance, ZZ1Tai's thoughts began to wander. He was contemplating whether to leave during the transfer window. There was simply no place for him in IG. Jokingly, the mid lane belonged to Song Jinghao. Rookie, with his close ties to the owner Wang Xikong and his immense skill, having a year and a half of experience, would never accept a rotation in the mid lane, nor would he consider leaving IG. Thus, it seemed inevitable that ZZ1Tai would be the one to depart. With such internal strife, IG's declining performance was hardly surprising. Meanwhile, NB and QG, two teams with a history of rivalry, worked in perfect harmony, seizing opportunities to surge ahead, even pushing the Snake team into the relegation zone. As for Group B, we soared in the latter half, achieving a string of 2-0 victories, seemingly poised to leave their bitter rival EDG behind. LGD and GT, on the other hand, resigned themselves to the relegation zone, appearing to accept their fate without further struggle, already preparing for the upcoming relegation battles. If we win this match, will we secure first place in Group A? As I peruse the scoreboard, a wave of astonishment washes over me. VG has achieved an impressive streak of 13 consecutive victories, and should they triumph over RNG, their tally will ascend to 14. Regardless of the forthcoming performances against RNG, they are destined to secure the top position in their group. The LPL playoffs operate under a divisional system, yet attaining the premier spot bears its advantages, including the opportunity to bypass one best-of-5 match. With the capability to contend for first place, there exists no rationale to intentionally falter. Let us charge forth and secure a place in the semifinals. Jack is brimming with enthusiasm. Upon arriving at the Jingda Plaza, Gu Xing, freshly adorned with makeup, returns to the lounge only to encounter RNG's jungler, who has come to pay a visit. Xiangguo's emotional intelligence remains at its zenith. As he promptly remarks, Gu Xing, just wait and see. Whether I can take you down will be the crux of the matter. Lu Shiyu, flexing his arm, attempts to showcase his muscles to the other. Gu Xing is at a loss for words, fearing that a single punch could shatter Xiangguo. What has made you so brazen? Gu Xing cannot fathom it. After all, last summer's tournament was a dismal affair for you, and in the imminent opening match, you have yet to find any rhythm. Those are bygone days, Xiangguo boasts unabashedly. I've learned a new trick, so be cautious when we meet on the battlefield. You might find yourself in tears. Gu Xing is left bewildered. When pressed for further details, Xiangguo remains tight-lipped, turning into a riddle master. Gu Xing can only suppress his curiosity, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the match. He is impatient to witness what trick Xiangguo will unveil. With 2 pieces of Damori chocolate remaining in his possession, he considers that, if necessary, he might draw inspiration from them, transforming them for his own use. After all, how could one deem the actions of a professional player as theft? Welcome to the live broadcast of the 2017 LPL Spring Regular Season. The commentator Wawa, with his robust voice and exceptional commentary skills, adeptly recites the advertisement script before swiftly returning to the main narrative. Today's clash features 2 elite teams from Group A, VG and RNG. As his partner takes over the discussion, it is noted that both teams currently occupy the first and second positions in their group and are on a formidable winning streak. There is no need to elaborate on VG. After their defeat in the opening match, RNG has experienced a vigorous resurgence, particularly in recent times. They have adapted well to the soft support system proposed by VG. Top laner Let Me no longer needs to fear being dominated by Jace's Steel Shadow, while Xiangguo, utilizing a tanky jungler, can freely invade alongside mid laner Xiaohu. As the game progresses, Uzi will take the reins and steer the match towards victory. RNG, focusing on mid-jungle synergy, ranks among the elite in the LPL whenever they encounter a version that does not allow top lane carries. This marks the final focal battle of the latter half of the regular season, one that holds implications for the ranking within Group A. Wawa's voice resonates with passion as he proclaims that after today's contest, one team's winning streak will inevitably come to an end. Who will emerge victorious? The director presents a comparative analysis of the key matchups. Beneath Gu Xing's profile photo lies a series of astounding statistics, leading in damage output for his position. With the highest average ambush attempts and success rate, an economic lead of 1557 in the first 15 minutes, and a first blood participation rate of 100. Wawa, upon seeing these figures, exclaims in admiration. One can only say that the prowess of the esteemed player is undeniable. I recall how his eyes would narrow into mere slits when he smiled. Despite the minor adjustments to the jungle meta since the S6 World Championship, he continues to exhibit formidable strength. The champions in the jungle have shifted compared to last year's global finals, yet the overarching philosophy remains unchanged, as it remains a domain dominated by tanky junglers. Indeed, players like G2's Yankos and Dragon Ball's Peanut, often hailed as the 3 great junglers of S6, maintain their positions of supremacy within their respective leagues. It is evident that the designer's control over the meta leaves much to be desired. In their attempts to diminish the influence of junglers, they have introduced the concept of delayed burst damage, which has proven to be quite the paradox. Consequently, all attention has now been directed towards how to weaken Lee Sin, resulting in a chaotic imbalance within the jungle. Next, the broadcast presents a comparative analysis of the marksman from both teams. A soft gasp escapes from the commentator. Could it be true? Are Jakilov's statistics truly so outrageous? He can hardly believe his eyes. First in damage across all positions? As the king of damage, Jakilov has indeed mastered the art of output. Although in the early stages of the season, his support for the bottom lane was infrequent, he still managed to deliver remarkable damage in adversity, providing crucial output for his team. In terms of damage conversion rate, he reigns supreme with an impressive 1443. On the other hand, Uzi holds an advantage in both average minion kills and minion kills within the first 15 minutes. While he may lag slightly in damage production, few doubt his capacity to carry. When adequately farmed, Uzi is undoubtedly a reliable late-game cornerstone for his team. I remember through the broadcast lens, one could observe the reactions of the 10 players on stage. Did Xiaohu and Ming recall some joyous memory that prompted such smiles? Ming's grin was almost too large to contain. Li Yuanhao's expressions could only be described as exuberantly animated. In contrast, Let Me maintained a far more composed demeanor, as he was not particularly familiar with the VG players. Meanwhile, the ever-enthusiastic Koma was eagerly preparing to showcase his new strategies to Gu Xing as soon as the match commenced. Uzi, on high alert, had no intention of facing defeat, especially against a newcomer, although Jackie Love entered the fray with the lowest initial popularity among his teammates. As the ADC for the championship team VG and the anointed successor of Imp, his visibility could not be underestimated. With VG's remarkable winning streak, many netizens clamored for the emergence of a new national ADC this year. Naturally, Uzi, with his competitive spirit, felt a pang of dissatisfaction. He glanced around, noticing that Xiaohu and Ming were cheerfully chatting with the VG players, which only fueled his displeasure. Could they not take this seriously? Uzi remained silent, maintaining his aloof demeanor, merely glaring at his teammates. The cheerful Ming, sensing the shift in atmosphere, swiftly transformed his expression, pursing his lips and adopting a serious countenance. Xiaohu, with his keen perception, adeptly read the room, exhibiting remarkable acting skills as he noticed Uzi's gaze upon him, transitioning his expression smoothly until he finally returned to a state of tranquility. Upon hearing the crisp sound echoing in his ears, he adjusted his posture, preparing to discuss the BP matters with his coach and teammates. In this match, VG possessed the priority in side selection, commencing the first game on the blue side, promptly banning the champion Graves. The potency of Graves has become increasingly pronounced. In the 73-74 version, he was merely on par with Rek'Sai. However, in the currently implemented 75 version, Rengar has faced a significant nerf, with his base armor reduced and the healing from his Warrior's Wrath against jungle monsters correspondingly diminished. As the strength of Rek'Sai wanes, Graves' status naturally rises. Now firmly established as the premier jungler, the ban on Graves by Hongmi primarily stems from the tactical focus of this game being to assist the bottom lane. Selecting a champion like Graves, who lacks crowd control, would hinder this strategy. RNG designated Varus to the bot lane, an undisputedly formidable marksman, a role that the red side must contend with. This decision did not come as a surprise. The enhancements to War's passion and protective supports have indirectly amplified Varus's power, making him even more challenging to restrain at the apex of the bottom lane food chain. Should Varus eliminate even a single opponent in a team fight, the resultant surge in attack speed from his passive, Vengeance, becomes insurmountable. Hongmi allocated the second bot lane pick to Shun. Currently, the strength of the Eye of Twilight ranks among the T1 Guardians, though not particularly overwhelming. Nevertheless, Hongmi opted for the ban, primarily due to this champion's exceptional ability to safeguard allies and its suitability for Let Me, who faces little adversity in lane and seldom falters. RNG targeted Xiaoga, assigning Qiyana to the bot lane. Doimp could hardly conceal his amusement, knowing the respect due to his signature champion. If Xiaoga were to secure it, the challenge would indeed be formidable. For VG's final first-round pick, they chose Poppy. Hongmi would not entertain the notion of banning Camille, despite it being Let Me's strongest carry champion. However, having witnessed more than half of the regular season, Hongmi understood that Let Me often struggles to carry his team. While he may dominate in lower-tier leagues, in the LPL, he is typically relegated to a more functional role. Hongmi felt no trepidation. Ultimately, Huahu conceded, fearing Smeb would once again wield Camille and dominate the top lane. The remnants of We had yet to cool. In the end, Huahu compromised, opting to ban Camille. VG swiftly picked Lulu, initiating a familiar strategy. Doimp was not surprised. While RNG acquired Rek'Sai and Karma, a potent jungle and mid-support duo, Hongmi recognized that his objectives had been achieved. Jekor, are you comfortable with Lucian? He inquired of his marksman. Yu Wenba, seeking to ease his nerves, immediately signaled an affirmative gesture upon hearing the coach's words. Then Lucian and Braum, Hongmi declared without hesitation. This combination represents the most formidable offensive duo currently available. Lucian benefits from two significant buffs in the 75 version. Firstly, the cancellation of the cast animation for his Q and W abilities, resulting in a more fluid combo. Secondly, the value for money ratio of the defeated has significantly improved. Although the attack speed has decreased, both the attack power and lifesteal effects have seen commendable enhancements. For Lucian, a champion that emphasizes the seamless integration of skill and basic attacks. This adjustment is nothing short of ideal. Moreover, the protective support champion Braum has already gained substantial strength with the introduction of the Stoneborn Pact, and his synergy with Lucian further justifies the rise in their overall effectiveness. Yet, a hint of concern lingers. With this, VG has confirmed Lulu as the mid laner, and given that champions like Graves and Qiyana have been banned, one might wonder if they will lack in damage output. The coach, Huishu, is acutely aware of this issue. He promptly selects Ashe for Uzi to bolster the bottom lane's landing strength, thereby supporting their late-game potential while also providing valuable functionality to assist Xiaogu's jungle strategy. In the second round of bans, Huishu intensifies his focus on Gu Xing, banning both Lee Sin and Kha'Zix, two aggressive junglers that could synergize well with Lulu. Meanwhile, Homie begins to limit Xiaohu's options, banning Syndra and LeBlanc. LeBlanc faces one of the most significant nerfs in history with a drastic reduction in the damage of her W, Distortion. Just one patch has caused the once dominant LeBlanc to plummet from grace after a stellar performance in the regular season. One cannot help but question the designer's reasoning behind such changes. Following this nerf, although LeBlanc can still be utilized, her potency has considerably diminished. The fact that Homie can secure a second-round ban is already a considerable acknowledgement of LeBlanc's capabilities. RNG finds themselves with limited choices, ultimately opting for the moderately strong Thresh. As the players consider their options, they decide to reserve the flexible pick until the end, hoping to confuse their opponents further. Thresh serves as a versatile champion, and alongside Karma, they create a smokescreen for VG. Homie, undeterred, suggests you can take Rek'Sai and Jinghao. How about you pick Rumble? Upon seeing Smeb nod in agreement, he reiterates, in this match, we shall not engage in the upper jungle. Jinghao, focus on your own development and avoid excessive confrontation with the enemy, as it may provide them with opportunities. Smeb reassures him, don't worry, I will just farm, and once the team fight begins, my ultimate will cause instant devastation. Seeing this, Homie relaxes. Smeb's signature rumble will be intriguing to observe, especially in light of Letme's final champion choice to counter RNG's selection of Orianna, which will lead Thresh to be positioned in the top lane. The team compositions are now confirmed. Blue side VG features Rumble in the top lane, Rek'Sai in the jungle, Lulu mid, and Lucian with Braum in the bottom lane. Red side RNG comprises Thresh in the top lane, Lee Sin in the jungle, Orianna mid, and Ashe with Karma in the bottom lane. Ultimately, they decide to assign Orianna to Xiaohu, allowing for a more aggressive entry into team fights with the Lee Sin. Wawa believes RNG's draft strategy is slightly superior, as this composition with Ashe provides a dual core in the late game, complemented by Karma's utility and the tankiness of top lane Thresh, creating a well-rounded overall lineup. Meanwhile, Jizha stands on the opposite side, observing how Gu Xing navigates the early rhythm. The aggression in the bottom lane during the landing phase is maximized. If opportunities arise for breakthroughs, they may very well conclude the battle in the mid-game. Amidst the resounding cheers of the audience, the Summoner's Rift has descended with great fervor. As the month draws to a close, I shall dedicate a day to compile some manuscripts for an explosive release next month. The chapter titled 279, Black Technology, Part 2, will unveil a surprise tomorrow night. Should we engage in a level 1 skirmish? Little Duan considers purchasing the Relic Shield and consults with the team's jungler, who wields authority. After confirming the team composition, Gu Xing ponders the opening strategy, resolutely deciding against confrontation, opting instead to fortify their jungle. Although Duan Deliang has secured a support with formidable level 1 combat prowess in Braum, RNG boasts champions such as Nautilus, Ashe, and the ever-potent Karma, who begins with her ultimate ability. Their combat strength is not to be underestimated. Moreover, Gu Xing is piloting Rek'Sai, whose level 1 potential is akin to that of a radiant beauty. If a clash were to occur, it would likely result in a 50-50 scenario, making it difficult to ascertain who might gain the upper hand. Gu Xing, increasingly averse to high-risk maneuvers, prefers a more stable opening than in his earlier days, when youthful exuberance drove him to charge headfirst into battles. He believes that, provided he performs adequately, defeating RNG should pose no significant challenge. So why take the risk? Positioned at the river's entrance, Gu Xing stands vigilant with his teammates, striving to prevent RNG from stealthily infiltrating and establishing vision. At 1 minute and 25 seconds, he observes RNG's top and mid jungle converging, evidently intending to evade Brahm's presence in the lower half and target the more vulnerable upper region of VG's defenses. Smeb casts his E ability, the Electro Harpoon, in a bid to intimidate the adversary and dissuade their incursion. Gu Xing rallies his teammates, urging little Duan, who is stationed at the river's mouth, to lend assistance. The movement of Braum towards the upper lane is swiftly noted by Ming, who promptly alerts his comrades via voice chat. With no viable options left, Xianghua, unwilling to force an invasion that might complicate matters, reluctantly abandons the endeavor to establish vision in VG's jungle and returns to his own territory to continue farming. With furrowed brows, Gu Xing contemplates the intentions of the opposing team. Internally, he muses that such behavior is unexpected. Why would RNG choose to invade the upper region? Under normal circumstances, they would not, especially with Ashe capable of utilizing her E ability, Hawkshot, to scout VG's jungle, likely uncovering Gu Xing's farming route. Furthermore, Gu Xing is playing Rek'Sai, whose effectiveness in the current meta is somewhat diminished. His ability, Void Rush, has yet to undergo a rework, rendering him at a disadvantage when facing other aggressive junglers, ultimately becoming less impactful in the late game. The jungle dynamics have become increasingly precarious. The jungle routes in Season 7 have solidified compared to Season 6, with the marginal camps of the Mud Skipper and Stone Golem not respawning until 1 minute and 55 seconds, thereby constraining the jungler's options. Rek'Sai's demand for blue buff is minimal, as she is not an optimal hero for rapid clear speed across all 6 camps. In professional play, the first blue buff is typically allocated to the mid laner. This has left Gu Xing with virtually no opportunity to commence his jungle route from the blue area, forcing him to start at the red buff instead, thereby locking in his path. Why does RNG insist on invading the jungle? Gu Xing's mind raced with thoughts. He believed that unusual occurrences are often rooted in hidden motives. Surely, RNG had a scheme. As Gu Xing maneuvered Rek'Sai towards the lower half of the map, a sudden epiphany struck him. The truth was singular. Uzi did not wish to learn E-Sky Strike at level 2. If Ashe were to learn Hawk Spirit at level 3, it would necessitate waiting until the 4th wave of minions at 3 minutes and 17 seconds to engage in the bot lane. By then, not only would the jungler have reached level 3 swiftly, but clearing the jungle and attaining level 4 would pose no challenge. Even if Ashe learned Hawk Spirit at level 3, it merely served to scout the jungler's second route of clearing. The intervening gap presented an opportunity for Gu Xing to seize the rhythm of the game. Thus, RNG needed to group in the mid and jungle to secure vision, preemptively locking down Gu Xing's jungle path, leaving him no chance to execute any sneaky maneuvers. Uzi had ventured into the red zone to place a ward. Jack, keeping a close watch on Uzi, immediately reported any unusual movements to the jungler. Seizing the moment when Uzi and Ming shifted towards the upper jungle, they entered VG's lower half to place a ward behind the wall at the red buff camp. Jack had initially intended to quickly learn his skills and utilize Lucian's mechanics to swiftly unleash 3 auto attacks to destroy the ward. However, Lucian's comparatively short range thwarted his plan. Upon receiving the report from Yu Wenba regarding the ward's location, Gu Xing was enlightened. His earlier deductions were confirmed. Brother Duan, I have a plan, Gu Xing proposed. After a brief contemplation, Duan Deliang agreed to the strategy. Gu Xing maintained his original jungle start, beginning at the red buff, and with his teammates' assistance, reached level 2 before promptly moving upward. His movements were exposed beneath the ward previously placed by Uzi, appearing to be a conventional opening, farming from bottom to top. Yet, after evading RNG's sight, Gu Xing began to deviate from the expected script. Isn't he going to farm F6? Dada observed from a godly perspective, puzzled as Rek'Sai bypassed the feathered creature and traversed mid towards the upper jungle. What a peculiar route. F6 is renowned as Rek'Sai's joyous bird. With Q and W area damage, the burrowing queen could clear it effortlessly. It is a staple for all Rek'Sai players in the early game, yet Gu Xing allowed it to slip by. Instead, he headed directly to the upper blue zone, first clearing the Merc Wolf before returning to eliminate the 3 wolves, leaving Dada utterly baffled by Gu Xing's jungle route. The repetition of paths seemed excessive, significantly hampering Rek'Sai's efficiency in leveling up. Furthermore, he did not allow Kuro to secure a blue buff. The robust blue buff remained untouched in its camp. Rek'Sai had no intention of acknowledging it, finishing off the Shadow Wolves to reach level 3 before returning to the lower jungle. By this time, it was already 2 minutes and 35 seconds. The ward Uzi had placed in VG's red zone had vanished. Rek'Sai, concealed beneath the earth, hastened towards the bot lane. Dada finally grasped Gu Xing's plan and exclaimed urgently, "Brother Xing is taking a long route to ambush the RNG duo." Gu Xing's assessment was indeed correct. Uzi indeed harbored no desire to select the second-tier hawk spirit. He aimed to prioritize Q sharpshooter's focus, to enhance his suppressive power. Confronted by the lower lane duo of VG's Lucian and Braum, RNG possessed a measure of initiative during the initial 3 levels. Before Lucian could activate all his abilities to unleash devastating burst damage, RNG's composition of Ash and Karma could exploit their range advantage, engaging in frequent skirmishes and harassing the opponents. Uzi sought to capitalize on his team's landing advantage, resolutely applying pressure on VG's duo. Many players, upon opting for Ash, tend to play a supportive role early on, waiting until the mid to late game to seize control of the match. However, Uzi was an exception. As long as he could be aggressive in the landing phase, he would not retreat. In Uzi's view, if he could use early vision to seal off the jungler Gu Xing's route, there was no need to sacrifice his landing strength. The earlier placed trinket ward clearly revealed that Gu Xing was progressing from the red buff towards the upper jungle. This maneuver successfully misled RNG, of course, exercising caution. They did not fully trust the information provided by the vision. It wasn't until Xiaohu in mid relayed information that Lulu, having pushed her lane, was moving into the opponent's upper jungle. The RNG team breathed a sigh of relief. Did this not clearly indicate an intention to secure the blue buff? A level 3 Lulu could not possibly collect the blue alone. Gu Xing was undoubtedly assisting in the upper half of the map. Upon realizing this, Uzi's spirits soared, and he adopted a more aggressive stance, using W, Enchanted Arrow, to slow the enemy and pursue forward, skillfully maneuvering within Lucian's range to land a few auto attacks. His talent in this regard was remarkable. The 100-yard range advantage of Ash was fully realized in Uzi's hands. Observing Jack's Lucian attempting to retaliate, Uzi promptly withdrew his bow. As the opponent turned back, he unleashed another ice arrow. In this exchange, he effortlessly secured 2 free auto attacks. A triumphant smile spread across Uzi's face. A rookie with a discount water bottle? Witnessing the opponent's clumsy maneuvers, Uzi's aggression intensified. "Xiaoming, give me," he exclaimed with fervor. Xiaoming had been with RNG for only half a season and struggled to keep pace with Uzi's rhythm during the landing phase. Yet he was astute, knowing he could rely on Uzi's lead. At this moment, without hesitation, Xiaoming maneuvered Karma to cast E-Inspire on Uzi, bestowing him with acceleration and a shield. Uzi, feeling invigorated, remained laser-focused on continuing to harass Jack. Should this strategy succeed, he could force Yuwenba back to base. However, just as Uzi took a slight step forward, Braum, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly raised his arm. Accompanied by a flash of golden light, Braum surged past the minion wave and confronted Ash directly. Q Winter's Bite. The icy projectile struck Ash. The move from Lord Duan skillfully trapped Uzi. I felt a pang of anxiety for RNG. And even the commentary's pace quickened considerably. Jack slid forward, landing 2 shots on Uzi. Yuwenba had feigned for so long, finally revealing his menacing fangs. While his control over ADC range was indeed inferior to Uzi's, after being harassed twice, Jack was already well aware of Uzi's tendencies. This time, it was all a deliberate ploy to bait Uzi into a trap. As anticipated, Uzi was eager to seize every opportunity to assert his dominance during the landing phase. Upon reaching level 2, he held on to his skill points, and as soon as he witnessed a successful Q flash from Xiaoduan, he quickly learned E for his slide and advanced with 2 precise shots. Concealed in the shadowy corner beneath the triangular brush, Xingga burrowed through the wall. Gu Xing had already positioned himself, awaiting Uzi's engagement. The situation turned dire for Xiaodog. Wawa exclaimed loudly, as he used his flash in an attempt to create distance. But it was too late. Jack finished with a final blow. The strength of VG's Lucian and Braum was thoroughly demonstrated. The stunning effect of the seismic strike manifested in an instant. Xiaoming applied weakness to Xingga, while Rek'Sai used his flash to launch Uzi into the air. The impact of the weakened state was significant. Originally capable of inflicting a slow on Gu Xing, Shiziming could only watch as Rek'Sai relentlessly dealt damage to the Iceborne. Jack's radiant light completed the kill. The first blood had been drawn. The uproar from the audience never ceased for a moment. The live stream chat was overflowing with comments. Good catch. One can only say that Xing truly lives up to being the chief disciple of the factory head. His sense for ganks in the bot lane is impeccable. Using the signature Rek'Sai of Ming, one could say it was destined. Uzi likes to pressure? He still. The jungle daddy is formidable. Uzi gazed at the black and white screen, unable to restrain himself from biting his fingers. He couldn't comprehend why Gu Xing had suddenly appeared in the bot lane. Wasn't VG's mid laner Lulu supposed to secure the blue buff? How could Rek'Sai possibly come down to ambush him? From the goddess perspective, the two commentators observed the situation with clarity. Kuro feigned movement towards the top to secure the blue, but in reality, he had merely placed a ward in his blue zone. Wawa felt a surge of emotion. Sensing that VG had completely outmaneuvered RNG, they could never have imagined Gu Xing's jungle route to be so unconventional. Rek'Sai first farmed upwards, then returned to ambush Uzi. A bizarre route choice that astonished many viewers. Xianghua clicked his tongue, displaying a hint of frustration. He recognized that VG had exploited RNG's lack of vision in the upper jungle, misleading him into making a misjudgment. Too greedy of me. Uzi scratched his head. His face flushed. He shouldn't have leveled Q at level 2. After 2 basic attacks, he had unwittingly gifted away first blood. It was a significant loss. Don't panic. Don't panic. It's just a solitary kill. Nothing grave, Xiaohu reassured, maintaining his composure as he urged, Lu Xiu, make your move swiftly. Xianghua complied. He had chosen a route from top to bottom, clearing 6 camps at a rapid pace. When Gu Xing engaged Uzi, Lu Xiu was also in the bot lane. However, he was too late to reach the battlefield. Uzi had already fallen. Now, Xianghua returned to base to replenish his green jungle knife and true sight, preparing to execute his plan once more. Seizing the opportunity during Kuro's feigned movement to the top lane, Xiaohu reclaimed the minion wave and placed a ward in the VG's bird camp. Upon seeing the intact family of 6, Xianghua clearly discerned Gu Xing's jungle path. He was aware that the next batch of refreshed wild monsters for Gu Xing would be the magic swamp frog. Thus, he urged his lion dog to hasten towards the upper half of VG. Xianghua was well aware that Kuro had placed wards in the blue zone. Hence he did not directly enter the enemy jungle, but instead concealed himself in the brush behind the first tower of VG. Lu Xiu had no intention of diving the tower. The minion wave in the top lane was too unfavorable. Smeb outshone Let Me significantly in individual prowess, and his mastery over Rumble was nothing short of extraordinary. The formidable Poppy kept the minion wave outside the defensive tower, nonchalantly using her harpoon and flamethrower to secure last hits. Let Me, with Rumble, was utterly at a loss. Whenever he advanced to clear the wave, Smeb steadfastly blocked the minion wave outside the tower with his own body. Should he hook an opponent, they would be struck by the tower and potentially roasted by Rumble. Xianghua had no immediate plans to engage in the top lane. He lay in wait in the brush, anticipating Gu Xing's arrival. As Gu Xing completed his equipment and ventured to the upper half of the map, he ensured that Lulu acquired the blue buff, keeping a vigilant eye on the screen. He noticed something amiss with the movements of the lion dog. What was Xianghua up to? Lurking at the edge of the brush. The lion dog could have leapt directly onto the magic swamp frog. Wawa instinctively lowered his voice, contemplating whether Xianghua was indeed lying in wait for Gu Xing. Rek'Sai burrowed underground. Gu Xing's vision range contracted to a mere 250 yards around him. However, he possessed the ability to listen through the earth, relying on his radar. Gu Xing detected no unusual information nearby, allowing him to confidently farm the magic swamp frog. At the moment, he burst forth from the ground. A lion dog suddenly sprang from the brush above. The gleaming golden eyes of the lion were filled with a ferocious intent. Xianghua had indeed succeeded in his ambush. He called out loudly, noting that the burst damage from the lion dog was not to be underestimated. The crux of the matter was that Gu Xing had no means of escape. He had no flash available and had just emerged from his burrowed state. He would need to wait 4 seconds before he could delve underground again to flee through the tunnel. The sudden appearance of Xianghua startled him. However, Gu Xing reacted swiftly and devised a strategy. He sought refuge behind the frog, hoping it would shield him from the lion dog. The burrowed beast and Rengar engaged in a dance around the frog. The frog successfully blocked Xianghua's lasso, achieving a remarkable feat. Wawa's eyes brightened. Gu Xing had successfully staved off the attack. The director zoomed in on the camera, focusing on the mid and top lanes. Smeb and Kuro were both racing towards the jungle. After all, this was VG's territory, and the duo from mid and top would naturally arrive faster. Having completed his damage output, Xiang Gu, equipped only with a green jungle knife, still lacked sufficient damage potential. Gu Xing had half of his health remaining. He didn't even need to use his smite, as he had successfully burrowed underground, waiting for his teammates to arrive. Without looking back, Xiang Gu cast out his enhanced lasso and turned to flee. Utilizing the increased movement speed from his brutal skill enhancement, Lu Xiyu dashed away rapidly, leaving no opportunity for the enemy to pursue. Without flash, Gu Xing had no hope of launching the lion dog into the air. VG's top and mid jungler lacked hard crowd control, allowing Xiang Gu to escape effortlessly. However, was this exchange truly profitable? Wawa pondered in confusion. Xiang Gu had lain in wait for a full 30 seconds, yet ultimately failed to force anything out, leaving the wild monsters still in Gu Xing's possession. Gu Xing sensed that something was amiss. In an effort to alleviate his pressure, Zhongshang neglected the minion waves, allowing Letme to push the minions that were previously stuck before VG's tower. Meanwhile, Xiaohu completed his wave and promptly returned to base to replenish, ensuring that upon his return to the lane, he would hold an equipment advantage over Kuro. The situation was perplexing. Gu Xing, caught in thought, managed to defeat the magic swamp frog, successfully reaching level 4. He continued his path downward, initially targeting the feathered bird, when Uzi's spirit eagle accurately pinpointed his location. Just as Rek'Sai emerged from underground, he once again spotted the presence of the Lee Sin. Is that Xiaowu again? Dada's voice rose in volume, questioning his intentions. Lu Xiyu also refrained from farming, focusing instead on relentlessly harassing Gu Xing. The Q ability, Ruthless Pounce, lunged forward, diminishing Rek'Sai's health. Gu Xing was compelled to use his smite, recovering a portion of health, and with the damage from his Q ability, he eliminated the great bird. Xiaowu dealt 2 strikes to Rek'Sai, with Kuro rushing in to assist. Noticing Lulu had left the lane and was heading toward the jungle, Xiaowu delayed for a moment, perfectly timing his ferocity, and with dual W abilities, Warrior's Roar, he accelerated to escape the crowd control. Having never witnessed such a playstyle, the audience erupted in astonished shouts. Gu Xing furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend Xiaowu's strategy. Was the incursion into the jungle merely to inflict some damage upon himself, while alleviating pressure for his RNG lane teammates? Could he maintain a comparable level? Wasn't Candy's Beer Man also shadowing throughout, turning the tide with a swift counter that obliterated his jungle? Although Xiaowu employed the more agile Lee Sin in this match, it is well known that Rengar's ganking ability prior to level 6 is rather feeble. Such reckless incursions to pressure health would undoubtedly delay his ascension to level 6. Gu Xing steadied his mind, clearing the lower stone beetles before heading to the bottom lane to assist the duo in pushing the wave, subsequently leading Brown to counter the recently reset magic swamp frog from RNG. With a formidable Brown present, RNG dared not act recklessly, leveraging experience from minions and monsters. He successfully reached level 5. However, after 2 invasions by Xiaowu, Gu Xing's health was considerably low, necessitating a return to base for replenishment. This Lee Sin is nearly useless, he declared emphatically, instilling confidence in his teammates. Once my flash is ready, I'll initiate a strike. Gu Xing purchased boots and a longsword, intending to venture into the upper jungle for another round of farming before reversing course to invade, intending to show Xiaowu a thing or two. However, after clearing his own frog queen and crossing the river into RNG's upper jungle, he unexpectedly encountered the Lee Sin. Gu Xing detected with his earthen senses that the opponent was farming the feathered bird, appearing quite pleased and intent on advancing. He placed a ward to monitor Xiaowu's movements. To his astonishment, he noticed the Lee Sin's health bar displaying a clear level 5. How could that be? Gu Xing was baffled. He had countered a group of RNG's frog queens and had even cleared the second camp ahead of the Lee Sin. How could Xiaowu have caught up in levels? Is that so? Where did the problem arise? After watching the finals today, I found fewer updates. It seems that the little one is exhausted. If Jackie dies, it will be over. Little U's performance is exceptional. The red envelope password is 10616089052W. This chapter ends here. 280. The method to break the deadlock. Brother Xing lacks a level advantage and, when faced with a flashing opponent, does not possess a significant combat edge. He must first retreat to avoid confrontation. Remember to observe closely. In the mid lane, Little Tiger is already on his way. The Clockwork Sorceress has now reached level 6, and in conjunction with the Lion Dog's damage, she cannot be underestimated. In contrast, Kuro has lost lane control due to the mindless incursions of the opponent in the first two waves, causing him to arrive at the RNG's feathered nest a tad slower. Gu Xing initially aimed to seize an experience gap, intending to leverage his additional equipment to pressure the opponent and retaliate in kind. However, the sudden rise in the enemy's level caught him off guard. His mind is now a muddled mess. Is the opponent cheating? How can they maintain the same level despite farming less? Gu Xing cannot fathom it. Yet, instinct compels him to turn and flee. Witnessing Rek'Sai retreat, the opponent's joy is evident. A discount? His expression is wild. He wishes to roar. This is a meticulously crafted strategy devised by Lu Shiyu, one he has prepared for a long time. It is meant to deliver a heavy blow to Gu Xing. The root of it all can be traced back to an ancient mechanism, experience catch-up. In the primordial era of League of Legends, jungle play in the late game resembled an enhanced support role. While a significant advantage was manageable, during a stalemate or disadvantage, junglers could hardly farm their own camps. They either supplemented their teammates' growth or were entirely depleted by the opponents. Back then, junglers had to work in tandem with supports, purchasing wards and profit potions to establish vision across the map. At that time, junglers were mere tools responsible for initiating team fights and providing crowd control, resulting in a lackluster gameplay experience in both professional and ranked matches. Riot surely did not want such occurrences to persist. Ensuring each player's experience is paramount for the game's longevity. Otherwise, the model of 2 support players and 3 carries is destined for failure. To address this, the designers created the Jungle Experience Catch-Up mechanism, officially launched in version 6.9. When a jungler defeats camps of a higher level, each monster grants an additional 30 experience points. The camp's level is determined by the average level of all champions in the match. At that moment, both teams' top laners had reached level 6, while the duo was at level 4, and jungler Gu Xing was at level 5 alongside the level 4 opponent. Averaging out, the camp's level reached 5. The opponent could activate this experience catch-up mechanism at level 4. Lu Shiyu calculated meticulously. He deliberately farmed the stone beetles. Now, a family of stone beetles will split, large, medium, and small, with a total of 10 monsters in one camp. Upon triggering the experience catch-up mechanism, these 10 stone beetles alone can provide the opponent with an additional 300 experience points. It is worth noting that a champion requires only 580 experience points to ascend from level 4 to 5. It can be said that by merely farming a set of stone beetles, Xianghua can elevate his level significantly. In the past, such a feat would have been utterly unimaginable. This is the strength of the spicy hot pot. Armed with the experience catch-up mechanism, he can brazenly invade the VG jungle with frequent forays. Falling behind in levels is no cause for concern. By strategically timing his return to farm a set of stone beetles, he can swiftly neutralize any disadvantage. As for Candy, that insufferable individual, Xianghua privately mused about his usefulness. Were it not for him, this strategy would have escaped his grasp. 2 weeks prior, during the intense clash between Wei and VG, Lu Shiyu witnessed D adeptly tailing Gu Xing, achieving notable success for a time. Although ultimately unsuccessful, the overall strategy was remarkably effective. Inspired by this line of thought, Xianghua endeavored to rectify the experience deficit caused by the tailing. With the assistance of Coach Wahu, he finally recalled the experience catch-up mechanism introduced in last year's updates. After a period of diligent practice, Lu Shiyu has made considerable progress. Today, he intends to showcase his prowess to Gu Xing. In the backstage lounge, Hongmi furrowed his brow. He had the vantage point of a god, observing the match unfold. During the landing phase, the jungler was naturally the focal point for a coach like Hongmi. He saw clearly that Xianghua had farmed only 1 set of stone beetles. Yet his experience surged from level 4 to level 5. The speed of this level increase was nothing short of extraordinary. Pondering deeply, with the assistance of Ho Yi, Hongmi finally grasped the underlying reason. It dawned on him that the experience catch-up mechanism introduced in version 69 had not stirred a ripple in the professional arena since its inception a year prior. With over 20 versions released in the past year, it was unreasonable to expect anyone to immediately recall the minutiae of updates buried in the corners of memory. RNG's jungler possesses remarkable ingenuity, which Hongmi greatly admires, having conceived such a brilliant tactic. The experience catch-up mechanism in isolation is not particularly strong. After its introduction last year, no one had deliberately employed it. The key lies in the enhancement of the stone beetles and sharp-beaked birds camps, which saw an increase in jungle monster numbers during this year's preseason phase, when it was merely the F4 and non-splitting stone beetles. Even utilizing the catch-up mechanism to farm a camp yielded minimal additional experience. The sudden increase in jungle monster numbers during the S7 season has provided the catch-up mechanism with ample opportunity to shine. To connect the skill mechanism introduced mid-last year with this year's jungle updates and put it into practice is undeniably impressive. Li Zhishuan nodded in agreement with the head coach's perspective, having heard that RNG's head coach originally hails from an analyst background. Truly, one excels in their specialized field. Huahu possesses commendable professional capabilities. Hongmi holds a high regard for his former colleague from S5 season at LGD, although his personality tends to be somewhat soft, often inclined to heed his players' thoughts. During the 2015 World Championship, swayed by the ideas of Hirano Aya, he unwittingly pivoted to forge Ironclad with Malphite, a classic representation of Huahu's work. However, to be fair, his abilities rank among the best in domestic coaching. Jin Wenha, overhearing the hushed whispers of his coaching staff, couldn't he help but inquire, can Xiaogu stand firm? He fervently hopes for VG to secure this victory. The allure of securing the top position in the group is simply irresistible. Should victory elude us today, VG must remain on high alert for the subsequent matches. I have faith in our esteemed player, Gu, and Lord Ho's confidence is unwavering. He embodies the pride of VG. Following the splendid journey of the last season, Lord Ho places immense trust in Gu Xing. Li Zhishuan raised the volume on the remote, allowing the strategies of the VG players to resonate throughout the lounge. Listen to my commands, brothers. Unless I instruct you to venture into the jungle, do not approach. Gu Xing proposed a strategy, knowing that the opposing jungler would seek assistance to alleviate pressure on their lanes. The dynamics of the battlefield shift rapidly, with conflicts potentially igniting at any moment. He must concentrate solely on the match, unable to afford the luxury of distraction. Currently, the tactic of starvation against Xiang Guo remains a mere speculation within the arena. He cannot procure evidence to substantiate his thoughts. Gu Xing is pragmatic. He temporarily shelves uncertainties, focusing instead on countering the opponent. In his view, Xiang Guo is akin to candy, executing a relentless pursuit strategy to its fullest, frequently invading and harassing his positioning, denying him opportunities to initiate ganks and establish rhythm. Should Gu Xing summon allies for protection, it would inadvertently hinder his teammates' landing phase. Fortunately, in terms of matchup, Gu Xing still holds a slight advantage. Despite Xiang Guo's relentless pursuit for experience, the economic deficit from his forced invasions renders recovery nearly impossible. Gu Xing will not let this opportunity slip away. He resolves to set a trap to lure the enemy in for elimination. Gu Xing diligently farms downwards, first assisting Jack with the minion wave at the bottom lane. The VG duo possesses superior prowess in skirmishes, and Lucian swiftly activates Braum's passive, potentially obliterating the opponent in a single burst. However, regarding lane control and harassment capabilities, the RNG duo still holds the upper hand, as Gu Xing found himself entangled with Xiang Guo in the jungle. Xiao Duan seized the opportunity to use W stand firm to reposition beside the minions, landing Q, Winter's Bite, on Xiao Ming, partnering with Yu Wenba to force the opponent's flash. Yet, that was the extent of their success. Lane control remained firmly in the hands of the RNG duo. Uzi skillfully exploited the opening created by Gu Xing's confinement, showcasing his formidable landing prowess by outpacing Jack with a 7-farm lead. Gu Xing cleared his camp to liberate himself, intending to alleviate pressure on his bottom lane teammates. The clock read 7 minutes and 20 seconds. A wave of cannon minions approached the bottom lane. Gu Xing and Xiao Duan positioned themselves in front of the minion wave. The RNG duo's clearing methods, aside from basic attacks, were all projectile-based, easily absorbed by Braum's protective door. Jack pushed the entire minion wave into the tower, signaling VG's intent to initiate a counter-push. Be sure to observe the minion wave situation, he declared aloud. The broadcast then shifted its focus to the mid lane. Xiang Guo reached level 6 and immediately targeted Kuro. The experience catch-up mechanism was at play, with Lu Xiu ascending to level 6 at a comparable pace to Gu Xing. Seeing Rek'Sai move to the bottom lane to clear waves, he promptly activated our Hunt's rhythm. The rhythmic thumping of heartbeats pulsed through the speakers, resonating in the ears of all spectators. With acceleration, he lunged towards the enemy Lulu, Kuro reacted swiftly, unleashing his ultimate the moment the lion dog leaped towards him. The doll's eyes sparkled with excitement as Lulu brandished her wand, enlarging her form to send Rengar soaring into the air. Alas, the mechanics of Rengar's abilities dictated otherwise. Once he commenced his jump, he would accumulate a layer of ferocity. Even if interrupted mid-air, it would prove futile. Lulu cast Polymorph on the lion dog and hastily retreated, her short legs scurrying with remarkable speed. Yet, the intent to kill from RNG's jungler was resolute. Xiongguo broke free from the Polymorph's control and unleashed his abilities in rapid succession: Q, W, and E. The lion dog's Q ruthless thrust included a slight forward displacement, enabling Xiongguo to close the distance, while the W and E skills filled his ferocity meter. As he prepared to unleash a fortified lasso, Kuro swiftly activated his flash to evade. However, Xiaohu followed suit with his own flash, summoning his doll to harness the power of spatial energy. The command, Shockwave, the distorted energy of the space, pulled Lulu back. Kuro, rendered powerless, had no choice but to encase himself in the shield of E creative idea. The lion dog's basic attack, followed by a well-timed Q skill, severely diminished Lulu's health, ultimately granting the kill to Xiaohu. The clockwork mage claimed the prize with a basic attack. Xiongguo's grin was particularly smug. VG surely wouldn't think my starvation strategy merely focused on stalking the jungler, would they? Ganking is his true specialty. Gu Xing felt a sense of relief. RNG had expended both ultimates, inadvertently increasing the likelihood of their planned success. The three members of VG in the lower jungle pushed the minion wave before returning to base for replenishment, while Xinggu had yet to craft a warrior jungle item. Gu Xing, playing Rek'Sai this match, had not farmed any minions. Thus far, he had only a single assist, and his economic gain was modest. Moreover, Xiongguo's occasional interference had somewhat disrupted Gu Xing's farming efficiency, leaving him with scant gold. Yet, rather than feeling anxious, he was instead filled with delight. Gu Xing understood well that Xiongguo must have deduced that he could not yet afford the jungle item. The combat capabilities of both junglers were not fundamentally different. In that case, Xiongguo was likely to come and harass him. This was precisely what Gu Xing desired. At this moment, the eagle spirit soared through the skies, illuminating Gu Xing's silhouette. Upon noticing Rek'Sai moving upward, Lu Xiu promptly abandoned the freshly spawned monsters, opting to lurk at the enemy's swamp frog camp to continue vexing Gu Xing. Xiongguo was on the move again. The doll, observing the lion dog's brazen stride, expressed urgency. He must once again follow Xinggu. It must be said, if Xiongguo succeeded in stalling, VG would face significant challenges in the late game. The strength of their composition was evident. VG excelled in the early to mid-game, while their late-game damage cores were limited to Rumble and Lissandra. They could hardly emulate SKT's strategy of safeguarding Lissandra for late-game team fights, could they? Lissandra's range is too short, and her margin for error is exceedingly narrow, making her susceptible to restrictions from the opposing team. Meanwhile, RNG's dual core of Clockwork and Ice has far greater range and impressive growth attributes. Coupled with the frontline capability of Thresh, their overall composition was evidently superior to VG's. Xiongguo's starvation strategy aimed to confine Gu Xing in the jungle, immobilized and powerless. Once the game reaches the mid to late stages, Rek'Sai becomes a mere plaything. This time, Cacophony even brought Let Me Over, determined to constrain Xiaogao's movements. The broadcast abruptly shifted to the bottom lane, where the minion wave that Gu Xing had previously pushed is now retreating towards the VG defensive tower. It was then that he let out a soft hiss, realizing the predicament. However, before he could articulate further, the camera returned to the upper jungle. Xiaogao inserted a ward in the lower river, then turned to farm the jungle monsters, and Cacophony had already arrived. The Lee Sin remained as ferocious as ever. Although Cacophony had used his ultimate, Gu Xing's lacked defensive power. After Cacophony secured an assist, the economic disparity between both teams was merely the equivalent of a pair of boots, with no significant difference in combat prowess. By this calculation, both sides stood on equal footing. Gu Xing first maneuvered sideways a couple of steps, ensuring he positioned himself at the center point connecting the blue buff and the frog's lair. This area, relatively spacious and interconnected, provided a good refuge from Titan's hooks. Along the way, he called for assistance, urging others to join him. His two teammates in the mid lane patiently awaited his instructions, and without a moment's hesitation, They hurried towards the upper jungle. As they drew closer, the tension escalated. Cacophony attempted to initiate with AQ, but this time, Xiaogao had reinforcements. An uncle wielding a door came charging forth. Steadfast. Brown closed in beside Gu Xing, and Q, Winter's Bite, struck Li Xin. Cacophony was taken aback. Why was there suddenly a support in the upper quadrant? In his expectations, this skirmish was supposed to be a 3v3 in the upper jungle. As long as RNG wished to retreat, they would undoubtedly do so unscathed. However, the unexpected appearance of Xiaoduan transformed the battle dramatically. Lu Shiyu was left bewildered. According to logic, Xiaoduan should never have ventured into the upper jungle. Not to mention that Duan Delian's roaming capability is rather limited. Why would he dare to enter the upper quadrant when his ADC was in the lower lane? Under normal circumstances, when pushing the wave towards the tower, the support should accompany the ADC in the bottom lane to secure the minions. This ensures the safety of the marksman while also allowing for experience gain. Yet, Xiaoduan astonishingly ran all the way to the upper lane to provide support when the bottom lane minions reached the VG tower. The two mid laners had already begun to clash at the entrance to the upper river. Although Lulu had fallen in the exchange, the champion's inherent strength, coupled with her auto attacks connecting with Q, Sparkling Lance, ensured she held her ground in the trade. Let me, witnessing the mid laner being detained, instinctively concluded that they could not fight and attempted to retreat while using tidal surge to slow the opponent. However, from above, a barrage of scorching rockets descended. Our thermal barrage. Smeb's ultimate was simply divine. The familiar sound of Doll's cries resonated as the narrow passage in the jungle was completely sealed off by him. Song Jinghao's signature rumble is truly exceptional. In terms of proficiency, he is likely only slightly inferior to Marin. The factors determining the mastery of the formidable rumble, aside from temperature control, hinge on the execution of the ultimate. Undoubtedly, Smeb stands at the pinnacle of global standards. The searing flames of constant temperature engulf RNG's jungle, harmoniously intertwining with Brahm's icy blocks, creating a striking juxtaposition of fire and ice. Titan is compelled to hook away from the wall, and Karsa can only flash to the side to evade. Lu Shiyu is unable to accumulate the full 4 stacks of brutal power in time. His flash is a reluctant maneuver. However, it seems that VG is not inclined to let them off easily. As the crowd's continuous gasps are drowned out by the commanding voice of Remember, with his teammates relentlessly pursuing, Gu Xing's advantage of an extra pair of shoes becomes apparent. Donning the grass shoes, he feels as swift as the wind. Coupled with the increased movement speed from burrowing underground, Gu Xing's pursuit is astonishingly rapid. Letme's Titan unleashes his ultimate, attempting to knock up Brown, who is positioned at the farthest point. In the process, he inadvertently sends Gu Xing soaring into the air. Yet, it proves futile. Smeb flashes into the river, his electronic harpoon, in concert with Q, Infernal Feast, ensnares the opposing duo. Remember gazes at the summoner spell bar on the side of the screen. The flashes of VG's jungle and support are nearly ready. Gu Xing and Xiaoduan had previously used their flashes while ambushing Uzi, and with the insight, talent reducing cooldowns, they are but a few seconds away from being available again. Karsa laments in despair. He had not anticipated Brahm's arrival. Thus, despite knowing that the opposing flashes would soon be ready, he did not entertain much caution. Now, however, those 2 flashes threatened to seal his fate. Xiaoduan, you use your flash, and I will conserve my skill. Gu Xing wishes to greedily capitalize on the moment. Xiaoduan is baffled by his intentions. Nonetheless, Brahm's flash is indeed less valuable than Rek'Sai's. Without further thought, he utilizes his flash, landing Q, Chilling Bite, once more on Karsa. Smeb's harpoon claims his life. Just as Letme manages to flash away for survival, Remember exhales a sigh of relief only to witness Rek'Sai emit a piercing howl, vanishing into the void. Our void rush. What does Xing want to accomplish now? The director switches the camera rapidly, immediately focusing on Gu Xing's ultimate teleportation destination, the dragon pit in the river. Is he aiming for the dragon? Wawa babbles, but as soon as the words leave his lips, he senses the anomaly. He wants to ambush the bottom lane. The scene zooms out to encompass the bot lane. Uzi and Shizaming observe VG gathering 4 formidable champions in the upper region, deciding to push the bottom lane turret with their minion wave, simultaneously forcing Jax to retreat, denying him any farm. Upon learning of Rek'Sai's ultimate activation, they finally opt to withdraw. Yet, they are a step too late. Jax returns to the fray, first eliminating the 2 minions under the turret to reach level 6. And then with W, he strikes the enemy before following up with the Holy Gun Baptism. The Lucian, who learns his ultimate in an instant, unleashes a barrage of bullets that relentlessly pummel the RNG duo. Xiaoming's karma employs are to grant herself and her allies a speed boost, striving to create distance as Xing gallops forward. Rek'Sai tunnels closer, flashing to launch karma into the air. Ming's flash is not yet ready. He is about to face dire consequences. Wawa cannot help but exclaim loudly. Gu Xing, wielding the Queen's Wrath, executed a swift triple strike followed by a fully charged E ability, inflicting true damage that left karma severely weakened. He dutifully allowed his teammates to secure the kills, embodying the role of a supportive Rek'Sai, dedicated to accumulating advantages for his allies in the early to mid-game. Despite achieving kills, Gu Xing refrained from claiming any for himself, selflessly passing them all to his teammates. Jack, gliding forward with an effortless grace, delivered 2 shots that felled his former comrade. Nice, you Wenba exclaimed, laughter spilling forth, his mouth curving in mirth. The barrage of comments in the tournament's live stream surged dramatically. What a team player, Rek'Sai. 0 kills. Is Brother Xing suddenly opting out of securing kills for gold? Quite unusual. The Schrodinger's Brother Xing. You never know if he's a kill-hungry monster or a team-oriented map control tool today. Looks like Xiangguo enjoys being a follower. Does Candy not realize how he has been exploited? This is hilarious. Thinking a flash would allow reckless invasions. Let us see if Brother Xing teaches you a lesson. With a 0-for-2 exchange, RNG suffered a significant setback. Heartbroken, Xiangguo realized that his tailing had cost him dearly. Moreover, Smeb, having cleared the top lane minion wave, teleported to the bottom lane, seemingly intent on collaborating with his teammates to secure the first blood turret. Wawa shook his head in disbelief, realizing that VG had seized the momentum entirely. VG's accelerated pace struck with ferocity, catching RNG off guard. With insufficient vision and personnel in the lower half of the map, they could only watch helplessly as Rumble's teleport landed, initiating the demolition with his abilities reaching a boiling point. Warning, Uzi felt himself approaching a critical state as well. Why was VG deviating from the expected strategy? He had pressured Jack for so long, yet Gu Xing had come down to the bottom lane twice, granting you Wenba 2 kills. In the end, Lucian was even more affluent than him. How could this be? The formidable Bobby relentlessly hammered the turret with his drill, effortlessly dismantling the unprotected structure alongside Rek'Sai and Lucian. Luciu felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Earlier, he had mocked Candy's reckless tailing, only for VG to seize the opportunity and snowball. Now, the tables had turned, and Xiangguo found this difficult to accept. The defenses painstakingly established around the jungle were obliterated in an instant by VG. With RNG's outer turret now in ruins, Xiangguo dared not contemplate what would follow. As a side note, EDG is not fixated on Juanjia. If they simply elevate Jiejia today, we could easily add 3,000 words. All blame goes to the EDG coaching staff. The familiar decisive match featuring LeBlanc and Sivir feels predestined. 6K, 113W. Due to the upcoming bubble matches, updates have been less frequent. However, with no matches scheduled for the latter half of this month, the 270K mark should be secure. 281, a tale of 2 extremes. Both Jack and Smeb's core damage outputs have flourished impressively. Considering the situation from RNG's disadvantaged perspective inevitably stirs concern, especially regarding Lucian, who, once equipped mid-game, will exert tremendous pressure on the front line. After the recent enhancements to Lucien, the optimal build now revolves around the combination of Blade of the Ruined King and Black Cleaver. In the mid-game phase, having 1 or 2 items can be exceedingly potent, as multiple instances of armor penetration coupled with percentage-based damage render tanks as fragile as paper. Furthermore, Xiangguo's follow-up strategy appears to falter, as Wawa notes. The situation seems rather precarious for RNG. The drawbacks of this strategy are glaringly apparent. Any misstep could lead to total ruin, much like what transpired with Candy in the past. Now, Xiangguo seems to be repeating the same errors. Lu Shiyu has finally come to comprehend the strengths and weaknesses of his starvation strategy. While it does exhibit considerable power in the early to mid-game, the issues are equally pronounced. Firstly, as Wawa pointed out, there is a lack of margin for error. Secondly, the development is exceedingly poor. The starvation approach relies on the experience catch-up mechanism to compensate for the level deficit in the jungle. However, The number of camps cleared is woefully insufficient. It is worth noting that Gu Xing's performance in this match has not involved dirty farming. It has solely been about clearing jungle camps. In an effort to manipulate the experience catch-up mechanism, Xiangwu deliberately cleared the more abundant camps, such as the stone beetle and the sharp beak. Even so, merely 10 minutes into the game, he finds himself trailing Gu Xing by 28 minions. This starkly illustrates the extent to which Lu Xiyu has neglected the jungle. Xiangguo's economy on Rengar has fallen below the average level of all players in the match, only marginally surpassing that of support players Xiao Ming and Xiao Duan. In the current meta, beefy junglers can snowball effectively, relying on their economic and level advantages to bolster their combat prowess. Lu Xiyu currently lacks even a warrior jungling item. In contrast, Gu Xing boasts multiple assists and the first blood tower's economic benefit. If he recklessly ventures into VG's jungle to pursue Xianggu, Rek'Sai is unlikely to show leniency, confidently challenging him in a duel while absorbing damage from jungle camps. With the current build of the jungle item and a full suite of tank items, Rek'Sai has few rivals in head-to-head encounters. The graver concern is that Gu Xing may even turn the tide and invade RNG's jungle, leveraging his level and economic superiority to continuously harass Rengar and further extend the snowball effect. Lu Xiyu has only one path left: to persist with the starvation strategy and initiate a gank. Attempting to make up for the early deficit through jungle farming at this stage is virtually unrealistic. Xianggu must gamble on his ability to secure kills to catch up in development. As Rengar's ultimate comes off cooldown, he plans to seek out mid lane Lulu, who is now smiling, while Xianggu sets his sights on Kuro for the kill. Smeb's Rumble is currently farming beneath the bottom tower, while the duo in the top lane, bolstered by Braum's protective shield, proves exceedingly difficult to eliminate. In contrast, the mid lane Lulu, lacking flash, is indeed a more vulnerable target. The golden lion's gaze once more hovers over the purple-skinned garlic. Kuro promptly decides to summon assistance. "Save me." Gu Xing's response is swift: "I'm right behind you. Just hold on." The calmness in his voice reassures Kuro. In the instant Rengar lunges at him, he activates his R, Wild Growth, to bolster his health and knock back the aggressor. Subsequently, he applies the polymorph to Rengar, preventing Xianggu from executing his initial damage output upon landing. Little Tiger shifts the doll above Rengar's head. R command, Shockwave. Without the ability to flash or any means of displacement, Lulu's sole recourse is to cast her E-spell, Whimsy, upon herself, hoping to mitigate the damage she endures. Having reached level 9, her second level E provides a substantial shield, allowing her to withstand the damage from Orianna's ultimate ability. The urgent commentary from the casters reverberates throughout the venue. After recovering from his sheep form, Karsa finds his damage lacking. The inherent risks of the starvation strategy become strikingly apparent. Bereft of sufficient equipment, Rek'Sai lacks the necessary output capacity. After being struck by Karsa, Lulu is left with just under half her health. Brother Gung rushes in from behind, his voice ringing out. Rek'Sai has already donned his mercury treads, sprinting at an impressive speed. Gu Xing had previously speculated on how Karsa would attempt to turn the tide, surmising that his opponent would be too apprehensive to venture into the jungle and would instead seek to ambush in lane. Uncertain of his adversary's movements, Gu Xing positions himself near the mid lane, ensuring he can respond swiftly, regardless of where the ambush occurs. RNG's mid-jungle duo remains resolute, intent on eliminating Kuro. Karsa fights valiantly, aware that his life holds little value at this juncture. Sacrificing himself to bolster Xiaohu's economy is indeed RNG's optimal path to resurgence. With their initial advantage, the mid-jungle duo has severely weakened Lulu, allowing Xiaohu to execute Kuro with a final combination of QW from Orianna. However, Gu Xing sends Karsa soaring into the air, his claws viciously tearing through Rek'Sai's form. A one-for-one exchange. Initially, the casters perceive this trade favorably, as the jungler's exchange for the mid laner is acceptable for RNG. Yet, there are differing opinions, as the jungle is poised to be thoroughly swept clean by Gu Xing. Karsa has left behind the F6 and the Stone Beetle, originally intending to clear these camps later when he fell behind in levels, hoping to trigger the experience catch-up mechanism. This recent death ensures that the upper jungle will be entirely ravaged by Rek'Sai. Gu Xing remains perplexed by the execution of Karsa's starvation strategy, but is resolute in his understanding. Clearing all of the enemy's jungle camps is paramount. Without any monsters to farm, it is implausible to gain experience out of thin air, is it not? Karsa bites his lip in frustration, acutely aware that this trade will only exacerbate his already precarious position in the jungle. Yet, Lu Shiyu has no choice but to take such risks. He refuses to succumb to despair while even the faintest glimmer of hope remains. He would rather stand and fight than kneel in defeat. Liu and Hao, this match is relying on you. Karsa glances toward the mid lane. Xiaohu appears burdened by immense pressure, his demeanor somber. After departing from the mid lane, Gu Xing heads upward, taking the opportunity to threaten Uzi. The RNG duo can only retreat beneath their tower. The casters observe the shivering ash within the outer tower, casting a glance at Uzi beneath the camera's gaze, pondering how the little dog can even play under such circumstances. Uzi is currently filled with discontent. While it is acceptable that his jungler does not cater to him, given the challenging synergy between Ashe and Karma alongside Rek'Sai, he wonders why the opposing jungler continuously harasses him without any support from his teammates. He remains far from his first completed item, while Jack's Lucian has already acquired the blade of the ruined king. How to proceed from here? Yuzu's anger grew, his face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of the legendary Guan Yu. Brother Xing momentarily refrained from hunting jungle monsters, instead seeking to initiate a turret dive against the RNG duo. Having discerned Gu Xing's intentions, it appeared there was indeed a feasible approach. Currently, Brahm's resilience was remarkably high. The effectiveness of a support's equipment largely hinged upon the assists and kills he managed to accumulate. The assists he garnered, coupled with the gold provided by the relic shield, enabled him to acquire the burning gem. Under the protection of the anti-theft gate, he truly embodied an astonishing level of tankiness. With no other option, RNG was compelled to have Let Me utilize his teleport to safeguard the duo. Gu Xing awaited Let Me's arrival before returning to the jungle to farm safely. In his perspective, Titan's teleport translated to an offensive opportunity. The threat posed by our deep sea impact was indeed formidable, effortlessly allowing him to coordinate with teammates to secure kills. Forcing Let Me to teleport effectively nullified the enemy's chances of a comeback. As the formidable Boppy, Song Jinghao lacked the ability to interrupt the TP and was thus compelled to permit Titan's departure from the bot lane. He pushed the minion wave forward before placing vision in RNG's lower jungle. Smeb, anticipating that Xiangguo would venture to the lower half of the map post-respawn, proactively set up vision to monitor the enemy's movements. Lu Shiyu was still some distance from level 9, and without an upgraded scanner, he lacked the capacity to clear out the jungle vision. The lion dog, accompanied by the clockwork, aimed to seize the opportunity to take the dragon while Xinggu was busy counter-jungling in the upper region. Xiangguo was now merely a tool for map control. He had already devised a strategy for the upcoming team fight, intending to enter with the clockwork's ball, cut into the formation, and utilize his double W for healing, accepting death if necessary. Lu Shiyu contemplated his next move when suddenly a rocket rained down. Smeb's ultimate descended like a torrential storm, sealing off the dragon pit. Remembering his eloquent speech and commanding voice, Kuro arrived at the dragon pit as the mid and top laners executed a successful encirclement. The vision previously established by Song Jinghao proved invaluable, allowing them to detect Xiangguo's movements ahead of time, drawing the freshly revived Kuro into the fray to ambush the enemy. Rumble's ultimate dealt devastating damage. RNG's mid and jungle could not withstand it. Not to mention the infernal dragon within the pit was relentlessly unleashing its fury, diminishing both players' health. With gritted teeth, Xiangguo urged Liu and Hao to flee swiftly, while he remained to continue securing the dragon. Little Tiger had long desired to withdraw. Upon hearing Xiangguo's command, he wasted no time in escaping. When Smeb hurled his harpoon at him, Little Tiger had no choice but to use flash to evade the skill, or he would easily succumb to Rumble's flames. Now left alone in the dragon pit, Xiangguo barely managed to turn his flash in time, leaving him at the mercy of the enemy. Song Jinghao turned back to join Kuro in attacking the lion dog. Unfortunately, Rengar's double W, War Roar, was excessively resilient, allowing Xiangguo to hang on until the infernal dragon was on the brink of death, ultimately securing it with a final smite. The kill on the lion dog went to Rumble, leaving RNG at a disadvantage. Remembering in anguish, Xiangguo had perished consecutively twice, resulting in a significant gap in levels. At present, Lu Shiyu finds himself devoid of any opportunity to utilize the experience compensation mechanism. Gu Xing has effectively immobilized the upper quadrant of the map. In the lower quadrant, Xianghua is left with merely two camps, the Three Wolves and the Swamp Frog. Even if he clears them thoroughly, he can only garner an additional 120 experience points, given the increasingly arduous nature of leveling up in the mid-game. Such a meager compensation is tantamount to a drop in the ocean. Xingge leads by 2 levels and currently roams freely in the jungle, enjoying a state of unrestrained dominance. Wawa speaks volubly, noting that among RNG's 5 positions, only Xiao maintains a leading edge. Thus the team's hopes of success rest solely upon him. With Zero's Oriana and a mere 157 minions at the 15-minute mark, Li Yuanhao undeniably embodies the core of the team. However, VG offers him no opportunities whatsoever. Jack's W ability, the Fervent Shot, is unleashed. Activating his ultimate to pressure opponents' health bars, Lucian has begun to showcase his formidable prowess. The output of our Sacred Gun Baptism is beyond what RNG's fragile duo can withstand. As Xiao Ming's ultimate is on cooldown, he remains vigilant, observing the depleted R ability in Karma's status bar. He grants Uzi the acceleration effect of his E skill, but at a personal cost. One by one, the silver bullets deplete Karma's health. Once the movement speed bonus from Fervent Shot is triggered, Lucian exhibits an audacious flair. Jack's ability to capitalize on advantages far surpasses that of other ADCs. He seizes every opportunity to inflict damage. Uzi attempts to ensnare Lucian with his magical crystal arrow, yet Xiao Ming's timely intervention, leaping in front of the Marksman to absorb the ultimate, proves effective. Yu Wenba nearly sweeps the entire area. Were it not for Uzi's timely heal that saved Xiao Ming, it's likely that Karma, with 70 health, would have been outright eliminated. The stalemate in the top lane is shattered, forcing the support to retreat, and Uzi is compelled to relinquish the outer tower. During this time, Gu Xing has not been idle. He ventures to disrupt Xiaohu. After confirming that Xianghua has not caught up in levels for quite some time, Gu Xing deduces that the root of the problem lies with that group of stone beetles. As long as he vigilantly monitors the jungle and prevents Xianghua from easily farming, he can begin to snowball. With his mind at ease, he proceeds to the mid lane to clear the minion wave, strategically positioning himself to hinder Xiaohu's ability to farm freely. It is only when Xianghua is drawn to the lane by Xiaohu's assistance that he feels satisfied. Gu Xing is acutely aware that RNG's only hope lies in Oriana executing a game-changing ultimate. Consequently, his primary focus is to restrict Oriana's influence. Forcing Xianghua to guard the mid lane aligns perfectly with Gu Xing's strategy. This compels Xiaohu to share the minion experience with Xianghua, making it exceedingly difficult for Oriana to gain a significant level advantage over the entire match. Thus, Li Yuanhao's impact is considerably diminished. Furthermore, binding Xianghua to the mid lane with Xiaohu allows for greater freedom of action in both side lanes. Gu Xing possesses unwavering confidence in his teammates. The crux lies in RNG's composition, which lacks any combat capability against VG in the absence of a jungler. The Frost Queen Karma in the top lane emphasizes a strategy of attrition. In a direct confrontation, they are evidently outmatched by VG's duo. Moreover, Jack has been generously supplied with 2 early kills in the first tower, allowing his equipment to reach its peak. In the bottom lane, Letme's Titan faces off against Rumble. In an evenly matched game, the Titan becomes Rumble's plaything in the mid-game. The primary output skill, Surging Tide, fails to even shatter Rumble's shield. Any attempt to trade blows results in relentless pursuit. With the side lanes failing to break the deadlock and the jungle being stifled, RNG finds itself in a stagnant state. The rhythm of the game is entirely in the hands of Xingge, who determines when to conclude the match based on his readiness to freeze the game. As we approach the final stage of the transition period, the duo relocates to the mid lane, while the mid laner heads to the top lane to farm. Gu Xing flourishes in this environment. Lucian and Braum firmly establish control over the mid lane, with a well-timed ultimate. A combination of Holy Gun Baptism can severely damage the opponents while simultaneously pressuring the jungle. With the duo's assistance, Gu Xing merely needs to keep a close watch on Xiaohu to ensure success. Positioned in the upper half of the map, he also keeps an eye on the opposing stone beetle, denying Xianghua the opportunity to catch up in levels. RNG soon realizes that continuing to prolong the game equates to a slow demise. They seek to create an opportunity to turn the tides. With the pivotal moment resting on Letme's teleportation, the Titan rushes from the bottom lane to the top, intending to seize an opportunity with his lock-on. The Deep Sea Charge sends Gu Xing soaring into the air, followed by the Clockwork's ultimate, a series of controls that appear quite daunting. Yet, that is all there is to it. Gu Xing has already acquired a spirit visage, and coupled with his earlier Mercury treads, his magic resistance has reached its peak. Under Lulu's protection, he withstands RNG's initial onslaught. Xing Gu retreats while dodging the subsequent magic from the Clockwork's ultimate, and RNG is resolute in their pursuit, determined to eliminate Rek'Sai. However, RNG soon pays a price for this aggressive chase. Smeb, teleporting from behind, unleashes our thermal burn. With the torment of Liandry's anguish and dual penetration at hand, Rumble's ultimate damage can only be described as terrifying. Xiaohu attempts to kill Xing Gu, but Duke arrives just in time. After gaining lane control, Duke's support arrives swiftly. Utilizing the explosive fruit from RNG's red zone, he reaches the battlefield ahead of Ming. With a flash forward, W stand firm, blocks the Clockwork's magic. This moment ignites the atmosphere among the spectators, with cheers resonating throughout the arena. Duke's Braum is indeed formidable. The audience expresses their admiration, as the critically wounded Xing Gu is safeguarded. The sudden outbreak of team fighting leaves no room for suspense. Even as Ming arrives to provide a collective shield with RE for the retreat, it cannot withstand the crowd control capabilities of Braum and Lulu. Ultimately, Smeb effortlessly secures a double kill, leaving only Ming to escape alone. Rumble is on the verge of invincibility, and he aims to acquire a Zhonya's hourglass to enhance his margin for error. RNG cannot hope to eliminate this Rumble. A well-formed Smeb soon makes RNG acquainted with true suffering. In the 24-minute Baron team fight, Gu Xing burrows through the tunnel and flashes directly into the enemy formation. Kuros Lulu immediately follows up with her ultimate. The enlarged Rek'Sai sends 3 enemies soaring into the air. With a resolute shield raised, Long advanced forward, unleashing our Glacial Rift to follow up with control. In an instant, 3 heroes from RNG soared into the sky. The damage from Rumble's ultimate rained down. What extraordinary output! The excitement was palpable as Dahl couldn't help but exclaim. In a fleeting moment, the health of the 3 RNG champions plummeted by half. The damage wrought by the trio of items on the towering Poppy was simply insurmountable for RNG. The searing rockets combined with the effects of Glacial Rift created a spectacle reminiscent of a clash between ice and fire. RNG was obliterated, leaving only Uzi and Xiaohu's dual carries retreating, yet Jack's follow-up output held them in place. Yuwenbao flashed forward, executing a slide and utilizing the active effect of the Blade of the Ruined King to ensnare Xiaohu. Although he was instantly annihilated by Li Yuanhao's ultimate, the fate of Xiaohu was sealed. Lulu's shining spear followed up with a slow, while Xing Gu launched his ultimate, soaring into RNG's red zone from behind. The emerging Rek'Sai sealed the escape route for RNG's dual carries. Rumble flashed into barbecue, unceremoniously claiming 2 heads. For kills for Smeb. He was so exhilarated that his face flushed crimson. VG was poised to attempt a decisive end to the match. There was no need to secure the Baron, as they pressed forward with a wave of cannon minions from the top lane. As VG approached the enemy's outer tower, RNG's jungle, top, and support players were just reviving. They exerted every effort to limit their opponents, but all 3 lacked any damage, helplessly watching their own nexus be dismantled. In direct confrontation, the jungle experienced catch-up mechanism. Gu Xing cheerfully returned to the lounge with his teammates, only to hear his coaching staff explain the inexplicable level boost of Xianghua in the early game. Indeed, he primarily focused on controlling levels by clearing camps containing multiple jungle monsters, particularly around the stone golem and the sharp beak. Li Jixuan adjusted his glasses and quietly explained to him that one must pay close attention to controlling the rhythm and not allow Xianghua to succeed in his shenanigans again. So that was it. Gu Xing took the tablet and observed the patch notes for version 69. He had nearly forgotten the irrelevant updates from a year ago. To his surprise, Xianghua possessed such capabilities, rummaging through the nooks and crannies to devise new tactics, truly a leader of the underdogs. It was no wonder the opposing team had been vocal about teaching him a lesson. They indeed had the capital to back it up. However, despite appearing formidable, there were still drawbacks. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xing replied, "How can one execute jungle strategies without economic advantage? Although he had learned a wealth of map control and jungle lane synergy techniques from top-tier herbivorous junglers Ming and Gu Xing did not merely replicate their methods. He had his own understanding. Due to his exceptional insight into the game's dynamics in the early stages, he often established advantages before others could. Consequently, Gu Xing had grown accustomed to implementing various strategies when in possession of an economic upper hand. He believed that once a jungler fails to establish economic advantage in the jungle, it becomes exceedingly challenging to exert influence during the landing phase or in mid to late game team fights. It is no wonder Gu Xing felt this way. From last summer to the World Championship, and now into this spring season, the prevailing trend in the arena has been carnivorous junglers or jungle-centric strategies. Both categories of jungle players invariably require a financial advantage to effectively snowball their lead. Gu Xing has ascended to the pinnacle of global jungle players thanks to this very momentum, embodying a distinctive style. Hence, he does not fully comprehend the core of the starvation strategy. How can one achieve victory without a flourishing jungle? Although Gu Xing acknowledges that the philosophy behind Xiaoguo's starvation approach is rather avant-garde, it nonetheless caught him off guard. To counter his opponent, it is imperative to secure control over the two camps of stone beetles and beak birds. Following the solution proposed by Lord Ho, Gu Xing contemplates the remaining camps. Yet, even if the experience catch-up mechanism is triggered, it would bear little fruit. The challenge lies in the fact that there are 4 suitable camps within both jungles. Even if Gu Xing manages to disrupt the enemy's jungle, he must remain vigilant against Xiaoguo's potential retaliatory incursions for resource exchanges. In the previous match, Gu Xing was able to stifle Lu Shiyu's starvation rhythm due to the substantial advantage gained from a brief support in VG's jungle and his teammates on the lane. Under such circumstances, Xiaoguo struggles to retaliate in VG's jungle, while Gu Xing can unabashedly control RNG's camps. However, he cannot always rely on his opponent's blunders and his own flawless execution to achieve the most ideal outcome. Li Zhixuan is acutely aware of the challenges at hand and turns to seek assistance from his teammates, urging them to remain vigilant about jungle coordination during the landing phase. Smeb, fixated on the television screen, gestures to indicate he has no issues after listening to Lord Ho's words. The screen displays the MVP voting results from the previous match, where he secured the club's 2,000 yuan bounty with a stunning performance, achieving 4 kills in the final team fight. With an output ratio of 344 and a gold lead of 5,500, his average damage reached an impressive 998. Song Jinghao has now begun to relish the rewards of aiding the jungler. How did he amass such wealth in the last match? Gu Xing had hardly provided him with any substantial support against Let Me. Instead, Song Jinghao ventured into the jungle on his own, where he encountered the spicy hot pot and ultimately transformed himself into a formidable force. Given the benefits, why wouldn't he pursue this? If we win today, I shall treat everyone to barbecue with the prize money, Smeb generously declared. Upon hearing about the feast, Jack, who had been slumped against his chair, immediately perked up. Old Gu, you must lend a hand to the bottom lane. Yu Wenbo implored. Didn't my buddy perform decently in the last match? Surely, he didn't squander your assistance? It was average, Gu Xing replied candidly, but I was quite startled when you charged in with your E-ability. In the final team fight, Jack dashed forward, only to be snatched into the air by Xiao Hu's puppet, resulting in an instant demise that amplified the drama. Jack's face flushed, yet he stubbornly retorted, Bro, that's called sacrificing oneself to save others. Do you understand? This statement holds truth. Had he not lured Xiao Hu with his body, the opponent would not have been ensnared by the decaying slow effect. You chased down the advantage quicker than anyone else. Can't you exhibit a bit more restraint as an ADC? Duan Delion complained. Although his reaction time is commendable, he often struggles to keep pace with Jack's aggressive advances. Frequently, as Yu Wenbo exclaims, look at me, he charges headlong into the enemy formation. Duan Deliang found himself quite frustrated by the explosive playstyle of his teammate Eddie, akin to a self-destructing truck. Previously, he had partnered with the formidable Imp and Endless. Yet they paled in comparison to Jack. With such a temperament, Li Jia had no choice but to accept the situation. Jack defended himself, questioning whether they preferred an ADC who, after consuming resources in team fights, remained hidden, only dealing 4 or 5 auto attacks in a single engagement. After careful contemplation, Duan Diliang chose to compromise, urging Jack to continue his aggressive approach, as they could not withstand the presence of someone solely focused on resource acquisition without inflicting damage. The primary mission of a marksman is to deal damage. Aside from his limited edition demise, Jack's output was generally reliable, boasting an impressive average of 700 points as the spring split approached its conclusion, ranking first among all positions in the region. Kuro vividly recalled the moment of Yu Wenba's untimely demise, recounting various iconic moments while relishing the defeat of their opponents. The VG lounge was filled with an atmosphere of joy, which persisted until the players returned to the stage. In the backstage corridor, they encountered RNG players, who appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. Xiang Guo was mumbling something, while the ever-supportive Xiaohu occasionally nodded in agreement, donning tactical goggles. Uzi had momentarily emerged from his state of despair, yet he felt utterly constrained in the previous match. Gu Xing's relentless ganks and rapid transitions from the upper to the lower lanes left Uzi with scant opportunities to engage in direct confrontation with VG's duo. Without a lane to contest, Uzi was deprived of utilizing his most potent weapon to suppress his adversaries, which incited a fury within him. His gaze at the VG players was filled with indignation, particularly directed at Gu Xing, whom he seemed to wish to pierce with his stare. Gu Xing, with his heightened awareness, immediately sensed the scrutiny and turned to see Uzi wearing a tortured expression while still managing a bright wave of greeting. It appeared that the intensity of the first game's ganks had not been sufficient. He thought to himself how he would orchestrate Uzi's downfall in the upcoming moments. The two commentators, brimming with enthusiasm, faced the camera once more as the second game was about to commence. It must be noted that despite the personnel changes, VG's dominance had remained unshaken, continuing to lead the league with authority. The analysts spoke eloquently, particularly praising the top lane core, Smeb, whose carry potential was truly extraordinary. The former Long Gu exuded an aura of stability, reminiscent of a steadfast mountain, embodying resilience forged through countless trials, making him the team's most dependable shield. In contrast, Smeb, who joined VG this year, brought an added touch of aggression. Among LPL's top laners, there were scarcely any who could match his prowess in one-on-one encounters. When the former finals MVP, Ma Huan, joined LGD, he did not evoke such a formidable impression. Upon hearing Dade's words, he jokingly remarked that one should consult with Xinga and the coach, as Ma Huan, playing Rumble, seemed to inspire his teammates to rush forward like a frenzy. Who could withstand that? The optimistic team of 2016 had yet to show their true colors. They had learned a hard lesson from the previous year with the blue-collar top laner, Gu, and consequently spent a considerable sum to acquire Ma Huan, hoping he could stand on his own. Alas, the strategy failed. After the jungle was reassigned to the Jungle King, he struggled to comprehend how to assist Ma Huan, who faced communication barriers. When Dandy was brought in during the summer, the team found itself embroiled in conflicts between Wei Shun and management, leading to the forced introduction of the Mage King. Thus, both jungle and mage royalty converged. LGD seemed almost too fortunate to deserve the services of such talents. The entire team became reliant on Ma Huan to carry the matches, leading LGD to a complete collapse that summer. One could only conclude that acquiring Ma Huan was one of the most regrettable transactions in LPL history. After an entire year, they failed to secure even a spot in the play-in tournament, resulting in a catastrophic downfall for the optimistic team. In contrast, VG's utilization of Smeb was remarkably astute. They seamlessly integrated the structure of the former Tiger team, allowing the more adaptable Gu Xing to adjust to Smeb. Thus far, their tactical assistance has proven exceedingly successful. Smeb's explosive damage as Rumble in the previous match was undoubtedly aided by the opponent's laxity. It was evident that RNG's care for the top lane was woefully inadequate, as Let Me languished under pressure to develop. Yin Juanza, seated with his headset adjusted, fell into a state of despondency. He indeed bore the brunt of the blame. The opposing Rumble's ability to develop into an invincible form inevitably placed some responsibility on Let Me. Primarily, Yin Juanza was somewhat intimidated. During the opening match, he was nearly driven to despair by the relentless training from VG's jungler and top laner, leaving him with significant psychological scars. From that moment on, Let Me shied away from direct confrontations with Smeb, fearing another bout of assistance from Gu Xing. Hesitant and timid, he played Thresh merely to secure last hits, never daring to initiate trades. In the previous match, Let Me managed a paltry 953 damage, falling short even of the support, Braum, ranking at the bottom among the 10 players. and his damage was several times less than that of Rumble. When the damage stats were revealed, they ignited a flurry of uproar in the live broadcast chat. In this moment, the commentators pointed out the underlying issues, inciting fervent discussions in the chat. I'm dying of laughter. Thresh played like a pig. It's truly pathetic. With a top laner like this, RNG will struggle even in the league, let alone at the World Championship. To be honest, losing to Smeb isn't shameful, but can't we show a bit of backbone and confront him head-on? Laughing hard. The last player to clash with Smeb, 957, was completely overwhelmed. Aren't you afraid of ending your career? Just as the barrage of comments continued unabated, a galvanizing metallic clang echoed once more. The second game's draft phase began. Dade straightened his posture, ready for action, as RNG took the blue side and promptly banned Varus. Redmi has relegated the male gunner to the ban position. These are the two most formidable characters in version 75, and their prohibition is entirely justified. RNG, in a second decision, has opted to ban Qiyana, demonstrating their apprehension towards Xing's signature jungle damage output capability. The primary concern lies with Xianghua, who wishes to experiment once more with a starvation strategy. He seldom farms the jungle, making his own territory susceptible to Qiyana's mark. Furthermore, with Qiyana's range advantage, pursuing opponents could become perilous. Thus, the ban is the wisest choice. VG continues to ban Shun, mirroring their initial draft strategy. It is crucial to recognize this similarity. However, the subsequent trajectory diverges entirely. Controversy arises within RNG. Yanjuanza insists, trust me, if I select Kayn, I will directly gank top lane, with Lu Xiyu responding resolutely, as long as your secondary connects, he is bound to perish. Let me purses his lips. Wahoo, clad in a crisp white shirt, inquires about his teammates' opinions from behind the players' seats. Juanza, what are your thoughts? Let me hesitates, grappling with uncertainty. Don't be timid. Xianguo admonishes in a tone tinged with frustration. The more you fear him, the more he will take advantage of you. He is quite displeased with the temperament of their top laner. Xianguo believes that a top-tier top laner should be akin to the former Looper, capable of both enduring and dealing damage, adept in both offense and defense. The sudden substitution of Let Me has left him somewhat unsettled. Fine, Yanjuanza grits his teeth in agreement, then repeatedly urges his teammates, Lu Xiyu, you must come. How would I survive without you? Upon witnessing their top laner's firm decision to select Kayn, Huahu chooses to ban the counter option, Poppy. The decision to ban Poppy is rather conspicuous, and Redmi quickly discerns their opponent's intent. However, he refrains from reciprocating with a ban on Kayn, deeming it unnecessary. Redmi does not perceive Letme's prowess with Kayn as particularly exceptional. After all, Smeb can withstand it. He proceeds to ban Uzi's Ash. The blue side RNG swiftly secures Kayn. Wawa's eyes gleam with excitement as he exclaims, what comes around, goes around, and Letme is determined to prove himself. In the opening match, alongside the recently concluded skirmish, Yanjuanza has exclusively utilized Nautilus. In this round, he finally begins to venture into other champions, igniting anticipation among RNG fans. Although Letme's individual skill may not stand out, he has long claimed to be a Kayn specialist. Surely, he possesses a modicum of skill? VG wastes no time, promptly locking in Lucian and Braum. Remembering their previous successful bottom lane duo of Jack and Xiao Duan, this choice presents no issues. Now, the most formidable bottom lane duo has been secured by VG. Regardless of what combination RNG opts for subsequently, they will find it impossible to gain an advantage in early to mid-game skirmishes. Huahu is acutely aware of this. Therefore, he refrains from selecting a champion for Uzi, instead opting for Lee Sin and Lulu, a top-tier jungler paired with a versatile mid-support. In the final selection of the first round, Remember suddenly raises his voice, revealing Fiora. Is Smeb also joining in? The child cried out with fervor, eager to engage in a fierce confrontation with Letme, seeking a moment of intense rivalry. He relentlessly cultivated a tense atmosphere, aiming to elevate the stakes of this pivotal battle. The camera panned to the two top laners. Song Jinghao was squinting with delight, playfully tugging at his VG Racing jacket's long sleeves while sharing laughter with his teammates. In stark contrast, Letme appeared palpably anxious, acutely aware of the implications of the duel between Fiora and Camille. The clash between these two aggressive, split-pushing top laners promised to be nothing short of bloody. Furthermore, Letme faced one of the world's premier top laners from the previous year. If he were to falter, His hand resting on the mouse trembled slightly, betraying his nerves as though he were devoid of feedback. Sensing her teammate's unease, Xiangguo attempted to offer reassurance, urging him to remain calm and play normally, assuring him that all would be well. Yet, the power of words felt somewhat feeble in that moment. Yin Juanzi, feeling uncertain, sought solace by continuously sipping water to distract himself. In the second round of the ban phase, VG targeted Uzi, sending both Caitlyn and Kog'Maw, characters in which he had demonstrated considerable proficiency, to the ban list. RNG focused on Xing, banning out the duo of Lee Sin and Elise, renowned for their aggressive jungle styles. At this juncture, Dahl raised an eyebrow, questioning whether it would not be wiser to target Xing's Rek'Sai instead. Perhaps it was due to the realization that Rek'Sai's late-game combat effectiveness was rather lackluster. He recalled that RNG had successfully executed half of their strategy against Xing in the first game, though they ultimately faltered at the final hurdle, believing they could adapt. As VG, in the red side, prepared to select a champion for Gu Xing, they intended to grant him the first pick. This would allow Kuro to choose a counter-champion based on the opponent's revealed Lulu. Do you think we should still go with Rek'Sai? Hongmi inquired. Standing behind Gu Xing rested his chin on his hand, contemplating the team compositions. I think we should go with Trundle. He seems like a better choice. He responded thoughtfully. After careful consideration, Hongmi concurred with his assessment. The commentators observed VG's champion selection with some surprise. A jungle Trundle? It had been quite some time since they had seen Xing opt for that champion. The last appearance dated back to the S6 World Championship, where Xing had effectively utilized Trundle in conjunction with Jin's crowd control. Reflecting on Gu Xing's thoughts, they acknowledged it was indeed a solid choice. Given the current jungle respawn rate, Trundle no longer required the same emphasis on building Tiamat to enhance his farming efficiency. Tiamat, while relatively inexpensive at 1,200 gold, could significantly impact a player's power in professional play, where even a few hundred gold could create noticeable disparities in strength. With the jungle monsters now respawning every 150 seconds, this was undoubtedly a boon for Trundle. Moreover, with the current meta dominated by tank champions, Trundle proved to be effective against them. However, in this match, he wouldn't have the upper hand, as both teams fielded fighter top laners. As the discussion progressed, the excitement grew. Yet Trundle's prowess in one-on-one duels in the jungle remained unquestionable. Previously, his absence from competitive play stemmed from the state of the meta. The jungle environment had undergone a dramatic transformation since the S6 World Championship. Although the meta is dominated by carnivorous junglers, the once prominent troll, Olaf, has faded into obscurity with the shifting landscape. Characters like Kha'Zix, with their unparalleled agility, find it exceedingly simple to kite the troll. However, following recent nerfs to penetration items and various stats, Kha'Zix has been relegated to the depths, allowing the troll to once again be overshadowed by the formidable gunner. In matchups against Gunner, Trundle stands little chance. As long as the latter saves his slide to traverse ice pillars, the troll will never lay a finger on him. Presently, Gu Xing can select the troll solely because Gunner has been banned, and he has already secured the lion dog, thus granting him the freedom of choice. Within the RNG player booth, Xianggu's gaze sharpened instinctively upon spotting the troll, sensing an unsettling development. Lu Xiyu, having limited knowledge of the troll as a jungler, recalled a previous mention. The first time this champion was utilized was by Hajin from the Tigers, purely for novelty. The second instance was when Gu Xing selected the troll during the semi-finals against ROX. Notably, RNG had already been eliminated in the quarterfinals and returned home for the off-season. Xianggu had not practiced the troll at all, and with Trundle unable to take the stage for various reasons, he was left to rely entirely on his instincts during the match. Gu Xing, with a playful demeanor, glanced over at his mid laner, teasingly asking if they might make the opponents relive the agony of their S6 semi-final defeat. Kuro, recalling that painful memory, donned a mask of suffering. Can we not bring up S6? You are just reopening old wounds. He complained in his somewhat halting Chinese. Just crush the opponents. Don't mention us. Gu Xing confidently removed his racing jacket, flexed his wrists, and boldly proclaimed, "Watch me smash the opposition with my mighty club." As the banter continued, RNG finalized their selections for the 4th and 5th picks, Karma and Ezreal. Were RNG still wavering? The astonished commentary from Wawa reflected their disbelief that the team was reluctant to reveal their complete roster until the very last moment. Regardless, the support duo would certainly consist of either Lulu or Karma. ensuring lane control no matter who took the mid lane role. The two slippery support options would boast remarkable wave-clear efficiency in the early to mid-game, equipped with shields and poke abilities, making trades highly favorable. The potential to pose significant challenges to VG was evident, leaving Kuro to ponder which champion he would choose to counter. Li Jixuan paced in the background, suggesting that Lulu should be the mid laner, as her synergy with Lion Dog would provide significant crowd control with her ultimate. Homie agreed with this assessment, proposing a champion with swift wave-clear capabilities, preferably one that could synergize well in combat, such as Syndra. Upon hearing the coach's inquiry, Kuro readily acquiesced, "Sure. Leave it to me." Syndra was a champion all veteran mid laners were familiar with. It merely hinged on the matter of suppressive power. Kuro felt confident he would not falter against the little tiger. After locking in Syndra, RNG aimed to deceive VG by switching the roles of their mid and support champions. The jovial expression of Ming appeared on the big screen, eliciting cheers from the audience. However, Gu Xing and his comrades had already discerned the opponent's division of lanes. Observing the scene with a detached gaze, perceiving RNG as a mere shadow of their former self. Ultimately, as Lord Ho had surmised, RNG opted to assign Lulu to the mid lane to ensure effective synergy between the jungle and mid lane. The team compositions were thus confirmed. On the blue side, RNG featured a top lane Camille, jungle Rengar, mid lane Lulu, and bot lane Ezreal and Karma. On the red side, VG presented a top lane Fiora, jungle Trundle, mid lane Syndra, and bot lane Lucian and Braum. Both teams leaned towards a split push strategy, while Xiaowawa continued to articulate his thoughts. Nevertheless, I couldn't shake the feeling that VG's composition was somewhat disjointed. Selecting Lucian and Braum clearly indicated a focus on attacking the lower half of the map. Yet Smeb had unleashed his Fiora, creating a scenario where, unless Xing Gu could manage both side lanes, prioritizing the landing phase would prove challenging. I echoed his sentiments, noting that RNG's composition appeared to be more cohesive, with Ezreal capable of lingering in lane, providing Camille with ample opportunity for solo development in the mid to late game. He concluded with a caveat, acknowledging that ultimately, the outcome would hinge on the players' performances on stage. Perhaps VG could indeed make this composition work. Amidst the rising cheers from the audience, the scene transitioned to Summoner's Rift. Alu was truly in a state of awe. One could only say that the atmosphere was stronger and more stable, rooting for the World Championship. 6,100 words, 224W. End of chapter. As the match officially commenced, Xiaowawa finally moved past his analysis of the compositions and began focusing on the nuances of the gameplay. Neither team seemed inclined to invade early, as their abilities at level 1 were nearly equivalent. Thus, maintaining control of the jungle without engaging in conflict was indeed a more prudent choice. VG boasted the fierce presence of Braum and Syndra, while RNG countered with the inherently powerful Karma and the agile Rengar. The teams were evenly matched, and even the notoriously risk-taking Xiongguo refrained from leading his teammates into an invasion, wary of potential pitfalls. Due to the formidable strength of VG's 3 champions in the upper lane, RNG hesitated to attempt any vision strategies akin to their previous game. Xiongguo recognized that Gu Xing could always devise some unexpected maneuvers. Should the opposing team reserve a skill point and counter their invasion with Ice Pillar, the situation could turn dire. In the confined space of the jungle, Trundle's Ice Pillar was an exceptionally formidable tool. Excluding the mobile Camille, RNG's mid and top lanes would likely have to expend their summoner spells to escape. To err on the side of caution, he decided to commence the jungle in a conventional manner. Recalling the lessons from the previous match, Xiongguo urged his teammates to ensure proper vision control in the bot lane, stressing the importance of denying Trundle any opportunity to secure kills. In the last game, Gu Xing had successfully executed a mispositioning tactic to claim first blood in the bot lane, leaving Lu Xiu quite dissatisfied. Ming felt a flush of embarrassment and readily acquiesced. He sensed that he could not escape responsibility. In the first match, he had been thoroughly outplayed by Xiao Duan. Whether in roaming or team fights, the opponent had clearly surpassed them. Although he considered himself a newcomer, his partner, Uzi, was undoubtedly a seasoned veteran. The opponent possesses a multitude of fans, and every time Ming loses a match, he finds himself inundated with inquiries online. Ming is well aware that he cannot place the blame on Uzi. Instead, he must exert every effort to enhance his own skills and ensure he does not hinder his teammates. At this moment, Uzi has already dashed to the bottom lane, placing a ward in the bush near the VG's lower tower. This is a commonly employed initial ward, primarily utilized to secure an early-level advantage and assert dominance, preventing the opposing support from lurking insidiously in the bushes. Observing this, Ming's mind races with thoughts. Currently, the cooldown for trinket wards at the start of the game is a staggering 180 seconds. This implies that by the 3-minute mark, RNG's bottom lane will possess only the single ward held by him, positioned in the blue side's bottom lane to exert lane pressure. It is imperative to establish vision in the triangular bush, the area adjacent to the red side's river, and the connecting bush of the bottom lane. Clearly, a solitary ward cannot serve both purposes, rendering it impossible to control two bushes simultaneously. However, Ming is no stranger to such situations. During scrims, Uzi frequently exerts lane pressure, and Ming has become accustomed to managing it effectively. Liuanhao, could you place a ward here? He indicated the bush in the lower river area. Without hesitation, Xiaohu affirmed his response. As a Lulu, he does not fear being ambushed early on. Maintaining the ward would provide his teammates with invaluable vision information. Ming felt his spirits lift, with a ward in the lower river bush. The possibility of Gu Xing crossing the river to invade RNG's jungle and executing a surprise attack from the triangular bush is effectively thwarted. All he needs to do now is place a ward in the bush connecting the river and bottom lane, thereby sealing off all potential gank routes for VG's Trundle. Resolute in his decision, he immediately revitalized himself and partnered with Uzi for the landing phase. The lane control situation remained largely unchanged compared to the first game. RNG's composition of Ezreal and Karma is indeed a formidable one in terms of landing prowess. Despite being thoroughly outmatched at last year's World Championship, this duo has ascended to become a top-tier presence in the current damage overflow meta. Against the yet-to-reach level 3 Lucian and Braum, they dominate with impunity, wreaking havoc upon their adversaries. At 28 seconds, after helping Uzi secure the kill on the first wave of melee minions, Ming, having gained an early level 2, opted to proceed to the designated bush for vision. By the 3-minute mark, the bottom duo would possess 2 trinket wards once more. If this trend continues, they could fortify their defenses in the bottom lane to an impenetrable degree, safeguarding against any ambush from Gu Xing. Watching the ward being placed, Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. Comforting. On the other side of the stage, in the player's area, Gu Xing continued to farm in the jungle. The champion Trundle typically aims for an early level 3 to initiate ganks. Unfortunately, he severely lacks area damage. Especially when faced with the stone beetle and the sharp-beaked bird camps, his options appear quite limited. Attempting to reach level 4 for ganks seems unrealistic. Consequently, Gu Xing opted to start at his upper jungle red buff, followed by the blue buff and the magic frog, successfully clearing 3 camps and reaching level 3. His first target was set on the bottom lane. As Xiaohu envisioned, Gu Xing showed no interest in the purple-skinned garlic in the mid lane. The troll himself lacked any crowd control abilities, and relying solely on Kuro Syndra to stun the opponent with her weak displacement was evidently insufficient in terms of damage. Regarding the top lane, it goes without saying that capturing Let Me's Camille was far from realistic. Otherwise, Gu Xing would not have initiated his jungle route from the upper half to descend for farming. In his perspective, targeting Uzi was a far more sensible choice. Gu Xing had faced off against the opposing team numerous times, not to mention that his former teammate Imp was a renowned ADC, reputed for never having lost a BO5. Consequently, Gu Xing possessed a considerable understanding of Uzi's playstyle. Uzi relished pushing the lane. The more critical the decisive moment, the more aggressively he would press forward. This was Uzi's most cherished weapon, as he held unwavering confidence in his landing prowess. Although it was not yet an exceptionally crucial juncture in the game, Uzi was still attempting to assert dominance alongside Shyvana, aiming to diminish the health of the VG duo. Such a glaring opening made Gu Xing feel that neglecting the bot lane would be a disservice to himself. His teammates were also providing information through voice chat. Lulu had just moved towards the river below, likely placing a ward in the brush. Kuro witnessed Lulu hastily running downwards to ward before the arrival of the third wave of minions in mid lane, only to return shortly thereafter, allowing for a general assessment of the vision's location. It was certain that Lulu had prioritized her Q and E in the early levels to enhance her wave clear and trading efficiency. This implied that Xiaohu lacked the ability to activate W, wishful thinking, to boost his movement speed. Moreover, his mana bar showed little variation, indicating that he had not cast any spells. Gu Xing, relying on intuition, could deduce the opponent's ward placement through their rhythmic retreat. Meanwhile, Duan Deliang had previously marked the brush connecting the bot lane to the river. Xiao Ming had virtually no pretense. He had merely vanished from the bot lane, only to return 2 seconds later. One could only say it was too easy to read. Duan Deliang hardly needed to exert his intellect to surmise Xiao Ming's vision placement. With the assistance of his teammates, Gu Xing grasped the approximate vision information and promptly identified the vulnerability. The Dragon Pit. RNG's vision had sealed off the ends of the river, yet the central area of the Dragon Pit evaded their detection. Gu Xing had every reason to exploit this opportunity. What was Xing Gu up to? The moment the doll noticed something amiss, the camera shifted to the river below. Gu Xing, adorned with both buffs, appeared at the entrance of the Dragon Pit. He did not approach the freshly spawned river crab, but instead headed straight into the Dragon Pit. Oh. The doll found this perplexing, still pondering whether Xing Gu intended to steal the dragon outright. The first dragon, like the swift crab, would make its timely entrance at the 2.5-minute mark. Its attribute was water. During the landing phase, it offered exceptional value, providing a continuous source of healing for all 3 lanes. Moreover, the troll was capable of taking down such a solitary monster with his Q-chomp, alongside a health potion and smite, even at a rather precarious health threshold. The doll's speculation was entirely reasonable, remembering to follow the thoughts of his partner. He had yet to express his own views on the matter. The troll approached the wall beside the Dragon Pit, and in the next moment, a flash of golden light illuminated the scene. Xing Gu blinked onto the wall, breaching RNG's lower jungle. With a subtle hiss, he prepared to ambush the bot lane. Gu Xing's movements were fluid and seamless, clearly not a miscalculation. What cost could possibly justify the troll's premature use of his flash? The anticipation grew as everyone speculated on Gu Xing's intentions. The director swiftly shifted the camera perspective. After a period of adaptation under the management of Shou Quan, the broadcast team had significantly improved their overall performance compared to the previous year. The director, Zui, was vocally urging in the background to switch to RNG's view. At his command, a thick fog of war enveloped the battlefield once more. The troll's figure faded into obscurity. The duo of commentators excelled in their roles. RNG had placed 2 wards in the river, one at the front and one at the back to block the path. Yet the Dragon Pit remained completely unguarded. The commentator, Wawa, engaged in an immersive commentary, his tone deliberately low, revealing an undercurrent of tension. They believed the troll lacked mobility to traverse the Dragon Pit. But Xing Gu was resolute, using his flash to leap over the wall and evade RNG's vision. GG echoed in agreement, adding that the most crucial factor was VG's comprehensive understanding of the enemy's vision control, which allowed Xing Gu to exploit the gap and completely dismantle RNG's defensive line of sight. The audience, both on-site and in the live stream, held their breath in anticipation. They were still viewing the situation from RNG's perspective, and the troll's movements culminated in that moment of crossing the wall with his flash. What would unfold next was palpable in the air, yet the troll remained elusive, stirring a sense of excitement among the viewers. The RNG duo remained oblivious. Uzi continued to assert his dominance in the landing phase. In the early game, Ezreal, while maintaining a high stack of his passive, Mystic Shot, possessed formidable combat prowess, rivaling even Draven in terms of attack speed. Leveraging the advantage of his long-range duo, coupled with his exceptional landing skills, Uzi successfully achieved level 2 first, collaborating with Xiao Ming to reduce Duan Deliang's health to half. Now, they had crossed the river's midpoint, approaching VG's lower turret for an engagement. Confidently, the little dog believed that the 2 wards sufficed to track Xing Gu's movements, while GG's voice grew urgent. Little did he expect that Xing Gu would act with such decisiveness, utilizing his flash to cross the Dragon Pit. Jack took a step forward. Shi Sen Ming and Yuan Bo had spent considerable time in ranked matches, fully aware of their comrade's capabilities. The opponent appeared intent on finishing off a low-health minion. If he refrained from exerting some effort, wouldn't that be a squandered opportunity? Without hesitation, he pressed RQ on his keyboard. Karma, uttering a language incomprehensible to the average ear, unleashed Q, Inner Flame, towards Lucian. Jack skillfully intercepted the Q. The damage from Inner Flame instantly reduced his health by over 100 points. However, Yuan Bo's attention was not on his own diminishing health. A broad smile of pure joy spread across his face as he prepared to freeze his hand. The voice of Gu Xing resonated in his headphones. Just as the command concluded, Xiao Duan surged forward. As players' skills and levels have significantly advanced, many strategies and ward placements have become widespread. For instance, in the bot lane, duos generally adhere to the principle of maintaining a parallelogram formation, ensuring a balance through vigilant monitoring of one another. However, at this moment, the sudden forward shield raised by the small segment undeniably disrupted this concept. Ming instantly sensed something amiss and hastily urged Uzi to retreat. Uzi, being more experienced, had already perceived the danger upon witnessing Duan Deliang's peculiar forward movement. Yet, Duan Deliang's target was not his dear friend, but rather the support, Ming. The reasoning was simple. Karma lacked any escape abilities. At the very instant Ming raised his hand, a golden light signifying a flash surrounded him. Ming had prepared himself this time, recalling how Duan Deliang had previously used a Q flash to mark Uzi at the start of the last game. Ming reacted swiftly, using his flash just in time to narrowly evade Brahm's Q Winter's Bite. However, after retreating a mere 2 steps, a towering troll wielding a massive club emerged from around the corner. What on earth? Ming's heart raced. Hundreds of thousands of viewers, witnessing the scene from RNG's perspective, gasped collectively, their astonishment palpable. The arena fell silent as Uzi used arcane shift to flee, but Ming was in dire straits. The subsequent ice pillar from the troll completely extinguished any hope for Ming's survival. With Karma at level 2, lacking even the soul shackles, she was nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter, positioned far from her defensive tower. The matter of kill distribution was swiftly resolved within the VG team's voice chat. Support roles bore no rights, and despite Duan's use of flash, he did not qualify for the kill. The troll was no jungle core. The economic efficiency was certainly inferior to that of an ADC. Jack did not hesitate, stepping forward to land 2 shots on Karma, ultimately claiming the kill with a final Q divine light. Die for me. He gritted through clenched teeth, reveling in Ming's downfall, even proudly displaying the VG team emblem. You like to pressure me, do you? Keep it up. In the venue, VG fans excitedly raised their cheering sticks, rallying support for Su Xing. The live stream was bursting with energy. Director? Lee is playing horror games with us, huh? Catch the bottom lane again. Xinggu, 2234, once more. Xing Ji's flash is so fierce. Does he really believe he can catch someone? RNG's bot lane is truly foolish. Didn't they just set the pace by catching the bottom lane last game? Why is Uzi still trying to pressure? Old habits die hard, huh? Classic pressure on Lucian, giving away a few kills. Uzi is just like that? No way to blame Li Jia. Isn't this Ming's fault? Uzi didn't even die, and yet the blame is being shifted onto Dog? Ming's face began to flush, reminiscent of Uzi's furious demeanor. He was not foolish. With a little contemplation, he deduced how Su Xing had executed such a daring flank. What Ming did not anticipate was Su Xing's audacity to act so brazenly. Before securing a capture, one has already relinquished their flash? What manner of gameplay is this? Are you not concerned about my teammates in the absence of vision provided by the jungle? Gu Xing appears remarkably unperturbed. The dual buff-fed troll, if we are to compare kiting abilities, is outmatched by numerous champions. Yet, in a standoff, the troll shows no fear. Coupled with the formidable duo of Lucian and Braum, VG's bottom lane becomes an indomitable force in the early to mid-game skirmishes. Gu Xing remains oblivious to the jungle route taken by Xianghua. However, should the lion dog dare to counterattack, he possesses ample confidence to ensure RNG pays a price greater than merely a flash. Uzi's calm escape goes unnoticed. Upon Jianzhao's safe return to the tower, he begins to feel the stirrings of frustration. The bottom lane is ablaze with brilliance. Initially, the RNG duo enjoyed a favorable push, with minion waves having crossed the river long ago. Yet, Gu Xing's earlier gank exacerbated the dire situation of the minion wave. Ming had just unleashed an RQ towards Lucian, striking true while the damage from Spirit Flame also affected the surrounding minions. This only intensified the plight of the minion wave, which was already heading toward VG's tower. After Ming's demise, Duan Deliang skillfully maneuvers Braum to block the line. Keeping a multitude of RNG minions at bay, Uzi finds himself with no recourse. No matter how formidable, He cannot single-handedly push the minion wave under the tower in a top-tier professional setting. With the wave stalled, Jack can control Ming's respawn. During this time, Uzi can only watch helplessly from a distance as the minion battle unfolds, witnessing VG minions fall one after another. For Uzi, this is utterly intolerable. The minion wave is his lifeblood. Ming, filled with regret, chastises himself for being too careless, failing to anticipate the treachery of his opponents who executed a surprise attack. He reflects, incredulous that he misjudged Jack's intentions. What seemed like a mere attempt to secure last hits was, in fact, a ploy to bait him into using RQ. This not only lured out his ultimate, but also trapped the minion wave. How despicable. In the secondary league, his opponents were straightforward and simplistic, relying solely on mechanics without resorting to cunning schemes. It was only upon entering the LPL that he recognized his own naivety. Many duo players are seasoned in the art of deception. What terrifies him further is that this stratagem is employed by his own dear brother, Jack. Has human interaction devolved to this? Ming always believed he could easily discern Jack's thoughts, finding it effortless to counter him. Yet, Hongmi is no fool. He would not allow Jackie Love to carry his rank habits into the arena unaltered, naturally adapting his approach. As it stands, Jack has successfully embraced the path of cunning. No worries, just maintain your stability in the bottom lane. Xianghua, astonished by Gu Xing's audacious flash into the dragon pit, nonetheless, as the team captain, reassures his teammates. Let us carry onward. He ascended from below, perfectly misaligning with Gu Xing's completion. At this moment, Xianghua had already cleared 5 camps, excluding the 3 wolves, and was on the verge of reaching level 4. However, he chose not to continue clearing the jungle, but instead opted for an ambush. The target was undoubtedly the top lane. Lu Xiyu was quite clear in his thoughts. In the current version, a standard Lee Sin typically starts with a rapid level 4. Smeb likely had the same notion. Yet, Xianghua deliberately chose to deviate from the conventional strategy. Accelerating his jungle clear, he aimed to catch the opponent off guard. Without hesitation, he deftly maneuvered Lee Sin towards the top lane. Xianghua intended to engage Smeb, while the camera followed the doll's gaze towards the top lane. However, it seemed challenging for him, and led me to secure a kill on the Fiora. This was primarily due to Song Jinghao's remarkably healthy health pool. His early trading was quite exceptional. Utilizing his passive, he incessantly poked at his opponent, leveraging the range and movement speed bonus from his Q skill to kite effectively. Relying on the healing effect of W, tactical sweep, and his adaptive shield, had lost a substantial amount of health, yet Smeb retained over 70% of his vitality. Only then did the doll deduce that RNG's jungler and top laner would find it difficult to catch Fiora. Juanza noticed that his teammate was nearing the brush where Smeb had placed vision, while Smeb, once again, exchanged health using his Q at the very edge of range. He decisively activated his E-Sonic Wave towards the wall. The second wall kick did not aim directly at Fiora, but landed behind her. Smeb, now at his peak form, was an exceptional top laner, both offensively and defensively. He immediately sensed that something was amiss. It was entirely reasonable for the Camille to kick towards Fiora's side while her W was still available, as it would prevent her from retaliating with a stun. Yet, how could the Camille, at a health disadvantage, dare to approach from behind? In a one-on-one duel, Fiora could effortlessly reduce her opponent's health to the brink, forcing a retreat or even a flash. Song Jinghao and Let Me had met 3 times on the professional stage, and the latter was known for his steadiness. Logically, such a reckless health exchange was out of character for him. The truth was singular Let Me had summoned assistance. The thought process seemed lengthy. Yet for a seasoned veteran top laner, it was merely a fleeting moment. Smeb instinctively sensed the impending danger. Without a second thought, he positioned his W Lawrence blade towards the rear. Song Jinghao anticipated that the Camille would flash in midair after executing her wall kick, forcing herself to stun him by altering her trajectory. Smeb's prediction was spot on. Juanza indeed intended to execute this plan. By kicking towards Fiora's rear, he aimed to incapacitate her, then use his flash to reposition, ensuring Fiora could not timely deploy her W to block the wall kick. Moreover, by utilizing the wall kick's force displacement, Let Me could kick Fiora closer to his own tower. Once Xianghua arrived, he could leap from the brush connecting the upper river and top lane, directly pouncing upon Fiora. At that point, Smeb would be ensnared like a fish in a barrel. However, Juanza did not anticipate that Smeb, fully aware of his miscalculated kick, would still brandish the Lawrence Heartblade to defend himself. This left him hesitant to use his flash, for if he failed to incapacitate the Fiora, he could not hope to stall her advances. The W that Smeb executed only served to place Let Me in a precarious position. It was crucial to immerse oneself in the moment and recognize the dilemma Yen Juans have faced. The presence of the jungler in VG's line of sight was apparent, yet the Fiora promptly used her flash to retreat. Song Jinghao detected RNG's intentions a full second in advance. It was this fleeting second that ultimately spared his life. By the time the jungler positioned himself, Smeb had already evaded to the rear with his flash, subsequently maneuvering with his freshly acquired Q skill to create distance. He successfully widened the gap between himself and RNG's jungler. The lion dog could not leap upon the Fiora. The jungler, frustrated, clicked his tongue. "Just wait for me," he muttered. "Once I settle, won't it be perfect to kick?" But alas, Let Me had his own reasons. By the time he settled, the Fiora's Q skill would be ready to turn. If she executed a QW to swiftly block with a small displacement, and he failed to react promptly with his E-flash, he could inadvertently disrupt his own trajectory. Even if he managed to evade the reach of Lawrence Heartblade with his flash, this kick would not incapacitate the adversary. A deadlock. The jungler took a deep breath. One could only say that Smeb's awareness was impeccable, leaving him and Yen Juanza temporarily powerless against their opponent. Lu Xiyu had no choice but to concede. However, securing a flash was not a loss, as it allowed him to maintain lane control. He would place a ward in the enemy jungle. He opted to traverse the river towards VG's territory. Concealed by the wall, he strategically laid vision in the enemy's stone beetle camp before retreating. He did not intend to counter jungle directly, as the troll had been absent from RNG's line of sight for a considerable time. A rash move could lead to being caught off guard by Gu Xing. The jungler, opting for a starvation strategy, did not aim to outpace Gu Xing's development. As long as he could disrupt Gu Xing's rhythm, it would be a victory for him. Lu Xiyu positioned the ward to detect Gu Xing's movements, planning to either tail him or ambush from the opposite direction to control resources. He did not wait long before catching sight of the troll in the stone beetle camp. A smile spread across the jungler's face. Top laner Let Me was struggling to manage his minion wave, preparing to push a significant number of minions towards VG's turret. In Lu Xiyu's eyes, this presented a prime opportunity to tail and set the pace. He stealthily made his way to VG's jungle. Little did he know, a trap was slowly tightening around him. The execution of operations at a crushing level. The jungler remained oblivious to VG's impending plans. He crept into the enemy's red zone along the wall of the barren pit. The nearby exploding fruit would not respawn for another 6 minutes. It was still too early, and there were no fruits to consume. Initially, the lion dog could have leapt over the wall from the brush beside the red zone to the stone beetle camp. However, for reasons unknown, Gu Xing had drawn the monsters out, placing them just outside the lion dog's passive jump range. Thus, the jungler had to take the long way around, approaching the stone beetle camp on foot, preparing to act as a merciless overseer. He intended to harass Gu Xing while he continued to farm, aiming to utterly frustrate him. Tracking and pursuing. Let the troll lose any semblance of rhythm. If Xianghua intends to drag it out, he shall do so resolutely. Once the mid-game arrives and his teammates have equipped themselves, they can rely on RNG's prowess in team fights to secure a victory from VG. However, he was taken aback when he appeared within the troll's line of sight. Gu Xing's first reaction was not to hurriedly create distance, but rather to charge forward with his club in pursuit. Xianghua momentarily froze. Was there a mistake? Shouldn't I be the one chasing you? Why have our roles reversed? At that moment, he finally recognized that something was amiss. Just moments ago, Gu Xing had lured the stone bug from its camp. Now, as the troll pursued, it had directly exited the attack range of the wild monsters. The stone bug entered a state of disengagement, its patience rapidly depleting, until it quickly regained health, hastily retreating back to its camp. Thus, Xianghua's plan was utterly thwarted. In his mind, he should have utilized the opportunity while the opponent was farming to launch an offensive. With the assistance of the wild monsters, Lu Xiyu could have briefly turned the tide in his favor, effectively diminishing the troll's health. Consequently, even if the troll managed to draw aggro away or clear the camp, he would still maintain a health advantage. At that point, Gu Xing would have been the one on the receiving end of the chase. This was how Xianghua had played in the previous match. But now, the troll had deliberately orchestrated the situation, remaining at the edge of the wild monster's aggro range. Now, It had effortlessly drawn the stone bug away, transforming the scenario into a one-on-one clash in the jungle. A chill ran down Xiangguo's spine. How could his Lee Sin contend with the troll in a duel? The inherent combat prowess of the hero was already at a disadvantage. Moreover, Gu Xing had the economic advantage from his first blood assist, possessing superior equipment. With both parties' health not significantly disparate, Xiangguo's chances in a one-on-one encounter were perilously close to zero. The troll activated frozen domain, to enhance its movement speed, relentlessly closing in on Lee Sin. As the two junglers faced each other, a palpable tension tinged the commentators' voices. Xiangguo threw out a lasso in an attempt to slow the troll, but its effect was negligible. The duration of Lee Sin's lasso was a mere 75 seconds, with a meager slow of only 30. Meanwhile, the troll's frozen domain lasted a full 8 seconds. During this time, as long as Gu Xing stood within the domain, he would receive a speed boost. As the troll approached, Xiangguo, in a moment of urgency, began to contemplate an escape route. The explosive fruit in the VG red zone had yet to spawn. The only wild monsters nearby were the stone bugs, which had already returned to their camp after disengaging from combat. If he could reach the bush beside the red buff camp, he could leap over the wall and evade the troll. Having devised his escape route, Xiangguo sprang into action, activating his Q skill for a slight displacement. The troll was already face to face with Lee Sin, swinging its club to strike down upon him. In the midst of the commentator's anxious tones, Gu Xing simply executed a basic AQA combo, significantly diminishing Lee Sin's health. Xiangguo remained unfazed. As long as he could leap over the wall using the stone bug, the troll, lacking flash, would not be able to catch him regardless. The loss of a small amount of health was hardly significant. Yet, just as he was about to step into the thicket, a flash of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the great stone beetle with precision. The enraged wild monsters launched another assault, eager to uncover the intruder who had disturbed their slumber. Xiangguo was momentarily stunned. The commentator on the platform quickly grasped the situation. The stone beetle had been lured out of its lair by Xing Ji's punishment, leaving Xiangguo with no immediate escape route. Most camps made it exceedingly difficult to execute a wall punishment, but the stone beetle's lair was undoubtedly an exception. Xiangguo promptly realized the gravity of the situation. The wild monsters would only return leisurely to their camp once their aggro diminished, which would take at least 7 to 8 seconds. If Xiangguo remained in the thicket during this time, he would likely be forced back to the fountain by Gu Xing's onslaught. He had to abandon the notion of using the stone beetle as a springboard for his escape. With his Q ability, Ruthless, off cooldown, he struck the troll and surged forward, calling out for assistance through voice chat. "Where are my teammates? Please help. Let me." After pushing the minion wave to VG's upper tower, had been closely monitoring the situation in the jungle. Upon witnessing Xiangguo, who intended to stealthily pursue, ensnared by Gu Xing instead, he was taken aback, but rushed to assist. Meanwhile, Yanjuanza had already traversed the triangular thicket and was nearing the battlefield. With the ability to eliminate the troll, he had no flash available. Xiangguo shouted loudly, using his W ability, War Roar, to restore health and fully stack his ferocity, successfully ensnaring the troll in place. His gaze fixated intently on Trundle, eager to eliminate him swiftly. "Let me." Not particularly inclined to engage, but compelled to respond to his team leader's call, prepared to strike the immobilized troll. However, as the grappling hook pulled King towards the wall, a massive pillar erupted from the ground, severing Let Me's movement. To make matters worse, he found himself trapped between the wall and an ice pillar. Now, it was Let Me who was rendered immobile. Yanjuanza furrowed his brow, furiously clicking his mouse in an attempt to escape the narrow crevice. Yet, King continued to twist and turn, unable to break free. The arena erupted with screams, the audience evidently astonished by the ice pillar's effects. "What kind of maneuver is this?" exclaimed the commentator in disbelief, as Let Me's champion model became ensnared. The commentator continued to articulate the unfolding situation rapidly, noting the troll's excellent condition as he emerged from his confinement, relentlessly pursuing and assaulting the lion dog. The health disparity between the two junglers grew increasingly pronounced. The camera angle slightly shifted upward. Smeb had cleared the minion wave under the tower and was hastily en route. Gu Xing had delayed in the jungle for quite some time, allowing Song Jinghao to successfully clear the minion wave and reach level 5, rushing to the battlefield to lend support. The Q ability, Skyward Slash, struck the vulnerability on King Shine as it passed through the wall. Let Me triggered an automatic attack, turning to strike the sword mistress, activating his adaptive shield. Smeb disregarded the shadow blade by the wall and charged fiercely towards the lion dog. Song Jinghao displayed remarkable intelligence. The shadow blade's health was nearly at its maximum, fortified by a protective shield, making its demise an unrealistic endeavor. In contrast, the lion dog presented a far more accessible target. He adeptly utilized the shadow blade as a springboard, leveraging the speed boost gained from shattering weaknesses to swiftly approach his opponent and issue a challenge to duel. Meanwhile, the mid laners converged towards the battlefield, transforming the upper half of the canyon into a chaotic scene. Since the mid lane had remained untouched by the jungler from the outset, the control of the lane rested entirely on the dueling capabilities of both sides. Syndra faced Lulu in what was essentially an even contest. While the burst potential of the ball girl was formidable, Lulu also proved her worth, showcasing a remarkable ability to exchange blows under the influence of thunder. Kuro and Xiaohu found it challenging to establish dominance over one another. However, the battleground was situated within the VG jungle, and Li Ruixing would naturally arrive first. The moment had finally come for Xiaohu to reconsider his position. After the Shadow Blade's hook was ensnared, RNG had lost all conditions for eliminating Gu Xing. Prolonging this engagement would undoubtedly lead to their downfall. Under the relentless assault of the Blade Dancer, Xiaohu flashed over the wall, entering the dragon pit. Yet, Smeb's next Q was already recharged, and he relentlessly pursued within the dragon pit. The lion dog's Wii for recovery and control were both on cooldown. Xiaohu was in a state of frantic urgency. The only one who could save him now was Lulu. Just as he intended to rendezvous with Xiaohu, he caught a glimpse of a golden flash. Syndra activated her flash, engaging Lulu in close proximity. Following this was the E ability, Weaklings, Be Gone. The surging dark power propelled Lulu away, and soon, a dark orb materialized on the ground. An EQ combo followed. After the pushback effect of Weaklings, Be Gone, a staggering 15 seconds of intense stun ensued. How splendid! I remember being exhilarated, shouting in excitement as Kuro executed an EQ to obstruct Lulu, preventing her from providing sanctuary to the lion dog. Li Yuanhao had his fingers poised over the flash key, yet before he could activate it, he found himself incapacitated in place. Kuro's combo was astonishingly swift. Moreover, Xiaohu's focus was primarily on the low-health Xiaohu, completely unprepared for Syndra's decisive maneuver. The Blade Dancer's final auto-attack followed by an E execution successfully depleted Xiaohu's health bar. Just as I thought to catch my breath, the broadcast camera shifted back to the Shadow Blade, prompting me to promptly follow suit. Let me appear to be in a precarious position as well. The Blade Dancer, empowered by the acceleration effect after exploiting a weakness, had already departed from the dragon pit, maneuvering to the upper side to seal off the Shadow Blade's escape route, thereby surrounding Let Me alongside Gu Xing's troll in a pincer formation. Yin Juanza was thrown into a panic. Gu Xing's pillar was simply too formidable. Without any mobility skills, escaping was utterly unrealistic. He could only await the disappearance of the ice pillar. The troll's ice pillar lasted a staggering 6 seconds. It was foreseeable that once the ice pillar vanished, VG would complete their encirclement. With no options left, Yin Juanza was forced to use flash into the dragon pit to survive, thus narrowly escaping. In a twist of fate, the cunning strategy of the fragrant pot backfired, leading to a self-inflicted setback during this wave of hunger strike invasion. The childlike voice resonated with clarity as it summarized the events, ultimately revealing that despite a dazzling display, escape from demise remained elusive. One cannot help but admire Brother Xing's meticulous maneuvers, which were nothing short of exquisite. The director swiftly provided a replay, as eager anticipation filled the air, recounting the intricate details of Gu Xing's actions. Initially, he meticulously drew the stone beetle to the very brink of aggro, preventing the lion dog from leaping directly in front of him. It dawned upon him that Brother Xing aimed to lure the enemy deeper, deliberately deceiving the fragrant pod into a fatal trap. The replay unveiled numerous insights that had eluded the live broadcast, allowing for a deeper analysis of the player's intentions. As the lion dog made its entrance, Brother Xing promptly disengaged from the monsters to engage in a duel, gaining the upper hand before using his smite to draw the stone beetle out from behind the wall, thwarting the fragrant pot's attempts at a sneaky jump. In a spectacular finale, He interrupted the movement of Qing Ying with an ice pillar, effectively trapping the opponent. The admiration was palpable. This troll was truly a master of the game. Repeating Gu Xing's actions alone felt like a journey through the extraordinary. The precision with which the opponent handled each detail in the heat of the moment was nothing short of remarkable, with no room for error. Undoubtedly, a profound understanding of the jungle and the champions themselves was essential. The live chat overflowed with praises for Gu Xing's unique prowess. "Oh, that's truly impressive. There are such pillars?" Recalling how last year, Xiao Huaxing was left questioning life by an ice pillar, Brother Xing's troll surely adds a touch of entertainment. How astoundingly meticulous. The fragrant pot must be dizzy by now. Brother Xing's champion pool is top-notch. After 6 months without using the troll, he still carries the game. Nice. Gu Xing beamed with satisfaction, exclaiming, "Well played, my brothers." Song Jinghao secured a kill, delightfully adorned with the spoils of war, the blue buff plundered from the lion dog. Radiating joy. "Your play was simply phenomenal." Kuro joined the chorus of accolades, boasting, "What do you think? Wasn't my flash to stun Lulu crucial? Absolutely amazing, so powerful." Gu Xing felt compelled to give him a thumbs up. In this skirmish, the synergy between the top, mid, and jungle was indispensable. Had Xiao Hu flashed to close in on the fragrant pot, providing shields and employing sheep transformation or slow control on Smeb, the consequences would have been dire. The consensus echoed the same sentiment. It can only be said that the integration of the two new recruits into VG's lineup is becoming increasingly seamless. High praises were bestowed upon the growing synergy among teammates, maximizing their potential to the fullest extent. Within VG, there are no self-centered individuals or isolated players. The tactical cohesion has progressed remarkably. Previously hindered by language barriers, the integration of the Korean players has accelerated. Now, with their Mandarin becoming increasingly fluent, in-game communication has flourished, visibly elevating the team's overall performance. The director's camera lingered momentarily on the jubilant VG players before shifting to the RNG bench. The fragrant pot's face flushed crimson with frustration, his agitation palpable even through the lens. He knew Gu Xing was formidable, yet he pondered just how far his individual prowess surpassed his own. However, he never anticipated such overwhelming strength. "Are you still human?" Xiang Guo recalled the helplessness he felt during previous years when facing top-tier Korean teams in training matches. It was strikingly similar to the present. The opponents always managed to ruthlessly crush him with their astonishing maneuvers and strategies. It felt as if he were not even in the same league. Akin to a grandmaster effortlessly dominating a diamond-tier player, their operations seemingly effortless and replete with outrageous plays. Xiang Guo's skill level was certainly commendable, arguably quite formidable. After all, he had emerged from a background in jungle play and was considered a top jungler in the LPL league. Yet, when comparing to global leagues, he found himself somewhat lacking. He could not even triumph over the limited edition youth version of Little Black from S6, let alone contend with the reigning kings of the jungle, Gu Xing, Yankos, and Peanut, each a prodigy in their own right. Their operational talents nearly reached a ceiling level, creating a significant disparity with the other junglers in the current scene. When one's prowess ascends to a certain echelon, it becomes all too easy to encounter misjudgments and cognitive gaps. Xiang Guo thought he could wreak havoc in VG's jungle. However, to Gu Xing, Lu Xiyu's daring incursion was tantamount to delivering a free kill. "Is this for real?" Let me murmured to himself, still somewhat disoriented. Gu Xing's prowess left Yan Juanza feeling dizzy and at a loss, seeing his top and jungle teammates on the verge of a mental breakdown. Xiao Hu proactively suggested calming their emotions. "Lu Xiyu, once you hit level 6, come to mid. Syndra has no flash. We can secure a kill together." Upon hearing his teammates' advice, Xiang Guo recognized it as the most sensible choice and quietly acquiesced. This death would not cost him much in terms of experience. The stone beetle near his own bottom lane remained unscathed, allowing Lu Xiyu to utilize the experience catch-up mechanism to reclaim 300 points of experience and mitigate his losses. Unbeknownst to him, his entire entrance into RNG's stone beetle camp was under VG's surveillance. The short segment of Braum had noticed his teammates engaged in a fierce battle in the upper half and was moving towards the river. However, halfway through, he realized the outcome of the skirmish was already decided, feeling frustrated about his lack of roaming awareness. With a mindset of "since I'm here, I might as well do something," He ultimately placed vision wards at RNG's lower stone beetle and sharp-beaked bird camps to monitor Xiangguo's movements. At that moment, it proved to be fortuitous. Gu Xing seized the opportunity, decisively crossing the river to invade the enemy's F6 camp. Rui Xing, these birds are all yours, he generously declared, using his club to clear the large birds and intending to leave the smaller ones for his teammates. However, not allowing them would be impractical. In this match, Gu Xing had opted not to build Tiamat, instead directly acquiring Bambi's melting slag for its utility. The area damage was still somewhat lacking. If he could not eliminate the jungle monsters before Xiangguo arrived, matters could quickly become troublesome. Kuro had not anticipated such a stroke of good fortune. It had always been him providing economic advantages to others. Today, the roles had dramatically reversed. As he moved towards the sharp-beaked bird camp, he remained modest, deflecting praise. 5. This is rather concerning. Nonetheless, when Kuro took action, he was unambiguous in his approach. With a flurry of keystrokes, he unleashed all three skills, Q, W, and E, effectively obliterating the camp of the feathered beak bird. Upon finishing the stone beetle, Xiangguo arrived near F6 only to find the camp utterly deserted. Lu Xiyu was fuming with rage. I cannot stop him, Li Yuanhao expressed with deep regret. The ramifications of the skirmish in the upper quadrant had yet to dissipate. Although Xiao, who held a slight advantage with an extra flash, Kuro's EQ combo had decisively struck Lulu, significantly reducing her health. As both mid laners approached level 6, he had to proceed with utmost caution. Should Kuro unexpectedly reach level 6 first and unleash a burst of damage, it could very well result in his demise. It was with this prudent mindset that Xiao relinquished control of the mid lane. Kuro was thus afforded the freedom to invade RNG's jungle with impunity. Upon checking the scoreboard, Xiangguo noticed that the enemy mid laner had inexplicably accumulated 5 additional minion kills, deducing that Syndra was the primary force behind the counter-jungle efforts. This further solidified Xiangguo's resolve to reach level 6 and initiate a gank. However, a significant obstacle loomed ahead. After the loss of the feathered beak bird, his pace of leveling up would inevitably be hindered. Failing to keep pace with the average level would spell disaster for his starvation strategy. Was he destined to be forced into an alternate form of starvation, akin to last year's optimistic Jungle King? With this realization, Xiangguo finally grasped VG's strategy to counter his starvation approach. They aimed to lure him into their jungle, then employ their formidable synergy and skill to eliminate him, disrupting his rhythm. Subsequently, they would reclaim the stone beetle or the feathered beak bird, thereby maximizing the impact on his leveling efficiency. The two-step plan was executed flawlessly. Xiangguo could not help but admire VG's execution. Yet, their assertive response ignited Lu Xiyu's desire to win. He yearned to secure victory in this match. At precisely 8 minutes and 17 seconds, after assisting Lulu in securing the blue buff, Xiangguo proceeded to eliminate the magic toad, finally reaching level 6. He hastily made his way to the mid lane, activating our hunting rhythm along the way, concealing his presence. He evaded Kuro's placed ward in the upper river and lunged at Syndra. Upon witnessing this moment, the atmosphere surged with excitement. Lulu cast R, Wild Growth, to send the enemy flying, providing further control. In the next instant, the transformation into a sheep took place. Following that was the viciously charged E-Lasso strike from the lion dog. Kuro was subjected to a series of controls, rendered immobile for an agonizing 5 seconds. Lulu secured the kill with a final thrust of her shining lance. Just as Wawa's words faded, the production team swiftly switched the camera. A battle erupted simultaneously in the bot lane. Gu Xing utilized RNG's red zone explosive fruit to spring into the brush behind the enemy's next tower. Activating the acceleration effect of Frozen Domain, he took 2 steps forward, with the ice pillar wedged at Xiao Ming's heel, propelling him towards VG's duo. Jack unleashed W, Passionate Strike, followed by the ultimate, Holy Gun Baptism, as Yuanbao fired the silver bullets. He added a whimsical sound effect with a playful do-do-do-do. This maneuver proved exceptionally effective. As the icicles slowly descend, Lucian accelerates himself with his W ability. According to the principle of relative theory in the canyon, it equates to Xiaoming being ensnared. Shizhenming envelopes himself in the acceleration and shield provided by E-Inspire, attempting to evade Lucian's Holy Gun Baptism. However, this does not fundamentally resolve the predicament. Jack glides sideways, aligning with Xiaoming's movement trajectory, successfully executing a sweeping strike. With Xiaoming's health dwindling, he must retreat to replenish his supplies. Noticing an anomaly on the minimap, someone has teleported. The director reacts swiftly, immediately shifting the camera to Gu Xing's location. The troll had just planted a ward in the central area between RNG's bottom lane towers. And now a scarlet teleportation swirl reverberates above. The duelist aims to join the fray in the bottom lane, instinctively predicting that a major engagement is imminent. He raises his tone in anticipation. Lemmy hesitates not, also opting to teleport. Yanjuanza knows VG favors ambushing the bottom lane during the landing phase, leveraging a numerical superiority of 4 to 5 players to secure kills and towers. Thus, he prepares in advance, reserving his teleport for when VG makes a move. However, he recalls the need for prudent judgment at critical moments. The fighting capabilities of both sides are not evenly matched. VG's four members are nearly at full strength, while RNG's Xiaoming, playing Karma, is severely weakened. Uzi's Ezreal possesses a tier of the goddess, momentarily lacking in combat efficacy, relying solely on Chang'anjing. They evidently cannot contend with VG's 4. RNG's best strategy is to utilize the safety of their defensive tower and stall for time until their mid-lane duo arrives. They need to devise a sound plan. The scene shifts to the mid lane. After eliminating Kuro, RNG's mid and jungle rush towards the bottom lane, eager to rescue their ally. If they can delay until help arrives, VG's tower diving strategy will be thwarted. Yet the challenge lies in how to buy time. VG will not grant them such opportunities. Gu Xing even issues the order to tower dive before the top laners have landed, striving for a swift resolution. Braum raises his shield and charges forward, executing a Q flash in an attempt to hit Xiaoming, only for the latter to evade with a timely flash. Yet he still wields his ultimate. Duan Deliang targets Shiziming's landing point, unleashing our glacial fissure. Xiaoming hastily utilizes our mantra to enhance his W tether, binding himself to Braum for health restoration. However, after being knocked into the air, that meager health gain is insufficient, even with Uzi's healing. It ultimately cannot withstand VG's immense damage output. Jack secures the kill with 2 auto attacks, his piercing light claiming the life of Xiaoming, while Uzi attempts to deal damage to the tower through Braum, albeit with lackluster results. The shield presented by Braum is an insurmountable barrier for Ezreal. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Xing approaches from behind, landing an AQ on Uzi, diminishing his attack power. Now, with his already low damage output, Ezreal directs all his efforts against Braum, leaving his health in a pitiful state, reliant solely on the tower for damage. Lucian applies healing to Braum, while Duan advances, seeking to trigger his passive atop his opponent. Nearby, the slowing effect of our glacial fissure hinders Uzi's movements. He had no choice but to use arcane shift to move sideways and create some distance. At that moment, the Blade Dancer landed. Smeb unleashed Q skyward strike, piercing through Uzi, and followed up with 2 swift attacks to apply a slowing effect. Uzi struggled to maintain his footing and had to use flash to escape over the wall, shaking off his pursuers. He took a deep breath, but in doing so, Lemmy was left vulnerable. The steel shadow landed just a moment later than the Blade Dancer. As he arrived next to the turret in the bottom lane, he was met with a basic attack from the short-range Braum, which applied the passive, concussive blows, coupled with a timely weakness. It severely diminished the combat prowess of the Steel Shadow. Brother Xing activated his ultimate, draining Lemmy of numerous debuffs. Yanjuanza cursed under his breath, realizing that VG had saved a plethora of skills, clearly intending to target him. More critically, at the moment he landed, Uzi, as the designated protector, had just completed his escape. Currently, by RNG's next turret, he found himself alone, facing a 4-man ambush from VG. He used his grappling hook in an attempt to flee, but was surrounded by enemy champions, completely trapped in position. Our Hexdeck ultimatum proved ineffective, and after a brief period of being untargetable, Yanjuanza was still overwhelmed by Braum's passive. Lucian and the Blade Dancer had fully stacked their fervor effects, resulting in a terrifying output. Gu Xing's supremacy maliciously siphoned a significant portion of the Steel Shadow's armor and health, rendering Lemmy as fragile as parchment. Gu Xing urged his teammates over voice chat to feed the ADC. Jack, having secured the kill on Xiaon, felt a rush of satisfaction and, without a hint of complaint, followed the command to leave the Steel Shadow critically wounded. Smeb, unceremoniously collected the life of the steel shadow with 2 swift strikes. Uzi and the mid-jungle duo regrouped, but they arrived too late to save their teammate. 285, sword point. Wawa stood in RNG's perspective, contemplating the situation, unable to hide the worry on his brow. Now, with Smeb's Blade Dancer having claimed 2 kills, how would RNG address the situation in the top lane? After returning to base, Song Jinghao's economy was sufficient to procure the upgraded version of the Black Cleaver. Its health attributes and relatively low cost made it a staple for top lane fighters. However, he glanced at the state of the top lane where Bin Xian was, ultimately deciding to piece together the Black Cleaver's components and purchase the relatively weaker Tiamat instead. Without pause, he set off back to lane. Lemmy had only just managed to scrape together a cloth armor, boots, and a shard of light, and the disparity in equipment was already quite significant. Remembering his own worries, he realized the challenges ahead would be formidable. Yin Juanza frowned deeply. He knew he had fallen into a power deficit. In another skirmish, Smeb would undoubtedly leverage his equipment advantage to humiliate him. Relying solely on himself to extricate the situation was unrealistic. He needed assistance. "Luciu, can you help me?" Lemmy called out to his teammate over voice chat. Before he could finish, he heard Uzi shouting as well. "Come down here. Luciu, help me defend the tower. We can kill this Brown who has no flash." Uzi's voice boomed with intensity as he urged the team to push the tower, secure the dragon, and then switch lanes. Today, he had been supported by Gu Xing several times, while Jack, emboldened by his own power, flaunted his bravado, which understandably made Uzi somewhat anxious. He was eager to summon assistance to establish an advantage. After all, even with Shizaming by his side, he hesitated to engage the opponent, fearful that Jack would swiftly retaliate. When had Uzi ever endured such indignity? The last time he faced such a dire situation was during the days of Mr. Dai in the LPL, where the EDG duo and Ming, who was only adept at ganking the bottom lane, had pushed Uzi to the brink of mental collapse. Now Mr. Dai had crossed the seas back to the Korean League. "If I can't defeat Deft, how can I possibly contend with you, Jack?" Uzi yearned to retaliate. Upon hearing his teammates' calls, Xianghua hesitated slightly. He lacked the ability to be in 2 places at once and had to make a choice between the top and bottom lanes. Smeb's Fiora had her flash ready, and if he went for another gank on the top lane, it might lead to a repeat of the earlier situation. However, Uzi's plan was methodical. Once executed, the potential rewards were indeed substantial. After careful consideration, Luciu made his decision. "Yin Juanza, hold your ground in the top lane. Do not engage Fiora directly. I will assist Jin Zaheo in the bottom lane to gain an advantage, and I shall return swiftly." Xianghua knew that to revive the starvation strategy, he had to assist the bottom lane. Only with lane control in the lower area could RNG reclaim dominance over the lower quadrant stone beetles and the F6 camps. From both a team and individual perspective, focusing on the bottom lane was the optimal choice. However, this meant he had to relinquish the top lane and prioritize securing advantages for the team. Let me let out a long sigh. Busy indeed. But perhaps being busy was for the best. Resigned, he ventured alone to confront the formidable Smeb. Before reaching the top lane, Yin Juanza sensed something amiss. The minion wave had faltered. After teleporting to the bottom lane and succumbing in a skirmish, his respawn time was significantly longer than Smeb's return to base. Consequently, Fiora arrived at the top lane first. Originally, the minions were positioned in the center, but Smeb quickly pushed them into the RNG tower. Song Jinghao's decision to forego the Black Cleaver in favor of the Tiamat proved advantageous, as his wave clear efficiency was astonishing, effortlessly dispatching the minions. Upon arriving at the top lane, Letme was met with a horde of minions pushed into the tower. To avoid being excessively harassed by Fiora, he opted for Ninja Tabi to mitigate incoming damage. The only piece of equipment that could sustain his combat effectiveness was a single Lich Bane, lacking area damage. His wave clear capability was woefully inadequate to swiftly address the minion wave beneath the tower. By the time the next wave arrived, the minion exchange would occur within the RNG tower, undoubtedly leading to a counter push. Letme could hardly bear to contemplate what would happen next. Sweat beaded on his palms as he pressed his lips tightly together. Fortunately, there was some good news. The opposing troll was also in the lower half of the map. "Yin Juanza, do not fear," Xianghua reassured him. "As long as you avoid direct confrontation, Fiora cannot prevail against you." Gu Xing anticipated that the lion dog would soon arrive at the bottom lane, as the resources available in the lower half of the map were simply too plentiful. With RNG's jungler and support lacking the ability to eliminate Kuro before their ultimate abilities were ready, Xianghua had no choice but to descend to the bottom lane in search of an opportunity. Naturally, Gu Xing felt compelled to join the fray in order to protect his teammates. As the three players from both teams converged in the lane, no further actions were taken. Xianghua hesitated to engage, wary of facing a Braum alongside two formidable melee champions, the Troll and Lucian. Charging in would almost certainly result in a fatal misstep. Initially, he intended for Uzi to utilize his water gun to harass the enemy, while utilizing the range advantage of Ming to push the lane and subsequently shift focus to the dragon for potential opportunities. However, Gu Xing, controlling the Troll, stood like an impenetrable wall before the minion wave. Armed with the smite jungle item and brimming with health, he was unfazed by the enemy's mild harassment. Thanks to his passive ability, King's Tribute, he could voraciously feast on the minions, restoring health with each enemy minion that fell. In essence, Gu Xing incurred minimal health loss. Duan Deliang's Braum further alleviated the pressure on their jungler by utilizing his shield to absorb some damage. Meanwhile, Jack continued to fire bullets from the backline, clearing out the minions trapped by the enemy's support, denying RNG any chance to transition to the dragon. Xianghua found himself at a loss. Just as he was racking his brain for a solution, a low murmur of complaint from Yan Juanza echoed through the voice chat, pleading for a bit of mercy. Lu Xiyu, with nothing else to occupy his attention, switched his focus to the top lane. As the camera panned, it revealed Fiora mercilessly assaulting Kayn. The minion wave had pushed to RNG's tower, repositioning to the center. Yan Juanza, needing to secure minions, had to venture outside the tower's protective range. However, with his current gear, stepping out meant taking a beating. Smeb, recognizing that the remaining 4 members of RNG were absent from the upper quadrant, immediately adopted a more aggressive approach. After exploiting the opening, Fiora accelerated her movements, preparing to relentlessly pursue and slice her opponent. The seamless synergy between her basic attacks and Tiamat kept Kayn's health dwindling. As the broadcast switched perspectives, Wawan noted the unfolding skirmish in the top lane. Yet, Kayn's health remained relatively intact. He assumed it was merely a routine exchange of blows. Let me, landing a basic attack followed by Q, precision protocol, activated his adaptive shield. Wawa, maintaining a calm demeanor, meticulously narrated the situation in the top lane, anticipating that the tactical sweep would strike Fiora, hoping to delay and allow for a counterattack. Yan Juanza's intentions were transparent. Having activated his passive shield, he could not simply retreat without securing any advantage, lest he suffer a detrimental loss. He resolved to deal a wave of true damage to suppress Smeb's audacity. Let me launched his hook towards a distant wall, simultaneously stepping forward to land an attack that would lower Fiora's health. In the next moment, the hook struck the wall, propelling him forward. However, Smeb was determined not to let him escape, advancing with his sword. Just as Kayn disengaged from the wall, preparing for a second dash, Smeb decisively activated his flash. Amidst a dazzling golden light, the duelist materialized along the trajectory of the Steel Shadow's wall return, brandishing her longsword. Lawrence Hard-Eye Blade. Yan Juanza realized in that fleeting moment of the duelist's advance what her intentions were. Yet, he possessed no means of resistance. His flash and hextech ultimatum were both on cooldown. Lemmy could only helplessly watch as he collided with the agile form of the duelist. The distinctive emblem of Lawrence Hard-Eye Blade emerged, and the stun effect from the wall return allowed the duelist to parry, stunning the Steel Shadow before her. Gasps erupted from the audience, clearly startled by the duelist's sudden flash W. The doll raised an eyebrow, her voice instantly becoming urgent and powerful. Smeb, filled with murderous intent, prepared to determine their fate. Had the duelist not been resolved to fight until the end, she would never have recklessly expended her flash. What transpired next in the canyon unfolded precisely as he had envisioned. The Steel Shadow illuminated with 4 vulnerabilities. From the duelist came our duelist challenge. Smeb's basic attack shattered one vulnerability, and with Q's skyward slash, he maneuvered to the side to break another with exquisite detail, preemptively destroying the vulnerability near the wall to prevent Letme from cornering himself. The excitement in his voice intensified as the Steel Shadow's health plummeted. Yan Juanza was flustered, feeling his heart race wildly within his chest. The adrenaline coursing through him flushed Letme's face, enhancing his reaction speed considerably. Yet, This physiological advantage proved insufficient in the game. There was no room for maneuvering. All skills had been cast, and Letme could not evade the duelist's relentless pursuit by mere positioning. Smeb entered the RNG turret range, fearless. As his blade relentlessly struck the steel shadow, Song Jinghao deliberately saved the vulnerability closest to the VG direction for last. With a graceful AQ, he secured the kill, bathing in the verdant glow of the healing zone, ultimately escaping the turret with a mere 13 health remaining. Dansha. The doll could not contain her exhilaration. As Smeb stood forth, seizing the opportunity to break through and tear open the wound once more. The director's replay deliberately featured slow motion. Yet, the duelist's maneuvers remained masterful and fluid. Smeb could not help but exclaim in admiration, having firmly grasped the fleeting operational window. And the damage calculation was astoundingly precise. After shattering the 4 vulnerabilities, his output was just enough to eliminate his opponent. The event's live broadcast erupted in a tidal wave of excitement. Such a stunning duelist. Memories of S5 World Championship, the quarterfinals where duelists dominated someday. This duelist's gameplay is fierce. To utilize this champion against SKT in the S5 finals, she undoubtedly possesses remarkable skill. She is certainly far superior to Mada2's 4-second broken duelist. Letme's performance at a discount? He still claims mastery over the steel shadow. I reckon a single touch would shatter him. There's simply no way around it. I still can't comprehend the effectiveness of this steel shadow pick. Yen Juanza buried his face in his hands, feeling vexed. Why did I provoke him? Had it not been for the genuine damage inflicted by the A connection, turning and walking away would likely have posed no issues. Yet he chose to retaliate. In an instant, a myriad of haunting memories began to assail Letme. Vivid images of past encounters, where he, as Thresh, was mercilessly tormented by adversaries wielding champions like Jace, flooded his mind. Yen Juanze stared helplessly at the black and white screen. Xianghua had never anticipated that he had just cautioned Letme to exercise utmost caution and avoid engaging in direct confrontations. Yet, the moment he did, the shadow blade met its demise right before his eyes. Uzi, who was focused on last-hitting minions, briefly froze upon hearing the announcement echo through the rift. His lips moved as if to inquire how the top laner had met his end. Before Uzi could utter a word, Xiaohu interjected, urging Yen Juanza not to hastily trade blows with the opponent, as they were preparing for a mid-game team fight that did not necessitate a one-on-one. Letme, having a good rapport with him, felt somewhat relieved at the comical timbre of Xiaohu's voice. In stark contrast, the VG players exuded a much more jubilant demeanor. A solo kill. Smeb stood tall, his chest puffed out in pride, seeking praise from his teammates. Impressive. Mako, you truly are remarkable. Gu Xing lavishly showered accolades. Asserting that he had predicted Smeb would outperform the opposing top laner, he then swiftly shifted his tone, claiming, surely, my contribution played a role? Had I not forced the Shadow Blade's teleport and subsequently unleashed a powerful ability, you would have never had the opportunity for that solo kill. Song Jinghao acknowledged the significance of their jungler's efforts, affirming that at the very least, Gu Xing deserved credit for his contributions. The early acquisition of Tiamat allowed him to push the wave effectively, setting the stage for the subsequent solo kill. Had it not been for Tiamat, or had his equipment been slightly inferior, Letme would have surely escaped. From this perspective, Gu Xing's insistence on credit was not unwarranted. Kuro, in the mid lane, wore a look of serene satisfaction, confident in his team's ability to carry the game. With Syndra against Lulu, he had no intention of relying solely on his individual prowess for mid-lane breakthroughs. His role was more about facilitating team fights and providing counterplay. Li Ruixing was accustomed to this. Hold them back, my friends. I can take down their outer turret. Smeb reminded his teammates in his limited Chinese. The defensive capabilities of RNG's upper side were notably lacking. More crucially, Letme's teleport had not been executed well, requiring at least 40 seconds to return to lane after respawning. Once the outer turret's defenses crumbled, Fiora could easily demolish the remaining structure with significant health intact. Rest assured, I guarantee the Rek'Sai won't make it through. Gu Xing vowed confidently. Mako, just keep split pushing. You need not join the team fights this match. Fiora's combat prowess in team fights was indeed lacking. Unless she found an exceptionally perfect entry point, her frail constitution made her susceptible to being locked down and eliminated swiftly. With Smeb starting at a 30 advantage, Gu Xing had no reason to involve him in team fights. VG merely needed to stall until the split-pushing Fiora could breach the enemy lines. This exemplified the margin for error within their team composition. Compared to RNG's superior frontline team fight capabilities, VG's lineup, as the commentators noted, exhibited a somewhat ambiguous nature. Yet, the tactical margin for error was evident. If the duelist flourishes, VG can capitalize on a 41-minute push to conclude the match. Should Jax accumulate substantial wealth, VG may also strategize their team fights around Lucian. Indeed, selecting a composition where all three lanes possess economic demands is decidedly unconventional. Should they find themselves at a disadvantage, it would be a case of greed leading to disaster. If only one of the three core champions can emerge, their team fight will inevitably crumble. Yet VG dares to play this way in the LPL region, emboldened by their confidence. The top tower collapses under the piercing assault of the duelist, yielding a bounty of 600 gold to Smeb, supplemented by the prior takedown of the Rumble and Minion Wave economy. Upon returning to base, Song Jinghao can still afford to acquire the Black Cleaver. With RNG's top tower already fallen, VG shifts their duo to the top lane with little left to achieve. Furthermore, the dragon remains alive, and the lower half of the map harbors relatively significant neutral resources. Gu Xing boldly reroutes the duo to the mid lane, while Kuro heads to the top lane to continue his solitary engagement with Xiaohu, and Smeb ventures to the bottom lane to commence his advance. Meanwhile, Xianghua attempts to capture Kuro in the top lane, seemingly strategizing to exchange resources from the lower half of the map. Let Me's solitary demise hastens the end of the landing phase. The Water Dragon's impact during the lane transition proves negligible. Consequently, Lu Xiu opts to abandon the lane, attempting to eliminate Kuro. However, Li Ruixing exhibits formidable resistance. He utilizes his flash to evade, retreating under the tower while stunning the Rengar with his EQ combo. Before Xianghua can fully stack his fury, he is struck by Kuro's energy surge. Although Kuro does not secure a kill, his farming is commendable. Moreover, Syndra is inherently a champion of great burst potential. Combined with the Thunderlord's decree, she nearly obliterates Xianghua. Upon awakening, Rengar is compelled to expend both of his W abilities to regain health. Yet, once Xianghua unleashes his Fury W, Battle Roar, he can no longer contain Syndra. Ultimately, he and Lulu expend their summoner spells, while Xianghua himself is battered to low health, barely managing to take down Kuro. With Xianghua appearing in the top lane, Let Me again finds himself unprotected in the bottom lane, prompting Xing to assist the duelist in pushing the tower, forcing Let Me to retreat into the brush near the second bottom tower. Observing the bottom lane tower severely damaged by Song Jinghao, Gu Xing decides to claim the Water Dragon. Although its attributes are of little consequence, they are better than nothing. At the very least, it provides a mana regeneration benefit, which is advantageous for Jax and Smeb who do not build mana items. However, midway through, he realizes an opportunity in the mid lane and hastily redirects his focus. Ming ventures into the jungle's south narrow passage to place vision, but inadvertently falls into an ambush. Gu Xing nudges him with a pillar. Due to the distance, the ice pillar forms at the extreme range, inadvertently positioning Ming in a safer location. Nonetheless, it ultimately applies a slow effect, which suffices. Lucian glides forward, activating the effect of his Blade of the Ruined King. He takes a bite and applies the slow, rendering Ming, who had just escaped the ice pillar's reach, encumbered. Jack murmured incessantly, W.Q. as the Holy Gun baptism swiftly reduced Ming to a mere fraction of his health. Ming's flash was yet to cool down, leaving him devoid of escape options. Even Uzi's providing healing proved futile, as he had already been ensnared. Witnessing the dwindling health of Karma, the tone of the announcer grew increasingly vibrant. Jack accelerated with healing, leveraging the speed enhancement effect from the fervent artillery to deliver the final shot. The bullet depleted Ming's health bar, and Karma fell to the ground, lifeless. Ming bit his lip in silence. This exemplifies the disadvantage of a soft support in a weakened state, where venturing out alone to ward off vision becomes a daunting task. The VG jungle trio, lacking robust crowd control, managed to immobilize him through mere slowing effects. Uzi took a deep breath to compose himself. With several teammates falling one after another, he found himself at a loss for strategy, particularly as he was merely an Ezreal. Before acquiring the Ice Fist and Magic Cut items, attempting to set the pace was but a fanciful notion. Uzi contemplated, his face puffed up like a bun, captured by the camera's lens. A handful of true RNG fans, or impersonators, witnessing this scene, expressed their affection in the comments. Gu Xing returned to draw the dragon's aggro, securing it with his smite, only to discover that the next dragon was yet another water dragon. He shook his head in resignation, lamenting his ill fortune. As the match progressed into the mid-game, the impact of 2 consecutive water dragons was rather negligible. Fortunately, the spoils of this encounter were not limited to just a single dragon. The RNG bottom tower succumbed to Smeb's assault. Remembering to monitor the mini-map, the VG duo seized the opportunity to approach the mid-tier tower during the opponent's support's absence. Xianghua had just eliminated Kuro in the top lane, and with low health, he was compelled to retreat, leaving the duty of defending the mid-tower to Xiaohu. The purple-skinned garlic character sprinted with great effort, his short legs struggling to reach the mid-lane defense. However, this allowed VG to preserve their previous tower, while RNG's ambush on Syndra yielded little more than a rather unremarkable kill. Even the announcer noticed the discrepancies, as VG managed to demolish the next tower and secure a water dragon, thus amassing substantial resources. The operational gap between the two teams appeared quite pronounced. Shiziming's expression began to mirror Uzi's growing frustration. In the rhythm of transitioning lanes, any kill could trigger a cascade of consequences. Hero deaths lead to manpower shortages, complicating the management of map resources. Gu Xing seized the opportunity, directly preventing RNG from pushing another tower, delaying the growth of crucial damage dealers and further hindering the jungle's tempo. Xianghua initially aimed to reclaim momentum by targeting Kuro in the top lane, yet ultimately, apart from a single assist, he gained nothing. Shiziming, acutely aware of his status as a novice, understood that mistakes were inevitable during the operational phase. However, facing off against a top-tier team like VG, he could not forgive himself. With RNG's rhythm stalling, Gu Xing seized this golden opportunity, leading his teammates to frequently invade RNG's jungle, plundering jungle monsters amidst the chaos of the enemy's fallen towers. Xianghua gazed at the ravaged jungle, his head nearly swelling to the size of Jack's. He found himself ensnared in a vicious cycle once again, compelled to endure a state of starvation. What rendered him even more helpless was the pervasive surveillance established by Gu Xing and others in the jungle. Any slight movement on his part would inevitably reveal his presence to the enemy. The situation in the bot lane was increasingly lopsided. Smeb, seizing the bounty from the first turret, constructed the ravenous Hydra within a mere 16 minutes. Thus, the split-pushing equipment for Fiora had been fully realized. Smeb sought out Qiangang Ying to exchange blows, leveraging the mobility advantage granted by Shatter's effects to diminish the enemy's health. Upon returning, he utilized the minion wave to heal with his lifesteal, astonishing onlookers with his mastery of this strategy. The significance of the Ravenous Hydra for split-pushing champions was vividly demonstrated in this moment. As soon as Song Jinghao spotted Let Me within his line of sight, he would launch into a relentless combo. He would then regain health by siphoning off minions or jungle monsters, thereby establishing a health advantage in the split-pushing scenario. Yin Juanza was utterly exhausted, lagging far behind in equipment. Currently, he possessed only the Trinity Force and a pair of cloth shoes. Smeb clearly aimed to exploit the timing when Juanza's Hydra was unattainable, applying immense pressure with his aggressive playstyle. Yet, Yin Juanza had no viable solutions. Should Let Me fail to return to base, he risked being tower dived and killed. Conversely, if he did return, the second turret would inevitably fall prey to Fiora's assault, and he could only shake his head in despair. RNG's mid lane had yet to secure lane priority, rendering them incapable of protecting the bot lane. As the match progressed to the 22nd minute, Yin Juanza could no longer withstand the pressure. Could someone please lend a hand? I'm begging you. He started seeking assistance from his teammates. The second bot turret was teetering on the brink of destruction. If they delayed just one more wave of cannon minions, the turret would undoubtedly succumb to Fiora's onslaught. Uzi had finally crafted the Muramana, elevating Easy's combat prowess to its zenith. However, Jack's Blade of the Ruined King was already in hand, and Lucian's combat capabilities remained formidable. The mid-lane minions were still under VG's control, and Xianghua hesitated to approach. With the Baron now respawned, Lu Xiu positioning himself downwards could very well lead to the enemy seizing the opportunity to rush the Baron. It was an undeniable deadlock. Why don't we pressure the team fight directly and force Fiora's teleport out, preventing her from pushing too deep? Xiangwa proposed, under duress. Yanjuanza could not afford to ponder deeply. All he wished for was to see that accursed Fiora retreat far away. Xiangwa acted swiftly. After relocating Xiao Hu and Let Me to the mid lane, he activated his ultimate, our hunting rhythm, already provided a movement speed boost. Li Yuanhao then cast W, inspiration, further enhancing their mobility. The lion dog charged towards the VG formation like a runaway horse. Xiao Ming's karma used her to grant a collective speed boost, and all five surged forward. The doll widened her eyes as RNG prepared to launch a decisive battle. The director switched the camera to the bot lane. Smeb was still split pushing and had now destroyed the second turret. Although Fiora's Q, lunge, could not yet inflict damage on the turret, her substantial attack power coupled with the ability to reset basic attacks ensured that her turret pushing speed would be anything but slow. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Xiangwa set his sights on Lucian, whose sustained output capabilities were unmatched. The lion dog lunged forward with a fierce growl. As it landed, Lulu activated her R ability, Wild Growth, causing her to swell in size and send Lucian soaring into the air. Her claws raked across Lucian's skin, significantly reducing his health. Uzi aimed to inflict precise damage with his bullets, yet he was thwarted by a well-timed defensive maneuver from Xiaoduan. Upon witnessing the lion dog's ultimate ability, Duan Deliang deliberately repositioned himself away from his teammates to provide support for the team. At that moment, he avoided being launched by Lulu's Wild Growth and, while absorbing the precise bullets with his shield, swiftly unleashed his Q ability, Chomp, before executing his R ability, Glacial Prison. The colossal ice block hurtled towards the remaining 4 members of RNG, effectively obstructing their advance. Let Me, undeterred, attempted to use his hook to breach the wall and force his entry. Yanjuanza remained fixated on the monitor, aware that he possessed flash. If executed flawlessly, this maneuver could stun 2 or 3 enemy heroes. Coupled with his R ability, Hexdeck Ultimatum, even the mightiest defenses of VG would be inadequate to safeguard Lucian. However, as the hook pulled him towards the wall, a towering ice pillar erupted from the ground. Amidst the audience's gasps, Kiana's movement was once again interrupted. Xing kept a vigilant watch over Kiana, preventing Let Me from posing a threat to his teammates. This time, Gu Xing did not trap Yanjuanza between the wall and the ice pillar, yet the debilitating slow effect was sufficient to hinder Kiana's rapid entrance. Kuro adjusted his angle, and with a flawless execution, the counter-control chain from VG stunning 2 enemies was nothing short of spectacular. Remembering the moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, this team fight was truly a work of art. Apart from Jack, the other 3 teammates displayed their prowess, utilizing every ounce of their strength to impede the enemy's advance. Lucian triggered Braum's passive on the lion dog, compelling Xiangwa to deploy his enhanced W ability, War Roar, while he himself flashed to create distance. Even though Xiangwa broke free from control and regained his freedom, he found himself ensnared within VG's perimeter. The crux of the matter was that RNG's entry strategy had been utterly dismantled. Yanjuanza's Kiana was still floundering outside. VG's formation now consisted solely of the lion dog. Gu Xing delivered a powerful blow, sending it back to the fountain. The lion dog fell first, and with the damage from the little dog Ezreal unable to penetrate Braum to reach the back line, VG's dual carries unleashed their assault. Remembering the rapid-fire pace of events, he realized that RNG's composition was severely lacking in output during this disadvantageous scenario. He recognized the underlying issue. In an advantageous situation, RNG's top and jungle fighters, accompanied by 2 protective mid and support champions and Ezreal, could easily manipulate VG as they pleased. However, the current disadvantage was substantial. With the lion dog having fallen first, they lacked the capability to eliminate VG's frontline swiftly. Gu Xing, clad in tank gear, granted his R ability, Supremacy, to Kiana, absorbing both resistances and health, showcasing remarkable durability. Fortunately, RNG could still retreat despite being unable to secure a victory. The pulling capabilities of Karma and Lulu were indeed formidable. Various skills for both acceleration and deceleration were employed, enabling teammates to swiftly create distance. The director split the screen to showcase half of the action featuring the bottom lane Fiora. The bottom lane's high ground was on the verge of being obliterated by Smeb. The commentator exclaimed passionately as the remaining 4 members of VG rallied towards the barren pit, executing a remarkably astute strategy that compelled RNG to make a choice. To thwart Fiora, at least 2 formidable champions would be required. Should RNG only have 2 champions left in the front line, Gu Xing could effortlessly secure the Baron. If RNG sought to defend the Baron pit, Fiora would then have the opportunity to launch a direct assault on the Nexus, potentially demolishing the base in one fell swoop. Their decision was to take an unconventional approach. 3 champions from the mid and bottom lanes ventured into the Baron pit for a desperate gamble, leaving Let Me's Camille to defend the base alone. This arrangement provided substantial combat strength in the front line, and although the defensive power along the sidelines was somewhat feeble, it appeared adequate. Successful lane management would preserve RNG's chance for a comeback. However, greed seldom leads to favorable outcomes. Just as the 3 members of RNG arrived at the Baron pit, news of a significant event at home reached them. Camille fell to Fiora's 4 strikes, reduced to a sliver of health, ultimately flashing and executing a Q blade surge that sent her back to the fountain for healing. RNG's defensive strategy unraveled. The commentator let out a heavy sigh, noting how they were pinned down by Xing, rendering them unable to provide timely assistance to the base. Smeb was poised to conclude the match. Gu Xing continued to disrupt the opponents, utilizing ice pillars from a distance to interrupt their recalls, impeding their return for defense. On the other side of the split screen, Fiora elegantly waltzed around RNG's main crystal, landing strike after strike until the enemy base was utterly shattered. 286, the Rhythm Engine. Congratulations to VG for triumphing over RNG with a score of 2-0, the commentator declared. Their impressive 14 consecutive victories establishing them as the frontrunner in Group A with 2 rounds remaining in the group stage. He recalled the team's undeniable strength during this spring season, echoing last year's words of the director. VG must begin preparations for their playoff opponents ahead of time. Reflecting on the entirety of this match brought forth a sense of awe, as VG's split-pushing strategy indeed bore a resemblance to the formidable intensity of the LCK's peak era, an almost surreal exaggeration. Over the past 3 years, practitioners from other leagues had been left astounded by the Koreans' terrifying understanding of wave management and split-pushing tactics. While the progenitor of the 4-to-1 split push was indeed the Assassins, it was undeniably the Korean teams that had truly perfected it. He found himself in complete agreement with this notion. Yet, he had never anticipated that an LPL team could master the art of split pushing. The commentator added, emphasizing that the crux lay in the absence of effective countermeasures. Once the top lane snowball began to roll, many teams found themselves merely awaiting their demise. VG's most frequently employed tactic during the spring season was indeed the 4-to-1 split push. They had utilized this strategy to punish countless LPL teams, even achieving victories with an almost effortless demeanor. It could be said that this tactic had proven infallible. With more than half of the regular season elapsed, surprisingly, no team had discovered a way to counter it. In the backstage lounge, Hongmi, aided by Howie's translation, could comprehend the commentary, wearing a self-satisfied expression. This was a lingering impact resulting from VG's previous serendipitous version dynamics. Under the current version of the game, 2 branches have emerged. The first is the soft support system currently employed by VG, which emphasizes a mix of mid and support roles. However, due to recent nerfs, its effectiveness has diminished. The second is the hard support approach that LCK has recently begun to explore, greatly enhanced by the advent of the Stone contract, marking it as a notable newcomer in this version. Nevertheless, VG, through its inherent strength and charisma, has led the entire LPL region to persist in utilizing soft support. It is widely acknowledged that soft supports lack initiation capabilities. The scarcity of strong initiation methods within the team makes it exceedingly difficult for those employing soft support to compel a decisive team fight when the enemy's top laner engages in split pushing, leaving them unable to confront the issue head-on. Consequently, they are unable to address the 41-minute push effectively. A prime illustration of this was the recently concluded match. Shizaming's Karma could only serve as a supportive initiator. When it came to charging forward, it relied heavily on Let Me and Xianghua. Ultimately, relying solely on RNG's top and jungle could not breach VG's formation, as Gu Xing and his teammates thwarted all attempts with a few counter skills. It can be said that the LPL region has been collectively influenced by VG's adoption of soft support, inadvertently strengthening the 41-minute push strategy. For VG, this is immensely advantageous. When Redmi stubbornly continued to embrace soft support, they could hardly have imagined such a benefit would arise. As other LPL teams mimic VG's tactics in facing them, The results are, as one might expect, predictable. To succeed, a team must either possess a deeper understanding of the strategy than VG or boast superior individual skill. However, no team within the LPL meets either criterion. This has inevitably led to the current state of affairs. LPL allied teams aspire to replicate VG's tactical style. Yet for various reasons, they cannot surpass them. Attempting to counter VG by utilizing their own system for split pushing is, quite frankly, absurd. This could be described as a happy accident, as Redmi nearly struggles to contain a smile amidst the fervent cheers of the audience. The broadcast cuts to the VG player bench. The 5 players are acutely aware of what this victory signifies for them, joyfully embracing one another in a simple celebration. Well done, team. Gu Xing beams, throwing his arm around a teammate's shoulder, relieved that the final 2 weeks will be less stressful. After securing the top seed in the regular season, they will now face no pressure regarding results and can focus solely on preparing for the playoffs. Smeb's eyes narrow into slits as he smiles. Though he has won multiple regular season titles during his 2 years with the Tigers, being in a foreign land allows Song Jinghao to savor a different experience. As promised, tonight, I'll treat you all. Smeb cheerfully seizes the opportunity to indulge in a couple of bottles of wheat beverage. Kuro is elated, his smile nearly splitting his face. By the way, is someone calling me Korean Tiger? He glances over at Gu Xing, having heard this nickname from his teammates. It's just a way to describe your style. It has nothing to do with brotherhood, Gu Xing clarifies as he makes his way past the stage toward the RNG player bench, briefly explaining to Kuro that the moniker is a result of their similar playstyle, with Maple also earning the title Bay Tiger. The title carries a hint of derogation. Its inception occurred after the conclusion of the S6 World Championship. Following the celebration of VG's triumph, netizens began to scrutinize the remaining culprits. Li Yuanhao found himself at the forefront of this analysis. The primary reason being that Xiaohu's performance at the global finals was rather subpar. His statistics, team participation rate, average damage per minute, and damage conversion rate plummeted to abysmal levels. Among the 16 teams in the World Championship, he ranked significantly low, standing at an unfortunate 1,819th in key metrics, especially as other teams had mid-lane rotations, resulting in a total of 19 players participating. Most astonishingly, Xiaohu managed to achieve a mere 20 contribution to team damage in a meta dominated by ability power champions, a stark contrast to the average of 15. Enraged by these statistics, netizens felt they had uncovered the true perpetrator of RNG's failures. Subsequently, anyone deemed inadequate was humorously dubbed with the moniker X-Tiger, serving to mock both individuals. Kuro, having been repeatedly suppressed by Easyhoon during the semifinals, was aptly named Han Tiger by domestic fans. In reality, aside from the mid-laners affiliated with the SKT faction, Li Ruihong frequently demonstrates world-class caliber against other competitors. However, his unique playstyle is often perceived as jarring, making it difficult for contemporary audiences to appreciate. While one might argue that his overall performance at the S6 World Championship was not entirely dismal, it is noteworthy that he consistently secured a position to play the Dragon King during the 3-ban era, marking him as one of the key contributors to ROX's journey to the semifinals. Kuro's output capabilities far exceeded those of Xiaohu. Presently, Li Ruihong is vocally expressing his dissatisfaction. He muses that his opponent must have made several attempts to gank mid lane, yet their impact was less significant than his own. Gu Xing wholeheartedly agrees. Indeed, Xiangwa frequently focused on mid lane, while he himself allowed the mid lane to fend for itself. This, of course, correlates with Gu Xing's realization that once the opposing team initiated a starvation strategy, he ceased engaging in mid-lane skirmishes altogether. With no minions to farm, who would venture into the mid lane? After receiving assistance from his teammates, Li Yuanhao failed to demonstrate the requisite impact. He remarked that Han Tiger could not even comprehend playing Lulu, falling far short when compared to him. Li Ruihong stood tall, proudly showcasing his proficiency with the purple-shelled garlic, suggesting that calling him the Chinese Kuro would be more fitting. This nickname undoubtedly tinted his gaze toward Xiaohu with a semblance of displeasure. As the camera panned to the RNG player bench, Wawa observed the team's sullen expressions and offered a few words of consolation. He noted that RNG could afford to relax slightly in the remaining 2 rounds of the regular season, as the pressure to perform was not overwhelming. His remarks clearly reflected a high emotional intelligence. Currently, RNG, regardless of circumstance, could not surpass VG to claim the top spot. However, Due to the lackluster performances of other teams in Group A, RNG was also unlikely to fall to third place. They could likewise prepare for the playoffs with a degree of assurance. The pressing issue at hand is to clarify their tactical style. It is imperative for RNG to learn from VG's use of the Steel Shadow system, as their attempt to implement it in the second game failed to reveal its essence. Lemmy shook his head repeatedly, sighing in dismay, as he occupied the solo lane. Seated at the edge of the player's bench, he was engaged in conversation with his teammate, Xianghua, while awaiting the arrival of the VG players. Lu Shiyu, weren't you supposed to guarantee you'd help me? You just showed up once, didn't you? Yan Juanza expressed his grievances. Before the match, it had been stated that without a jungler, how could he survive? Yet, Xianghua only ventured to the top lane once, managing to force Smeb's flash, and thereafter, he never returned. Not only did he fail to assist in eliminating the Fiora, but Xianghua also recklessly invaded VG's jungle, driven by his obsession with the starvation strategy, ultimately costing him his life. Ironically, the kill was secured by the Fiora. From that moment forward, Yan Juanza found himself utterly outmatched in his lane. Reflecting on the situation, Lemmy realized he bore some responsibility. He could not absolve himself for the solo kill he suffered in the top lane. But what about the jungler? Was he expected to play a solo game in the top lane with a champion like Qiyana? Who could withstand such a burden? Lu Shiyu remained silent. Upon deeper contemplation, he recognized that throughout the match, he had been manipulated by Gu Xing, with the rhythm firmly in the hands of the opposition. By the time he contemplated offering assistance, Lemmy's lane had already been irrevocably shattered. Xianghua glanced up and caught sight of Gu Xing's charming smile. A discount? Gu Xing teased. I still can't see the effectiveness of your starvation strategy. You boast of shattering me, yet is it because you refuse to consume jungle camps, leaving the camps for me to farm, intending to starve me out? His banter with acquaintances was notably sharp, reflecting his training under Ming and Rock. It was reasonable for him to possess a flair for trash talk. Lu Shiyu, exasperated, punched Gu Xing in the chest, still hurling threats. Just wait. If we meet in the playoffs, you won't have a pleasant outcome. Gu Xing nonchalantly responded, I'm rather looking forward to it. But RNG must first secure a spot in the finals. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to face me. Their current rankings were locked in, with both teams occupying the top 2 positions in Group A. According to the LPL playoffs cross-battle rules, they would not be placed in the same half of the bracket. RNG must win 2 best-of-5 series to reach the finals, where a potential encounter with VG awaited. Of course, that is not an issue. The tenacious spirit of Xianghua re-emerged. Ming and Candy are mere appetizers. They are no match for me. Just wait for my revenge in the finals. Gu Xing felt that Lu Shiyu was overly optimistic. Based on recent performances, we appeared to be slightly stronger than RNG. While Baiseiyu may have employed the Sharingan to steal the draft, he remained one of the top coaches in the country. Despite some reliance on the strength of his peers, Baiseiyu's capabilities were formidable. It was uncertain if RNG could even defeat Wei, let alone discuss reaching the finals. Noticing Xianghua's confidence, Gu Xing refrained from dampening his spirits and maneuvered around him, heading toward the center stage. Behind them, Jack continued to tease Shursen Ming, grinning as he recounted the scenes of their recent eliminations, concluding with a playful jab. Did you like the cue at the start of the second game? I did it on purpose, ha ha ha. He laughed heartily, his demeanor strikingly abstract, reminiscent of Sasuke's expressive memes. Shursen Ming was doing relatively well, but Uzi, who was observing, nearly succumbed to despair. In the opening moments, when Gu Xing caught him in the lower lane, Jack intentionally moved forward to bait Xiaoming into using his RQ, successfully forcing out the opponent's ultimate and maintaining a firm grip on the minion wave. As Uzi recalled this, his mind was flooded with the tragic image of watching the minions fall from a distance. Damn it, Uzi felt a pang of regret. Upon seeing his old friend Xiaoduan's jubilant face, Uzi felt a flush of heat on his cheeks. After a round of amiable handshakes and pleasantries, the 5 members of VG bowed to the audience in gratitude, once again receiving waves of enthusiastic cheers and applause. Gu Xing, donning a racing jacket, hurried back to the locker room, while team leader Jin Wenhe was visibly elated. Well done, everyone. In the group stage, we're heading straight to the semifinals. If we can secure 2 consecutive victories, we will qualify for the mid-season tournament. He was eagerly anticipating the team's journey ahead, envisioning a public-funded trip and additional bonuses, a pure win-win situation. After a brief chat with colleagues from the training department, Gu Xing settled down to surf the forums. As expected, Today's match, which had dashed the suspense for the top spot in Group A, was generating immense buzz. Posts in the forum were flooding in, dazzling Gu Xing's eyes. I never expected RNG to pick Camille. It's as if they're playing a game of chance. What can let me even do with her? The classic warrior pick faced a relentless onslaught from the opponent. I can't help but laugh. What does this have to do with let me? The first kill for Fiora was gifted by the jungler. Later, when the jungler didn't T-assist, who could win? My goodness. Fiora is playing incredibly well. Beyond discussing the spotlight on the top lane matchup, others were analyzing the early game tempo orchestrated by the jungler. For an unconventional jungler, we have to look at Xing. This troll is playing at a unique level. Sure, securing first blood in both games. Feeding Jack 400 gold in the opening. How could the bottom lane possibly lose? Haha. Uzi truly knows how to throw games, always pushing forward in lane. If I were the opposing jungler, I'd know to target the bottom lane for maximum profit. Isn't anyone discussing the jungler's strategy? Doi mentioned something about a starvation flow. I thought it was some kind of innovative tactic, but it turns out he's just following the Wild King's lead. Falling behind in farm and getting instantly obliterated in team fights. Gu Xing, caught up in the moment, found his fingers gliding across the screen with newfound speed. Not forgetting to screenshot some of the more amusing comments to share with Doim during their upcoming gathering. After completing post-match interviews, Smeb returned to the room, immediately exclaiming that he wanted to take them to an authentic Korean barbecue, a place highly recommended by Ju Songbin. Upon hearing it was Imp's treasured spot, everyone felt at ease. It must be said that Ju Songbin has always had an impeccable taste in food and entertainment, as long as one overlooks the prices. Following him usually guarantees a delightful experience. Initially, Gu Xing was curious about which restaurant Imp had recommended. However, as they walked further, the route became increasingly familiar. Eventually, they arrived at a quaint little eatery, as per the navigation. With a good memory, Gu Xing recalled the details. Isn't this the shop I visited with Poo Poo before last year's World Championship draw? He pointed at the shop sign. Recalling how Imp got into a brawl with a Korean and shattered his glasses, costing him a staggering 8,000 yuan. That sum could have been enough for an unfulfilled online romance, leaving Gu Xing with an indelible impression. What happened? Kuro, perplexed, inquired about the altercation with the Korean. As Gu Xing made his way into the shop, he recounted the entire story. Smeb burst into laughter, exclaiming how ridiculous it was that a Korean spoke ill of China, prompting Xingbin to confront him. He had never heard of such a ludicrous incident, leaving him momentarily speechless. Kuro, despite his reluctance to laugh, found it impossible to hold back. Nevertheless, amidst the laughter and chaos, the quality of the establishment recommended by Ju Xingbin was undeniably commendable. Jack, much like the Gu Xing of that time, opted for a can of Korean Coca-Cola, curious about its differences from the domestic version. Unfortunately, his taste buds failed him, and he could discern no variation, ultimately feeling like a fool. Song Jinghao, on the other hand, savored the flavors of his hometown, endlessly indulging in grilled meat and garlic slices. How might one describe this sensation in Mandarin? Authentic, perhaps? He swallowed his mouthful and asked Gu Xing, who was busy snapping photos for his girlfriend, if there were any alternative descriptors. Smeb, ever eager to learn, recognized the burgeoning strength of his communication skills within VG and desired to enhance his interactions with his teammates. After a moment's reflection, Gu Xing suggested a synonym, genuine. Do you understand? Smeb, puzzled, questioned how genuine was related to subways, wondering if it referred to something beneath the train tracks. Jack seized the opportunity for mischief, teasingly asking if he had ever been to BJ, where there were no roads, only tunnels. Song Jinghao was left utterly bewildered, questioning the veracity of such claims. Yuanba lounged back in his chair, nonchalantly stating that this year's World Championship finals would take place there, and they would soon find out. This single statement ignited Smeb's competitive spirit. We must go to the bird's nest. We need to secure the championship. This was his utmost desire since joining VG. If they could ascend to the pinnacle while stepping on SKT, it would be a double delight. He channeled his obsession into appetite, devouring the pork belly on the grill with rapid-fire bites, stuffing his cheeks until they bulged. Finally, Yuanba coaxed Smeb into giving a thumbs up to his phone camera, beaming as he recited in Chinese, word for word. Xingbin, this barbecue restaurant is truly authentic. Jack, satisfied with the video, stowed away his phone. Yet, Smeb suddenly felt inspired and initiated a video call with Peanut. The Dragon Ball members appeared to be dining together, with Peanut's fair complexion flushed like a ripe Fuji apple. "Ah, Wanghu, you've already clinched the regular season championship. Just wait for mid-season. I'll show you who the true father of ROX is." Song Jinghao babbled in Korean. Gu Xing couldn't grasp the language, but he could interpret the expressions, particularly as Khan suddenly popped into the frame, playfully making faces at Song Jinghao, which looked quite comical. Gu Xing laughed, sipping his Coca-Cola, nearly choking on it. On the other side of the lens, the young Peanut was relishing his meal with a remarkably loud voice. With the assistance of translator Ji Hao, Gu Xing grasped Peanut's words. "I could die laughing. You haven't suddenly gained confidence in your top lane skills in the LPL, have you?" Peanut exclaimed, draping an arm over Khan's shoulder, boasting to Smeb, "Did you see that? At the mid-season invitational, you'll undoubtedly be overwhelmed by the rookies." "Ridiculous." Song Jinghao swiftly retorted, "Khan, you're merely a benchwarmer in the LPL, yet you're treated like a treasure in the LCK? TSK. Just wait and see how I handle you." The formidable prey, towering at nearly 2 meters, resembled the actor Ma Dong-suk. "Jinghao, be sure to watch the LCK playoffs next month. My friends and I will demonstrate how to utterly dominate SKT." Upon hearing this, Smeb perked up. "Can you be a bit more aggressive? I want to see Faker in tears." Peanut, who had just turned 20 according to Korean standards, was slightly tipsy from a few drinks, boasting boldly, making Faker cry as a piece of cake. Smeb, filled with anticipation, was particularly spirited during their barbecue. After a satisfying meal, Gu Xing returned to the base and, as usual, started his live stream. Although he hadn't drunk any alcohol, the excitement from dinner had yet to fade, causing his voice to rise an octave during the broadcast. "Why is it again about filling in?" he exclaimed. "Oh my buddy's ADC is just too formidable." Without a hint of embarrassment, Gu Xing boasted to the audience, feeling slighted by the multitude of question marks on the screen. How can anyone doubt it? Those who understand know. We've beaten Bang in our matchups while playing easy. I'm not exaggerating. If I had transitioned to ADC back then, Imp wouldn't stand a chance now. I would be the premier domestic championship marksman, right, Jack? Yu Wenba was at a loss for words, compelled to acquiesce to his jungler's claims. This is truly superficial, he thought. Gu Xing consistently delivered entertaining content, engaging in endless chatter with viewers. Just watch my performance this game. How could a support like Lu Qingsong be so incompetent? He picks Brown while I'm on Lucian. What a perfect pairing. Gu Xing swiftly selected his runes, multitasking while lauding his own skills. I'm not bragging. My Lucian is simply exceptional. Just as he switched screens to check the comments, Smeb quietly approached him with a bottle of beer. After hearing Gu Xing's grandiose claims, Song Jinghao unexpectedly chimed in. "I heard from Jack that a jungler's essential skill is being able to play Lucian." He was clearly tipsy, tilting his head in confusion. "But why is that? Isn't at a different position?" At first, Gu Xing didn't comprehend the logic, but upon seeing the flood of question marks in the chat, he suddenly realized the issue. "Oh no, I rarely curse, but come on, don't bring the hype like this." Yu Wenba panicked, shut down the stream. "Gu, my friend is scared." His gaze towards Smeb carried a hint of menace. "You have managed to drag old Gu into the fray. But how could you possibly involve your friends as well?" Xiao Duan, seated at the farthest corner, erupted in gleeful laughter, relishing the unfolding spectacle. Kuro observed Gu Xing's flustered demeanor with palpable curiosity. What on earth is happening? He spoke in a peculiar accent he must have picked up from somewhere, which sounded utterly amusing. Why is it that junglers always play Lucian? Just before Kuro could escalate the situation further, Gu Xing swiftly muted the microphone, allowing himself a moment of composure. "You lot are truly something else. Jack, do not corrupt Smeb." With a word count of 6,000. This transitional chapter precedes the playoff commencement tomorrow, with a total of 477,000 words. The chapter concludes with a twist. Upon hearing Gu Xing's reproach, Jack immediately retorted, "What does that have to do with me? I merely shared a joke in private. I didn't instruct Smeb to shout it in public." Duan Deliong was thoroughly entertained. "Jack, consider yourself fortunate. It's a blessing that my Bo and Uzi share a lukewarm relationship. If you had said that in front of Uzi, the awkwardness would have been unbearable." The mere thought of Smeb inquisitively asking Uzi why junglers always play Lucian caused Gu Xing's toes to curl, as he gripped his slippers tightly. In truth, since he claimed the championship MVP, his popularity had eclipsed Uzi's, with an astonishing rapport among the public. Logically, he should have no reason to fear. However, Gu Xing felt that his relationship with Uzi was not intimate enough to casually joke around. He double-checked that the microphone was indeed off, lest he inadvertently activate it while gesticulating. Kuro continued to play the curious child, relentlessly probing for the backstory, intent on uncovering every detail. He was well acquainted with Insec, one of the 4 legendary junglers from the Ogian era, whom one must greet with utmost respect and deference. Of course, the more notorious anecdote involved the infamous leap from the 2nd floor, which effectively ended his professional career. Li Ruihong could hardly believe that such ludicrous events could unfold within the small confines of the Royal Club in the LPL. Xiao Duan, having a good rapport with Uzi and being well-versed in the particulars, took on the role of the storyteller, vividly recounting his friend's past misadventures. Essentially, during a match in the S4 season, the Royal team, having initially selected the formidable ADC Lucian, found Uzi stubbornly insisting on playing Vayne, locking in the champion for himself. Ultimately, they had no choice but to allow Insec to take Lucian into the jungle. This incident remains one of Uzi's infamous blunders. The domestic players present were well aware of this, while the Korean imports remained oblivious. Jack continued to embellish the tale, growing more animated with each detail. Do you know what is the most amusing part? The Royal team was up against King. Gu Xing suddenly realized, Xianghua and Wu Xian? Ah, yes. Yu Wenba's head bobbed enthusiastically, his smile stretching wide enough to rival that of a grinning cat. I have known Xianghua for quite some time. He once mentioned to me a team that was utilizing Lucian as a jungler, clearly looking down upon others. Xianghua was determined to prove who the world's premier jungler was in front of Insec. Jack realized he had misinterpreted the joke, yet it mattered little. He continued with a cheerful demeanor. In the end, Lucian finished with a score of 0-5, and Uzi's Vayne ended with 0-4. At that moment, Xianghua could never have imagined that every encounter in this world feels like a reunion after a long separation. Gu Xing covered his mouth, fearful of laughing out loud. Both Xianghua and Wu Xian, having witnessed that event firsthand, later formed intricate connections with Uzi. He was unaware of Lu Shiyu's thoughts during last year's mid-season transfer window when he learned that Uzi would return to RNG, taking over for his good friend Wu Xian. This detail should be highlighted in the notes. Gu Xing planned to interrogate Xianghua at their next gathering. Xiao Duan continued enthusiastically. Can you guess who the commentator was for that match featuring Lucian in the jungle? Was it Hua or Miller? Gu Xing, having not watched the match replay, could only hazard a guess. It was Guanzi Yuan. Xiao Duan laughed heartily, remarking that it was all fate, remarkably profound. Ziyuan has now become a regular commentator in the LPL, and being still young, he has the potential for further advancement in his career. Gu Xing could hardly fathom that such a seemingly insignificant match housed so many formidable talents, which in hindsight, undoubtedly had an all-star caliber configuration. Upon seeing his ranked loading screen conclude, he resumed the topic and reactivated his microphone. Clearing his throat, Gu Xing adjusted his emotions, preparing to restart the live stream. Brothers, did you see? Our support is Lu Qingsong, and the opposing marksman is Lin Weixiang. He encountered an old acquaintance from the Seven Wolves, instantly invigorated. During his muted period, the rhythm of Lucian in the jungle had failed to create any significant waves. Gu Xing skillfully redirected the conversation back to his good friend Qingsong, prompting the audience to eagerly listen to his short anecdotes. Lin Weixiang, the ADC from NB, you all know him, right? He bought his gear and set out, bantering with online friends along the way. When I went for a trial at Tasty, Lin Weixiang claimed to be a fortune teller who could read faces, insisting I would win the world championship. In retrospect, his family might have some sort of inheritance. Gu Xing spoke earnestly yet playfully. Despite his playful banter, Gu Xing did not hold back in the game, fiercely attacking Lin Weixiang alongside Lu Qingsong. Logically, his somewhat amateur ADC skills should not surpass his opponents. However, the prowess of Lin Weixiang's support was simply extraordinary, with the ID hide on bush. His old friend Lee Senghyok, a.k.a. Faker, chose Blitzcrank, showcasing his rice-steaming skills before everyone. Gu Xing did not shy away from his hooks, knowing that Lu Qingsong would assist by using his W ability to position himself in front to block. Thus, Faker hooked Braum right onto Lin Weixiang. Lu Qingsong was overjoyed. He landed his passive on the opponent, and Gu Xing glided in to deliver a series of strikes, stunning the enemy, effectively whittling down their health. A repeat of this maneuver would lead to a successful kill in lane. Gu Xing was over the moon, pleasantly surprised by such fortune. Behold, dear viewers, as he spoke, he unleashed a radiant light to vanquish Lin Weixiang. This exemplifies the paramount importance of a professional support role. Following closely behind Lu Qingsong, I engaged in a flurry of chaotic eliminations. The fallen Lin Weixiang expressed his grievance, still typing on the public screen. Due to the constraints of the Korean server's inability to directly input Chinese characters, Gu Xing painstakingly pronounced each word in pinyin. "What are you doing, duck?" He promptly opened the All Players channel and, with astonishing speed, typed a line, "Zioxiang Tancha. Your support is truly remarkable." Simultaneously, Lin Weixiang and Lu Qingsong emitted solitary question marks. Their combination seamlessly harmonious. The focal point of the bullet comments largely strayed from the duo, as they presently lacked any notable fame compared to other star players in the match. What is Faker doing? Pulling Brown towards himself? Let us not be absurd. He is clearly pulling Brother Xing, with Lu Qingsong merely opting to engage closely. Lee Sang-hyuk's ranked robot antics are consistently amusing, having ensnared many victims. Captain Jack, hurry and report Faker. Lin Weixiang appears quite unfortunate as he watches Lu Qingsong hurl ice blocks at his head. Is there a hint of a Minotaur theme here? At the 7-minute mark, Lee Sang-hyuk had already caused the bottom lane to collapse due to his repeated hooks on Brown. Yet, he was far from finished. He sought to roam the mid and top lanes, aspiring to achieve the grand ambition of collapsing all 3 lanes. As it turned out, he indeed succeeded. Each time the robot attempted to hook, it either missed completely or latched onto the enemy's remarkably sturdy front line, leaving his own team in disarray. His 3-lane teammates were left bewildered, yet they dared not voice their frustrations, for the weight of Faker's reputation loomed large. Lin Weixiang, in a rather subtle manner, implored Faker in halting Chinese to follow him closely and refrain from wandering. His words embodied a spirit of self-sacrifice for the greater good. However, Lee Sang-hyuk, in his rebellious phase, wholly disregarded Lin Weixiang's counsel, relentlessly feeding with his robot throughout the match. Gu Xing burst into laughter, leading Lu Qingsong to seek out Faker. Fixated on annihilating the robot, a drunken Smeb appeared dazed, yet he retained the memory of Lee Sang-hyuk's ID from his dreams, fervently cheering Gu Xing on. Charge forward. Kill Faker, apprehend him. With each elimination of the robot by Gu Xing, Song Jinghao provided commentary, while also enthusiastically delivering a few newly learned compliments, completely invigorating the atmosphere of the live broadcast. In the VG live stream, the uproar was ceaseless, resembling a lively scene in Flower Fruit Mountain among the monkeys. After clinching the regular season championship, the VG team entered a period of respite. For the team, the upcoming 2 rounds of matches bore no necessity for fierce competition, as their standings would remain unchanged. They opted for a week's break, awaiting the official launch of the 7 patch in the playoffs, intending to study it and gain an early advantage in mastering the updated game environment. Meanwhile, the group stage continued despite initially losing a match. VG managed to pursue and conquer QG in 2 consecutive games. The opposing team, having won the first match, found their morale utterly depleted, having already achieved their objective of promotion from the secondary league at the end of last year. The objective this spring is to avoid falling into the relegation zone. Securing a crucial point by defeating VG has successfully helped QG secure the 4th position in Group A. Although Doimb lost the match, he exuberantly showcased a monkey punch on stage as he exited, embodying the charm of a live-streaming personality. Thank you, Xinggu. The World's sister sincerely approached to express her gratitude. Last year, he joined the new Team QG while bearing the title of FMVP substitute, making it unrealistic to claim there was no pressure for results. Throughout this tumultuous journey, the World's sister struggled to recapture the exhilaration of consecutive victories experienced during his time at VG. Yet, failure is the daily reality for most professional players, and World 6 must learn to accept it all. Fortunately, although the final results were not outstanding, they aligned with his psychological expectations. Reaching the top 4 in Group A is a success. Your words imply that I deliberately let you win. Gu Xing feigned dissatisfaction. It was genuinely your own effort. He truly did not intend to lose. However, Jack was caught unprepared in the first game, faltering for 35 minutes and gifting VG a significant advantage. Thankfully, in the subsequent 2 games, he performed excellently, successfully breaking through QG's bottom lane and salvaging the situation for the team. After reminiscing with old teammates, Gu Xing received a notification to record an episode of the Ace Commentator with Jack. This program, launched last summer by Zwai, primarily features a pair of professional players providing sharp critiques of their own matches. Gu Xing had previously participated in an episode with Hou Yi, which sparked considerable discussion online post-broadcast. The points of discussion revolved around his articulate and extroverted personality, as well as Li Zhixuan's excessively fluent Chinese. Now that Zwai has been promoted to head of the broadcasting room, the Ace Commentator has naturally been assigned to other colleagues. Nevertheless, the staff continued to treat Gu Xing with their usual warmth and courtesy. Which match are we commenting on? Gu Xing opened a package of the sponsor's Doritos corn chips, leaning back in his chair as he casually inquired. Just the recently concluded match against QG. The program director, having recently taken office, seemed a bit apprehensive in the presence of a star from the league like Gu Xing. Gu Xing adeptly turned the tables, reassuring the director. "Oh, don't be nervous. Jack and I can definitely carry the show." He shared the Doritos with the others to alleviate the director's pressure. The corn chips were evidently less crispy than potato chips. However, they had a pleasant chewiness and were quite flavorful upon careful tasting. The director, sweating profusely, waved his hands in refusal, and after consulting with the two, positioned the monitor in front of the players, preparing the camera. Gu Xing placed the snacks out of the camera's view, focusing intently on the screen. Was this when the second game began? Jack, seeing himself on the monitor with a paper cup, his head hung low like a criminal, quickly realized the situation. In the first game, he indeed tried to argue. "I was careless and didn't flash." Jack, aiming to deal more damage, often positioned himself too far forward. As a result, he was caught by the World's sister Li Sin. It must be said, World 6's spinning kick, inherited from Gu Xing, was indeed astonishingly swift. When Jack momentarily lost focus, he was thrust into the crowd and eliminated on the spot. After the crime, Yuanba commenced the second game with a profoundly sorrowful expression. Gu Xing's attention, however, was entirely fixated on the coach. He chuckled, drawing Jack's gaze, likening the situation to that of Hongmi, who bore a visage reminiscent of one in torment. Hongmi was trailing at the end of the team, and Gu Xing, unaware of his coach's expressive demeanor, did not glance back. The coach's features were intricately contorted, embodying a vivid portrayal of Landry's tribulations. Yuanba, feeling quite pleased, noted that it was rare to see Hongmi falter. "What do you think? Am I not impressive? With just a little nudge, I can make him lose his composure." Gu Xing concurred, remarking that an ADC like Jack, capable of both aggression and support, would be a rarity in the future. Jack, a bold marksman, undeniably drew attention, making him the focal point during team fights. Within a mere spring season, he garnered a substantial fan base, though he also faced considerable criticism due to his abrupt failures. Yuanba's style was marked by extreme highs and lows, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Success would elicit thunderous applause, while failure would render him the target of scorn. In contrast to the conventional Korean ADCs, Jack's gameplay was inherently captivating. Whenever VG competed, discussions of his performance erupted across forums, and with the added acclaim of being part of a championship team, his popularity soared. The video segments provided by the director had been meticulously edited to highlight moments ripe for discussion and player improvisation. This was essential, as most players possessed rather introverted personalities. Airing the full match replay would often result in players merely staring blankly at one another, devoid of interaction. However, Gu Xing and Jack, as a golden duo, faced no such dilemma. Their conversations ranged from the heavens to the earth. "What were you saying during the BP phase? I can hardly recall." "It feels disconnected from the moment," Gu Xing remarked, intrigued as he observed Jack engrossed in chatter during the replay. Sitting in the player's booth during the match, he had been unable to see his teammates' expressions, so witnessing Jack and the others' reactions through the replay was a refreshing experience. "Let me think," Yuanba said, tilting his head in recollection. "I believe I mentioned that we should continue with the Frost Archer. I'll carry us." As this memory emerged, Gu Xing couldn't help but embellish it with a touch of commercial flattery. "Your confidence is truly commendable." The previous game scene of his Ash's untimely demise remained etched in his mind. Repeatedly choosing to engage in risky plays that could lead to defeat indeed required a measure of courage. Jack puffed out his chest, proclaiming that even if he faltered in the last match, he would boldly continue in the next. "If I don't charge forward, I feel restless." Yuanba moderated his exuberance as he observed the replay of Gu Xing successfully breaching QG's defenses, eliminating Doimb in the mid lane. Old Gu's spider skills are formidable. He praised. He skillfully predicted the flash, cutting off every escape route for the opponent's mid laner. Gu Xing, brimming with pride, asserted without exaggeration that his spider skills were on par with those of Peanut, who had once been hailed as the Spider King. Dominating the Korean League with his exceptional Elise, Gu Xing believed that his proficiency with the Spider Queen was on par with his opponents. He did not hesitate to elaborate on his ganking strategy. The greatest strength of QG lay in their mid laner. My sole objective was to make Doimb uncomfortable by any means necessary. Doimb had indeed become a quintessential mid laner, one of the few in the LPL still wielding late-game mage champions. Most other mid laners had succumbed to the soft support and flexible style promoted by VG, fiercely competing for lane control. QG, however, stood as an exception. The rationale was straightforward, with other team members unable to step up. The burden of dealing damage rested squarely on Doimb's shoulders. If Doimb were to select champions like Lulu or Karma, leading the team to the playoffs would be utterly impossible. To secure victory, he must wield a late-game powerhouse. Gu Xing had keenly recognized this fact and chose to target the mid lane. Mage champions typically lack lane control and combat prowess in the early game. By merely lurking in the mid lane, he could create endless troubles for the opponent. Just look at Kuro's expression. Upon witnessing the assist on screen, Jack couldn't help but marvel at Kuro's wide grin, exclaiming in disbelief, "Was he perhaps flattering you?" Gu Xing shrugged it off, unperturbed, stating, "Kuro praises me daily. I've nearly built up immunity." It was merely a few compliments before letting him consume the entire minion wave. For the sake of entertainment, Jack feigned a dramatic sigh, implying he had grasped the concept of the drought-stricken perishing while the flood-stricken thrived. Old Duan rarely praised me. The reality was that Gu Xing, in a moment of exasperation, raised his hands in resignation, noting that Kuro's predecessor was the dual champion imp. As a complete novice with nothing to his name, how could he expect Duan Gu to favor him? A partner's current performance inevitably invites comparison with their predecessor. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the resurgent imp was exceptionally formidable, a height currently unattainable by Jack. For instance, when Gu Sungbin charged forth, he rarely met with demise. He could afford to sacrifice a bit of output for a significantly lower death count, proving far more efficient and stable for the team. In the short term, it would be quite challenging for Jack to earn genuine praise from Duan de Liang. Nonetheless, to be fair, Gu Xing shifted the conversation back to the arena, teasing, "I see your frost arrow hit rate is rather dismal. Is it even 20? As he spoke, the magical crystal arrow once again narrowly missed the opponent. Stop the mockery. Jack's face flushed crimson. This was all intentional, aimed at disorienting the enemy and lowering their guard. As the replay progressed to its climax, the final battle commenced. "Look, you win," Ba exclaimed, extending his finger as if he could poke through the screen into the rift. "Here comes my friend's miraculous arrow." Jack, being quite cunning, ensured that the magical crystal arrow penetrated the thick wall, obscuring its trajectory as much as possible. By the time Doimb noticed the crystal arrow, they were almost on the verge of a close encounter. Whether it was due to Jack's earlier missed ultimates that had lulled the enemy into complacency, or simply the player's focus waning during the decisive moment, Doimb's reaction was noticeably delayed. He was struck directly by the crystal arrow. In the video, Gu Xing swiftly followed up with a flash, and cocoon successfully initiated control. The VG team surged forward, swiftly eliminating Doimb. Although the hit rate was a mere 20, that final arrow hit its mark, making him the true hero of the moment. Jack, with clarity of thought, stood tall and proud. Gu Xing, at a loss for words, could only applaud, offering a round of applause to conclude this episode of the Ace Commentator. In the final match of the regular season, VG faced off against Snake. The outcome was predictably a 2-0 victory, despite VG's apparent descent into mediocrity, bypassing the latter stages of the regular season in favor of delving into playoff patches. The red team, emulating the White Crescent's draft strategies, surprisingly fielded a composition that resonated well with the current meta. However, Snake's marksman, Oak, remained mired in a state of ineffectiveness. It is often said that Snake excels in nurturing new talent, possessing a robust training reserve. Yet, the presence of subpar players is evidently more pronounced. Oak was beginning to tarnish the reputation of Korean imports, appearing to rely on the LPL Marksman to elevate his performance. Jack secured 3 lane kills, while Gu Xing merely bided his time, awaiting an effortless victory.